Chapter 1: The Gift of High-Dimensional Divine Civilization. Brain storage. Science fiction novel, not popular science. If you take it too seriously, then you've lost. In a vast universe, anything is possible. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, life support system malfunction. Please repair as soon as possible. Current oxygen can sustain for 10 minutes. Current temperature 15 degrees Celsius will drop to 55 degrees Celsius in 5 minutes. Please, repair the malfunction as soon as possible. Hurry. Other peers have crossed into ancient times, relying on technology and knowledge to crush the natives. But I crossed into the interstellar era thousands of years later during a technological explosion. Is that reasonable? And I have to repair this like a primitive man here, what do I know? Lin Yang shivered from a cold. Looking at the pile of glowing components beneath the control panel, his head felt heavy. Just moments ago, he had taken a nap at noon and opened his eyes to find himself transported. It wasn't the ancient times with backward technology and knowledge. Instead, he was in a high-tech world where interstellar voyages had begun. He was in a disabled shuttle. Looking out through the observation window, it seemed a space battle had just erupted. A large number of damaged warship wreckage floated around. In the 10-meter-long shuttle, he was the only one. The main engine was damaged and unable to fly. The life support system was also severely damaged. He faced weightlessness, low temperature, and oxygen deprivation. I'm done. This is too much of a mental strain. This crossing is too pitiful. Ding. Due to the host's lack of knowledge and understanding, this system has activated guidance services. There's a system? At that moment, he realized what it meant to be at death's door and find a way out. System, hurry, hurry, give me a big gift pack. Divine techniques, holy elixirs, ultimate artifacts. Don't be stingy, I'm your host. Currently in a non-fantasy world, there are none of the items requested by the host. Please be more realistic and first open the novice gift pack. Well, it's good to have a novice gift pack. Open it. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Yang's consciousness separated and merged with the shuttle. After the sound disappeared. Congratulations. The host has opened a novice gift pack and completed consciousness symbiosis with the shuttle. If the shuttle is scrapped, the host will also die. System U. Is this a novice gift pack? What a scam. This shuttle is about to be scrapped. Please remain calm. Host. Now you can understand the shuttle and repair the malfunction. This shuttle is the supreme crystallization of high-dimensional divine civilization, incomparable to the ordinary. You will gradually discover its miraculous aspects. After stabilizing his emotions, Lin Yang indeed found the shuttle no longer unfamiliar. It was like understanding his own bodily structure. He understood the functions of all the control units beneath the control panel. He found new replacements from the spare box. After installing them, he slowly descended from a floating state to the seat. The temperature quickly rose, and the air became breathable. The annoying alarm in the cabin stopped. Lin Yang left the seat and found the engine control panel at the back. After opening it, he discovered several transparent card-shaped components had burned out. He found identical components from the spare box to replace them. The next second, the shuttle's engine restarted. Nice. He was shocked by his own repair efficiency, but he didn't expect that after merging consciousness with the shuttle, repairing it would be so simple. Just as he was preparing to study how to drive it, a wave of fatigue and weakness slowly washed over him. Host, the shuttle requires the life energy of the symbiont to maintain its evolutionary functions and the operation of the consciousness level. System I. What a scam. Please quickly evolve it into a large warship. When its own energy is sufficient, it will nourish the host with endless life energy or recruit crew members. For each crew member recruited, the host will permanently increase by 10 points of life energy. Your current energy is 100 normal human level. How to evolve? The system was silent for a moment. It provided a text panel, opening 3 types of tasks for the host: mainline, growth, and challenge. Completing tasks or destroying warships can earn evolutionary points needed to purchase goods or upgrade the warship. Mainline Task 1, return home. Growth Task 1, initial evolution. Evolve the shuttle to have attack capabilities, evolution points 50. Challenge Task 1, first blood. Destroy a spaceship in the first battle, evolution points 100. Current evolution points, 10. The system only provided the tasks, but did not instruct how to complete them. Lin Yang had to explore on his own. Fortunately, after the consciousness symbiosis, He had detailed knowledge of the shuttle. He opened the control panel screen and brought up the star map. Then he clicked on coordinate identification that he discovered he was drifting in the empty star domain between Jupiter and the asteroid belt. Time was not an issue. The problem was the lack of food. Lin Yang opened the radar and gently piloted the shuttle to scan among the wrecks of the warships, hoping to find food. For the first time piloting a spaceship in space, he felt as if he was swimming in water. After the consciousness symbiosis, the spaceship felt like a second body. He felt like a fish swimming in the water. Damaged energy module, incomplete anti-gravity generator, half-done shield engine. The identification results made Lin Yang shake his head continuously. Suddenly, a line of text caught his attention. Dragonfly-type missile. In this interstellar era, there are still missiles? Shouldn't it be lasers flying everywhere? Guided weapons have ultra-long range, automatic tracking, flexible maneuverability, automatic evasion, and even superluminal flight, which are essential firepower configurations for combat ships that lasers do not have. The system timely answered Lin Yang's doubts that if I catch it and evolve, won't that complete the task? Lin Yang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He immediately piloted the shuttle over to catch it. Soon he scanned a set of Cobra-type ion pulse cannons. After using the mechanical arm to catch them all, an evolution option appeared on the screen. Detected evolvable materials, Dragonfly-type missile, Cobra-type ion pulse cannon. Do you want to evolve? After clicking the evolution button, he found that the ion pulse cannon required 20 evolution points and took 20 minutes. But his evolution points were only enough to choose the Dragonfly missile. Combat module evolution in progress, taking 10 minutes, consuming 10 evolution points. During the 10 minutes of evolution, Lin Yang did not idle. He actually scanned some food: Star Citizen ration pack, bean combo pack, vegetable pack, cooked meat pack, vitamin tablets, purified water. After retrieving it, he found it was a plastic box with a big hole. Inside were only 10 ration packs, enough for 10 days of consumption if rationed. Before he could even open it to check, a light warship flew over. When it was 500 meters away from him, it suddenly emitted a tractor beam. It locked on the shuttle tightly. A video of a fierce-looking man appeared on the screen. You and the shuttle, shut down the engine immediately, or I will open fire. You have been captured by me. From now on, you will be my slave. Your soul belongs to me. Lin Yang was startled. He didn't expect that in this technologically advanced world that had entered the interstellar navigation era, the primitive slave system still remained. Beep. Evolution completed. Dragonfly-type missile is ready. Congratulations to the host for completing Growth Task 1. Initial evolution. Evolution points 50. Current evolution points 50. Looks like I can complete another challenge task. Lin Yang did not shut down the engine, but immediately pressed the missile launch button. Chapter 2. Recruiting the First Mate. This is outrageous. How can a shuttle launch missiles? The people in the light warship across were completely unprepared. The Dragonfly-type missile had a flight speed of 100 Mach, over 120,000 kilometers per hour. With the pull of the battleship's tractor beam, the speed became even faster. The opponent had no time to react. Boom! A dazzling light flashed by. The shuttle was knocked back by the explosion's energy wave. Sound does not travel in a vacuum, but the explosion's energy spread out, similar to a shockwave. After the shuttle was shaken, Lin Yang indirectly experienced the power of the explosion. A few minutes later, he stabilized the flipped shuttle. You have destroyed a Razor-class light fighter. Evolution points 100. Congratulations, host. You have completed the challenge task 1. First blood. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 250. Growth task updated 2. Comprehensive evolution. Complete the comprehensive evolution of the propulsion system, combat system, energy system, auxiliary system, and ship system to saturate the shuttle. Evolution points 100. Challenge task updated 2. Coordinated operations. Command at least 1 crew member to cooperate in battle and destroy at least 3 enemy warships. Evolution points 200. Lin Yang analyzed the tasks. In addition to offensive firepower, he also needed to evolve a defensive shield to fully evolve the combat system. At this moment, there were no usable evolution materials left in the battlefield debris, and he couldn't find any food that he had no choice but to open the evolution mall in search of opportunities. The mall interface had 10 display panels. The products inside were refreshing. Cheetah-type pulse engine, Black Rhino-type shield generator, wide-eared battle-type radar. These items were essential for the shuttle's evolution. He noticed that various accessories were named after animals from Blue Star. The habits and characteristics of the animals corresponded with the functions of the accessories. The later the model letter, the higher the version and better the performance. The power of the Black Rhino A-type shield was not as great as the type. The evolution mall refreshed every 30 days or could be refreshed by spending 500 evolution points. The first refresh was free. Lin Yang thought for a moment and decided to take a gamble. Transform my bike into a motorcycle. Give me something powerful. Refresh. Congratulations. Host has incredible luck. A legendary item has appeared in the evolution mall. Hey, haha, is a European emperor possessing me? A golden item appeared in the mall. Qilin-type pulse engine. A conventional power engine suitable for small and medium-sized ships. Maximum speed, 200 Mach 245,000 km/h. Acceleration of 10,000 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Please do not be blindly optimistic. The current energy power of the shuttle can only exert 10 of the Qilin engine's capabilities. That's still better than nothing. I'll take it. Lin Yang immediately spent 200 evolution points to purchase the Qilin X small pulse engine. Then he took 50 minutes and consumed 50 evolution points for the evolution. After reaching maximum speed, he shut down the engine and continued to move forward by inertia. Then he evolved the engine. 50 minutes later, Lin Yang was checking current information about human society. A prompt tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Evolution successful. Qilin X small pulse engine has been installed and is compatible. Maximum speed, 200 Mach. Acceleration of 10,000 kilometers in 2.5 seconds. Current energy. Power is insufficient. Maximum speed can only reach 20 Mach. Growth task comprehensive evolution completion. 30. Lin Yang first increased the speed to the maximum. Finally, he no longer had to worry about food. He opened them all again. The eliminated engine was worth 20 evolution points. The 20 evolution points were just enough to evolve the Cobra-type ion pulse cannon. 10 days later, Lin Yang, hungry and thirsty, was sleeping in the operator's chair. Suddenly, a voice came from the communicator. Hamster-class modified shuttle, please state your identity and origin, or you will be prohibited from entering the defense zone of Sirius. In these 10 days, he had familiarized himself with the current world structure and civilization level. He also learned from navigation reports that the space wreck he emerged from was a destroyed minor transport ship. The communicator on the other end paused for a moment and immediately questioned, how did you modify the shuttle like this? This is a pirate's maneuvering warship that I seized. Were you originally a miner? Yes, I was not registered with the three parties, but now I have my own warship. I am a free person, no longer an unnamed miner. No one has taken your shuttle. Please dock at B7 terminal for drifter registration. In this world, the identity of miners was lowly. They were not protected by the regimes of Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt. Their names were not even in the records of the Human Alliance. But whether a miner or a slave, as long as one had their own spaceship, they could become the lowest tier of free people, also known as drifters. Once they became free people, they could freely enter and exit Mars and asteroid belt bases. However, those without legal status would be captured and sold as slaves by free people. Lin Yang lamented the cruelty of this world. At the same time, he was glad he had crossed over with this identity, saving him a lot of trouble with investigations. The asteroid belt regime registered his shuttle and issued him a free person's identity badge. A prompt tone echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main task 1. Return evolution points 50, current evolution points 50. Main task updated 2. First officer. Recruit a first officer to start a stellar journey. Evolution points 100. Kid, you're really lucky you're no longer a miner. How about it? Interested in joining the transport team? Well, split the profits 50-50 with the company. Thank you, but I don't need it for now. Sirius is a dwarf planet in the asteroid belt with a diameter of only 950 kilometers. Mining is the main economic source here. Most of the transport team's tasks involve transporting ore. Lin Yang left the registration office and headed straight to the mercenary dock. He found a piece of paper and quickly wrote down a recruitment notice. Hiring a battleship first officer. Generous treatment. Unlimited prospects. Captain's personal invitation. Sincerely invite you to join. He raised it for a long time, and many people passed by. But no one paid him any attention. Seeing that his stomach was growling with hunger and thirst, he had no choice but to squat down. Hey, are you still hiring? Yes. Just waiting for you. Lin Yang looked up and saw a girl in her 20s. She was stunningly beautiful, with eyes as lively as the Milky Way. She was dressed elegantly, with a slightly aloof demeanor. At first glance, she didn't seem to have any combat capability. She looked more like a pampered young lady. What? Am I not qualified enough? No. Welcome aboard. May I ask your name, age, and expected salary? Lin Yang thought that someone willing to apply was already good enough. No need to be picky. What more could he ask for? If he was too picky, his stomach might protest. Huang Yuexi, age confidential, salary is irrelevant, just a place to stay and enough food will do. Not asking for much, huh? What? Nothing. Hee, let's go eat first. May I ask, First Officer Huang Yuexi, do you have any money on you? What? To join your battleship, I have to treat you to a meal? Then you're thinking too much. Eating is to strengthen our relationship and understand each other. Gurgle. Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang's stomach, feeling somewhat deceived. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. No need to say more. Let's go. I hope you really have a battleship otherwise. This will be your last meal. Chapter 3. The treasure first officer in one meal. The two of them consumed the equivalent of 5 portions. Lin Yang ate 3 portions while Huang Yuexi had 2. It was clear that they were both hungry. Lin Yang also understood the deeper meaning behind Huang Yuexi's statement that this was their last meal. Huang Yuexi was out of money, having spent the only 50 star coins she had on her. Captain, you ate 3 portions and still look weak. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yuexi, I'm not pretending. After 10 days of travel, I'm a bit sleep-deprived. Actually, it was the shuttle that was draining his life energy. No matter how full he felt, it couldn't alleviate his fatigue. All right, let us just leave it at that. Why is there only you on the warship? Where are the original crew members? It was just me as the captain from the start. And you are the first crew member I recruited. Look, the ship equipped with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon at the dock is our warship. Huang Yuexi suddenly stopped in her tracks, clenching her fists. That's a small shuttle. You call that a warship? A combat-capable vessel is a warship, right? Hey, don't get angry. I actually used it to destroy a Razor-class fighter. Huang Yuexi was speechless, with no money and no place to stay. Aside from Lin Yang's pirate ship, she had nowhere else to go. Continuing to wander the docks could likely lead to her being captured by bounty hunters and sold to a mine. What bad luck. Let us go inside and take a look. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he had managed to bluff his way through. He needed to complete the main quest first. Right now, he had nothing but his wits. Once inside the shuttle, Lin Yang opened the control panel. I haven't named the warship yet, Yuexi. Do you have a good name? No, I'm not interested. Then we'll talk about it later. Let us register your genetic information to unlock your first officer privileges. Huang Yuexi placed her index finger on the genetic registrar. After extracting the genetic chain from her skin cells, Lin Yang hurriedly added her name to the first officer section. Congratulations, host. Main quest 2 completed. First officer. Evolution points 100, current evolution points 150. Successfully recruited crew member 1, permanent life energy 10, current energy 110 in an instant. Lin Yang felt a surge of mysterious energy flow into his body. The exhaustion that had weighed him down vanished completely. His dark circles disappeared, his sunken cheeks plumped up, and his bent back straightened. What a feeling. What are you doing? Huang Yuexi looked at him in surprise. Just moments ago, he had looked half dead, and now he was full of energy. Nothing. I just suddenly feel like the future is bright. I should go to the dock and find some work. Maybe even recruit some more crew members. Main quest 3 The way to survive. Go to the labor or bounty dock to accept an E-level commission task and complete it to earn labor fees or bounties. Evolution points 200. Lin Yang couldn't wait to head to the dock. Huang Yuexi shook her head in disbelief. We can't scrape together a single star coin. Besides me, no one is willing to join. By the way, I have a question. Go ahead. When you die, this little shuttle will belong to me, right? Cough. Lin Yang frowned. First of all, this is a Star River giant ship, not a little shuttle. Secondly, you're not my wife, so you can't inherit my. Seeing Huang Yuexi's icy gaze, Lin Yang smirked. Can't you tell when I'm joking? If I die, you, as the first officer, would definitely be the primary heir. I'm just giving you a reminder, not asking for your opinion. Captain, your Star River giant ship, actually. Just as Huang Yuexi was about to ridicule him, she accidentally opened the Shuttle's structural diagram. Upon seeing Qilin X small pulse engine on the screen, her heart jolted. This is the legendary top engine of the human Qilin fleet? It's medium-sized, don't get too excited, Lin Yang said proudly. Even if it's medium-sized, one engine can trade for 10 Razor-class light fighters, and this is the high version X-type, a legendary item. Oh, so precious? This kind of engine is in high demand in reconnaissance teams or the exploration circle. So this is your trump card. I have many trump cards, you will slowly understand. Just like you, don't you have hidden cards? Lin Yang had long seen that Huang Yuexi was not simple. A seemingly weak and weaponless beautiful girl could wander around the docks without fear. Instead of applying for large warships, she sought refuge in his. Moreover, she knew so much about the legendary Qilin Fleet's engine. Her origins were indeed mysterious, not much different from him. Huang Yuexi smiled calmly. Let us go, Captain. To the bounty dock. I can see why you're my first officer. We're on the same wavelength. Working is out of the question. We should be bounty hunters. The labor dock only posts some labor or recruitment messages. All bounty-related missions are posted at the bounty dock. The highest is SSS level, with generous rewards and extreme danger. The lowest is E level, which includes escort, defense, or clearing space obstacles missions. After registering the warship, Lin Yang accepted a task to escort spinach from the space farm from Sirius to Vesta, with the transport team responsible for food and energy battery consumption. Upon seeing it was a shuttle, the transport team leader couldn't help but complain. Are you kidding? With this firepower and this modification style? Are you trying to make the interstellar pirates die laughing? Lin Yang replied, whether I make you laugh or die, my job is to ensure your safe round trip, right? I want to pick on you, so don't pick on me. Let us end this joke early. You can withdraw from the task. We need to change crew. 20 days for a round trip and only 5,000 star coins. The task has been posted for 7 days, and no one has accepted it. Are you planning to continue delaying it? If this goes on, your farm might go bankrupt. Just don't blame us if you die on the road. Let us set off. Last question. Does anyone want to join me? Joining now is like getting shares in a startup. I still have positions for chief engineer, security officer, and communications officer available. Does your little shuttle even have an engine room? Shut up, brother. I feel embarrassed for you. Huang Yuexi quickly tugged at Lin Yang's clothes. Stop talking. It's indeed a bit embarrassing. Lin Yang felt no waves in his heart. Soon, the transport team departed with the shuttle. 5 Razor-class light fighters set off from the bounty dock, following their flight path. Peter, are you sure that Shuttle is the one that killed Kua? Absolutely. Kua went to that battlefield to scavenge and bragged about capturing a slave. The video showed this shuttle, just with an added ion cannon. Once we leave the Sirius starfield, send a message to the transport team. We are targeting that shuttle, not pirates. Understood. Half an hour later, the transport team left the current starfield. Suddenly, 5 light fighters chased after them. Captain, we're being targeted. The other side sent a video communication. Upon connecting, a fierce bounty hunter appeared. Kid, you'll die knowing why. Kua, whom you killed earlier, was from the vulture hunting group. If you offend us, you want to leave the asteroid belt alive. Pew pew pew. Several ion cannons fired at them. Lin Yang quickly performed a roll to dodge in the shuttle. Meanwhile, Huang Yuexi in the co-pilot seat counterattacked with the Cobra D-type ion pulse cannon. Pew! The ion energy light bullet was fired and quickly expanded, becoming larger than the shuttle itself. With just one shot, it pierced through the enemy ship's shield. Boom! A bright flash erupted. The foremost fighter ship exploded, and the shockwave quickly swept over. My God, the pulse cannon is so powerful. Host, the Cobra D-type ion cannon doesn't have such power. It appears that the energy projectile has been enhanced by more than 10 times, and the reason lies with the first mate, Huang Yuexi. Oh, my treasure first mate. She's glowing in front. Chapter 4: The Battle of the Vulture Hunting Team, Where to Look. Huang Yuexi's cheeks flushed. You're glowing. I'm not blind. I can't help but look. Just drive your warship well. Leave the fighting to me. Huang Yuexi pulled out a necklace from her clothes. It was an oval, coin-sized blue and white pendant. Every time she fired an ion pulse cannon, the pendant on her chest emitted a dazzling white light. The ion energy ball leaving the cannon instantly increased several times in strength. This pendant is my trump card. When the time is right, I will explain it to you. Boom! The shuttle shook violently. Another enemy fighter jet was destroyed outside. Immediately, a flash of white light appeared. Another shuttle exploded. Congratulations, host. You have completed challenge task. 2 cooperative combat. Evolution points 200. Destroyed 3 Razor-class light fighter jets. Gained evolution points 300. Current evolution points 650. Challenge task updated. 3 Root out the weeds. Annihilate the entire vulture hunting team. Make a name for yourself. Evolution points 1000. They ran away. The remaining 2 fighter jets fled in panic. Captain, the vulture hunting team has 96 members, 25 warships. The leader is nicknamed Vulture, real name Joyce, a disciple of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. They aren't well known in the asteroid belt, but backed by the high-level Gus hunting team, they are a tricky enemy. Yuexi, how do you know so much? Don't you go online usually? It's hard to find this insider information online. I stumbled upon it by accident. I hope you often stumble upon some insider news. Lin Yang saw through it, but didn't point it out. He then sent a communication to the transport team. The crisis is averted. If you find anything unusual next time, I hope the captain will inform me in a timely manner. You know, my radar range is limited. Not as good as your transport ships. Mr. Lin misunderstood. I was playing card in the aft cabin just now, and didn't notice the warships chasing us. After this mission is completed, could you give an extra 3,000 star coins as a reward? After witnessing the terrifying combat power of the shuttle, the transport team no longer looked down on them. They were afraid Lin Yang would blame them for not informing him about the vulture hunting team's message. So they hurriedly offered to increase the payment. Very well. I like to cooperate with straightforward people. Let us continue at full speed. Lin Yang closed the communication, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the pilot's chair. He opened the evolution mall to browse. Black Rhino C-type shield generator, Wild Buffalo D-type booster energy, wide-eared bat L-type radar, and an Otter A-type steam shower room. Adding up the evolution costs, it's just enough that LL do. What are you mumbling about? Huang Yuexi looked at Lin Yang in surprise. You'll know later. Don't you want to talk about the origin of your necklace? It's best if you don't pry. It's for your own good. Knowing too much can be dangerous. Its secret can affect all of humanity. Likewise, don't pry later. I've set it to autopilot. Let us take a break after the battle. The two settled into their seats and closed their eyes to rest. Beep. Evolution completed. Otter A-type steam shower room installed and compatible. Congratulations, host. You have completed growth task. 2 comprehensive evolution. Evolution points 100. Current evolution points 160. Growth task updated. 3 rebirth. Evolve the shuttle's hull skeleton into a light fighter jet. Evolution points 500. 2 hours later. Lin Yang heard a prompt sound in his mind. The next evolution is a bit challenging. He hadn't encountered a hull skeleton in the evolution mall yet. It seems he needs to accumulate evolution points to refresh them all. Hiss! Huang Yuexi in the co-pilot seat suddenly gasped. She was startled awake by the slight shaking of the shuttle during the evolution. When she opened the control screen to check the ship's details, her eyes widened in disbelief. The basic shield, which could only withstand space debris or small rocks, had transformed into a combat-level Black Rhino shield. The power of the energy adapter had doubled. It could now utilize 20 of the Qilin engine's capability, up from the previous 10. The maximum speed reached 40 Mach, 49,000 kilometers per hour. The radar had also upgraded to warship level. Most astonishingly, a steam shower room had appeared in the cabin. Huang Yuexi looked at Lin Yang in shock. What is his trump card? No wonder the heart of the galaxy guided me to him. It seems I found the right person. He. Lin Yang yawned and got up. He smiled and said, besides eating, drinking, and using the bathroom, we don't need to board the transport team's ship anymore. We can shower on the sun and moon. Sun and moon? Yes, taking the yang from my name anywhere from yours. The name of this interstellar giant ship is Sun and Moon. A smile appeared on Huang Yuexi's face. That's a nice name. Thank you for considering me a friend, Lin Yang. You just realized that? From the first meeting, I regarded you as a friend. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. They had completed 70 of the route. One day, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi were discussing the unique challenge customs of the Sirius aliens when suddenly 7 bright spots appeared on the radar interface. 3 scimitar-class medium fighter jets and 4 Razor-class light fighter jets were approaching us. Don't alert them. The transport team doesn't know our radar has been upgraded. Let us see if they will send a warning this time. Just as Lin Yang finished speaking, the transport team leader sent a voice message. Mr. Lin, 7 warships are flying towards us. They are from the vulture hunting team. They said they want to rob us, but are seeking revenge. Could you please keep your distance while engaging? Thank you for the reminder, Captain. Don't worry, I'll want to involve you. Whoosh! The shuttle suddenly accelerated to 40 Mach. It overtook the transport team and flew towards the vulture hunting team. The transport captain was left speechless in shock. Is it this fast? Is this the speed a shuttle should have? Captain, the firepower isn't what a shuttle should have either. It seems we've encountered someone capable. Let us find him for the next mission. The Razor light fighter jet is about 30 meters long. One person can pilot it. The Scimitar medium fighter jet is 50 meters long and requires at least 5 people for perfect control. Both their firepower and shields are terrifying. This time, the vulture hunting team dispatched 3 medium ships and 4 light ships at once, clearly not intending to let Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi live for even a second longer. However, as soon as both sides entered firing range, 2 light fighter jets were destroyed. 1 medium fighter jet had its shield pierced. Lin Yang synchronized his consciousness with the shuttle. With his eyes closed and entering deep symbiosis mode, he became one with the ship. The shuttle moved like a fish in water, incredibly agile. While easily dodging attacks, Huang Yuexi also launched counterattacks. Each shot of the ion cannon was amplified by her several times. The shields of the vulture hunting team's fighter jets simply couldn't withstand it. 1 shot pierced through light ships, and 2 shots caused explosions. Medium ships couldn't endure 3 shots of the ion cannon either. Meanwhile, the energy shields and power of the Sun and Moon shuttle had all been upgraded to the level of light or medium ships. Coupled with its smaller size, it was harder to lock onto, making its advantages even more apparent. In just a few seconds, the battle ended. You destroyed 4 Razor-class light fighter jets, evolution points 400. 3 Scimitar-class medium fighter jets, evolution points 600. Current evolution points 1160. Yuexi, scan the battlefield and salvage valuable wreckage. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Are you that tired? You just fought for a few seconds and need a rest? Yuexi, if you can't chat properly, don't force it. Lin Yang was extremely annoyed. He wasn't tired at all. Saying he was resting was actually to quickly refresh the evolution mall. Refresh, hurry up and refresh. I'm so angry. Congratulations. The host's luck is off the charts. A legendary item has appeared. Chapter 5. Trident-class legendary fighter ship after spending 500 evolution points to refresh. 10 new items appeared in the store. A golden light fighter ship caught his attention. Trident-class light fighter ship hull framework. Legendary level fighter ship. A technological marvel of blue star humanity. Length 30 meters, width 10 meters, height 5 meters, equipped with a double-deck structure. Currently just a framework without room planning. Hull material is diamond W-type titanium. Observation window material is hard crystal Y-type tempered aluminum. Laser weapon slots. 8 empty. Missile weapon slots. 4 empty. Shield slots. 2 empty. Tractor beam slots. Empty. Lin Yang was in need of a hull framework. He didn't expect to directly refresh a legendary one. Unfortunately, the cost was too high, requiring 1,000 evolution points. He currently had 660 left. He planned to quickly escort the transport team to complete the round-trip mission to accumulate evolution points. The next 3 days were relatively peaceful. He didn't know what kind of counterattack the vulture hunting team was preparing. Soon, they arrived at God of Firestar, which was a bit smaller than Sirius. Before unloading the cargo, the transport team leader transferred 8,000 star coins to his account. Captain, there's still half of the return mission left. Why are you settling the payment so quickly? Mr. Lin, I didn't expect your grudge with the vulture hunting team to be so deep. I really can't trouble you with escorting anymore. This mission is considered completed ahead of schedule, and we can cooperate again next time. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission. 3 survival path. Evolution points 200. Current evolution points 860. Main storyline mission updated. 4 S-level commission. Complete an S-level commission at the labor or bounty dock. Evolution points 500. The transport team left in a hurry. They paid the full amount in advance, and even gave an extra 3,000. Lin Yang really couldn't find a reason to complain. Huang Yuexi beside him said lightly, "If we don't eliminate the vulture hunting team, we won't get any missions in the future. We should buy weapons and energy first. Let's eat first, then go to the labor dock to post recruitment information. We need at least 5 people. No one. Huh? I mean, if the vulture hunting team isn't eliminated, no one will join us. Allicht. But we still need to eat first, then go to the dock to buy weapons, and finally arrange a duel with the vulture hunting team." After eating, they went to the trade dock. They sold the wreckage parts salvaged from the battlefield, obtaining 2,000 star coins, and with the previous rewards, they had 10,000 star coins in their account. They purchased 2 boxes of civilian food supplies, enough for the 2 of them to eat for a month. They also bought 2 phase pistols and phase assault rifles. Then they went to the dock to buy 10 sets of energy batteries, 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles, and 5 sets of Mosquito-type interference missiles. After spending 10,000 star coins, they had 200 left. The shuttle was packed to the brim. Finally, they went to the bounty dock. The dock manager Galois sent a challenge letter to the vulture hunting team. The dual location was set at the midpoint between God of Firestar and Sirius. Vulture Joyce immediately accepted the challenge. A betting event soon appeared at the bounty dock. "Yuexi, what are our odds?" 100 times. "What a great opportunity. Let us bet all 200. Moments later, in a good mood, did we make money? Pretty much. Those people saw the shuttle and learned our ages, and the odds skyrocketed. How much? 1,000 times. Ha, that's great. Set sail. Just thinking about getting 200,000 star coins soon made Lin Yang's smile wider than AK. Huang Yuexi also smiled and quickly fastened her seatbelt. 2.5 days later, the shuttle arrived at the dual point at a speed of 40 Mach, while the vulture hunting team had not yet arrived. The Razor-class light ship had a maximum speed of 35 Mach, the Scimitar-class medium ship 30 Mach, and the near-space warships eliminated by the Blue Star Fleet 50 years ago couldn't possibly be faster than them. Yuexi, you are really a walking encyclopedia. Don't praise me yet. Most of those warships were modified after flowing into the backward asteroid belt, and their speed might be similar to ours. Just as she finished speaking, a large number of light spots appeared on the radar. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, there was 1 double-edged sword heavy fighter, 5 scimitar medium fighters, and 8 razor light fighters. Together with the previously destroyed 11 ships, there were exactly 25 ships, and the entire vulture hunting team was mobilized. Great. We don't have to search for them one by one. Let us hit them hard first. The shuttle sped forward. The violence-loving vulture hunting team also sped towards them. "Kid, you're dead. The process of executing you will be live-streamed in the asteroid belt. Hey, are you advertising for me? Your filial piety is commendable. I'll try to make it quick for you. Don't get cocky. Soon you won't even have a chance to cry. Just stepping on a few bugs. I'm not the kind-hearted Guanyin Bodhisattva. What is there to cry about? Damn, I hope your strength is as good as your mouth. That kid might be disappointed. Grandpa's combat power is even stronger." Huang Yuexi, in the co-pilot's seat, looked at Lin Yang with a hint of disdain. "Can we stop cursing at the vultures? It seems like we're really being live-streamed. Pay attention to your image, or it will affect your recruitment of crew members." "Huh? Oh, got it." Lin Yang cleared his throat. "Good morning, asteroid. Last time Battleship explosion gas. The final result was 11 ships in total. Thanks to the vulture's endless revenge. I destroyed 10 ships just on the way because his underlings wanted to capture me as a slave, and I let off a fireworks show. The vulture couldn't swallow this anger, and I'm more than happy to let him take his last breath. Many people still don't know me. That's fine. I'm your Captain Lin Yang, and this beautiful and wise lady, who is also a powerhouse, is First Officer Huang Yuexi. Do you want to step into the starry sea and seek vengeance? Join me and let us dream of the galaxy together." Huang Yuexi beside him couldn't hide her smile and gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. "You really got it." The vulture turned off the live stream in anger. "The appetizer is over. It's time for main course. Let the vulture hunting team eat their fill." Swish, swish, swish. The vulture hunting team first fired 10 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Lin Yang piloted the shuttle, dodging skillfully. Huang Yuexi defended and counterattacked. First, She launched a group of mosquito-type interference missiles. Dozens of miniature missiles flew chaotically, intercepting 4 incoming missiles. She then fired the ion pulse cannon. The galaxy heart on her chest flashed. The laser pulse cannon was amplified by more than 10 times. Just 2 shots destroyed an enemy Razor-class light fighter. Swish! Huang Yuexi locked onto another medium fighter and fired a Dragonfly K-type missile. As soon as the missile flew out, she fired 3 ion cannons in succession. After piercing the shield, the missile also hit the target. A dazzling flash ensued. The enemy lost another medium fighter. Vulture Joyce was taken aback. They had just opened fire and lost 2 warships, while the opponent was only a shuttle. The most terrifying thing was that the ion pulse cannon was even more powerful than the laser cannon fired by his heavy fighter. Kid, what kind of weapon do you have? Play dumb and go ask the Grim Reaper. Pew pew pew. Swish swish swish. Lin Yang piloted the shuttle quickly towards the Vulture's heavy fighter. Huang Yuexi seized the opportunity. 7 ion cannons pierced through the enemy's shield, and 3 Dragonfly missiles shattered the 80-meter-long heavy fighter. With Vulture Joyce dead, the remaining members instantly lost their composure, being relentlessly hunted down by Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. An hour later, they were all buried in the vastness of space. You destroyed 1 double-handed sword-class heavy fighter, earning 400 evolution points, 5 scimitar-class medium fighters, earning 1,000 evolution points, and 8 Razor-class light fighters, earning 800 evolution points. Congratulations, host, for completing the challenge task. 3 Rooting out the weeds, earning 1,000 evolution points, current evolution points 4060. Ship exterior evolution in progress, legendary Mitsubishi Spike light fighter, duration 8 hours 20 minutes, consuming 500 evolution points. Chapter 6 The Bounty, challenge task update, 4 small achievements, cumulative destruction of 100 warships, evolution points 5,000. Lin Yang calculated. To complete this task, he still needed to destroy 75 warships. It was indeed a considerable challenge. Currently, there were 2,560 evolution points remaining before the 10-meter-long shuttle evolved into a 30-meter-long light fighter. There were no available slots for evolution. The upcoming return journey felt somewhat boring. Fortunately, Huang Yuexi was there to keep him company. They chatted, drank tea, and played a few games of chess. In the blink of an eye, over 8 hours had passed. Ding! Hull evolution complete. Shuttle transitioning to light fighter. Congratulations, host. 4 completing growth task. 3 metamorphosis. Evolution points 500. Current evolution points 3060. Growth task update for legendary warship. Evolve the triangular spike light fighter to its rightful legendary level. Evolution points 2,000. Boom. The shuttle suddenly shook. Huang Yuexi, who'd been meditating with her eyes closed, quickly opened them. Calm down. We've upgraded our weapons. Lin Yang stretched and stood up from the pilot's seat. A phenomenon similar to spatial decompression occurred. The cabin, originally over 2 meters wide and more than 1 meter high, quickly expanded to nearly 10 meters wide. It felt like standing on an ascending elevator as the cabin height increased from over 1 meter to 5 meters, dividing into 2 levels. The 10-meter-long shuttle gradually elongated, finally stabilizing at a length of 30 meters. From the outside, the shuttle seemed to pass through a strange spatial filter. When it entered, it was a shuttle, and when it came out, it had become a 30-meter-long light fighter, exuding a sense of combat power and solidity. The hull material had also changed. Come on, first mate, let's take a look at our light fighter. Huang Yuexi was speechless with shock. Such technology, I've never even heard of it in that place. Want to know? Then you need to think about whether it's time to reveal your secrets. Huang Yuexi shook her head. If my true identity is exposed, all of human civilization might go down with me. You took me in. I can't put you in danger. Lin Yang smiled nonchalantly. You only have one identity, and that is my first mate. It might develop further in the future. Who knows? For now, let us understand the sun and moon. Is this the legendary triangular spike light fighter? You know? Yes. A high-tech product of the Blue Star fleet, its mobility and firepower defense can crush the old generation of double-handed sword-class heavy fighters. But right now, we only have the hull framework. Our firepower and shield are still lacking. The triangular spike uses the most advanced diamond W-type titanium for the hull. even without shields. This new titanium can withstand ion cannon attacks. Yuexi, you truly are my encyclopedia. From now on, I'll pilot and you'll fire. The original pulse cannon was already installed in the main cannon position. The purchased missiles had been used up in battle. Now this fighter was still quite empty. Not only were the external weapon slots vacant, but the interior was also quite empty. The lower cabin was completely bare, with not a single room. The upper deck only had a restroom and a steam shower room. When they were in the shuttle, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi both slept in their reclining seats. Now that the cabin space had enlarged, it was time to add some rooms. The existing evolution shop only had one usable black Rhino sea-level shield generator. After Lin Yang purchased it, he directly chose to evolve. The reason the triangular spike is legendary is largely due to its dual shield capability. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh, a usable Cobra D-level ion pulse cannon appeared. After purchasing it, he added it to the evolution slot. After spending another 500 to refresh again, hull-related evolution parts finally appeared. Bamboo Forest Bird D-type, living room. Bamboo Forest Bird E-type, living room. Bamboo Forest Bird F-type, living room. 3 options appeared at once. Lin Yang considered refreshing several times before the living room appeared. So he simply bought them all to avoid spending evolution points to refresh again after recruiting new crew members. 1 shield, 1 pulse cannon, and 3 living rooms. After several hours of evolution, when the evolution was completed again, Huang Yuexi was already numb from shock. Even if you suddenly conjured an alien race, I wouldn't be surprised. You really have a lot of trump cards. Choose. Which of the 3 rooms do you want? The largest F-type is of course for the captain. I only need the E-type. The D-type room can remain empty for now. After recruiting a large number of crew members, it could be used as a communal dormitory. The living rooms were not bare. They were equipped with beds, wardrobes, water dispensers, washing machines, and bathrooms with steam showers. Bedding and covers were also included, along with an air temperature control circulation system. There was also a tempered aluminum window that allowed a view of the space outside the hull. With a real lounge, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi took turns piloting the warship. This is the Zhao Godstar Patrol Fleet. Please identify yourself and your origins, fighter. Lin Yang? Oh my god. It's really you. What happened to the shuttle? You won a victory and didn't switch to a big warship? After all the upgrades, there are still 50 evolution points left. Please land at the bounty dock for re-registration of the warship, and welcome the glory that belongs to the 2 of you. The bounty dock was bustling with activity. The 2 young people, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, had actually piloted a shuttle to take down the entire vulture hunting group. This news had already spread throughout the asteroid belt. The headlines in the asteroid belt these days were all about them. Bounty hunters revered the strong. Tens of thousands of people came to watch them, applauding, whistling, and shouting in unison. Thank you everyone. Oh my god, I love you all. This feeling is amazing. Is anyone willing to join? The Sun and Moon warship is short on crew. Don't hesitate. Is there anyone? Lin Yang suddenly froze. He hadn't finished his sentence. The bustling dock fell silent. Some of the people who had shouted the loudest just now smiled awkwardly. The others looked at him without saying a word. It was too strange. Why did everyone go quiet when he mentioned recruiting? The dock manager, Galeva, approached with a beaming smile. The vultures are the disciples of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. You wiped out the entire vulture hunting group, which is quite disrespectful to Gus. His identity and reputation are too great for him to act personally. So an A-level bounty task was issued on Mars. Damn it, this is too much. Getting angry is useless. Think about how to respond. I mean, how's an A-level? I wiped out the entire vulture hunting group. It's worth at least an S-level, right? A-level, who do they look down on? Galeva was somewhat speechless. No wonder they could unexpectedly wipe out the vultures. Calm down. Mars has a space teleportation hub, unlike the impoverished asteroid belt. There, the A-level bounty market is even higher than our S-level rewards. That's more like it. It's a pity I can't take the task to kill myself for the bounty. Forget it. What about my betting winnings? 200. Return to you intact. What? Wasn't he at 200,000? Why is it 200? Thanks to your passionate speech before the battle, many people rebet on you. Right before the firing, the odds dropped to 1. I don't charge a service fee. Consider it a personal favor to you. What the heck? whose betting even has real-time fluctuations. This kind of betting is inherently irregular. Before firing, it can rise to 1,000 to 1 and can drop to 1 to 1. If you're not satisfied, you can place a bounty on the Doc-S bookmaker. Forget it. How can I afford to place a bounty? What kind of people are these? Sigh. I'll have to go hungry again. Chapter 7. Sirius Tiger People, Stupid Move. How'd I make such a stupid move? Huang Yuexi stood by, trying to hold back her laughter and comfort him. Think positively, Captain. Although we wiped out the vulture hunting group, we attracted the Martian bounty on us. Your speech was successful, but no one joined us. Although we didn't lose money, the odds were 1,000 to 1 when we placed our bets. Yuexi, who taught you to comfort people like this? Grandma. She must have great wisdom to comfort others like that without fear of getting beaten. You should stay away from her in the future. She passed away a month ago. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I was deliberately saying the opposite. Think about it. Although we attracted the Martian bounty, we did wipe out the vulture hunting group, didn't we? Well, that makes a bit of sense. Lin Yang said, how about we try our luck at the labor dock? Maybe there's some work. Weren't you the one who said you'd never work a day in your life? Because of the Martian legendary hunter's bounty, no one is willing to commission us for tasks. No one dares to join our battleship either. We only have 200 star coins left in our account. If we don't make money soon, we might not even be able to take off. The bounty dock wasn't getting any commissions. They could only settle for less and look for odd jobs at the labor dock. They actually found an employer who didn't go online and was unaware of current events, cleaning up an abandoned mine. They would work 24 hours a day for a pay of 100 star coins. The employer provided food and energy batteries for the battleship. After accepting the task and arriving at the location, Lin Yang was stunned. I told you, we're headline hot topics. How can anyone not recognize us? That old Foxtrough really knows how to squeeze people. The abandoned mine in front of them used to be a small asteroid with a diameter of 50 kilometers, rich in titanium and magnesium ore. After 2.5 years of high-intensity mining, the titanium and magnesium were completely extracted. Later, a new flight route was planned here. However, the blasting of the abandoned mine failed, turning it into a debris area of over 500 kilometers in diameter. To clear the obstacles for the new flight route, the government of Sirius issued a cleaning task. Due to the low pay of 200 star coins per day, the progress was very slow, and it was eventually contracted out to Trough Space Cleaning Company. However, the subcontracted price was even lower, with pay reduced to only 150 star coins per day. Just minutes before Lin Yang went to the labor market, Trough had deliberately lowered the pay to 100 star coins per day. While Lin Yang was furious, Huang Yuexi remained optimistic. At least they're providing energy and food. We'll save up all the pay, buy more missiles, and hopefully even a laser cannon to deal with the Martian bounty hunters. Once we fend off the Martian hunters and upgrade the battleship, I'll definitely make Trough pay for squeezing us. He is not quite up to the task. I support you. The two then divided their work. One would work for 12 hours while the other rested, with the battleship not stopping. They aimed to earn enough to buy Dragonfly K-type missiles first. 7 days passed in a flash, and they finally received a payment. Lin Yang immediately headed to the Sirius dock to buy missiles. When they were 1,000 kilometers away from the abandoned mine, a fast-moving bright spot suddenly appeared on the radar. Huang Yuexi frowned. Speed, 50 Mach, TL light fighter, Sirius technology, coming straight for us. Bounty hunter? Probably. Raise the double shields, prepare for battle. Lin Yang quickly buckled 3 safety belts, closed his eyes, and leaned back, entering a deep symbiotic state with the battleship. Facing a faster enemy ship, they had to give it their all. Huang Yuexi held the heart of the galaxy in her hand, whispering a few blessings. The coin-sized pendant immediately emitted a white light. Captain, incoming cluster missiles, be careful. Counterattack with all our strength. Don't worry about me. Boom, 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 boom. A missile from the enemy ship flew toward the sun and moon at a speed of 300 Mach. When it was still 1,000 meters away, the warhead suddenly exploded into 100 smaller warheads, maintaining its speed. The attack area increased 100-fold, combined with the maneuverability and tracking ability of the guided weapons. The sun and moon was in a very dangerous situation. Multiple warheads exploded near the battleship. Thankfully, with the double shields, they barely withstood the attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Huang Yuexi immediately fired 4 ion pulse cannons. Both cannons fired simultaneously, without diminishing the effect of the heart of the galaxy. The energy light mass was still amplified by dozens of times. The enemy ship hurriedly dodged, and the light mass disappeared into the endless space. While dodging, it sped toward the enemy ship. The missiles were too hard to shake off, so Lin Yang decided to drag the enemy down with them. Just when they were less than 1,000 meters away from the enemy, a red light suddenly lit up ahead. Phew! The enemy ship was actually equipped with a powerful phase cannon. This was a type of laser weapon. Its firing speed was extremely fast, approaching the speed of light. With tremendous power, but a short range was its only drawback. It was typically mounted on heavy fighters or bombers. However, firing at such close range, with less than 0.1 seconds to react, Lin Yang was able to dodge at the limit, thanks to his consciousness being deeply matched with the sun and moon, achieving a state of unity with the ship. The phase cannon beam skimmed past the hull of the sun and moon. At the same time, Huang Yuexi fired 10 pulse cannons in quick succession. The enemy pilot clearly did not possess Lin Yang's piloting skills. 7 out of 10 energy projectiles hit their target. The shield was breached. Without mercy, Huang Yuexi immediately fired another 10 ion pulse cannons, each enhanced by dozens of times. Boom! Suddenly, a bright light appeared in space, and the enemy ship was destroyed. The shockwave hit, and the sun and moon shook. Bang! Suddenly, a massive object slammed against the cockpit's observation window, startling both Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Upon seeing it clearly, both were even more astonished and gaped. A 3-meter-tall, giant, tiger-headed humanoid was lying on the observation window, grinning foolishly at them, holding a metal plate in its hand, on which it had scratched the words "I surrender" with its tiger claws. What shocked Lin Yang and the others even more was that after being thrown out by the exploding warship, the tiger-headed humanoid had survived in the vacuum environment of -200 degrees, still smiling, as if nothing had happened. The tiger-headed humanoid seemed a bit flustered, quickly scratching more words on the metal plate with its hard claws. "My name is Karugia, from the Sirius tiger people, born to worship the strong. I took Gus's mission just to meet you. I'm not interested in money. You have defeated Karugia and passed the test. Now, the strong Karugia applies to join." Then, it pulled out a communicator from its pocket. After tapping a few times, it showed Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi the text on the screen. "You have paid a breach of contract fine of 50,000 star coins to the Martian bounty dock. You have paid a breach of contract fine of 500,000 star coins to Gus. You maliciously breached the contract and have been blacklisted by the Martian bounty dock. Yuexi, what do you think?" "Captain, I'm sitting in the co-pilot seat. What's the point of asking?" "Then I'll sit in the pilot's seat and watch." The two sat in the pilot chairs, quietly watching. Although the Sirius tiger people were strong, they wouldn't last long in the unprotected space. 5 minutes later, the smiling Karugia turned into a sorrowful face. Frost formed on its body, its limbs began to stiffen, and finally, its once eager eyes dimmed, and it reluctantly closed its eyes. The 3-meter-tall body drifted away from the observation window, rigidly floating into deep space. Seeing this, the two quickly one closed the shield and opened the boarding hatch, while the other immediately released a mechanical claw to haul Karugia into the pressurized chamber. Lin Yang picked up the assault phase laser gun and grabbed a bundle of rope. "First, tie up this tiger. It's been over 20 days without recruiting crew members. Let's recruit first and see what happens. If it doesn't work, we'll kill it and make tiger bone wine." Chapter 8. What the hell? Is this an 8-year-old? Huang Yuexi pulled the tiger-headed man into the pressurized chamber. Lin Yang closed the outer chamber door and repressurized the air. After the air pressure in the pressurized chamber balanced, he opened the ceiling door between the pressurized chamber and the ship's cabin. The tiger-headed man was thus captured aboard the warship. Seeing the 3-meter-tall tiger-headed man for the first time was quite oppressive. "Damn, those claws are bigger than my face. Captain, this tiger has quite a few weapons on him. And he even has a set of high-tech battle armor. Take off the armor. Take off the armor. Yuexi, you hold a phase gun well. If he suddenly wakes up and attacks me, just blow his head off." "Understood." Lin Yang hurriedly began to disassemble the tiger-headed man's equipment. On his back was a 2-meter-long high-power energy cannon. Across his chest was slung a high-explosive, armor-piercing energy shell, over 30 of them. Around his waist was a circle of high-energy explosive shells, also over 30. Additionally, he had 2 high-energy phase pistols on his legs. The tiger-headed man's pistols were surprisingly similar in size to the assault phase guns equipped by Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Besides the firearms, each of the tiger-headed man's armors had a set of high-strength alloy claws. Each side had 3 claws that, when extended, were over a meter long. It was as if he was equipped with 6 alloy steel knives. Damn, this guy is armed to the teeth. You were already a strong and fierce tiger. Was it really necessary? Lin Yang couldn't help but complain. After removing all the weapons, he also took off the high-tech armor. After a flurry of activity, the frozen limbs of the tiger-headed man slowly regained movement, and he began to breathe again. The two quickly worked together and soon tied the tiger-headed man up tightly, wrapping him from head to toe like a zongzi. Then they stood by with their phase guns, waiting. It was at this moment that Lin Yang had time to check the system. After just destroying the enemy ship, he gained 100 evolution points, with a balance of 150 points. Unfortunately, the items in the shop were all over 200, so he couldn't buy anything for now. The life force of a Sirius tiger was indeed tenacious. A few minutes later, the tiger man Kaluga opened his eyes. Hiss, so cold. Hey. Are you willing to accept my joining? Yuexi, give me the gene recorder. No matter which warship, it's all based on the crew's information recognized by genes. Kaluga, right? Are you willing to join my team? Yes. I came here for you. You guys use a shuttle to wipe out 25 vulture hunting ships. It's simply unbelievable. I thought it was an exaggerated rumor, but now I believe it. Very well. Given your physique and strength, you'll be the perfect security officer for me. Let's talk about whether you can do it after recruiting you. Lin Yang pulled a tiger hair from Kaluga and immediately extracted the gene chain information. He added Kaluga's name to the warship's security officer section. You have recruited a new crew member, life energy permanently 10, current energy 120 suddenly. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Yang's body. He felt invigorated, filled with strength. After recruiting Huang Yuexi, Lin Yang finally shook off the fatigue and weakness that had always been there. However, when hungry or tired, he still felt weaker than usual. Now that his life energy had increased again, all his bodily functions surpassed those of ordinary people. Even when hungry or exhausted, he wouldn't feel weak. Crackle. Lin Yang twisted his neck and clenched his fists. His bones crackled as if his strength was about to burst forth. This feeling is refreshing. Huang Yuexi looked at him in surprise, thinking to herself, why is he suddenly so energetic? Ahem. Lin Yang cleared his throat. Security Officer Kaluga, it's not personal. But when Deputy Huang Yuexi joined, she cleared her account. Once you join the warship, you can't have private property. What about the money in your account? Hurry up and transfer it to the account. Captain, I have no money left. I lost it all to the Mars bounty dock and the contractor Gus. What? You? Say that again. Lin Yang's back teeth ground together. Huang Yuexi quickly picked up Kaluga's communicator. She opened it and flipped through it, instantly revealing a knife-like gaze. Captain, this tiger really has no money. He still owes Mars Bank 200,000 star coins and loans. Throw him out. You're not going to brew Tiger Whip wine anymore? Brew what? Mars Bank will come after us for the debt. Beep. Captain, you have a new message. A notification sound rang out in the cabin. Lin Yang hurried to the cockpit to check the screen. This is Mars Bank. We are pleased to contact you, esteemed Mr. Lin Yang. Our client, the Sirius Tiger Kaluga, has joined your warship. You will jointly bear the loan of 200,000 star coins with Kaluga. Please remember to repay by the 10th of each month, with a minimum repayment amount. Don't throw him out yet, Yuexi. It's a message from Mars Bank. Lin Yang hurriedly ran back to the rear cabin. Huang Yuexi had a stern face, radiating killing intent, with her phase gun aimed at Kaluga's eyes. She would blow his head off the moment she fired. Kaluga was terrified, not expecting this seemingly weak human woman to be so ruthless. Captain, he told the bank before the war that he was joining us. The 200,000 star coin loan is enough for us to barely cover the interest we earn in a day. If it weren't for the boss providing meals, we would starve to death. Killing him would be useless. We could sell him to a black mine, or ask around in the black market to see if any biotech companies want an alien test subject, or sell him to an interstellar circus. No, Captain, I can earn money. Let us go to the bounty dock and take an S-level mission. We can quickly. Bang, bang. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi each kick Kaluga. You're not allowed to interrupt while we're talking. If we could take bounty missions, would we be here moving stones? Earning 100 star coins a day is barely enough to cover your interest payments. Bang! An enraged Huang Yuexi shot Kaluga in the face. Lin Yang frowned deeply. After a long pause, he said, "Why not just stop repaying the loan and become pirates?" No way. Our current firepower can't withstand the asteroid belt fleet's encirclement. And the asteroid belt is poor and backward, with no profits to be made. Mars and Blue Star are rich, but the patrol fleets are even more powerful. Unless we join a pirate group. But going to join without an introduction would only get us treated as lambs for slaughter. Wow, Yuexi, you're also considering becoming a pirate? This research result is quite something. Even if we don't become pirates, if we default on the loan, we want to be able to dock at the dock. So, in short, we've been tricked by this tiger. Unless we can extract economic value from him. The expressions of the two instantly turned sinister as they coldly scrutinized the tiger-headed man. Kaluga felt a chill run down his spine. "Captain, sir, what are you going to do? We're a team. I'm your security officer. Shut up. Speak only when asked." Kaluga lowered his head, trying to curl up as much as possible. "Contact your family and transfer 1 million star coins to my account, or you'll find out how sought after Tiger Bone wine and Tiger Whip wine are in human society." Captain, I can contact my family. But don't regret it. I was raised on fear. Hurry up." Lin Yang held the communicator in front of him. Kaluga hesitated for a moment, but still obediently spoke up. Sending a message to the Sirius royal family's sanctuary. "Father, I am your son Kaluga. I have joined the warship of the asteroid belt bounty hunter Lin Yang in the solar system, and now need 1 million star coins. Or I will be turned into medicinal wine." Lin Yang was taken aback. "Wait a minute, what are you? A prince?" "Well, according to the traditions of our Sirius tiger people, males must challenge and kill their fathers after the age of 8. I don't want to challenge my father. I just want to challenge this foolish tradition. Let me ask you again, how old are you?" 8 years old. Is this really 8 years old? Chapter 9. The Tiger Man Prince Captain in a Tiger Man family. Only one male infant is born. After the male infant reaches the age of 8, he will duel with his tiger father, and only after one party dies will the family conceive the next male tiger infant. The number of female infants, however, is not bound by tradition. So, does this mean that most Sirius people are female tigers? That's a unique perspective. It's true that male Sirius people are scarce, yet they hold important positions. What is the strength of the Sirius people in the galaxy? They're a level 2, 6 stellar civilization, much higher than humanity's level 2. 0. It's not an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the constraints of the Galactic Alliance, human civilization would have been eradicated long ago. The standard for a level 1 planetary civilization is the ability to fully develop and control their home planet and utilize resources from orbital satellites or nearby planets, achieving space navigation within their star system. Superliminal travel is the threshold for entering level 2 stellar civilization, whether through warp, hyperspace travel, space jumps, or quantum slipstream. As long as one can leave their star system at superliminal speed, they have reached level 2 civilization. Humanity has just reached that point, while Sirius has already attained level 2. 6. With technology at least tens of thousands of years ahead of humanity. After the shock, Lin Yang immediately changed to a smiling face. "Big Cat, let us discuss this. Could you add another message to the one you just sent, saying it was a prank? After all, our father is extremely busy, and as juniors, we shouldn't add to his troubles, right?" The communication used in interstellar travel is quantum communication. Due to the uniqueness of quantum entanglement, this communication is not constrained by space and time. This means that the message just sent by Kaluga has already reached Sirius, 8. 6 light years away. Gagugulu, Kaluga became pleased. "Of course, Captain. Does this mean you accept me?" "Of course I must accept you. You are already a part of my team." "Great. Communicate again to the Sirius Royal Temple. Father, I was just joking with you, like when I was a child." Your Kalugia is fine. In the Orion arm, no one dares to provoke the Tiger Man Prince. I've made new friends, although the process was quite tortuous. I like it here. Moments later. Coward. You are no longer allowed to claim to be the Tiger Man Prince of Sirius. You are unworthy. You have been exiled. Sick cat. Do not let my fleet discover you, or they will surely smash you to pieces. A new prince embryo has already grown. He will inherit the glory of the Tiger Man civilization in the future. Kalugia felt lost, staring blankly at the communicator with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Beep. Captain, you have new messages. Let Kalugia be alone for a while. Yuexi, let us go. Hey, Captain, Commander, aren't you going to untie me? Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi pretended not to hear. Back in the cockpit, they opened a message. Your account has received a transfer of 1 million star coins. Money? The eyes of the two instantly lit up. They clicked on the message to see the details. It was from an Interstellar trust company. Accompanied by a note. Take good care of him. Thank you. Hiss. This. Captain, it seems what Kalugia said is true. Slap. Lin Yang regretted slapping his forehead. My damn peasant mentality. If I had known, I would have asked for 100 million star coins. Huang Yuexi laughed and said, Captain, I think Kalugia has value. Although the Sirius royal family superficially abandoned him, they still sent money privately. With Kalugia, the Tiger Man Prince here, we will receive covert protection from the Tiger Emperor. And Kalugia's combat power is not low. He is a good helper. Since he has paid the entrance fee, he must stay. Lin Yang went to the back cabin and untied Kalugia. How many people know your identity as a Tiger Man Prince? After escaping from Sirius. I only told you and the first officer, Captain. You really thought you escaped on your own merit? What else? Kalugia is very strong. Your father intentionally let you go. Wake up, my great prince. He transferred 1 million star coins to me to take good care of you. In a sense, I am now just like your father. Whatever you do in the future, you have to listen to me. Father. He understands me. Kalugia lowered his head, moved. Captain, thank you for accepting me and being willing to accompany me to achieve my ultimate life goal. What goal? To challenge the Sirius Elder Council, lead the Tiger Man civilization, and abolish the foolish traditions that have harmed the Tiger Man for thousands of years. That is quite a big flag you're raising. I never agreed to that. It's fine, as long as we are whole. It's like the loan I applied for on Mars. We will repay it together. And you still have the face to mention the loan? Who asked you to voluntarily lose money at the Mars bounty dock? You losing money at the dock is one thing, but how did you end up losing Gus's money too? I did that to quickly join and gain your trust. Great intelligence, now I trust you. Come on, let us go see the cockpit. Kalugia immediately put on the high-tech armor, arming himself with weapons and ammunition as he followed into the cockpit. Seeing the strange looks from Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, he hurriedly explained with a silly smile. The Tiger Man civilization values strength and power. Even when sleeping, I have to carry these weapons and ammunition. I don't mind if you bring them into the shower. Just don't disturb our normal rest. Please rest assured, Captain, I want to interrupt you and First Officer Huang while you are in heat and reproducing. Tiger men are not interested in primates. Quick, shut up. Lin Yang had a black line on his face, with a question mark hanging on his forehead, tilting his head in surprise at Kalugia. I really don't know if this guy is being straightforward or just silly. Huang Yuexi's face turned red in an instant, her ears almost smoking. Gritting her teeth, she silently unbuckled her seatbelt, pulled out her necklace, and clenched the oval galaxy hard in her fist, her eyes seeming to blaze with fire as she glared at Kalugia, stepping closer. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Lin Yang couldn't help but swallow his dry throat and quickly retreated against the wall. Yuexi, I didn't teach this guy. He said it himself. Bang! Huang Yuexi threw a punch. The force even higher than that of a professional human boxer by dozens of times. With the blessing of the galaxy heart, her punch unleashed several tons of power, directly knocking Kalugia down to the ground, clutching his stomach. Thud! The Tiger Man was too tall, originally bending down in the cockpit, and after taking that punch, he simply lay down and did not get up. Why? Captain, I don't understand. You both exude the scent of hormones, indicating that you have long been attracted to each other and have those thoughts. Why can't I say such an obvious thing? Bang! Before Kalugia could finish. He received another punch from Huang Yuexi on his head, making him see stars. Closing his eyes, he hurriedly pretended to faint. Well, actually, what Kalugia said is not without reason, I think. Shut up. Received. Lin Yang quickly raised his hand. He didn't want to provoke the tigress, especially one in a state of shame and anger. Captain, let us first repay the loan from Mars Bank, then terminate the labor contract with Trov, and then go to the dock to buy weapons. What do you think? It'd be best to have a video call with Gus from the Mars Hunters to discuss things thoroughly. Huang Yuexi's face gradually shifted from gloomy to bright. Smiling slightly, Captain, you are very thoughtful. Perhaps Galwa from the Bounty Dock can help contact Gus. Looking at Huang Yuexi's gentle smile, Lin Yang felt a bit distracted. Compared to just now, when he was holding the galaxy heart and beating Kalugia, this gentle demeanor was truly comforting. The early repayment actually incurs a penalty of 50,000 star coins, the wicked capital. A murderous aura instantly appeared around Huang Yuexi. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. It's still better than mortgage repayments. Let's just pay it off in one go. After paying 250,000 star coins, Huang Yuexi clenched her fists again. The Trolloff Space Cleaning Company claimed we violated the labor contract and actually demanded 100,000 star coins in compensation. What? That old fox. We didn't go to him for blood, and he came to us instead. Tiger, get up and get to work. Chapter 10, I gave him a chance originally. Lin Yang and Troff signed a labor contract with a 7-day settlement. After 7 days of work, if he wanted to continue, he could renew the contract with one click. If he didn't want to work, he could terminate it with one click. There was no talk of any penalty for breach of contract. At the time of signing the contract, Lin Yang read it very carefully. Now Troff claimed that he had violated the terms and demanded 100,000 star coins in compensation. It was obvious that he had modified the contract privately, taking advantage of the situation. Lin Yang went to the dock to buy equipment, wanting to show Troff what a legendary class fighter ship was. Karugia's warship had already been blown to pieces, and no valuable wreckage had been scanned at the scene. Since there were only 150 evolution points left, Lin Yang had to spend star coins at the dock to increase the combat power of the warship. If he wanted to deal with Troff Space Cleaning Company, he definitely needed to maximize the warship's armament. Add 6 ion pulse cannons, 3 missile launch pads, 30 high-compression energy modules, fill the Dragonfly missiles, fill them up. There was no other way. Having money allowed for such extravagance. Lin Yang looked at the 750,000 star coins in his account and couldn't help but feel the urge to splurge. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, you cannot spend on Cauldron Star at this time, and we regret that we cannot serve you. What? Did I hear that wrong? No, Mr. Lin, Troff Space Cleaning Company has sued you in court, and the asteroid belt joint government has restricted your spending. Without any investigation, you just ruled against me? Sorry, Mr. Lin, the dock is not very informed on the matter. After closing the communication, a layer of frost covered Lin Yang's face. It was time to show his teeth. Huang Yuexi silently took off the necklace and wrapped it around her wrist, holding the heart of the galaxy in her hand. Karugia checked his high-power energy guns and large-phase pistols one by one. The Sun and Moon warship turned direction, heading from the dock to the labor dock. After docking, the fully armed trio exited the warship. Lin Yang held an assault-type phase gun with a phase pistol at his waist. To his left was the first officer, Huang Yuexi, also holding a phase gun, white light shining through her fingers. To his right was the 3-meter-tall Tiger Man Karugia, wielding a 2-meter-long energy gun. In the eyes of humans, it couldn't even be called a gun. It should be called a laser energy cannon. The three approached Troff Space Cleaning Company with killing intent. Lin Yang wasn't worried about being ambushed by bounty hunters. In this world, bounty missions had already been monopolized by the bounty docks. Those who did not take missions at the bounty dock could not collect a penny even if they killed the target. After Karugia's mission failed, no one at the Mars bounty dock picked up the task. For the time being, he was very safe. Is that Lin Yang? He wasn't killed by the bounty hunters on Mars. That Tiger Man can't be a bounty hunter, can he? Who knows? Better keep your distance. They don't seem to want to take anyone alive. Passers-by hurried to avoid them, fearing the flames of war would catch them. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yang knocked on Troff's office door. Come in, oh. Is this the new rising star of the bounty world here to pay me the breach of contract fee? The plump trough was smoking a cigar, his 5 fingers adorned with gemstone rings. Even upon seeing the 3-meter-tall tiger man Karugia, he didn't show much surprise. Trough, are you trying to screw me over? Are you trying to suck me dry? Heh. Trough chuckled slyly. Correct. If you don't pay me 100,000 star coins. Don't think about spending a penny in the asteroid belt. The contract was modified illegally by you later. I advise you to withdraw the lawsuit and apologize to me. He. You are quite the idealist. It seems I need to give you a lesson in the laws of reality. Oh, really? I want to see how ridiculous this reality is. Lin Yang took out his communicator and sent a message to the Cauldron Star Court. I am Bounty Hunter Lin Yang. Trough's accusations against me are unfounded, and the contract was modified by him later. I hope the court can reevaluate and revoke my spending in the asteroid belt. Maintain the original judgment, and please the defendant compensate Trough Company for the breach of contract as soon as possible. Nice, that's the end of that. Lin Yang closed the communication, a hint of killing intent rising at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think I'm naive? I'm giving you and the law a chance. Since you don't cherish it, I'll solve it my way. Oh, you're going to resort to violence? I should be scared, but unfortunately, I expected this. Buzz. Trough pressed a button in front of him. A force field barrier immediately appeared in front of the table, blocking Lin Yang and the others outside. At the same time, dozens of fully armed personnel rushed into the office. Do you really think I care about your 100,000 star coins in compensation? I deliberately led you into a trap. Ha ha! The legendary class 3-edged fighter ship is worth more than 10 million. I've also taken on a 500,000 bounty task from the Mars bounty dock. That's the real deal. Trough extinguished his cigar and waved his hand at the dozens of subordinates. Deal with them. Pew. Bang. Before those people could act, Karugia took the initiative. A blast from his energy gun hit the force field shield. The high-energy beam was deflected by the shield, blasting a large hole in the wall. The power of this energy gun was comparable to the laser cannons on ordinary light fighter ships. Bang! Huang Yuexi threw a punch. Enhanced by the heart of the galaxy, she sent the man charging at them flying, causing him to spit blood and die upon hitting the ground. Following that, the phase gun fired. The power of the ordinary laser gun was enhanced by more than 10 times, almost matching the power of Karugia's laser energy cannon. Wherever the laser went, limbs and torsos flew. The walls were penetrated. Pew 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 pew. While dodging, Lin Yang counterattacked with his phase gun. He was surprised to find that his accuracy was several times higher than before. Every shot hit the target, killing enemies each time. Yet the enemy's laser weapons couldn't harm him. Just as he was puzzled, a person equipped with a personal shield charged at him. 2 shots from Lin Yang's phase gun couldn't penetrate the shield, and the opponent had already lunged at him. Damn you! Bang! He kicked with all his might, sending the man flying more than 20 meters through the hole in the wall and crashing outside. Lin Yang was stunned. Then he understood. Although the gravity of Cauldron Star was less than that of Mars, and much less than that of Blue Star, he shouldn't be able to kick an adult 20 meters away. There was only one explanation. His life energy was 120, far exceeding normal human levels. Trough's subordinates were not real desperate criminals. They were all the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. They thought that relying on their numbers would scare Lin Yang and the others. But unexpectedly, they were the ones who got scared. In less than 3 seconds of fighting, more than 20 of them died. Some had their chests pierced with large holes. Some had their heads half severed, and others were blown apart by energy guns. The deaths were increasingly gruesome. I only earn a few thousand star coins a month. What am I risking my life for? A man turned and ran. The remaining few followed suit, and in an instant, only Trough remained in the office. Wait, don't run. Trough dared not leave the force field shield, fearing he would be shot in the head. He trembled, hiding behind his desk, sweating profusely. Mr. Lin, there's a misunderstanding here. Please calm down. I am willing to agree to any of your requests. I still like your rebellious demeanor. Come on, continue sending people to attack us. I dare not. I dare not. It's a misunderstanding. I will withdraw the charges right away. It's too late. I gave you a chance. Lin Yang turned and waved his hand. Yuexi, enhance the firepower of Karugia's energy cannon, and see how strong Troph's shield really is. Chapter 11. We are good people. Karugia set the energy of the explosive energy gun to maximum, and the energy tank began to charge. The fist-sized muzzle was aimed at Troph. White light began to emerge from Huang Yuexi's fingers. Startled, Troph hurriedly raised both hands. Although he didn't know the source of the white light, he had seen Huang Yuexi enhance the power of the phase gun by dozens of times. If the power of the explosive energy gun were truly enhanced, even a slight increase could breach the shield. I'll pay. All the company's money will compensate you. Pew. Boom. The high-power explosive energy gun already had the power of a light warship's laser cannon. After being enhanced by Huang Yuexi using the heart of the galaxy, it boasted firepower typical of a heavy warship. Troph's force field shield couldn't withstand it at all. The shield was immediately breached, and he evaporated in an instant. The room was blasted open with a large hole. The immense recoil made Karugia's muscular body shake, and he looked at Huang Yuexi in shock. Commander, is this the power that blew my warship apart? Amazing. Bang. Bang. Ouch. Why are you hitting me? Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi gritted their teeth in anger, their eyes almost blazing with fire, as they approached Karugia step by step. The big tiger was sweating coldly, retreating in fear. What did I do wrong this time? Bang. Bang. The two hit Karugia again. You idiot. Can you show a little teamwork? Didn't you hear him say he'd pay all the company's money to us? Could you at least say something before you open fire? Do you know how much we lost? Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi each shouted, forcing Karugia to retreat repeatedly. Thud! The shaking wall was knocked by Karugia's back, and the whole house was on the verge of collapse. The three hurriedly ran out. Captain, Commander, I'm the Prince of Sirius. I've never been interested in money since I was a child and don't understand what extortion is. Now I know, and I promise to cooperate with you next time. Who is extorting? Karugia said, don't talk nonsense. I was just giving Troph a chance to repent. Don't hide it, Captain. We were preparing to extort, but unfortunately, this stupid tiger messed it up. Yuexi, is it necessary to be so direct? Boom. The house behind them collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. In the distance, a squad of soldiers rushed over. Drop your weapons and surrender. Lin Yang, give up resistance immediately. Pew pew pew. Various energy beams shot through the dust. Captain, it's the patrol team. The three fought back while retreating towards the docking bay. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall anti-explosive mecha blocked the entrance to the dock. Without saying a word, it fired 3 electrified chains towards the 3 who were rushing in. Seeing the 3-meter-high mecha, Karugia suddenly became excited. He put the explosive gun on his back and swiftly extended the steel claws from both arms. The 6 steel claws resembled 6 steel knives. He dashed forward, turned, and with a snap, 3 alloy chains were cut in an instant. Karugia's figure flickered, and he reappeared in front of the mecha. Crack, bang, crackle. The steel claws pierced directly into the mecha, creating a shower of sparks. The 3-meter-high mecha was instantly incapacitated and was thrown back by Karugia. Boom! The mecha exploded upon hitting the ground, blocking the pursuing soldiers. The single-soldier land combat Ace's mecha was destroyed in less than 3 seconds. Yuexi, you were right. Karugia's combat power is indeed strong. He is a good helper for us. Karugia proudly said, Captain, actually my mind is also strong. I just lack social experience. Next time, whether it's extortion or blackmail, I won't mess it up again. Just shut up. We are good people. Prepare for aerial combat. Okay, Captain. I'll be responsible for missile launch. We don't have missiles. What can I help with? Just shutting up counts as helping. Yes. Due to the chaos at the labor dock, the patrol team of Zeo Godstar had classified them as dangerous criminals. A patrol fleet consisting of 2 heavy, 5 medium, and 13 light fighter ships was flying towards them. Lin Yang immediately entered deep symbiotic mode, transferring his consciousness to the Trident light fighter. Captain, the other side refused our communication. Then let us take out this fleet and make the Zeo Godstar government contact us actively. The Trident light fighter had double shields. Although it only had 2 ion pulse cannons, Huang Yuexi could enhance their power by dozens of times. Equipped with a Qilin X-type pulse engine and a Wild Buffalo D-type booster energy adapter, It achieved a maximum speed of 40 Mach. Under Lin Yang's control, its agility exceeded that of fish in water. The Zhao Godstar patrol fleet was not small, but the warships they piloted were outdated models retired from the Blue Star or Mars fleets. In terms of combat coordination, the patrol teams spent their days drinking tea and chatting, going through routine patrols, and leaving work on time. They hadn't encountered interstellar pirates for over a decade, lacking real combat experience. In contrast, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi had gone through several life-and-death battles and had reached a level of tacit understanding where they knew what the other was going to do without needing to speak. Thus, compared to them, the 20 warships were just live targets. In 5 minutes, the Trident Light fighter broke through the encirclement. You have destroyed 2 double-handed sword-heavy fighter ships, gaining 800 evolution points, 5 scimitar medium fighter ships, gaining 1,000 evolution points, 13 Razor Light fighter ships, gaining 1,300 evolution points, current evolution points, 3,250, challenge task, small achievements, completion, 46 with evolution points in hand. Lin Yang immediately refreshed the evolution store. The host's luck is off the charts, refreshing a legendary item. Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon, priced at 2,000 evolution points. Evolution cost 500 evolution points. Time required 50 minutes. That is so damn expensive. System, don't take advantage of the situation. Please rest assured, host. The prices in store are set by a higher dimensional divine civilization long ago. If this system could intervene, you would definitely get a zero-cost purchase. The particle cannon is a long-range energy weapon that can only be equipped on heavy bombers or large frigates. The Fire Dragon X-type is a legend among cannons. Considering the battles that might be faced next, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and purchased the evolution directly. He equipped the particle cannon in the main cannon position and moved the ion pulse cannon to the secondary cannon position. This way, after evolution was completed, the warship would have 1 main and 2 secondary energy cannons. Captain, they really sent a message. Just now we tried to contact them to clarify the situation and resolve the misunderstanding, but they didn't give us a chance and wanted to take us out directly. Now that they realize they can't, they want to contact us first. Let us refuse their request and leave them hanging for a bit. Huang Yuexi immediately rejected the communication. A few seconds later, another message was sent and was still rejected. The third communication request was sent, and Huang Yuexi finally opened the communication. On the other side was a middle-aged man dressed in a fleet officer uniform. He was the Zhao Godstar fleet commander, Admiral Nelson. His anger was barely contained, his face pale and eyes wide open. Lin Yang, you have violated the laws of the asteroid belt. Surrender immediately. Hand over the fighter you are piloting and pay a fine of 20 million star coins, or you will be classified as an A-level wanted criminal in the asteroid belt. Those who wrong me know better than I do how wronged I am. You know the cause of this conflict, but only consider the prestige of the Zhao Godstar government, without considering the fairness of the law. Forgive us for not being able to comply, Admiral. We can't recruit crew members in the asteroid belt, nor can we receive bounty missions. Do you think I have any attachment to this poor backwater? Bye-bye. Just closed the communication and was about to leave. Huang Yuexi received another message. She opened it to listen. Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, Mr. Hurin, I am Dr. Ni Ziwen from the Miners Resistance Army. I have an S-level bounty mission I would like to entrust to you. Captain, will you accept it? She asked her what the mission was, the specific coordinates and time. If it really is an S-level mission, they must accept it. Chapter 12 S-Class Mission. Lin Yang was preparing to leave the asteroid belt. The fundamental reason was not fear of the asteroid belt's United Fleet's encirclement, but rather the inability to access S-Class bounty missions. Without it, he could not complete the 4th part of the main storyline, S-Class mission. Nowadays, opportunities come when one is dozing off, and he naturally became interested. Huang Yuexi, what mission? Ni Ziwen. Intercept a transport team in the asteroid belt and seize 3,000 oxygen generators. Huang Yuexi, what is the reward? Coordinates and time? Ni Ziwen. I will pay 1 million star coins upon completion. The interception coordinates are Y3690, Y1124, X7055, and the time is in 47 hours. Huang Yuexi, how can you prove your authenticity? Ni Ziwen. You can check the coordinates Y3499, Y1001 X6211. Don't worry. Our combat power is not as strong as the patrol team, and 1T pose a threat to you. Captain, the coordinates she provided are not on the route. There are no records of asteroids or space stations there. It's a desolate area, just an hour's journey from us. Lin Yang thought for a moment. In 1 hour, the legendary Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon would have evolved. Even if there were an ambush by the Sirius fleet, they could still fight a great battle and return victorious. There was nothing to worry about. It would be best if there really was a Sirius protective fleet. He could quickly destroy 100 warships and complete the challenge task with minor achievements. Go at maximum speed to take a look. Karugia, keep an eye on the radar. The sun and moon immediately changed direction and headed towards the coordinates at a maximum speed of 40 Mach. 50 minutes later, the battleship's exterior suddenly emitted a burst of white light, startling the Tiger Man Karugia. There's an enemy situation. How did the radar not detect it? Captain, the enemy is attacking. Be careful. However, Lin Yang leisurely stretched. Huang Yuexi glanced at Karugia lightly. It's rare to see something strange. Our combat power has improved another level. What do you mean? Look at the control panel. Karugia opened the control panel screen and instantly widened his eyes in shock. We humans have an old saying, it's hard to be confused. Just know that the combat power of the sun and moon has improved, and don't ask too much. Knowing too much is not good. It may lead to disaster. Karugia tilted his tiger head and thought for a moment, fully agreeing with Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi's words. He hurriedly nodded and said, Indeed. The captain's sun and moon and the first officer's heart of the galaxy both hide great secrets. If the news gets out, it will surely attract plundering from other civilizations. We all have secrets, and maintaining an appropriate distance is the way to get along. Moments later, Karugia suddenly complained, Wait a minute, you both know my secret. As the prince of the Sirius Tiger clan, I was exiled for challenging a tradition that has lasted for 20,000 years. I might have been hunted by the Elder Council of Sirius. I have no secrets in front of you two, but you do. This is not fair. Straighten your claws, Lin Yang said lightly. Straighten, Captain. What are you going to do? See if your 5 fingers are the same length? They're not the same. Some are long and some are short. The claws evolved this way because of life's necessities. Isn't that right? Lin Yang smiled slightly and walked in front of Karugia. If you want absolute fairness, then all 5 fingers should be the same length. If you want to live normally, then they will have different lengths. Now I ask you, do you want to live or do you want fairness? Fairness? Karugia asked tentatively. Yuexi, throw him out. Life. Captain, I want to live. Karugia quickly raised both hands. To live and have friends. I've figured out, Captain, humans truly understand philosophy the best. Haha, I like you. Smart big golden short hair. When the time is right, all secrets will be shared with you. Captain, I won't complain anymore. The first officer, Huang Yuexi, found amusing. This Lin Yang really had the big tiger under control. A few minutes later, Karugia detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, there's a slight gravitational distortion 50 kilometers ahead, but the radar hasn't T-scanned any objects. It's probably a concealed phenomenon. As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator rang with an alert. Captain, she has actively sent a message. Connect. On the video call was a woman in her 30s, with a gentle demeanor and dignified appearance, giving off a warm feeling. Welcome to your arrival. I am Ni Ziwen. Please continue to the coordinates and enter the rebel base as indicated by the cursor. This is the rebel base? Yes, we have shielded a 30-kilometer diameter asteroid. See you at the dock, Mr. Lin. Upon reaching the point of slight gravitational distortion, they indeed found a few faint white light markers. Following the cursor's instructions, Lin Yang piloted the battleship into a force field barrier. Suddenly, an asteroid appeared before them. The interior had been hollowed out and transformed into a space station with a diameter of 30 kilometers. Surrounding the space station were 8 shield generators, concealing it from view. After docking the battleship, Lin Yang and the others saw Ni Ziwen waiting to greet them, followed by several individuals in abnormal physical conditions. As they disembarked and got a closer look, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Ni Ziwen appeared to be a composed woman, but the people behind her were all deformed. Some had underdeveloped arms, standing awkwardly. Others had twisted features, cleft lips, and supported themselves with crutches. Still, others tilted their heads, hunched over, and had large bulges on their backs. Mr. Lin, I'm so glad to see you. These are the leaders of the rebels. Let me introduce everyone. After Ni Ziwen's introduction, Lin Yang and the others learned that beneath the asteroids such as Sirius, Vesta, Pallas, and Juno lived the descendants of pioneer miners. There were millions of them, all with varying degrees of deformities. The pioneer miners came to the asteroid belt to mine 500 years ago, contributing their lives to the development of human civilization. However, their descendants now live underground in oxygen-deficient conditions. After hundreds of years of reproduction, the lack of oxygen has led to increasingly severe deformities. The United Government of the asteroid belt controls the oxygen supply underground. Upon learning that the rebels had heard about his rampage at the labor dock and the annihilation of a patrol team, they wanted to commission him to intercept the transport team and seize the oxygen generators. Once they obtained the oxygen generators, the rebels could secretly transport them to the underground living areas of various asteroids, thereby improving the living environment. Ni Ziwen was not from the asteroid belt. She came from the highly developed blue star. However, to save the descendants of the miners in the asteroid belt, she joined the rebels 5 years ago and has been dedicated to treating the miners' descendants. After hearing these accounts and seeing various materials in the base, and coming into contact with one deformed miner after another, Lin Yang's heart was already ablaze. He had never liked the United Government of the asteroid belt, and now he disliked it even more. Dr. Ni, is your information about the transport team reliable? The transport company has our undercover agents. The information is very reliable. 3 medium-sized Camel-class cargo ships, 5 medium-sized Scimitar-class fighters, and 15 light Razor-class fighters are providing escort. The 3,000 oxygen generators were originally intended to be sold at a high price to the underground miners. Do the underground miners have money? No, they will have their wages deducted. Once these oxygen generators are put into use, the miners will have no time to rest for the next 30 years. Then, aren't you worried about being discovered when you secretly transport and use them? War is inevitable. We cannot give up resistance out of fear of punishment. The miners have nothing left to lose. This interception of the cargo ship is our way of voicing our protest. Well said. We will take this S-level commission. Chapter 13 Face. If one does not dare to resist out of fear of punishment, they will become fish on the chopping board for generations. Lin Yang strongly agreed with Ni Ziwen's viewpoint. Since the authenticity of the S-class commission had already been confirmed, the next step was to prepare for combat. The rebel base only had a dozen modified warships made from mining or cargo ships, which were utterly inadequate to deal with the asteroid belt joint fleet. Moreover, there were no missile-type weapon reserves here. The only things that could help Lin Yang were energy and food. We have enough energy, but we need more food. I got a big guy here. Karuja can eat as much as 10 humans. The original food reserves were about to run out. The base directly transported 20 boxes of citizen rations to them, with 50 packs in each box, enough for a month's worth of food. Before departure, Lin Yang jokingly asked, "Is anyone willing to join my warship? I'm in need of personnel." Ni Ziwen smiled and replied, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you for now, Mr. Lin. Our rebels are stretched thin." After a 7-hour journey, they arrived near the cargo ship ambush point, hiding behind a 100-meter diameter asteroid 50 kilometers away. They shut down the engines and main systems, only keeping the radar communication and life support systems on. Next was to wait in shifts. The warship had 3 small cabins, just enough for 3 people to stay. Time passed quickly. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, who were sleeping, were awakened by Karuja. "Captain, we've found the transport convoy. It's the same scale as Dr. Ni said, just 10,000 kilometers away. Let us head to the control room immediately." Karuja, prepare for battle. 20 technologically inferior warships were simply not enough for Lin Yang to deal with. The battle ended in 5 minutes. 3 transport ships floated in place, too scared to move. Debris from the battle flew everywhere. You destroyed 5 Scimitar-class medium fighters, 2,000 evolution points, 15 Razor-class light fighters, 3,000 evolution points, current evolution points, 5,250, challenge task, small victories, completion, 66 Yuexi. Notify the cargo ships to lower their shields and scan the cargo and energy modules. He, why are you calculating the excess energy? Huang Yuexi gave Lin Yang a faint glance. Do I need to explain, Captain? As you said, we don't leave empty-handed. The excess energy modules are definitely ours. Do we really need to put it that harshly? Clearly, I was magnanimous, giving them a chance to avoid disaster. 10 minutes later, the 3 cargo ships obediently pushed out 200 sets of high-compression energy modules from the cargo hold. Huang Yuexi operated the mechanical arm to retrieve them into the cargo hold. Karuja transported them to the energy room in groups. Lin Yang lounged in the captain's chair, eyes closed, browsing the evolution mall. Bovine B-type towing beam. Porcupine D-type missile launcher. Bamboo forest bird D-type two-room. Huang Yuexi had already gotten used to Lin Yang's murmurs. Due to time constraints, they didn't scavenge in the battlefield debris. Once the 200 sets of energy were loaded, they sent the 3 cargo ships a discharge coordinate and instructed them to proceed at full speed. The coordinate was the unloading point, not the rebel base. After a 4-hour journey, Lin Yang set the warship to evolve automatically, monitoring the cargo ships along the way. At the command center of the God of Fire Joint Fleet, Commander, the oxygen machine transport ship was hijacked, and the escort team was completely wiped out. Which pirate group did this? It's not a pirate group. It was Lin Yang, who escaped 2 days ago. Has he joined a pirate group? No. Pirates pay a deposit to reside in the asteroid belt. They're all smart people, and no one wants to take Lin Yang in. The last footage from the escort team showed only 1 warship on the scene. Smack! Commander Nielsen slammed the table in anger. The prestige of the asteroid belt joint fleet could not be challenged. If they didn't kill him, the pirates would learn not to obey. Notify the main fleet of the God of Fire to pursue Lin Yang and leave no survivors. Just then, the command center received a message. Commander, the rebels actually sent us a message, claiming that this hijacking of the transport ship was initiated by them. They demand improved welfare for underground miners, and a middle-aged officer interrupted the communicator's report with a wave of his hand. Ignore it. The miners' revolt is an internal contradiction left over from the history of the asteroid belt. Lower the oxygen content by another 0.5, and the LL behave. Right now, we need to quickly eliminate Lin Yang's crew, who challenged the authority of the regime. 3 hours later, Karuja suddenly detected an anomaly on the radar interface. Captain, a fleet is approaching from the direction of the God of Fire, with the main ship being a Orca-class strategic frigate accompanied by 10 Axe-class heavy bombers, 20 double-edged sword-class heavy fighters, 50 scimitar-class medium fighters, and 80 Razor-class light fighters, 10,000 kilometers away. That is quite an investment. Is it because of the 3,000 oxygen machines, or because of us? Huang Yuexi, standing nearby, said lightly if it were for the oxygen machines. The escort team for the transport ship Shunti have only 20 vessels. It seems we've become celebrities in the asteroid belt. In recent decades, we are the only ones daring to openly engage the asteroid belt joint fleet in direct combat. Perhaps they think maintaining the regime's face is more important than the oxygen machines. Then let us trample that pitiful face underfoot. Yuexi, Karuja, prepare for battle. Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang. She wanted to suggest fleeing, but since Lin Yang said to engage, she refrained from further persuasion and instead clasped her hands over her heart, the galaxy heart, and began to pray. Learning that they were to face a massive fleet of 161 warships, including a strategic frigate over 500 meters long, it was clear that both firepower and defense were not comparable to small near-space warships. Karuja's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha, Captain, this is why I must join you. To fight more with less, to fight the strong with the weak, without retreating. This spirit is the highest belief we tiger people uphold. Battle, death, and honor. Oh, only battle and honor. Death is theirs. Prepare to hunt. Lin Yang fastened his seatbelt and closed his eyes, instantly entering a deep state of consciousness symbiosis with the ship. The sun and moon, a triangular light fighter, turned direction and charged toward the main fleet of the God of Fire. As soon as they engaged, 2 Razor-class light fighters were destroyed, while the sun and moon took a hit from an ion cannon. Fortunately, the equipped double shields were very sturdy and did not cause any damage to the ship. Captain, This fleet is different from those patrol ships. Their combat capability is very strong. I can see that. These are real soldiers. Stay alert. And don't forget we still have trump cards. Zap, 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 boom. Energy beams, pulse lasers, and missiles filled the space. The originally dark void was illuminated, with warships exploding continuously. The sun and moon was surrounded by over 100 warships. Even though Lin Yang could achieve consciousness, symbiosis, and manship unity, he could not withstand the opponent's saturated attack and quickly took hits. Captain, the shield is down to 30. Should we use the main cannon? No. Save it for the strategic frigate. How long until we're in range? 500 kilometers. All right, let us destroy 12 more warships. Then charge toward the frigate and let them experience the power of our particle cannon enhanced by over 10 times. Chapter 14, Particle Cannon, Impact. Congratulations, host. For completing challenge task, 4 small success, evolution points 5,000. Challenge task updated, 5 pursue victory. Destroy the main fleet of the god of Firestar. Evolution points 8,000. Current evolution points 13,800. Exceeding 5,000. Can refresh the evolution mall 10 times at once. Guaranteed to get 1 legendary item. System. Why didn't you say this earlier? Lin Yang roughly calculated. The evolution points spent on low-tier items were definitely more than 5,000, wasting so many opportunities. Reasonably arrange the combination of ordinary and high-tier items to quickly evolve the warship. If you only seek high-tier evolution without the transition of ordinary ion pulse cannons and energy adapters, you would still be piloting a small shuttle now. After the explosion of 12 warships, Lin Yang finally accumulated the destruction of 100 warships. The sun and moon also suffered damage. Captain, the left shield is down. The right shield is at 15. If we take another hit, our shield will be gone. Karugia, keep repairing. Yuexi, get the particle cannon ready. Inside the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate, Fleet Commander Derek was furious, his face pale. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to hang out in bars. They are in disarray from a light fighter. This pampered bunch. General, Commander Nelson wants to see the live battle. Tell the commander that the communication system is malfunctioning and cannot broadcast live. If this situation gets out, there will be a major shakeup in the fleet's leadership. General, Lin Yang is charging at us. Courage is commendable, but the intelligence is pathetic. Lock the phase cannon on the target, and fire as soon as it is in range. Picking up a cup of red tea from Blue Star, he took a sip with a look of disdain. Watching the triangular spike light fighter charging in from the big screen, he sneered, thinking that having a legendary fighter makes one invincible. He doesn't understand the gap between interstellar giants and near-space ships, still too young. If he were my subordinate, his future would definitely be bright. Unfortunately, he can only perish in space, a fleeting little character. The scene shifted. The galaxy heart on Huang Yuexi's chest emitted a dazzling white light. Captain, we're in range. The frigate S-phase cannon has locked onto us. Fire the particle cannon. Increase the power. Impact. Zoom. Boom. The main cannon of the Orca-class strategic frigate fired. A red high-energy phase beam with a diameter of 10 meters charged towards them. At the same time, the main cannon of the Sun and Moon triangular spike light fighter also fired. A high-energy particle light group with a diameter of 100 meters was unleashed, emitting a dazzling golden light, instantly illuminating hundreds of kilometers of battlefield. Its speed rivaled that of light, leaving no time for reaction. The particle energy beam collided with the phase cannon beam, instantly destroying the phase cannon energy. Maintaining its momentum, it solidly struck the Orca-class strategic frigate. Boom! Bang! 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 Thud! The 500-meter-long frigate was flipped halfway in space. Thousands of soldiers inside the warship were thrown to the ground, unable to stand. Explosions erupted everywhere, and flames and thick smoke quickly spread throughout the warship. Major Derek was thrown from his command chair and crashed heavily onto the helmsman's seat. Tea splashed all over his face. He was momentarily stunned with fear. General, our shield has been breached, the engine is damaged by 20, and the hull is damaged by 15. Multiple decks are on fire. Run. Warp away. General, have you forgotten? When we bought this frigate, The warp engine had already been dismantled by the Martian regime. We only have a conventional pulse engine. Get lost. An enraged Derek pushed the helmsman down and hurriedly took the helmsman's seat, trying to pilot the frigate to escape the scene. The smoking main ship fled the battlefield, and the remaining 100 or so warships also ceased fighting and fled. Lin Yang did not pursue. It wasn't out of mercy, but rather fear of getting caught between two wolves. After issuing a harsh warning, Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Perugia, how long until energy is restored? The previous particle cannon overloaded the energy adapter, and repairs will take 5 hours. Let the rebels come here to pick up the cargo. We can't go anywhere in these 5 hours. What about the shields? After changing the deflection frequency device, they can be restored in 20 minutes. First, fix the shields. Don't worry about the energy. Yuexi informed Dr. and I from the rebels to come and unload the cargo. After arranging everything, Lin Yang lay back in the pilot's seat, closed his eyes, and opened the system all. Captain, aren't you coming to help? I'm too big. I can't squeeze into some places. Huang Yuexi said helplessly. I'll help you a bit. You know how our captain gets weak during battles, right? Yuexi, don't be so hurtful. Do you really think I'm weak? Last night. Shut up. All right then. Lin Yang quickly squeezed out a smile. Congratulations. The host is extremely lucky. A legendary item has been drawn. System, you're quite the jerk. Is it my extreme luck? This is my 10 consecutive draws for 5,000 evolution points. Other peers have big gifts, with the first time 10 consecutive draws. And what about you? Just one word. Stingy. Host, that has 2 words. In this highly developed interstellar navigation era, not only is your knowledge lacking and your cognition outdated, but you also can't count. This system has already assisted you to the maximum extent. Please stop complaining and evolve the warship as soon as possible. You damn it. The newly appeared legendary item is the wide-eared bat Z-type radar, the highest version of the wide-eared bat. The scanning distance increased from the original 10,000 kilometers to 100,000 kilometers. The scanning accuracy also increased several times. Unfortunately, the power is large, and the energy consumption is several times that of the original L-type. This. Lin Yang thought for a moment and gritted his teeth to buy it first. Congratulations. The host is extremely lucky. A legendary energy item has been drawn. System, do you still claim to be innocent? You've shown your true colors. You're a scam. System, No matter how Lin Yang scolded in his heart, the system pretended to be deaf and mute. Fortunately, there's the Chilean X-type energy adapter, which barely calmed Lin Yang's mood. The capacity of the legendary energy adapter is 50 times that of the original Wild Buffalo D-type. It can hold 500 sets of high-compression energy modules at once. The power transmission has increased by 10 times and can operate at 150 overload for 48 hours. After the purchase, only 50 evolution points were left, not enough for evolution. It barely accumulated 100 evolution points. In 1 hour and 20 minutes, we can restore power. Captain, why is there no radar? After the power is restored, it will take another 20 minutes for the radar to come back. Huang Yuexi frowned. Captain, I don't know what your trump card is. You don't say, and I want to ask, but you must plan well. So we don't end up 3 of us staring blankly waiting to die. At the God of Firestar Fleet Command Center, a disheveled Major Derek was reporting the battle situation via video. Such a powerful particle cannon. Even if Mars and Blue Star can develop it, it cannot be released by a light fighter. It must be that the Tiger people are using Sirius technology. Bang! Commander Nelson slammed his fist on the table in anger. Immediately protest to the Galactic Interstellar Alliance. The asteroid belt of the solar system has a high civilization illegally interfering in the internal affairs of low civilizations. Let the Sirius Tiger people give the solar system, humans, an explanation. Chapter 15, the 4th crew member, S-Class Fugitive Doctor. Congratulations, host. For completing the main quest, 4 S-Class Commission. Evolution points 500. Current evolution points 500. Main quest updated. 5 see it through to the end. Cooperate with the miners' resistance to deliver 3,000 oxygen machines to the underground miners' living area and ensure they operate normally. Evolution points 2,000. Dr. Ni Ziwen personally led the resistance fleet to transfer the 3,000 oxygen machines onto the mining ship. 3 transport ships gratefully fled the scene. Lin Yang finally completed the 4th part of the main quest. He then sent a communication to Ni Ziwen. Dr. Ni, our S-Class commission, my part has been completed. What about the 1 million star coins on your side? Thank you for your contributions, Mr. Lin, Miss Huang, and Mr. Karuja. Please dock the warship with the guiding mining ship, and I will deliver the reward right away. My warship is currently undergoing power repairs, and the backup energy is only enough for life support systems, so I can't dock. You could transfer the funds. Then please open the cabin door. I will wear my spacesuit to deliver the reward. Yuexi, open the hatch. Dr. and I must be bringing the silver monitoring key. After the hatch opened, the mining ship several hundred meters away also opened its hatch. Dr. Ni Ziwen, wearing a spacesuit, gently controlled her thrusters and slowly flew toward the day and moon. The dozen or so mining ships behind her immediately left the scene. Hey, why did the mining ship leave? What is Dr. and I trying to do? Let's wait and see. It doesn't seem like she's delivering the silver monitoring key. Let's see how she pays the 1 million star coins. After a moment, Dr. Ni entered the fighter jet's pressurization chamber. After the outer hatch closed, the air was repressurized, and when the pressure was balanced, the inner hatch opened. Ni Ziwen walked out of the pressurization chamber. Removing her helmet, she smiled calmly and said, Mr. Lin, I am the reward. Huh? This isn't fair, Dr. Ni. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. The miners' resistance has no money. I am the only valuable fugitive, and I can only use this method to pay the reward. I apologize for concealing this from you earlier. Why is there a bounty on your head from the Blue Star government? I was once a biologist, the head of the new Human Project's gene optimization team. Shortly after the project started, I discovered that artificially optimized genes do more harm than good. I expressed my dissent to the Supreme Council and published a paper stating that the new Human Project is a poison to quench thirst. Before I was arrested, I escaped from Blue Star. Your paper probably never got published, right? Yes, all networks blocked my paper. I became the enemy of human evolution and, after 5 years of exile, arrived at the asteroid belt. The so-called New Human Project was proposed jointly by the Blue Star and Mars governments 10 years ago. In order to quickly catch up with advanced civilizations like Sirius, Alnitak, and Pegasus, human civilization decided to breed perfect offspring through gene screening and optimization. This theoretically perfect offspring is called new humans, while the original humans and those born through natural conception without genetic optimization are referred to as old humans. New humans bear the future of civilization and represent the greatest genetic engineering of today's solar system civilization. Lin Yang never expected that Ni Ziwen was the leader of the gene optimization team, a top biologist. He shared her views on the interference of artificial gene optimization with natural evolution. Ni Ziwen selflessly helped the tragic miners, opening underground clinics over the years to save countless miners' lives. Now, she was willing to sacrifice herself to fulfill her promise. This spirit of contract made Lin Yang feel like he had struck gold and made it hard for him to let her go. Doctor, since you have voluntarily entered my warship as a captive, your future will be at my disposal. Ni Ziwen calmly replied, You may do as you wish, Mr. Lin. There's no need for you to feel psychologically burdened. If you are afraid I will escape, you can kill me and transport my body to collect the reward. All right, then I won't be polite. Lin Yang turned and walked toward the cockpit. Karuja hurriedly reached out to stop him. Don't, Captain. Dr. and I is a good person with vision. The artificial intervention in genes is something we did on Sirius 20,000 years ago. It was a wrong decision that harmed the descendants. Shut up, what's your problem? Captain, it's just 1 million star coins, right? I'll pay. Please let Dr. and I go. Oh, you can pay? Huang Yuexi, who was watching, suddenly became interested. Karuja, can your father still give money? This time it's 100 million star coins. Lin Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, 100 million. Otherwise, I'll kill you and brew liquor with your body. 100 million? I can work it off slowly. Would 300 years be enough to pay it off? I can't live for 300 years. Do you think humans live as long as tiger people? Lin Yang was infuriated and wanted to shoot Karuja. Huang Yuexi coldly said, Just give 1 million first. 100 million is too much. Your father probably can't afford it. He won't even give 1 million. My father has already cultivated new royal embryos. I will slowly work to pay 1 million star coins. Shut up. You really are wasting time. With a clang, Lin Yang jumped up and knocked Karuja on the head. He then went to the cockpit and brought back the gene registration device. Seeing this, Karuja finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a silly smile, "You scare me." I knew it. Even though the captain and the first officer are decisive, they only target enemies. Huang Yuexi said lightly, "Foolish tiger. You still need practice to reach a level where you can understand the captain's intentions with just one look." I'll work on it. Waiting to be dealt with. Ziwen was a bit confused. "What are you going to do?" "You belong to me now," Lin Yang said with a mischievous smile, grabbing her hand and pressing it on the gene registration device. After extracting the information, he added Ziwen's name to the ship's medical section. Boom! Lin Yang instantly felt a surge of energy flowing into his body. His limbs were filled with strength, and his hearing and vision significantly improved. He felt more energetic. "You have recruited a new crew member, Life Energy Permanent 10, Current Energy 130. Welcome aboard, Dr. Ziwen. From now on, you are a member of the day in Moon." Lin Yang smiled slightly, his aura even more imposing than before. Ziwen was stunned. "Huh, Mr. Lin Yu. I's sister." Huang Yuexi grabbed Ziwen's arm. "I finally have a female companion. We have 2 empty living quarters now. You can choose one, but let's stay together tonight." "Okay." "Huh, is this real? You don't want that 1 million? You." "Hey." Lin Yang waved his hand with a smile. A top human geneticist, concerned about 1 million hardworking miners, willing to sacrifice herself to fulfill her promise. Someone like that, not to mention 1 million, even 100 billion, I wouldn't trade. Karuja laughed. "Doctor and I, our identities are all extraordinary, each one more outrageous than the last. I am an exiled prince of the Sirius tiger people. The captain and first officer have unknown origins and dare to challenge the asteroid belt government. And you are an S-class fugitive of solar system civilization. Ha ha ha. We truly are a legendary crime gang. It's a team, don't say gang. Gang has a derogatory meaning in human language. Yes, Captain, we are a legendary crime team. Forget it. You can call it whatever you like. Ziwen, let Yuexi accompany you to choose a room." Ziwen's eyes turned red and tears suddenly fell. "Captain, thank you. You're welcome. From now on, we are family. I should have told you earlier. It's not too late now. I'll send a message to the miners later. Lin, always see things through to the end. For the 3,000 oxygen machines, I will assist in their deployment and ensure they operate normally." Chapter 16, Life Energy Sprouting. Ziwen was shocked by Lin Yang's aura. After a moment of daze, she deeply bowed. "Captain, on behalf of over 7 million miners, thank you for your help. Please contact the rebels immediately. Those leaders are preparing for a suicide attack on the asteroid regime after I set off. Hurry." Yuexi sent a message to the rebels. Lin Yang couldn't help but complain, "Those leaders are too crazy. If they all die, who will lead the rebels?" Ziwen sighed. They don't have many years left. They were originally malformed, living underground with insufficient oxygen for a long time, with an average lifespan of no more than 40 years. So they're willing to accompany you to death? We didn't expect your character to be so noble. It's too chilling, Ziwen. Do I look like the kind of ruthless character who kills without blinking? Karuja, who was beside them, quickly nodded in agreement. Bang! Lin Yang punched Karuja. Ziwen smiled apologetically. "Captain, you seem like a decisive person." Lin Yang then opened the communication. "Don't carry out the suicide plan. Doctor and I won't die." When the leaders saw that Ziwen was unharmed, they all showed surprise. "First, Ms. Ziwen is now my ship's doctor, not yours. Secondly, we will assist in deploying oxygen generators. Lastly, put away your little cleverness. Taking outdated mining ships to carry out a suicide attack on the asteroid regime is pure self-destruction. You'll be blown to bits before you even get close to the asteroid." Ziwen smiled. "Gentlemen, my captain has already promised to assist in deploying the oxygen generators, and I'm not in danger, so you don't need to accompany me to death." "Yes, Doctor and I." "You are right, but if we don't give the asteroid regime a hard blow, the living conditions of the miners won't improve. Maybe in a few days, the oxygen generators will be confiscated. Yes, doctor, we don't have long to live anyway. For the sake of millions of our fellow countrymen, we are willing to die. And Ziwen shook her head. Listen to what my captain says. Anyway, I don't agree with your self-destruction. Huh? Yes. Mr. Lin, we will go distribute the tasks now. After the communication was cut off, and Ziwen cast an admiring glance at Lin Yang. It seems that the asteroid belt miners have found a true leader. 5. What? 4. Huh? 3, 2, 1. Lin Yang counted down 5 numbers and smiled comfortably. Chilean X-type energy online. Karugia, go to the energy room and fill it up with a shake of the sun and moon battleship. The new Chilean X-type energy adapter was successfully evolved and perfectly compatible. When Karugia arrived at the energy room, he was instantly dumbfounded. The original Wild Water Buffalo D-type energy adapter was a cylindrical adapter with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 1 meter. Now, the Chilean X-type energy adapter has a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 9 meters. It can hold 500 sets of high-compression energy modules at once. The original energy room was in the lower deck of the ship. The new energy room penetrated through the upper and lower decks, transforming into a huge chamber 9 meters high. Karugia circled around the Chilean X-type energy adapter, unable to help but exclaim, it can actually appear out of thin air. Is it quantum, four-dimensional printing technology or hyperspace transmission technology? Is it a modification of reality that bypasses the laws of physics? Sirius doesn't have this technology. My captain is amazing. Huang Yuexi and Ziwen in the cockpit were equally shocked. Captain, the power of the new energy is 10 times that of the original. The engine can finally be developed to 100. Our speed can reach 200 Mach, which is 68 kilometers per second or 245,000 kilometers per hour. Not only can we achieve the fastest speed, but as long as Karugia can keep up in the energy room, our Fire Dragon X particle cannon can fire continuously. There will be no more situations where we fire once and run out of energy, becoming paralyzed. Karugia began to chuckle in the communicator. Captain, during battles, I will keep loading modules in the energy room. Doesn't that resemble an ancient boiler worker? Ancient? Lin Yang was taken aback and then felt sad. Damn, to them, boiler workers are indeed ancient occupations. But why do I feel like it's not that far away? My third uncle is a boiler worker. Sigh, suddenly feeling inexplicably deflated. What am I? I'm just a backward, ancient, primitive person. Please don't be discouraged, host. Your genes are the purest and most natural. It is precisely because of this that you can deeply coexist with the battleship, which is an advantage that no other humans possess today. System, are you saying that all human genes are no longer purely natural? After more than 2,000 years of high-tech development, even naturally conceived babies that have not had their genes edited have been artificially screened before birth, or their parents' genes have been screened. They are not humans evolved naturally and cannot coexist with the battleship on a conscious level. I kind of understand why you brought me from ancient times. This system does not have the ability to traverse time and space or select travelers. It is your appearance that activated this system. All right, it seems that Lin Yang suddenly widened his eyes and his fists clenched. He felt a tremendous energy flowing into his body, as if he had boundless strength. Every bone in his body was filled with power. This feeling was simply indescribable. Congratulations, host. The Chilean X-type energy has started operating, and the sun and moon ship's energy is in a full state, converted into life energy to nourish you. As long as the battleship's energy remains full, you will possess endless life energy. What is my life energy now? Still 130 more than the average human. Recruiting crew members can increase the upper limit. The battleship can continuously nourish life energy, but cannot increase the upper limit. Got it. Captain, stop mumbling to yourself and get confused. Were we chasing? Yuexi. I have a habit of talking to myself, but I'm neither confused nor dazed. Don't keep saying that about me. Head towards the direction of Vesta. Full speed ahead. Once again setting off, the speed increased from 40 Mach to 200 Mach. The ship's shield layer continuously lit up with points of light, all caused by the impact of debris and dust in space against the shield. These light points resembled raindrops hitting a car's windshield. Beep. The Z-type radar of the wide-eared bat has evolved and been installed for compatibility. Captain, The radar is online. Ziwen, take charge of the radar. Activate the maximum scanning range of 100,000 kilometers and look for the main fleet of Vesta. Found it 53,000 kilometers away. Expected to catch up in 20 minutes. Karugia ensures energy supply. Ziwen keeps an eye on the radar. Yuexi, prepare your galaxy heart. Let's go to war. Chapter 17, The Final Battle. The end of the God of Firestar's political system. Commander Derek is drafting a punishment list. After losing the battle, he must find a few scapegoats to blame. The 7th team, the 5th team, the 3rd team, none will escape, and those heavy bombers that have been hiding at the back. General, it's bad. The adjutant rushed into the captain's office. Lin Yang is coming. What? Isn't he supposed to deliver supplies? Maybe he is finished? Damn, he doesn't take us seriously at all. Notify all battleships to prepare for battle, with the escort ships supervising from the rear. Any ship that dares to retreat will be blasted to pieces. General, this time. Speak. This time, Lin Yang's battleship is faster, at 200 Mach. How much? It's true, 200 Mach. Our fleet's maximum speed is only 50 Mach. We can't compare at all. It seems we can't escape, so let's engage. This is the final battle. Everyone give it their all. Apart from one large escort ship, the fleet has 117 combat ships remaining. Upon receiving the orders, they immediately formed a defensive formation measuring 1,000 kilometers on each side, like a shield standing in space. It was meant to withstand Lin Yang's assault. The large escort ship hid behind the formation to supervise. Soon, both sides entered range. All 118 warships opened fire simultaneously. Various lasers and guided weapons lit up space. From a distance, it looked like a giant beam with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Lin Yang's sun and moon ship darted within the beam. It quickly broke through the defensive line. The battleship's speed increased to 200 Mach, and its maneuverability surged several times. After receiving life energy from the battleship, Lin Yang found it even easier to navigate during the shared consciousness. He felt as if he were the battleship, and the battleship was his second body. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the defensive formation as if it were an uninhabited realm. Dense laser weapons zipped past him, not even grazing the shield layer. The guided weapons traveled at about 100 Mach, still slower than his flying speed. With his super high speed and maneuverability, he was already invincible. The first officer, Huang Yuexi's coordination was also perfect. 2 ion pulse cannons fired continuously. The ion bursts were even more powerful than the main guns of the enemy's heavy bombers, quickly clearing the warships ahead. Just as he passed through the defensive formation made of 117 warships, the particle cannon fired at the large escort ship. Peep, peep, peep. 3 consecutive shots. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the sky. The 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic escort ship exploded. The flames lit up space. A massive shockwave erupted, instantly tossing the nearby, small warships into the air. Various debris splattered out like cannonballs, exploding in all directions. Seconds later, the flames reached 1 million kilometers away at the God of Firestar. Commander Nelson looked at the bright point of light in the outer space dome, and his heart sank. Escort fleet, hurry! Escort my family to Mars for refuge. The entire God of Firestar was thrown into chaos. Various factions took the opportunity to loot. Meanwhile, a major chase unfolded 1 million kilometers away on the battlefield. Destroying a light fighter yields 100 evolution points. A heavy bomber yields 600 evolution points. Lin Yang would definitely not let them go. Even without evolution points and system tasks, he wouldn't let enemies escape. Being merciful to enemies on the battlefield is being cruel to oneself. These lazy soldiers, who enjoyed a life of privilege without taking action, should be completely eliminated. The so-called main fleet of the God of Firestar was essentially old battleships retired from Mars or Blue Star. They couldn't compare to the legendary class battleships that had fully developed their power. An hour later, the battle ended. Lin Yang didn't feel tired at all. He immediately turned his direction and flew towards the God of Firestar. Congratulations, host, for destroying the main fleet of the God of Firestar and completing challenge task. 5 pursue victory. Evolution points 8,000. Challenge task updated. 6 great victory. Defeated the asteroid belt United Fleet. Evolution points 15,000. You destroyed one Orca escort ship. Evolution points 1,500, 10X bombers. Evolution points 6,000, 20 double-handed sword heavy fighters. Evolution points 8,000, 42 scimitar medium fighters. Evolution points 8,400, 45 razor light fighters. Evolution points 4,500, current evolution points 36,400 Yuexi. Send a message to the rebels, telling them to bring the oxygen generator to the god of Firestar immediately. Okay, I'll send it right away. Are you feeling nervous? I just didn't expect that we could annihilate a main fleet of over 100 warships with just one light fighter, and my mood hasn't settled yet. This isn't anything. After all, it's a small to medium fleet made up of outdated battleships. Given our maneuverability and firepower, it would be abnormal not to win. I see you're still feeling nervous. Feeling guilty is also a form of nervousness. Do you really think I'm as nervous as you? Captain, you're going to close your eyes and rest again, right? Understood. After all, you're nervous. Yuexi, just you wait tonight. Lin Yang closed his eyes, lying on the pilot chair, browsing the evolution mall. First, he did 10 consecutive draws. Host's luck is off the charts. A legendary item has been drawn. Xiangui X medium shield, 2,000 evolution points. Not bad. Bought it. Let's do another 10. Host is blessed with luck. Another legendary item appears in the mall. Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile. Just one. Also 2,000 evolution points. I'll buy it. Looking at the account with more than 20,000 evolution points left, Lin Yang couldn't control his urge to buy. Immediately, he did another 10 consecutive draws. Host struck it rich. Legendary items appear again. System, stop being sarcastic. I spent 5,000 evolution points to draw this. It's not luck if there were real luck. An epic item should appear. Looking at the Xiangui X medium shield that appeared again, Lin Yang smiled slightly. But it's good. The double shields are complete. 10 consecutive draws. After the great battle, the evolution points surged, making it hard to resist not doing another 10 consecutive draws. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. Your luck is off the charts. An epic item has appeared in the mall. Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator. A new gadget, no manual, selling for 10,000 evolution points. Good, good, good. So that's how you want to play? Bye. On the god of Firestar, those with foresight and spaceships have fled. Apart from the lower-class people with nowhere to go, or the descendants of miners below the ground, only various criminal gangs, who only care about immediate benefits, remain. Conflicts between gangs began to erupt on the ground. Robbery incidents were everywhere. Various space battles were engulfed in flames. Many gangs or individuals even took advantage of the chaos to capture ordinary people. Once captured in the ship's cabin, they became slaves sold at will. The political system of the god of Firestar, which had been maintained for hundreds of years, collapsed with a resounding crash, falling without any struggle. An hour later, the Sun and Moon battleship docked at the god of Firestar port. The battleship's double shields had completed their upgrade. The new Xiangui X-type shield's power was 10 times that of the original Black Rhinoceros C-type shield. Along the way, Dr. and I, Ziwen, finally witnessed what a miracle was. Compared to Lin Yang's battleship, Huang Yuexi's Heart of the Galaxy, and Karujia's background, she felt that her status as a Level S fugitive from the solar system was nothing at all. Captain, the rebel leaders have arrived. Ziwen, go and interface with them. I need to stabilize the order of the god of Firestar first before deploying the oxygen generator. As soon as the words fell, a Camel-class transport ship took off in the distance. And I, Ziwen, frowned and said, Captain, I scanned that transport ship and found 2,355 people cramped inside, all bound. Yuexi, target the engine, regular attack. Pew, pew. 2 unenhanced ion pulse blasts. They incapacitated the transport ship on the spot. Oh ho, isn't that Major Galeva from the bounty dock? What business do you have in human trafficking? Chapter 18. Once the matter is settled, leave the scene and loot the dock. The transport ship had no combat capability to begin with. The one piloting the ship was Galeva, the head of the bounty dock. After taking 2 hits from the ion cannon, he immediately sent out a message of surrender. Captain, don't fire, it's me. It's you, huh? Lin Yang sneered coldly. Galeva, why are you engaging in slave trading instead of running your bounty dock properly? I dare not. I was going to send them to Sirius, but I was afraid they wouldn't behave on the way, so I tied them up one by one. No need for explanations. I need you now. We'll discuss this later. Just land obediently. Mr. Lin, my transport ship's engine has been destroyed by you. No problem. I have a towing beam to bring you down. 5 minutes later, the transport ship landed beside the sun and moon. Over 2,000 people disembarked from the ship in an orderly line, all women and children. Galava's expression was awkward, and he forced a smile. Lin Yang sneered coldly and slapped him on the shoulder, startling Galava. Mr. Lin Yu, accompany me to the Fleet Command Center to announce to all residents of Sirius that the former regime has fled, Sirius has been liberated, and the miners' resistance has taken over here. From now on, whether underground or on the surface, as long as you are human, you are free. All right. Galava immediately gave a thumbs up. Mr. Lin is truly a savior. Sirius is lucky to have you. Lin Yang shot him a cold glance, making Galava shiver inside. After the announcement was made, the chaos on Sirius gradually calmed down. The underground miners stopped their work and began to walk to the surface. The resistance was systematically guiding the miners to register as free people. 800 oxygen machines, allocated by population, began to be transported underground. The oxygen machines on the surface and the base dome were intact, and the shields were not damaged. They soon resumed normal operation. Overall, the transition of power did not harm too many civilians and was relatively smooth. Lin Yang had Galava gather the heads of the remaining factions on Sirius and notify several resistance leaders and group heads. A temporary government meeting was held at the Fleet Command Center. The commander-in-chief and his family had fled, and the commander had been blown to ashes along with the main battleship. This result was enough to intimidate small gangs. A dozen heads nodded in agreement, not daring to lift their heads in front of Lin Yang. At this moment, Lin Yang had become a legend. For the next few hundred years, his deeds would be passed down in the asteroid belt. I hope you all conduct business honestly. Sirius will become more prosperous in the future. You don't need help. Just don't cause trouble. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will not cause trouble. Sirius is my home, and I will definitely work hard to build it up. Please rest assured. We won't leave. We just don't plan to align with the former regime. Lin Yang exchanged a smile with Ni Zuan. All right, we still have things to do at the dock. The rest will be explained by Mr. Shirtsong. The oldest resistance leader stood up. Everyone, although Mr. Lin is not from the resistance, he will always be our honorary leader. We will follow his ideals and govern Sirius well. Next, Lin Yang and the others did not participate in the subsequent meeting. Once the matter was settled, it was time to go to the dock to upgrade the battleship. There were 5 empty energy cannons, 2 pulse cannons, 2 refractor cannons, and 1 magnetic explosion cannon. 3 missile pods. What Dragonfly K? Give me the highest version Z. Fill it up. Fill it up. 1,000 energy modules. You think I care if I can fit them? The empty space is none of your business. The food packs need to have meat. I have a big cat that doesn't eat vegetarian. Fill it up? Yes, fill it up. No way it's free. I'm just that willful. Lin Yang arrived at the dock. It was like Tian Boguang breaking into a garden full of powdered beauties. He was completely unreserved. With the fall of the Sirius regime and Commander Nelson's hasty escape, the new regime was supported by Lin Yang. The items in the dock were certainly up for grabs by him, and he just happened to be a person who was not polite at all, nor did he know what shame was. He wished he could take the entire dock with him. The salesman followed them anxiously, fearing Lin Yang would hold a grudge for not selling goods last time. Mr. Lin, the workers are moving the goods. The battleship modification will take 3 hours. Could you 4 please wait in the VIP room? We have treasured blue star green tea. Good. Notify Galava from the bounty dock to bring a communicator to the VIP room. Yes, please wait in the VIP room for a moment. I will find him right away. 20 minutes later, Galava arrived at the dock's VIP room with a flattering smile. Mr. Lin, you called for me? Get me in touch with the legendary Hunter Gus from Mars. Yes. Coincidentally, I can indeed contact him. It's my honor to help Mr. Lin solve problems. Once the video call connected, an emaciated old man appeared on the screen, his face full of wrinkles, with sparse white beard and short, straight white hair. He smiled coldly, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. Once a lowly black household, now a big shot who has toppled the regime of Sirius and shaken the asteroid belt. It seems that the vulture's death at your hands is his honor. Oh, So you don't resent me for killing your apprentice, the vulture? Ha ha! If you were an unknown nobody who accidentally killed the vulture, I would definitely crush you. An ant-provoking authority. Now that you are a big shot, the vulture's death at your hands is not embarrassing. He was just a dog anyway. I don't care. As expected of a legendary bounty hunter, you know that if you don't act, the whole asteroid belt coalition won't let me go. You are quite adept at avoiding harm. And I hope we don't clash head-on. Thank you for the compliment. Allow me to do you a personal favor. The asteroid belt regime has protested to the Galactic Alliance, complaining that the Sirius tiger race is illegally interfering with low civilization's internal affairs. That big tiger next to you is in trouble. The saber-toothed tiger from Sirius is on his way to hunt him down. One wave hasn't settled when another rises. After closing the communication, Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid if I tell them it's unrelated to Sirius technology, they won't believe it. Of course you can't say that, Huang Yuexi said lightly. The dumb tiger is originally a wanted criminal in exile. He doesn't care if another saber-toothed tiger comes to hunt him down. If we reveal our trump card, it may not just be human civilization that comes to encircle us. Even extragalactic systems might intervene. Kalugia chuckled and said, the saber-toothed tiger is not just one, but an ancient punishment organization of Sirius. They have high authority, are powerful, ruthless, and only know how to kill. It's even better if they come to hunt me down. I happen to have something to say to them. And Ziwen was surprised. Aren't you worried at all? Ha ha. The tiger race has never known what it means to worry or fear. I love the feeling of being hunted. Galeva, let me ask you, where are you planning to transport those 2,000 slaves? It's really Sirius. They're not slaves, they... Snap. Lin Yang pressed the phase gun against his forehead. If you can't provide useful information, then you have no use left. Chapter 19. Taking over the bounty dock. The reason you survived this long is simply for 4 purposes. To send out notifications and calm the situation. To gather the leaders of various factions for a meeting, to contact the Mars Hunter Gus, and to handle the matter of the freed slaves. Lin Yang tapped Galave's forehead with his phase gun. If you can't meet my expectations, then what use is there in keeping you around? Captain, I swear, I'll tell you everything, and I have a 5th purpose. If you spare my life, you'll find I'm worth much more. Oh, go on. Those slaves are the personal property of Commander Nelson. He ordered me to transport them. If I had known you were so, I wouldn't have run to Sirius, but stayed on Vesta to welcome you. Those people, did you capture them? No, they were already slaves. Often sold to arenas or individuals. You can check this. They're usually held in Zone F, and you have given them the status of free people. How many arenas are there in the asteroid belt? 4. Sirius has the largest scale, followed by Vesta, Pallas, and Juno. Will those female slaves also be sent to the arenas? You don't know? Some nobles have very twisted minds. Why are there no male slaves among those you transported? The male slave transport ship took off an hour ago. Women and children move slower, and I was delayed. Now tell me about your 5th purpose. Make it brief. Don't waste my time. Galeva swallowed hard, his palms already sweating. He knew his survival depended on his next performance. Captain, after Vesta is liberated, it will surely begin to recover slowly. As you said, it will become even more prosperous, and the bounty dock will definitely need to reopen. Get to the point. Yes, I have 20 years of experience managing the bounty dock and extensive connections in the bounty world. I can manage the dock for you and continuously accumulate wealth. Lin Yang sneered coldly. Don't forget, you were originally Nelson's man. Quantum surveillance microbombs implanted in my cervical spine. If I am disloyal, you can blow my head off anytime. Anywhere. This proposal for a microbomb was indeed simple and crude. Using quantum entanglement as the principle of communication, no matter where Lin Yang was in the universe. He could always monitor Galeva. It also had a monitoring system for blood pressure, heartbeat, body temperature, and breathing rate. As soon as any betrayal was detected, execution could be immediate. Once implanted in the cervical spine, it would connect to the nerves. If the connection was severed, it would also self-destruct. To be honest, Lin Yang was somewhat disdainful of this electronic shackle. Given his personality, he would either use it boldly or shoot the person in the head and be done with it. But aside from Galeva, he really couldn't find anyone else to manage the bounty dock for him. He wouldn't generously hand over the dock to the miners' organization. which had overthrown the original regime. The bounty dock was what he deserved as compensation. Accepting this lucrative bounty market was called being a gentleman who loves wealth but obtains it through proper means. All right, Galeva, you're smart. I hope you won't do anything foolish in the future. Thank you for your recognition, Captain. Galeva is your servant. This person was indeed clever. He placed himself in a position where he had to survive. No unnecessary tricks. He simply and brutally turned himself into a useful slave. 10 minutes later, the dock engineer implanted the microcontrol bomb in Galeva. The remote control was in Lin Yang's hands. Galeva, go find the miners' leader Shuttle, hand over the bounty dock, recruit some staff, and get the dock up and running as soon as possible. I only want results. I don't care how you accomplish it. But remember one thing. Do not tarnish my reputation. Understood. Please rest assured, Captain. Within 24 hours, your bounty dock will be officially operational. After Galeva left, Lin Yang smiled. From now on, we won't be short on money. Huang Yuexi said lightly, Captain, wake up, don't dream. The asteroid belts coalition won't collapse. And the Vesta bounty dock won't have any business. Well, that's what I plan to do next. Once the order on Vesta is restored and defenses are online, we will take the initiative. Hey, I'm very curious, Captain. Curious about what? In the past, you asked everyone if they wanted to become your crew. Now the opportunity has come. As long as you give the order, a large number of people will rush to join, just like Galeva did. Why didn't you invite him to join? Well, I'd rather be selective. Our fifth partner definitely can't be someone like Galeva, a ragtag group. Lin Yang recruited the mysterious Huang Yuexi, who possessed the heart of the galaxy, as well as Kaluja, the prince of the tiger people from the Sirius civilization, and Ni Zhuang, a top biological geneticist and S-class fugitive. For the next crew member, he didn't plan to just grab someone off the street. They had to at least have strength comparable to the first three. Soon, Miners leader Shuttle sent a message. Mr. Lin, it's bad. The team installing the oxygen machine was attacked underground by monsters modified by Nelson through gene editing. 15 of them. They've killed many miners and are rushing to the surface. Chapter 20. The Endless Life Energy. It seems that completing the main quest from beginning to end is not as easy as it seems, Lin Yang thought to himself. He originally thought he could relax in the VIP room of the dock, sipping tea while letting the miners handle the oxygen machine deployment. Unexpectedly, something went wrong underground, and he really had to go there personally. System, are the main quests, growth, and challenge tasks all preset? Can you reveal some future information? The 3 types of tasks are temporarily formulated by this system based on the host's current encounters, and they only take effect after approval. If this system knew the future direction, it would have conspired with the host long ago on how to dominate the universe. Who is a reviewer? A higher dimensional divine civilization? It is a set of primitive laws in the basic code of this system. Since you activated it, this system has not encountered any higher dimensional divine civilization. It seems you also have things you don't understand. In that case, let's encourage each other in the future. You are the host. Without you, this system cannot survive. I will do my best to maximize benefits for you. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Karugia, come with me to see what kind of monster Nelson has created. Great. My bones have been itching all over. Huang Yuexi hurriedly stood up. I'll go too. And Izzy Wang said, me too. You too. Lin Yang wanted to say that the 2 ladies could just rest. But then he thought, these 2 women are not delicate flowers. Whether in space combat or ground combat, they can stand on their own. All right, let's go together. The 4 immediately left the dock, fully armed, heading to the site of the incident. Zao Godstar is not like Blue Star, which has an atmosphere suitable for human life, nor is it like Mars, which, after transformation, has reached conditions for human survival. The various bases on Zao Godstar's surface are protected by domes and shields. The bases are connected by underground passages. The 4 rode in a base vehicle, speeding through the underground passage. They quickly arrived at the main base of the Zao Godstar government. A large crowd was fleeing, while the already deformed underground miners were running slowly. Some were trampled to death, while others were caught and killed by monsters. The rebel guard was firing energy guns or phase guns in attack, but the monsters seemed to have shields, making them immune to energy weapon damage. The 4 immediately jumped out of the vehicle and charged into the fleeing crowd. Once they saw the appearance of the monsters, a wave of nausea rose in the hearts of the 4. 15 heads of monsters that could barely be called carbon-based life forms. There were giant apes over 3 meters tall, with twisted poisonous snakes growing on their heads for sturdy arms and a tail with poisonous thorns. There were 5-meter-long, 3-headed wolves, covered in dozens of hard, thorny poison vines. And there were giant bears over 3 meters tall, covered in hard armor. These monsters were hybrids of blue star beasts and alien life forms, specifically created as killing machines for the arena. They were inherently vicious and bloodthirsty. Now, equipped with personal shields, they slaughtered the crowd more brutally. The rebels truly had no way to deal with these monsters. The warships were docked and could not enter the dome. Inside the base, there were mechs, but they were either malfunctioning or locked. The passwords had not been cracked, leaving them helpless and anxious. Without powerful artillery, they couldn't harm these monsters at all. That's why Chief Shirtsong requested Lin Yang's help. Mr. Lin, these monsters were deliberately left by Nelson to slaughter the underground miners. When we discovered them, all 50,000 people in the E9 mining area were already dead. Why are we only finding out now? The E9 mining area is remote and lacks communication equipment. People couldn't escape. Before Shirtsong could finish speaking, the 15 monsters screamed like mad and then abandoned the crowd, charging toward Lin Yang and the others. Do these monsters recognize us? Captain, I suspect Nelson is secretly directing them. That is possible. Fire. Pew. Huang Yuexi fired her phase gun. The power was enhanced by her galaxy heart, making it dozens of times stronger, similar to the phase cannons equipped on ordinary warships. The personal shields could not withstand it. A 3-meter-tall, giant spider at the front had its shield pierced. After one more shot from the phase gun, it was instantly penetrated by a high-energy beam, burning a hole over a meter in diameter. Boom! Karugia fired the oversized energy gun. After loading armor-piercing, high-explosive energy shells, it easily pierced the shield. After entering the giant bear's body, it exploded immediately, splattering blood and flesh, staining the surrounding streets red. There was no need for Lin Yang and Ni Zhuang to act. In just a few seconds, Huang Yuexi and Karugia had eliminated 5 monsters. The remaining 10 monsters turned around and ran toward the underground entrance. Zhuang, stay to help the injured. We'll go chase. Hundreds of people were injured on the scene, and they couldn't do without Dr. and I. Lin Yang and the others went to chase the monsters. The underground mines were complex and twisted. After chasing for half an hour, Huang Yuexi couldn't keep up. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she stuffed a necklace into Lin Yang's hand. I can't chase anymore. My stamina is limited. Running fast in the winding underground mine for half an hour is more exhausting than running 30 kilometers outside. Is my first officer fatigued? You always wanted to understand it, right? Here, take it. Return it to me after we eliminate the monsters. Huang Yuexi put her hands on her hips, leaning against the wall as she walked toward a nearby exit. Watching her back, Lin Yang felt a pang of sympathy. So easily giving me her trump card. I really don't know what difficulties she has encountered, wandering alone to this desolate asteroid belt, joining me back when I was just a shuttle pilot, broke and unreliable. If I let her down? Captain, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Karugia called out loudly in front. By now, they had killed 2 more monsters, with 8 remaining fleeing underground, and miners were continuously being killed by the monsters along the way. They really couldn't afford a delay. Chase. Lin Yang tightened his grip on the galaxy heart. He immediately felt a pulse in his left fist. Right ahead was a fork in the path. He and Karugia immediately chased to the left. 2 hours later, Karugia was panting, waving his hands repeatedly. It's not that I lack stamina, Captain. The monsters are running separately. We've covered several times the distance they have, and this underground mine is too torturous. I'm too big to turn easily. There are still 6 heads left. You go ahead. It seems you're still not up to par. Tiger, hand over the energy gun and armor-piercing shells. Captain, human endurance is quite lasting, but you shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure aren't fluctuating much, you. I understand now. It's the galaxy heart helping you. The galaxy heart is indeed miraculous, but it can't replenish stamina. Otherwise, Yuexi wouldn't have withdrawn early. So amazing. I mean, you're too amazing, Captain. How do you? Karuji's words were cut off as Lin Yang had already disappeared around the corner of the mine, with the life energy from the sun and moon. No matter how far Lin Yang was from the warship, he could obtain endless energy. As long as the energy of the sun and moon was kept full, he would have an inexhaustible life force. Whether it was hearing, vision, willpower, or strength, stamina, and self-healing ability, he remained at full capacity. Meanwhile, the genetically modified monsters did not have such lasting endurance. 3 hours later, guided by the galaxy heart, Lin Yang had killed all but the last monster, cornering it in an abandoned mine. Just as he was about to fire, the 3-meter-tall giant ape suddenly spoke. Lin Yang, what exactly is your background? Are you human? Former Commander Nelson? That's right, it's me. Human civilization is transitioning from the old humans to the new humans. These miners are at best effective products, not even qualifying as old humans. Neither Blue Star nor Mars will recognize the legitimacy of the miners' organization. The United Fleet has already assembled, and I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you. If you insist on resisting, the entire Vesta will be destroyed. Chapter 21. Armed to the teeth with interceptors. Boom. The giant ape was blown to smithereens. Blabber. I'm just an old human, too outdated to be any more outdated. The monster was completely annihilated. The danger on Vesta was lifted. All 800 oxygen generators were deployed and successfully operated. After returning to the surface, right at the location of the bounty dock, this dome base with a diameter of 1 kilometer was his property on Vesta. First Officer Huang Yuexi, Security Officer Kaluga, Ship Dr. Inai Zhuang, and the head of the bounty dock, Galeva, were all waiting for him. Additionally, there were some rebel leaders led by Shirt Song. Captain, aren't you tired? I'm all right, thanks to your galaxy heart. It would be great if I could enhance its power. Lin Yang reached out to put the galaxy heart necklace on her. Huang Yuexi's eyes showed a hint of tenderness. Only I can unleash its power, just like only you can deeply command the warship. I was just saying it casually. You really want to share the galaxy heart with me? If possible, why not? Ahem. Kaluga coughed from his side. Captain, Leader Shirt Song says a united fleet of the asteroid belt is gathering towards us. How should we respond? Why panic? Are you scared? Lin Yang tossed a large energy cannon over. Kaluga caught it with his hand. Our tiger people have no concept of fear in our language. But Shirt Song looked worried. Mr. Lin, with the current strength of the rebels, we cannot resist the united fleet. Moreover, the miners on Vesta have already gone to the surface, registered as free people, and will be ruled by the old regime again. They will be executed in large numbers. And Ai Wang said, as the ancient saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. This war will likely harm innocent residents. Lin Yang thought for a moment and said, there is only one way to deal with this. You say, we rebels will definitely cooperate fully. Let all the civilians go underground to avoid the war. And then all the rebels will leave on the mining ships and inform the United Fleet that you have all retreated. Shirt Song nodded. In that case, the United Fleet will not waste firepower attacking Vesta, which has no rebels. No matter who comes to rule, the miners will be safe. Don't be so optimistic. If we don't severely damage the main fleet, they will still carry out mass executions of the miners after they take control of Vesta. Why? Just because the miners supported the rebels? That's only on the surface. A hint of melancholy flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. The human elite have abandoned the old humans, leading the entire race towards the new humans. The miners, with a mutation rate of 100, are even inferior to the old humans. If it weren't for their reliance on the resources from the asteroid belt, the human elite would have long since eradicated the miners. Indeed, the miners don't even have the right to register their identity. Mr. Lin, I heard you used to be a black market miner. Where did you? All right, let's split up and take action. We will go to confront the main fleet. Lin Yang interrupted Shirt Song's question. He didn't want to reveal too many of his secrets. He immediately led his 3 companions to the dock. Shirt Song led the rebels to act according to plan. Only Galeva, the head of the bounty dock, stood there in a daze, feeling very complicated as he touched the implanted miniature explosive bomb at the back of his neck. Did I bet on the wrong treasure? No regrets. At that time, my life was almost gone. I had no choice but to do this. Lin Yang is definitely not an ordinary person. I can't possibly bet on the wrong treasure. Captain, you must be victorious. The exterior of the Sun and Moon warship was equipped with 8 energy cannon positions. For missile positions and 1 tractor beam, all fully equipped. The interior was also packed to the brim. The main cannon was a legendary level Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. The 2 secondary guns were all Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons. The left and right turrets were equipped with 2 Red Spider E-type laser refractor cannons. The high-energy laser beams could refract between nearby enemy ships or guided weapons, making it a versatile weapon for both offense and defense in close combat. The lower hulls turret was installed with a Mantis Shrimp D-type magnetic explosion cannon, a type of electromagnetic cannon. The upper hull had 4 missile launch platforms, 16 Dragonfly Z-type missiles, and 357 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Lin Yang had emptied the missile stockpile in the dock. Additionally, there was a legendary level Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile and an epic level Enyang Fish Y-type mirror generator. The current Sun and Moon interceptor could be said to be armed to the teeth. The growth task for legendary warship required the triangular spear lightweight interceptor to evolve to the appropriate level. Now its power, firepower, and defense had far exceeded expectations. The internal supporting facilities had all reached the original level. Task completed. 2,000 evolution points added. The 5th part of the growth task has been updated. Secondary advancement. Evolve the lightweight interceptor's hull skeleton into a medium interceptor. Evolution points at 5,000. Now there was a curved blade-class medium interceptor skeleton in the system mall, which would automatically refresh after 30 days. Lin Yang looked down on it. After all, he had destroyed at least 180 curved blade medium interceptors. He would rather save the evolution points to 5,000 for a 10-fold draw than use an outdated model eliminated by the Blue Star or Mars fleets for the evolution task. After boarding the ship, Lin Yang was the pilot, Huang Yuexi was the co-pilot, and Ni Zhuang was at the radar station. The Tiger person Kaluga was in the energy room, ready to load energy modules at any time. Get ready, this is going to be a tough battle. Captain, the rebel mining fleet has left Vesta and sent a retreat message to the United Fleet. Ni Zhuang timely reported the movements of the rebels. No, I estimate they will at least split into 2 paths, one to pursue the rebels and one to take over Vesta. Huang Yuexi frowned and said, perhaps 3 paths. In the eyes of the asteroid belt regime, we are the source of calamity. Can we figure out the scale of the opposing fleet? If we calculate based on the previously published official data, the main fleet of Sirius has 300 warships of various sizes. Pallas has 150 ships, and Juno has 100 ships, not including the patrol fleets in the star domain. Huang Yuexi glanced at Lin Yang. I'm afraid this time we can't completely annihilate the enemy fleet. Even if we have that firepower configuration, it's impossible to chase down the scattered warships in the vastness of space. Lin Yang smiled slightly. I never intended to annihilate them completely. Defeating the main fleet is enough. Let's not worry about Pallas and Juno for now. To catch the thief, we must first catch the king. Let's go to confront the largest Ceres fleet. Ceres, Vesta, Pallas, and Juno are the 4 largest asteroids scattered in the asteroid belt. Among them, the largest, Ceres, has a diameter of 940 kilometers, which is only 1/50th the volume of the moon. Vesta and Pallas are roughly the same size, both with diameters of over 500 kilometers. The smallest, Juno, has a diameter of only 230 kilometers. As a mining area of the solar system, the military strength here is not strong. The fleets mainly consist of warships eliminated by the Blue Star and Mars. Therefore, Lin Yang, piloting a legendary interceptor with legendary power and firepower, was not afraid. He charged directly towards the largest fleet. The challenge task's 6th part, complete victory, only required him to defeat the asteroid United Fleet, not annihilate it completely. As long as he defeated the Ceres fleet, the other 2 fleets would surely surrender without a fight. After flying at full speed for an hour, Ni Zhuang, who was staring at the radar, suddenly became tense. Not good. I detected traces of spatial warp. It's a warp warship, Captain. It should be Mars or Blue Star forces intervening. Chapter 22 Mirror. Epic Weapon. Warp speed is one of the 4 methods of interstellar travel in today's universe, alongside interstellar teleportation, hyperspace flight, and space jumping. Most civilizations use warp flight, where warp engines compress and distort space, allowing spaceships to achieve light speed or faster than light speeds by squeezing space. Therefore, after warp flight, a temporary trace of compressed space is left in space. Ordinary near-space warships cannot scan warp traces. However, the Day and Moon Battleship is equipped with a legendary wide-eared Bat-Z-type radar, the highest version of near-space radar. This version is rarely equipped even on near-space warships from Blue Star or Mars. With a distance of 100,000 kilometers remaining, Ni Ziwen captured the trace of the enemy ship's warp flight on the radar. As soon as she spoke, the enemy ship exited warp speed 500 kilometers away. It was a Orca-class strategic frigate, warp speed 10, with Orca W-type conventional pulse dual engines and controllable thermonuclear fusion energy. Captain, this is the ocean current from the Mars fleet. We have been locked on. Establish a communication link and talk to them. The communication was rejected, and the other side sent 5 Ghoul missiles. Ghoul missiles are a type of long-range, high-speed guided weapon in space, carrying a nuclear warhead equivalent to 1 million TNT. They fly at a speed of 300 Mach, which is 102 kilometers per second, far exceeding the Day and Moon's light fighter. In just a breath, the 5 nuclear missiles exploded near the battleship. A massive fireball erupted. The fighter's observation window quickly switched to blackout mode to avoid light. The shockwave sent the Day and Moon flying, spinning like a top in space. The left shield dropped by 30, and the right shield dropped by 50. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Ni Ziwen reported the battle damage, Huang Yuexi had already launched 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles at the ocean current frigate, although they did not carry nuclear warheads. The top version of the Dragonfly missile also had a speed of 300 Mach. In a matter of seconds, they reached the ocean current. But in the blink of an eye, the over 500-meter-long ocean current strategic frigate suddenly disappeared from the Day and Moon's main screen. The 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles lost their target and flew into the endless void of space, set to self-destruct in a minute. Ni Ziwen hurriedly said near the radar, "The ocean current has entered warp speed 10, circling back to 500 kilometers behind us, and has sent another 5 Ghoul missiles. Warp speed 10 is the same as light speed, which is 300,000 kilometers per second. This is the entry level of warp speed. Even at the lowest entry level, is still in a crushing advantage over the Day and Moon." Lin Yang felt powerless for the first time. Just as he stabilized the spinning battleship, there was no time to dodge. Another 5 Ghoul nuclear missiles exploded nearby. The massive shockwave sent the battleship flying again, rolling in space. The left shield was down to 10 power, and the right shield was disabled. "We can't withstand another attack." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Huang Yuexi continued to fire energy cannons. However, for a ship that could travel at light speed, it was completely ineffective, as it could not be locked on. Yuexi, mirror generator. This epic weapon, Lin Yang planned to save for attacking the Sirius fleet, but now he had no choice but to use it. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long mirror generator shot out. A second later, space seemed to twist. A ship identical to the Day and Moon appeared, charging out of the nuclear fire with a diameter of 100 kilometers at a speed of 200 Mach, heading for the ocean current strategic frigate. At the same time, particle cannons, ion pulse cannons, magnetic explosion cannons, and various guided weapons were unleashed. The power of energy weapons was also amplified by more than 10 times. Seeing the scene, the 4 of them were shocked. System, is that mirror from a parallel universe? How does it also have the enhancement ability of the heart of the galaxy? The mirror is a subtle reflection on this universe's timeline, lasting for 1 minute. As long as the main body is not destroyed, the mirror will not be destroyed. The host can understand it as a temporarily separated macroscopic quantum superposition state. I don't understand. Simply put, as long as I'm not destroyed, the mirror is invincible, right? That's one way to understand it. But the duration is only 1 minute. That's enough. Just then, the ocean current strategic frigate from the Mars fleet stopped using warp speed to evade and fired phase cannons and photon torpedoes at the Day and Moon. Bang, bang, bang. As a result, the frigate's attack passed through the Day and Moon, just like a flashlight beam passing through a projection. In a moment of distraction for the commander, the amplified particle cannons, ion pulse cannons, and magnetic explosion cannons all hit the frigate. The enemy ship's shield was instantly reduced by 80. At the same time, Another day, and moon shot out from the nuclear explosion flames. This one was the real body, charging toward the frigate at 200 Mach. Simultaneously, ship-mounted lasers, directional particle beams, pulse energy blobs, and guided weapons were all unleashed. For a moment, the strategic frigate was besieged by 2-day and moons. The shield quickly dropped. The commander of the ocean current frigate widened his eyes and hurriedly ordered to evade. Warp speed 10. Any direction, retreat quickly. Whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. Just as the frigate was about to enter warp speed, Huang Yuexi timely launched the Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile, intercepting the frigate from the diagonal front at a speed of 250,000 kilometers per second. The Day and Moon Mirror also immediately launched a Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile. The legendary guided weapon also carried a nuclear warhead. The two legendary cluster weapons exploded, forming a densely packed nuclear explosion area with a diameter of 500 kilometers. A series of explosions instantly incapacitated the already precarious shields of the enemy ship. Just as it entered warp speed, it was forced to exit without time to retaliate, only to be pursued by 2-day and moons. Under the barrage of concentrated fire, the Mars Fleet's ocean current strategic frigate exploded violently, turning into a firework in space. The warp engine that had been blown away was locked on. It did not explode, with a completeness of 89, and could be salvaged for use. Great job, Ziwin. Salvage the engine. The Day and Moon went to retrieve the blown-off warp engine. The mirror battleship flashed by them. Captain, the mirror has disappeared. 1 minute of invincibility. This epic weapon is too sweet. Yuexi, you're an encyclopedia. How much do you know about this weapon? I've heard that solar system civilizations are researching a mirror weapon, but I don't know the details. I didn't expect you to be able to use it directly. Haha, maybe there will be more in the future. Hurry up and install the warp engine. Let's also experience the joy of light speed. Muffs? Space Fleet Command. Commander Leaf had a heavy expression, staring intently at the video footage sent by the ocean current frigate before its destruction. Chief of Staff Pierce said worriedly, Marshal, according to our analysis, there's a 99% chance it was a mirror weapon. Could it be that green carbon person leaked information? Impossible, although that drunkard loves to gamble and cause trouble. His integrity is beyond doubt. If he really wanted to play tricks, he wouldn't have stayed on Mars for 500 years. Could it be that we have a traitor within Mars? Contact the Mars Council immediately. I want to discuss this matter in detail. What about Lin Yang? Those lowly miners and marginal drifters, let them make a fuss. Warn the asteroid regime that Lin Yang must be caught alive. Whoever kills Lin Yang to silence him will be the enemy of Mars. Chapter 23 Upgrade the Warp Engine. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points 1500. Current evolution points 3500. Detected evolvable consumable. Version 1.0 Warp Engine. Evolution costs 500 evolution points. Time required 6 hours and 20 minutes. Proceed with evolution. Z1. Have you not found the whereabouts of the Sirius fleet yet? Captain, based on the fleet speed announced by Sirius earlier, it will take them at least 5 days to reach Vesta. They are currently too far away for our radar to scan. At our speed of 200 Mach, how long until we encounter them? It will take at least 6.5 hours. All right, Yuexi, set a course for Sirius and activate inertial autopilot at maximum speed. After arranging everything, Lin Yang immediately closed his eyes to bring up the system panel. He chose to evolve the warp engine. Ding! As the current warship is a light fighter, it does not have the space to install a dual engine. The host needs to replace the legendary Chilean X-type conventional pulse engine. Please arrange the engine configuration reasonably to avoid being stuck in short-distance operations. Lin Yang thought for a moment. He decided to use a surprise attack to defeat the asteroid joint fleet. He firmly chose to start the evolution. The Sun and Moon fighter began its cruise flight at an inertial speed of 200 Mach. The four of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. NIZ-1 immediately checked the injuries of everyone. Huh, Captain, I clearly saw you hit the control panel earlier. Your forehead was injured. How come the wound is gone? Lin Yang's wound had already been healed by the continuous life energy. He smiled slightly at the remark. It might be because I was close to Yuexi. Her galaxy heart healed our wounds. Huang Yuexi touched her wrist. Maybe my wrist almost dislocated, but was healed by the galaxy heart. However, I'm curious, Captain, why didn't T the galaxy heart heal Sister and I? She wasn't T far from me either? You'll have to ask your galaxy heart about that. And IZ once said, anyway, it's good that you both healed. No need to pursue the reason. I only have minor abrasions, nothing serious. I'll go check on Karugia. No need. That big tiger is tough and has no protection. It could survive in space for 5 minutes. Captain, you can't be serious? Even if I wasn't injured, I still had to suffer. Help me repair the shield. Hoof. Lin Yang lay back in the pilot seat and started to snore. And IZ once smiled helplessly. She raised the temperature in the cockpit by 2 degrees. Yuexi, you should rest too. I'll keep an eye on the radar. Sister and I, how is your injury? I'm fine. No need to worry. Just a surface injury. Sirius main fleet. Commander Theodore was stunned after hearing the report from the Martian government. The Martian government abandoned us? Exiled Commander Nelson showed a worried expression. The Yangliu-class frigate is equipped with a warp engine, with firepower and defense several times stronger than the main ships of the asteroid fleet. Yet it was still destroyed. It's a pity we didn't TC the battle scene. We don't know if it was the result of interference from Sirius S forces. Theodore said with a frown. Perhaps the Martian government is worried about pressure from the Sirius civilization, which is why they abandoned us in the asteroid belt. What should we do, Commander? Should we still recover Vesta? Yes. If we don't recover Vesta, the rebels will definitely take advantage of it and then occupy Juno, Pallas, and Ceres. I would rather destroy the 3 asteroids than let those lowly miners take over. But what about Lin Yang? Marshal Alif of Mars said, as long as we don't kill him, it's fine to capture him alive. And as for Sirius, we don't need to worry too much. At least for now. The Sirius civilization does not recognize interference in the internal affairs of lower civilizations and has sent an execution team to hunt down the wandering tiger people. Understood. As long as we don't kill Lin Yang, no matter how we handle the asteroid belt crisis, Mars 1T interfere. Exactly, Nelson. I can even feel that Marshal Alif hopes we can eliminate all those lowly miners. The united government of the asteroid belt is not made up of the descendants of miners. It is a joint ruling body sent by Mars and Blue Star, with Martians accounting for 80. Therefore, the asteroid belt can also be seen as a vassal force of the Martian government. In dealing with the rebels, they must obey the orders of the Martian government, just as Theodore was leading Nelson and some generals in the conference room to formulate a battle plan. The communications officer sent a voice report. General, we have received a communication connection from a Trident-class light fighter. It might be Lin Yang. Should we connect? Connect and transfer the screen to the conference room. The big screen in the conference room switched, showing the cockpit of the sun and moon. Lin Yang was sitting in the main seat, with First Officer Huang Yuexi beside him. NIZ-1 and Karugia were standing behind. General Theodore, nice to meet you for the first time. Oh, ISNT that the exiled Major Nelson from Vesta next to you? You are Lin Yang? Not simple. If I'm not mistaken, the tiger person behind you should be a serious person, right? And the other woman, an S-class fugitive, an enemy of human evolution. NIZ-1, we almost captured her on Ceres 5 years ago. I didn't expect her to still be in the asteroid belt. You have no idea about many things, such as in a few hours, I can make you and Nelson become exiled figureheads. Such big talk. Don't think that with the support of Sirius technology, you can do whatever you want. Does the Galactic Interstellar Alliance mean nothing? The investigation team has already been initiated. Even the highest commander of Sirius, Tiger Emperor, can't protect you. Sirius technology? I can't help but laugh. Say whatever you want, General Theodore. I contacted you to discuss the peaceful transition of the asteroid belt government. If you don't want to be exiled or die, please hand over power to the miners peacefully and let the oxygen generators be smoothly put into operation underground. Nonsense. Theodore angrily slammed the table. A mere first-tier lowly black household, by chance got the support of Sirius technology, thinks he could be a savior and provoke the asteroid belt government? Wishful thinking. Even if I destroy all 4 asteroids, I want to hand them over to those inferior miners. It seems there is nothing to discuss then. All right, don't come to me like Nelson, ignoring me at first and then realizing it's impossible and coming to me again. I'm too lazy to give you a second chance. After closing the communication, Theodore clenched his fists in anger. He had been the supreme leader of the asteroid belt for 30 years. It was the first time he was disdained, especially by a young man from a mining background. He felt his dignity was provoked. If it weren't for the fear of the Martian government, he would definitely want to eliminate Lin Yang. Since Mars requires Lin Yang to be alive, then we will kill everyone else on Vesta. Those who have already betrayed the inferior race do not deserve to continue living. Lin Yang and the others were in a good mood, chatting leisurely in the cockpit. They even communicated with the rebels for a while. The other side still hadn't discovered the fleets of Pallas and Juno. Since the asteroid belt fleet did not have warp engines, even at their fastest speed, it would take several days for both sides to make contact. More than 6 hours later, a system prompt sound woke the sleeping Lin Yang. Ding! Evolution completed. Warp engine 1.0 has been installed and is compatible. Lin Yang sat up abruptly from the bed. He hurriedly pressed the communicator by the bed. Z1, how far is it from the Sirius fleet? 50,000 kilometers. At our speeds, we will enter range in 10 minutes. No need to wait 10 minutes. Report the scale of the other party. Our warp engine has been upgraded. Prepare for battle. Chapter 24. Space Encounter Decapitation. 2 Orca-class strategic frigates. But both have had their warp drives removed by the Martian regime. Without warp drives, they're no threat. What about the other warships? Lin Yang walked towards the cockpit while buttoning his shirt. Huang Yuexi, who had just woken up, followed him. She casually tied her hair into a high ponytail. There are also 50 Axe-class heavy bombers, 80 double sword-class heavy fighters, 120 scimitar-class medium fighters, and 150 Razor-class light fighters. A total of 402 warships. It seems that not only the main fleet is involved, but perhaps even the patrol fleet? That's right, Captain. Adding the previously announced numbers of the Sirius and Vesta patrol fleets, and subtracting the 20 patrol ships you previously destroyed, it just adds up. A smile immediately appeared on Lin Yang's face. All units mobilized, the rear defense is weak. Haha. It seems my surprise attack plan can proceed smoothly. A surprise attack? To Sirius? Of course, but not now. First, we'll stir things up with the main fleet. If we can destroy the 2 frigates and decapitate Theodore, that would be perfect. Karuja has filled all 500 compartments of the Kirin X-type energy. There are also piles of high-compression energy modules waiting to be loaded, ready to provide sufficient energy for the warp drive at any time. Lin Yang sat in the main pilot seat. He closed his eyes and entered a deep symbiotic state. When piloting the conventional pulse engine, he felt like a fish swimming quickly in water. But the first time piloting the warp drive gave Lin Yang a completely new sensation. After setting the course and entering warp 1.0, he felt the surrounding space instantly stretch, the distant stars becoming streaks of light rapidly retreating. His body seemed to be instantly flattened, and his soul was propelled forward. In just a moment, before he could fully experience it, he had already reached the end of the course and exited warp 1.0, flying at the speed of light for the first time in the universe. He felt a bit dazed. It felt like the world was spinning, his brain being stirred by a stick. Fortunately, the Sun-Moon ship timely provided life energy, allowing him to instantly regain his composure. Outside the ship, the battle had already begun. As the Sun-Moon ship exited warp, the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon opened fire. Originally a legendary level high-power, directional high-energy particle flow weapon, it was amplified over tenfold by Huang Yuexi with the heart of the galaxy. The diameter of the high-energy particle beam was larger than that of a light fighter. It struck the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate dead-on, knocking out 30 of the 500-meter-long enemy ship's shield in one blow. 4 ion pulse cannons and magnetic blast cannons fired simultaneously, all hitting the enemy ship. Only then did the enemy fleet of 402 warships react. They simultaneously locked onto the Sun-Moon ship and launched guided tracking weapons. However, these were all low-version, low-power missiles. Some even turned mid-flight and flew into deep space, as if afraid that too many missiles would destroy Lin Yang's ship. Huang Yuexi had no time to think about the anomaly. She immediately controlled 2 laser refractor cannons to fire. 2 beams of light appeared from both sides of the Sun-Moon ship, instantly intercepting all the missiles. At the same time, she launched 4 Dragonfly Z-type missiles. The Orca-class strategic frigate was hit by a series of attacks. Its shield was reduced to 5. 2 missiles took out the remaining shield, while the other 2 directly hit the hull. Suddenly, the sky lit up with intense explosions. The 500-meter-long strategic frigate was destroyed. The enemy fleet's second round of counterattack came. This time, they had no guided weapons left, only some energy cannons and various tractor beams. What were they doing? Do they still want to capture prisoners? Lin Yang furrowed his brows. They had already lost one main ship. What were they doing? Still not awake? Just as the attacks were about to hit the Sun Moon ship, the surrounding space flashed violently. Lin Yang piloted the Sun Moon ship into warp and disappeared. In less than 0.1 seconds, he reappeared 500 kilometers in the opposite direction. As soon as he appeared, the particle cannon, ion pulse cannons, magnetic blast cannons, and Dragonfly Z-type missiles all opened fire, raining down on another Orca-class strategic frigate. The commander of the frigate was none other than General Theodore, the overall commander of the Asteroid Belt Coalition. At this moment, he was already stunned. The exiled Vice Admiral Nelson beside him was trembling in fear. Theodore kept clicking the communication interface. "We surrender. Surrender." The entire army surrenders. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted within the warship. Flames surged toward the bridge. Theodore and Nelson were engulfed by the flames, dying on the spot. Their severed limbs blasted into space. After destroying 2 main frigates, the Sun Moon ship immediately flew to Sirius at Warp 1. 0. You have destroyed 2 Orca-class strategic frigates, earning 3,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 6,000. That was close. Lin Yang let out a sigh of relief. In a recent encounter, he and Huang Yuexi had cooperated to unexpectedly destroy the main fleet's flagship and eliminate the overall commander Theodore and the exiled Vice Admiral Nelson. Logically, he should now capture and incorporate the remaining 400 warships. However, his ship had nearly been unable to enter warp. Previously, to upgrade the warp drive, he had replaced the Kirin X-type conventional pulse engine. If he couldn't enter warp, it would mean being immobilized in place. No matter how strong the shield, it couldn't withstand the concentrated fire from 400 warships. The reason for nearly being immobilized was that Karuja's speed in loading energy modules couldn't keep up with the consumption. The warp drive was extremely energy intensive. Coupled with Huang Yuexi's full firepower, it had instantly drained the 500 energy modules in the energy chamber. Even though Karuja was strong and quick, it could only barely load enough for 2 warp jumps and 2 full power attacks. Not only was the loading lagging, but the stock of energy modules was also running low. Although Lin Yang couldn't understand why the enemy fleet didn't launch a full counterattack and still hoped to capture prisoners with tractor beams, he didn't plan to stay any longer to avoid any unforeseen complications. After disengaging from combat, he opened the evolution shop and immediately did a 10 draw. He hoped for a legendary level medium fighter frame. But sometimes, what you wish for is precisely what you don't get. Congratulations, host, a legendary level product has appeared in the shop. What the hell, system? A life support module? What do I need this for right now? Why not give me a medium fighter frame? Or at least a thermal nuclear energy source? Captain, without loading thermal nuclear fusion or antimatter energy, you can't truly fly at warp. Even with more energy modules, it won't be enough for the warp drive's consumption. Did you hear that, system? Karuja is already complaining. Host, please see. The legendary level natural island X-type life support module has various functions such as gravity, temperature, humidity, air circulation, radiation shielding, light protection, simulated air combat sounds, and health monitoring for crew members, and can operate on medium to large fighters, meeting the needs of hundreds of people. Is the system trying to become a salesperson? Captain, stop mumbling. Karuja is talking to you. The co-pilot Huang Yuexi looked at him with a hint of disdain. Lin Yang helplessly pursed his lips. Yuexi, don't look at me like I'm crazy. You know that too? Ahem. Karuja, today's situation is special. Push a bit harder. Once we reach Sirius, there will be energy available. Right now, the energy stockpile will be immobilized once we arrive at Sirius, and I'm worried we won't be able to fight comfortably then. And Ziwin expressed her concerns. Captain, what if when we get there, Sirius puts up a fierce resistance? Lin Yang smiled slightly. No, as long as we can reach warp speed, they won't dare to resist. A few minutes later, the Sun and Moon ship exited warp speed 1.0 and appeared above the dock of Sirius. Zhuang, send a message to the dock and demand their immediate surrender. Yuexi, use your galaxy heart to help Kalugia fire a powerful energy cannon. Hurry up. Chapter 25, Surprise Attack on Sirius. The energy of the sun and moon has been depleted. Without energy supply, the battleship has started to draw on Lin Yang's life energy again. After arranging everything, Lin Yang felt somewhat powerless. However, he was not worried at all because he had complete confidence in his plans. The 3-meter-tall Tigerman Karugia carried a 2-meter-long large energy cannon with him. For a lightweight fighter in the asteroid belt that was already at the level of a ship-mounted laser cannon, when enhanced by Huang Yuexi using the heart of the galaxy, its power was increased by several times. One shot was more powerful than the main cannon of a heavy fighter. After opening the outer hatch of the pressurized cabin, Karugia, who had no protective measures, fired a shot at the dock. The enhanced energy light mass had a diameter of 3 meters and instantly exploded on the surface of the dock. The next second, the battleship received a surrender message from the dock. An Ziwen happily reported, "Captain, the dock has surrendered and requests not to be attacked." Not only the dock, but also the trade dock, labor dock, bounty dock, or transport dock, and the officials left behind have also surrendered at the same time. Lin Yang revealed a satisfied smile. He waved his hand lightly and instructed the dock to send over 500 sets of energy modules via shuttle, asking the heads of various units to pilot the shuttles for docking. They would not land. The warp engine was a dimensional strike presence in the asteroid belt. Due to the technological blockade of the Martian regime, the asteroid fleet did not have the capability for warp flight. Lin Yang destroyed the main ship of the main fleet using warp crushing, eliminating several top officials, including Theodore. At this time, Sirius was not only poorly defended, but its ruling class was also empty. The only remaining ships were some extraneous personnel from the bounty dock. These bounty hunters never participated in the power struggles between regimes, only seeking to live freely. With the bounty hunters not taking action, Sirius had no capacity to resist. Moreover, since people did not know that Lin Yang's battleship had depleted energy, no one was willing to risk being blown up to take revenge for Theodore. Thus, Lin Yang, having exhausted his energy to come to Sirius, fired an energy cannon and took over the entire Sirius. 1 minute later, Lin Yang's fatigue and sense of powerlessness quickly vanished. He felt a continuous influx of life energy within him again. Just as Karugia finished loading the energy modules, he was fully restored. "Have the heads of Sirius arrived?" Huang Yuexi said lightly. "Yes, we haven't finished loading all 15 shuttles yet, and there are another 20 shuttles on the way. There are really more managers than workers. Sirius is full of leaders. Our lightweight battleship can't accommodate so many people. No wonder Sirius' economy has always lagged behind. It's all consumed by these leaders. Just inform a few dock heads and regime officials to come over, and the total number must not exceed 10. The rest can wait aside." 5 minutes later, Lin Yang met with the 10 highest leaders of Sirius in the lower ship cabin. They were all fat-faced and dressed in suits, desperately squeezing out smiles from their originally grim faces. However, the main fleet failed to catch up with Lin Yang's warp flight. These people felt death was imminent, and their former momentum was completely gone. In front of Lin Yang, they were extremely servile. "There's no need to be so formal. I just have a few things to instruct. You say, Mr. Lin, we will definitely comply." "Huh." The crowd shuddered in fear, almost collapsing on the spot. "The rebels will soon take over Sirius. If you want to continue living here, you must surrender peacefully, ensuring you won't regret it. If you try to escape with slaves or assets, I believe your ships won't be faster than my warp engines." No, we won't escape. We will definitely follow Mr. Lin's instructions and cooperate with the rebels. No, cooperate with the miners' organization to hand over the legitimate authority." "Very good. Those who can do this are smart people because the miners' organization leads the asteroid belt and will also need you leaders. As long as you surrender peacefully, you may continue to hold your original positions." As for how the miners' organization would govern the asteroid belt again, that was not Lin Yang's concern. But he could be sure of one thing. The rebels would not continue to use these parasites. He was just painting a picture. Whether they could eat, it depended on their own fate. First, stabilize the situation. "Huh, are you worried that your fleet will be completely annihilated by me?" That was reasonable. There were many of their relatives in the fleet, after all, and those who could join the fleet were either rich or noble. Don't worry. As long as they cooperate, they can survive. After the 10 leaders left, the 500 sets of energy were also transported. Lin Yang set the course and immediately entered warp speed 10, disappearing in a flash from the Sirius star system. The heads of various departments wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and hurriedly sent messages to the retreating fleet, instructing them to wait for surrender and not to resist. A few minutes later, Lin Yang exited warp. 100 kilometers ahead, 400 various-sized warships were lined up in a formation spanning 100 kilometers in space. All engines were shut down, and shields were turned off, waiting for surrender. Wow, there are experts behind the fleet giving advice. If they dare to fire a pulse cannon, I will have an excuse to annihilate them all. With their engines and shields turned off, given my temperament, I instantly felt it would be boring to kill more. Karuji has said, "Our tiger clan only challenges the strong. Attacking the weak is a sign of incompetence, and attacking those who have given up resistance is even more shameful." Karugia, you tiger people's traditional views need to change. If it weren't for keeping these warships useful, I would rather find it boring to destroy them all. Huang Yuexi, standing beside him, had a cold gaze. She said lightly, "Cutting grass without removing the roots will allow it to grow back in the spring breeze." And Ziwen looked at the two in surprise, thinking it was no wonder Lin Yang and Yuexi could cooperate so harmoniously in battle. Both were decisively ruthless. "Captain, are you keeping these warships for the rebels?" "Exactly. Without warship protection, even if the rebels take over the asteroid belt, they won't last long. Sooner or later, we have to sail toward the distant stars and oceans. We can't stay in the asteroid belt forever playing babysitter, can we?" "Yes, you truly have a far-reaching vision." "Ha! Don't say that, I'll be proud." "Sister Ziwen, don't praise him like that. Look at that smugness. He is my captain." Chapter 26, The Surrender of Wisdom Planet and the Dissolution of Marriage Planet. Lin Yang piloted the Sun-Moon ship into warp speed, heading towards the Stove God Planet. 400 warships of various sizes immediately changed direction and flew towards the Stove God Planet. After receiving the news, Lin Yang's team of 4 became the key to the future of the asteroid belt. In less than 10 minutes, they reached Stove God Planet at warp speed 10 and were preparing to land at the Bounty Dock when the warship received a message from the Wisdom Planet fleet. It was a video connection request. Upon connecting, they saw Major General Yuan, the commander of the Wisdom Planet fleet. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yang. On behalf of the 150 warships of the main fleet of Wisdom Planet and the 3 million residents, I surrender to you and the Miners Organization, hoping that this meaningless war will not continue and that the asteroid belt can have a bit of peace." 3 million residents? General LV, are you counting the underground miners as well? Well, since the Martian regime has abandoned us along with the miners. The miners are indeed part of the residents of Wisdom Planet. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving Wisdom Planet a chance for a peaceful transition. I will lead the leadership of Wisdom Planet to welcome you and the Miners Organization. You have defeated the joint fleet of the asteroid belt, completing challenge task 6 Great Victory. Evolution points 15,000. Current evolution points 16,000. Challenge task updated 7 Rising Fame. Accumulated destruction of 10 interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points 50,000. Huh? The challenge task is completed? Lin Yang was surprised and quickly asked Enai Ziwen to confirm with the resistance forces. Moments later, Enai Ziwen reported happily. Leader Shurtsong said that Major General Zhou Mingyuan, the commander of the Marriage Planet fleet, was picked up by a Martian warp ship. The Marriage Planet fleet has dissolved on the spot. The captain of the 3rd team sent out a surrender message, and the remaining warships scattered and fled, possibly turning into interstellar pirates. That was effortless. Haha, great, fantastic. Lin Yang was overjoyed. He didn't expect that with the warp engine and after destroying the main ship of Valley Planet, victory would come so easily. However, he turned around and noticed that First Officer Huang Yuexi had a slight frown, seemingly troubled. "Yuexi, we won the war easily and became legends of the asteroid belt. Why do you seem troubled?" Huang Yuexi worriedly said, "I'm thinking, why did the Martian regime not rescue Theodore, Nelson, and Yuan, yet came to save the weakest commander of the Marriage Planet fleet, Zhou Mingyuan? Maybe this Zhou has relatives in the Martian high ranks. Maybe." Huang Yuexi smiled gently. Hey, you rarely talk about the past, Yuexi. What did you do on Marriage Planet? Nothing much. Marriage Planet is small. I worked as a drifter with my grandmother. That grandmother who is particularly good at encouraging people to think positively? Yeah. Huang Yuexi lowered her head and said, Captain, I'm a bit tired. I request to rest. You're being too formal. Just go rest. Do you want me to accompany you? No. All right. At the Martian Space Fleet Command, Commander Leaf and Speaker Peters sat in front of a large screen, listening to the report from Major General Zhou Mingyuan, the commander of the Marriage Planet Fleet. Marshal, Speaker, although the information I provided cannot be proven, every word is true. That girl can enhance the firepower of the phase gun by more than 10 times. When she was captured, it caused significant losses to the Marriage Planet Patrol team. The energy cannon of Lin Yang's warship is abnormally powerful, not from Sirius technology, but from that seemingly weak yet unfathomable girl. What is the background of that girl? Not too clear. She came to Marriage Planet with an old lady. If it weren't for someone wanting to capture her as a slave, we wouldn't even know about their existence. What happened afterward? The person who wanted to capture her was killed on the spot, and the patrol team sent to maintain order was also repelled by the two of them. Later, the old lady self-destructed at the dock to cover her escape, causing many casualties, while she secretly sneaked onto a cargo ship and escaped. How long ago was that? More than 2 months ago. Why are you only saying this now? Why didn't you report it to Mars at the time? At that time, I was afraid it would affect my political performance, and I was also worried about the dignity of the Marriage Planet regime being damaged. Besides that, what else do you know? Nothing else. That's all the information I have. Speaker Peters closed his eyes in disappointment and waved his hand gently. Marshal Alif's expression was cold. A barren, backward marginal mining area, a group of rabble forming a drifter regime. Zhou Mingyuan, what dignity and image do you have? You have no political achievements at all. With a swipe, Alif angrily flicked his sleeve. The captain on the other side of the video immediately pulled out a phase gun. Zap! A beam of phase light instantly vaporized the fleeing commander of the Marriage Planet Fleet, Zhou Mingyuan. Marshal, please give the next instructions. Alif waved his hand. Stand by. Prepare to establish diplomatic relations with the new regime of the asteroid belt. Lin Yang's original 6,000 evolution points had consumed 5,000 through a continuous 10 draws, resulting in a legendary level life support module that he hadn't bought yet in the mall. Now, with his evolution points rising to 16,000, he unhesitatingly spent 2,000 to purchase the life support module. He then immediately did another 10 draws. Host luck is off the charts. Drawn a legendary level product, medium strike fighter hull skeleton, priced at 8,000 evolution points. Hey, just enough for 1,000 evolution points. Lin Yang bought the hull skeleton and spent another 1,000 evolution points to initiate evolution. Hull skeleton evolving. Duration 16 hours and 40 minutes. After the hull began to evolve, Lin Yang sent a message to the dock at Stove God Planet, requesting to transport 1,000 energy modules to the Bounty dock. While Karugia directed the workers to unload, Lin Yang ordered Valley Planet, Wisdom Planet, and Marriage Planet to assist the resistance forces in deploying oxygen machines to the underground miners' residential areas. 15 hours later, the Valley Planet fleet was still far away and would take another day to arrive. To avoid causing too much commotion from the Sun-Moon ship's evolution, Lin Yang briefed the resistance leader Shirtsong and then piloted the warship away from Stove God Planet, flying towards Jupiter at warp speed. After reaching a remote area, he disengaged from warp speed and quietly waited for the completion of the hull's evolution. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang out in the cockpit. Ding! You have received a transfer of 100 million star coins from the Wisdom Planet regime. Money. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi's eyes widened in an instant. They hurriedly opened the screen in front of them. Oh my! Major General L.V. Yuanshan from Wisdom Planet is really something. Lin Yang couldn't stop smiling. 100 million star coins was no small amount. He had struck it rich. Huang Yuexi smiled and asked, Captain, this money might have the sweat and blood of the miners. Will you accept it? Of course. I defeated the joint regime on behalf of millions of miners. If I don't accept it, then the miners would be ungrateful and turn into white-eyed wolves. I deserve this money. Even an extra 100 million wouldn't be too much. Chapter 27 Legendary Unknown Blade Medium Fighter Jet. So it seems we're on the same wavelength, Lin Yang. What about the money from Sirius, Vesta, and Juno? Damn, it wouldn't have been taken by the Martian regime, would it? And Ziwin, who was beside him, said, exactly. Chief Shirtsong said he investigated the accounts of the 3 bases, and at the moment of defeat, all the money was transferred to the Martian regime's name. Regardless, since he is so savvy, a 1T let the rebels kill him. Ziwin, tell Shirtsong that if Liu Yuanshan has any use, leave him a way out. Okay, I'll inform Chief Shirtsong right away. More than an hour later, the system notification sounded again. You have evolved the light ship into a medium fighter jet. Completing growth task, 5 secondary evolution points 5,000. Growth task updated, 6 golden legend. Evolve the legendary unknown blade medium fighter jet to the appropriate level. Ensuring all components reach golden legend level. Evolution points 10,000. The sun and moon battleship, slowly drifting in space, suddenly shook. A white light wall appeared at the front and slowly moved toward the stern. As the battleship passed through the light wall, changes occurred to its exterior and internal structure. The cockpit expanded from over 5 meters wide to 8 meters. 4 operational positions appeared. Lin Yang took control of the main driving position, with Huang Yuexi as the co-pilot. Besides assisting with driving, she could also control the ship's firepower. The radar and communication were managed by Ziwin, positioned to the right rear of the co-pilot. To the left rear of the main driving position was the monitoring and control of the hull, shields, energy, and life support modules, which naturally became Karuja's position. The height of the cockpit increased from less than 3 meters to over 4 meters. Karuja, who was 3 meters tall, could now enter the cockpit without bending over. From the outside, the front of the hull expanded from 10 meters wide to 20 meters wide. Each side of the cockpit gained an additional small vacant room. Lin Yang intended to use them as a temporary meeting room and a temporary lounge. The height increased from 5 meters to 12 meters. Besides the cockpit area, which remained double-decked, the rear cabins transformed into 3 levels, each approximately 3 meters high, showcasing the hull's thickness. The outer hull's thickness exceeded 1 meter. Entirely made of the latest type of human-made diamond W-type titanium. The overall toughness increased to a new level. Originally, the length of the light fighter jet was 30 meters. After completely passing through the light wall, the new hull skeleton extended to 50 meters long. The additional 20 meters in length could be used to accommodate dual engines or to evolve a larger energy chamber, as well as to increase living quarters and recruit new crew members. The increased cabin layer significantly enhanced the carrying capacity. This scene left Ziwin and Karuja in awe. It was their first time personally experiencing and witnessing such a situation. A miracle. I have never seen or heard of such technology. Although Huang Yuexi had experienced the evolution of a light fighter jet from Shuttle once, seeing the evolution of a medium fighter jet again still shocked her, making it difficult for her to calm her excited heart. This is the Unknown Blade class medium fighter jet, equipped with 12 energy turrets, 6 missile launchers, dual engines, dual shields, and dual energy sources. It is the ace battleship of Blue Star, even a legendary battleship that the Martian fleet does not possess. Yuexi, how do you know so much? Ziwin asked curiously. Lin Yang smiled. The first officer is my encyclopedia. No, our encyclopedia. The Tiger Man Karuja looked around curiously. Suddenly, he grinned and said, Captain, such technology has never been heard of in the 6th-level stellar civilization of Sirius, and it may not even exist in the 3.0 stellar civilization of the Lumens. I won't question the principles anymore. Can you evolve a weapon manufacturing room for me? What do you need that for? Don't you know? The Tiger Man race of Sirius is famous for weapon manufacturing in the galaxy, and I am among the best. Look at this gear. All crafted by myself. Lin Yang asked curiously, what about the explosive energy gun and the 2 types of enhanced energy bullets? Of course, as long as there is a fully functional weapon manufacturing room and sufficient raw materials, I can produce many weapons. All right, when the time is right, I'll arrange one for you. And Ziwin quickly said, Captain, I want a medical laboratory. Absolutely. Ziwin, I'll arrange it immediately once conditions are met. Yuexi, do you have any requests? Huang Yuexi smiled slightly and shook her head. My request is to have a place to stay and enough food to eat. What? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I said your demands are not low back then. Haha. I remember when I recruited you on Sirius. I was really close to starving. Oomph. That 50 star coins, though not much, was all I had. If you were someone who just eats and drinks for free. After that meal, we would have to go become slaves or miners just to get a meal. And I, Zhuan nearby, instantly became interested and immediately pulled Huang Yuexi to ask about what happened back then. Lin Yang helplessly shrugged and took Karuja to tour the new battleship. Unfortunately, it was bought for 2,000 and sold for only 200. With 5,200 evolution points, he evolved the Qilin X-type pulse engine again from the evolution shop. An hour later, the Sun and Moon medium fighter jet was equipped with dual engines, one warp speed 1.0 engine and one conventional pulse engine. The entire population of Vesta was stunned and began discussing. Mr. Lin went out for a round. And how did he change battleships? ISNT that the Waste Blade class medium fighter jet that only Blue Star and the Martian fleet have? It looks much more powerful than the Scimitar class that was eliminated decades ago. Look closely. The Waste Blade class doesn't have that many turrets and ISNT that big. So what class is this? Could it be more powerful than the Waste Blade class? It's probably the legendary Unknown Blade class. Unknown Blade class? Is it the legendary battleship that almost caused a rift between Blue Star and Mars? No doubt about it. Oh my god, Mr. Lin and his team are truly mysterious. Who is helping him? Is it the rumored Sirius civilization? Sure, don't speak carelessly. You only need to know one thing. Mr. Lin is helping us, and that's enough. The leaders of the rebels were also astonished, unable to close their mouths. But as long as Lin Yang didn't actively speak, they maintained their silence. A day later, the 400 ships of the Sirius fleet arrived at Vesta and accepted the incorporation of the rebels. The rebels officially renamed themselves the Asteroid Belt Miners Alliance, with Shurtsong serving as the first leader. The fleets from Ceres and Juno that surrendered also accepted the second redistribution through long-distance communication. The Miners Alliance replaced 80 of the fleet members, regrouped the original fleet, and then reorganized it into 4 fleets of varying sizes based on the population of the asteroid residents. They were then assigned to various bases for protection. Oxygen generators were also being deployed in an orderly manner. 3 days later, another notification sounded in Lin Yang's mind. Ding! You assisted the miners in deploying 3,000 oxygen generators, improving the miners' living environment, completing the main quest, 5 a good beginning and end, evolution points 2,000. Current evolution points 7,100. Main quest updated, 6 bounty tycoon, monopolize the 4 bounty markets in the asteroid belt and officially operate them. Evolution points 10,000, chapter 28. Monopoly on the asteroid belt bounty market system. I have to say, your task this time is impressive. Lin Yang was quite satisfied. The original regime has been defeated by me. Not to mention the bounty docks, the entire asteroid belt could be in my grasp. Isn't it a piece of cake to monopolize the bounty docks? This system will strive to maximize benefits for the host and will strategize for you through macro analysis of the future. Taking control of the remote and underdeveloped asteroid belt will only drag you into a quagmire, affecting your conquest of the Star Sea. Therefore, the task of monopolizing the bounty docks has been proposed. We think alike. The relationship between the millions of miners in the asteroid belt and Blue Star and Mars is complicated. This historical issue should be resolved by the rebels slowly. Once I get involved, it will be hard to extricate myself for 3 to 5 years. With the rebels covering us, the bounty docks can operate safely. You are correct. On the surface, you are handing the asteroid belt over to the rebels, but in reality, the asteroid belt is conquered by you. The rebels have become your vassal force. And manipulating from behind the scenes is much safer than stepping into the spotlight and directly competing with Blue Star and Mars. The system's arrangement was exactly what Lin Yang wanted. After sending messages to Ceres, Vesta, and Juno, the leadership of the miners' organization immediately allocated the bounty docks to Lin Yang without hesitation. They also dispatched soldiers to patrol the market security voluntarily. Galeva, you've been promoted and given a raise. Lin Yang arrived at the bounty dock on Vesta with 3 crew members. Galeva came running to greet them. Captain, it's a great honor for Galeva to serve you. I have received messages from Ceres, Vesta, and Juno regarding the bounty docks. Your kindness is unforgettable to Galeva. Your brilliance shines like the sun. Stop flattering me and get to work. I expect you to have all 4 bounty docks officially operational within a day. Yes, Captain. As long as you arrange the personnel appointments for the 4 docks, I guarantee they can be officially operational in 10 minutes. Tell them the original person in charge and management will remain unchanged. You are the overall person in charge and just need to report to me monthly. Understood. I will arrange it right away. Please rest in the office. Is there tea? Yes. Blue Star's specialty green tea. We also have black tea, powder tea, flower tea, and aged white tea. Huang Yuexi asked, do you have women's clothing? Yes. We have casual and sportswear, with over a dozen brand new sets, each different. Specially prepared for you and Doctor and I. The Tiger Man Karugia asked, is there meat? Yes, we specially bought fresh refrigerated Blue Star goat meat from the trade dock. Haha, great. I want to eat 200 pounds. And Ijuan hadn't spoken yet. Galeva continued. All medical equipment and medicines for the hospital on Vesta have been prepared. Doctor, and once you select, I will immediately send someone to install them on the battleship. Lin Yang and the 3 exchanged smiles. Having capable subordinates is indeed reassuring. Galeva has hit the jackpot. He is a smart person. Even if he is urged to leave now, he wouldn't. This person knows how to handle things. He arranged the logistical supplies on the battleship perfectly. Originally, Lin Yang and the others were eating ordinary rations for civilians. Galeva went to the Miners' Alliance to prepare a dietary combination that only the fleet's senior management could enjoy, various foods, both meat and vegetables, simply luxurious. 10 minutes later, while Lin Yang was resting in the office, he heard the system's notification sound. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt have been officially acquired and are now operational. Main quest 6 completed. Bounty Tycoon, evolution points 10,000, current evolution point 17. 100. Main quest updated, 7 journey to Mars. After assisting the Miners' Organization in restoring order in the asteroid belt, the journey to Mars will begin. Upon successfully arriving at the Mars Space Trading Station, evolution points 20,000. Looking at the taskbar in the system panel, Lin Yang lay back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to analyze. The challenge task is to destroy a total of 10 frigates. So far, only 4 have been destroyed. This task is a bit difficult and needs to be pushed back. The growth task is Golden Legend, which requires upgrading all supporting facilities of the battleship to legendary level. Each 10 consecutive attempts guarantees at least 1 legendary level, but the evolution points are insufficient, so it also needs to be pushed back. Only the main quest seems easier. Restoring order in the asteroid belt will allow us to set sail. With a warp speed of 1.0, it will take over 20 minutes to arrive. As long as negotiations are conducted in advance, this is the simplest task. It's the one. Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes and found Huang Yuexi quietly watching him. What is up? Yuexi, do you have something to say? Nothing, but I know you have something to arrange now. Speak up, we're all ears. Let the Miners' Organization hurry to restore order. The issues left by the original regime, such as the gladiatorial arena slaves and modified monsters, should be closed if they need to be closed and released if they need to be released. If there is anything we need to help maintain, just let us know. And Ijuan said, the order of the 4 asteroids is steadily being restored. The gladiatorial arena is being prepared to be converted into a sports field, and the slaves will regain their free status, while the modified monsters are being prepared for confinement. Kill them. Kill them? Yes. Tell Shirt Song that the modified monsters are bloodthirsty and brutal, not normal carbon-based life forms. Just execute them directly. Okay, I'll tell him right away. And Ijuan opened her portable communicator and passed on Lin Yang's instructions. Captain, Shirt Song has already conveyed your orders, but he mentioned receiving news from the Martian regime that the Warm Current strategic frigate is about to arrive. What do they want? They say it's for diplomatic relations, but in fact, it's to negotiate the legitimacy of the Miners' Alliance. Tell Shirt Song to negotiate however he sees fit and not to worry about us. We will be leaving the asteroid belt soon. In 10 minutes, the Warm Current frigate will arrive at Vesta at warp speed 1.0. Shirt Song would like to invite you to participate in negotiations. Lin Yang shook his head and smiled. We are the behind-the-scenes movers. There is no need to step into the spotlight. Understood. I'll inform him right away. Lin Yang closed his eyes again and lay back on the sofa. 10 consecutive attempts. Congratulations. The host's luck is extraordinary. An epic item has appeared in the store. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Buy. Even though I don't know when I will use it, I want to miss out on an epic item. The last epic mirror generator saved my life. Captain, all supplies have been transported, and you can start your journey anytime to inspect your 4 bounty docks. Galeva entered the office with a beaming face to report. Galeva, you're now the overall person in charge, with a 50 salary increase. Make sure to operate the 4 bounty docks well. Yes, Captain. I will report the accounts from the previous week every Monday. How much money is currently in the account? The total balance of the 4 docks is 2,037. 680 star coins. Due to the order not being restored yet, the bounty hunters are on vacation and observing, so our market is still in a state of loss. But I guarantee we will turn it around within a month. All right, I don't care how you do it, just as long as the results are there. And remember, don't let me down. Rest assured, Captain, Galeva will not do anything foolish. The battleship supplies are fully loaded, and the new legendary life support module is now online. Lin Yang and the others left the bounty dock to check on the situation aboard the battleship. Half an hour later, the minor organization Shuttle sent a communication. Mr. Lin, Mars and Blue Star have recognized the legitimacy of the miners' organization. Great. With the recognition from Mars and Blue Star, order will soon be restored. But they require you to be listed as an S-class interstellar pirate, prohibiting any military or trade interactions with you. And they also want to block all your messages in the asteroid belt. I did not agree to this, and now we are in a negotiation break. I would like to seek your opinion. Chapter 29, The Game with Mars. Trade-offs indeed. The Mars regime is impressive. Their political maneuvers are far superior to those of the backward asteroid belt. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Shurtsong's tone became resolute. Mr. Lin, the United Asteroid Belt regime was defeated by you. Without your involvement, we would still be the underground resistance that can't see the light. I cannot agree to the demands of the Mars regime, nor can the entire resistance. We must support you as our leader to contend with Mars and Blue Star. Hey, that's impulsive. Don't crown me. Lin Yang hurriedly stopped him. It's all just a title. No need to pay attention to it. Just accept their demands and classify us as S-class interstellar pirates. Huh? How is that possible? I can't do it. Don't be agitated. Listen to me. The accounts of the 4 bounty docks are currently under Galeva's name, right? Yes, your account has been jointly frozen by Mars and Blue Star, and the 10,075. 000 star coins inside cannot be spent. That's fine. On the surface, the bounty dock belonged to Galeva, but they are actually still mine. Although the miners' organization claims to cut ties with us and classify us as pirates, we can still communicate privately. In the future, I can still direct the overall planning and future direction of the asteroid belt, right? Of course. But the Mars regime says they will send a supervisory committee to monitor any exchanges between us. As long as this supervisory committee has no real power, it won't hinder our communication. Just give them some pirate hunting tasks to keep them occupied. But they also demand to block all your news, making millions of miners forget about you. The more they do this, the more legendary we become among the people. Don't worry about it. Agree to their demands. Let them quickly restore various investments. But you must remember, they must not interfere in military, economic, and livelihood matters. Not at all. By then, the supervisory committee will just be a facade. What about you, Mr. Lin? We'll set sail once order is restored in the asteroid belt. The boundless starry sea awaits us. I think Mars and Blue Star's demands are not to hinder your life in the asteroid belt, but to prevent you from smoothly reaching Mars or Blue Star with a normal identity. Exactly, Shurtsong, as long as you understand this. In the future, for major matters concerning the asteroid belt, ask me, and for minor issues, you can discuss among yourselves. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will always support you. You are the soul of the asteroid belt. In this game, Lin Yang appeared to have given up the fruits of victory, retreating into deep space. In reality, he had given up nothing. This decisive abandonment of superficial gains won him the respect of millions of residents in the asteroid belt. as long as he wished. He could command the entire asteroid belt at any time. Yet, he was preparing to head to Mars to carve out his own territory. The asteroid belt would become his support, continuously providing various resources. The subsequent negotiations went very smoothly. The Mars regime got what they wanted, believing that Lin Yang had not taken the position of leader of the asteroid belt. Their entire team still bore the title of Interstellar Pirates, making it difficult for them to travel to Mars openly. The Mars regime dispatched a supervisory committee of 30 people to oversee the operation of the new regime. The new mineral legislation and miners' rights began to be implemented. The tax revenue from the asteroid belt soared, and it became increasingly prosperous. 3 days later, Shuttle sent an encrypted message. Order has been restored for 4 asteroids and major mines. A total of 86 million miners and 120,000 slaves have gained free status. The 4 main fleets have officially commenced patrols, and all docks are operating normally. The transition of the asteroid belt regime is officially complete. Hearing this report, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. We should set sail. Destination, Mars. Captain, we've received another encrypted communication. Connect it. After an eye, Xiwen's opened it. Her expression was somewhat unexpected. It was General Liu Yuanshan, the former commander of the Jishan Star Fleet. Due to his timely surrender, he had given Lin Yang 10 million star coins. After the power transfer, Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan was appointed as the head of the Asteroid Belt Fleet Academy, essentially giving him a nominal position for retirement. Normally, after landing safely, he should have kept a low profile and enjoyed life. Unexpectedly, he risked being discovered by the Mars Supervisory Committee to send Lin Yang an encrypted message. General Liu, long time no see. You still have your charm. What urgent matter brings you to use encrypted communication? Mr. Lin, I heard you were about to set sail for Mars. Yes, is there something you need to convey? Weren't you classified as an interstellar pirate, and your account frozen by the Mars regime? That's the trouble I'm dealing with. The Mars Trade Dock F Zone No. 66 is the solar system Mars branch of the Star Alliance Bank. Go there and find a 3-eyed person named Yaoban. He has an old acquaintance with me and can upgrade your account from a secondary regional version to a first-level universal version, usable throughout the entire Star Alliance. By then, the freeze from Mars and Blue Star will become ineffective. Wow, General Liu, you are so timely. Thank you. You are a wise and far-sighted person. We will meet again in the future. Is there anything you wanted to pass on to the 3-eyed person, Yaoban? Yes. I've heard that the saber-toothed tiger punishment team from Sirius is about to enter the solar system, coming for your companion, the Tiger Man. Be cautious, goodbye. After closing the communication, Lin Yang noticed that Kalugia was no longer carefree as before. The tiger's eyes were narrowed with worry. Meanwhile, Huang Yuexi, the co-pilot, also frowned, seemingly preoccupied. Clap, clap. Lin Yang clapped his hands. Cheer up, it's time to set off. What's wrong, big cat? Are you scared? Oof. The Tiger Man is never afraid. I just miss my mother and father and my several royal sisters. Okay, what about you, Yuexi? You also seem to have something on your mind? Huang Yuexi smiled lightly. It's nothing. I'm just a bit hungry. How about you guys? I'm also hungry. Then I'll go prepare the meals. Huang Yuexi left the cockpit like a gust of wind. After she left, Xiwen's walked over to Lin Yang. I'm worried. I asked her privately, but she didn't say anything, so I didn't press further. Sister Xiwen's, some things are easier for you girls to discuss. Can you find an opportunity to ask her? All right, I'll go help her prepare the meals. Xiwen's went to the temporary dining area in the aft. As she reached the door, she heard Huang Yuexi saying something. Huh? Sister Xiwen's? I didn't say anything. I'm just preparing the meal. What do you want to eat? Chapter 30 Mars, set sail. Xiwen smiled gently and lightly held Huang Yuexi's hand. Huang Yuexi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Sister Xiwen, why are you suddenly so serious? Quickly tell me, what do you want to eat? Chicken meal or fish meal? Sister, you're not eating anything, just want to ask you. Have you encountered any difficulties recently? No, Yuexi replied. Lin Yang said we are a team, a family. You wouldn't be so distant as to not tell us when you face difficulties, right? If you're embarrassed to tell him, can you tell me? Sister? I'm also a woman. No, really, sister, you're overthinking. I just remember my grandmother, whom we fled with in the past. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of her, Ziwen had to give up and began preparing meals with Huang Yuexi. During the meal, Lin Yang cast a questioning glance at Ziwen. Ziwen gently shook her head. Huang Yuexi placed a large chicken leg into his lunchbox. Hurry up and eat. Captain, one chicken leg won't be enough to stop your mouth. So here is another. Hey Yuexi, you're on a diet, right? You don't look fat. If you're not eating it, give it to me. I'm still not full. Kalugia suddenly snatched Lin Yang's lunchbox away, opening his mouth wide like a basin. He poured all in. With a few crunches, he swallowed it down. Seeing the three of them stunned, he snatched Ziwen and Huang Yuexi's lunchboxes as well. I'm starving. With his mouth wide open, he poured everything in again. Captain, I'm only 30% full. I'm hungry. You damn it, Lin Yang said with a black line. Didn't you say that 10 portions would be enough? You've eaten enough for 13 people, and you're telling me you're only 30% full? Huang Yuexi coldly said. Tell your father to hurry up and send money for food. 100 million star coins. Ziwen shook her head helplessly. Kalugia, how can you bravely shield us from bullets during battle, but act like a robber during meals? From your human perspective, I'm still an 8-year-old child. I can't let a child always go hungry, can I? Lin Yang clenched his fist and hit him. Who the hell isn't a child? From your tiger perspective, the average age is 300 years. People in their 20s are still children. All right, Captain, it's time to set off. Let Kalugia eat his fill this time. Ziwen smiled and mediated. Eat. Let go and eat. Let us see how much you can eat. Kalugia opened his belly and ate the equivalent of 50 portions. Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, and Ziwen all frowned at his eating. He didn't say he was full, just said he didn't want to eat for now because he was tired. He returned to his room and lay down on the floor, quickly falling asleep. Lin Yang smiled helplessly. The lower cabin is still too small. The stored meat isn't enough for Kalugia to eat for a month. Huang Yuexi said, a northeast tiger from Blue Star can eat over 20 kilograms in one meal, and Kalugia eats even more than that. We should try to avoid long-term voyages in the future. All right, let the well-fed big tiger sleep for a while. Let us set sail for Mars. The medium-sized fighter ship, Sun and Moon, left the bounty dock. Galeva led all the staff at the dock to see the warship off. They waved goodbye together. Yuexi, disengage from conventional power and enter warp mode after leaving the Sirius star region. During non-combat times, Lin Yang usually handed over the piloting to his deputy Huang Yuexi. He then leisurely sat in the main cockpit, enjoying the scenery. The Sirius Supervisory Committee. Suddenly, the electronic door malfunctioned and wouldn't open. The supervisor sent by the Martian government was trapped inside. Calling for help from the Mining Alliance was useless. A few repairmen fumbled around at the door for a long time, but couldn't open it. Infuriated, the supervisor started shouting inside. Where's Speaker Shirtsong? We need to contact the leader of the asteroid belt miners, Shirtsong. Hurry and open the door. Why are all the base personnel gathered in the square? We're really sorry. Please wait a moment. We'll try to open the electronic door within an hour. I'm asking you, who took off on the dock? I don't know. Just wait a moment. We'll go take a look. Clack. The repairman added another lock and opened a force field shield, then turned and ran toward the central square. The square was already packed with people, tens of thousands, causing a blockage. Everyone looked up at the dome above. Lin Yang's Sun and Moon fighter ship slowly took off. Over 10,000 people waved goodbye to him together. Seeing the scene, Ziwen's eyes turned red and tears fell. After all these years in the asteroid belt, we can finally leave with peace of mind, seeing everyone living a normal life. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. This scene really makes all the hard work worth it. Everyone came out to see us off. Huang Yuexi said, it's not just here. Look in the distance at the trade dock, labor dock, transport port, and shipyard. They're all filled with people. The warship accelerated, leaving Sirius and heading toward Mars, closer to the sun. 5 minutes after takeoff, Ziwen suddenly spotted something unusual on the radar. Captain, there's a heavy fighter ship from Sirius Technology blocking our warp route, and its laser weapons are charging. It seems like they want to intercept us. We received a communication call from them. Chapter 31, Sirius Punishment Society. Saber-toothed tiger exit warp speed, open communication. Enter combat readiness. Once the video connection was established, a tiger man with a scarred face and one ear blown off by a laser weapon appeared on the screen. His face looked fierce, and beneath his chin was a tuft of grizzled short whiskers. His originally golden fur, with black stripes, had also developed many grizzled patches. Considering the average lifespan of a tiger man is 300 years, he was at least over 150 years old. Are you the commander of the fighter ship? Lin Yang from the solar system? That's me. Why are you blocking my route? I am Gala, a bounty officer from the Sirius saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society, and I command you to lower your shields and transfer the fugitive Karuja to my warship immediately. Huang Yuexi and Ni Zhuang frowned upon hearing this, but Lin Yang smiled calmly. Karuja is the security officer of my warship, an important combat asset. Mr. One Ear, how could he be a fugitive? He violated the 20,000-year-old tradition of Sirius civilization by refusing to face the challenge from his father, which is cowardly behavior and a disgrace to the Tiger Man race. Yes, as long as he doesn't cause trouble for the Sirius civilization, it's not considered a crime. But he leaked Sirius technology to you, interfering with the political reform of the asteroid belt in the solar system. The Star Alliance is investigating this matter and has put pressure on Sirius. This pressure must be released with Karuja's death. Your reasoning makes no sense at all. Karuja did not leak Sirius technology. Even if he did, with the technological processes and manufacturing levels of the solar system civilization, it would be impossible to quickly master it, especially not with my near-space fighter ship. Gala's brows furrowed, seemingly realizing this point. But then he became angry again. Whether he is guilty or not is not for you to decide. It needs to be judged by the ancient saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Back where humans, I command you to lower your shields and transfer Karuja immediately. Mr. One Ear, you can't bully the backward and weak just because of technology and military power. This is against the Star Alliance's principles. I've been quite restrained. If it weren't for you constantly praising me for my honorable scars, I would have already taken down your shields and transferred the fugitive away. Gala proudly touched the scar where his ear had been. This scar was left from 100 years ago when he was hunting the S-class criminal black tiger Vidaka during an attack by an insectoid mercenary group. This is my honor. I commend your bravery, while also respecting the laws and traditions of Sirius. But please, Mr. One Ear, also respect our human traditions. What traditions? Gala frowned slightly. No wonder the solar system humans develop slowly. It turns out there are these cumbersome regulations. A minute later, he sent over a document. Blue Star and Mars have already approved it. Only the asteroid belt hasn't. But historically, the asteroid miners have been a vassal regime of Mars. So with Mars's approval, this should be enough. Now, can you release him? Damn it. Lin Yang cursed inwardly. It takes me 10 days or even half a month to get something approved, and my account has been frozen by Mars. The Sirius people apply, and it gets approved immediately. It seemed that delaying tactics wouldn't work. He had to face the situation. He then closed his eyes and leaned back in the pilot's seat. Huang Yuexi and Ni Zhuang immediately understood that he was entering deep driving mode. Battle was about to begin. Whoosh! Without warning, Huang Yuexi suddenly launched 3 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Following that, 4 ion pulse cannons fired simultaneously. Lin Yang rolled the warship to the side to escape. Ni Zhuang adjusted the radar to maximum power, closely monitoring any movement within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Boom! The 3 Dragonfly missiles hit Gala's heavy fighter ship without deviation. Unfortunately, the high-explosive warheads only created 3 fireballs. The 4 ion pulse cannons, enhanced by more than 10 times, also hit the enemy ship's shields, but only caused the local shield to flicker briefly. Ni Zhuang exclaimed, "The enemy's shield value has decreased by 1, but it recovered in 0.1 seconds. Our attacks are ineffective." Huang Yuexi frowned. The Sirius Tiger Men are a level 2. 6 stellar civilization. This battle won't be easy. Retreat. Lin Yang casually set a course and immediately entered warp speed mode 1.0. However, the warship began to shake violently. A massive beam of light descended from above, enveloping the sun and moon. The enormous gravitational force prevented the warship from entering warp speed. Alarms sounded within the sun and moon. Warning! Warning! Warp speed, entry failed. Power system out of control. Hull captured by unknown gravity. 10 kilometers above the sun and moon, a giant mothership measuring 5 kilometers in length suddenly appeared. The fighter ship piloted by Gala had flown out from this mothership. With the power of such an interstellar giant ship, not even the 50-meter-long sun and moon, let alone the 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic frigate, could escape the tractor beam. Captain, it's an interstellar cruiser from a Sirius Tigerman. It's cloaked. Our radar can't detect it. Just then, Karuja stumbled into the cockpit. He had been asleep and rushed over after being awakened. Upon seeing Gala's heavy fighter ship outside the observation window, he also noticed the blue light curtain enveloping the sun and moon. His tiger eyes widened in shock. Let my friend go. Tigerman Karuja requests a blood duel. You are not a legitimate citizen of Sirius, so you are not qualified to request a blood duel. Bang! Karuja angrily slammed his fists together. Even if I'm a blasphemer, as long as tiger blood flows in my veins, I can request a blood duel. This tradition was established by the first Tiger Emperor 20,000 years ago. Don't you respect traditions? Why are you afraid to duel with me? The mothership continued to pull the sun and moon with its tractor beam. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser had opened its docking bay. A minute later, the sun and moon would be pulled inside the cruiser. Huang Yuexi launched several more missiles and energy cannons in attack, but they had no effect. Karuja clenched his fists and let out a roar. Captain, please lower the shields and let them transfer me over. Tiger men consider attacking the weak to be shameful. They will make things difficult for you, and I am of royal blood, so I won't be executed. At most, I will be imprisoned. Were you just asleep, Tiger? Gala said he wants to use your death to relieve the pressure on the Galactic Star Alliance. Death? Tiger men are never afraid of death. I just want to die in a duel. Since they won't let me die honorably, then fine, I can accept a humiliating punishment. Karuja spread his hands helplessly. Lower the shields, Captain, Officer Huang, Doctor and I. Knowing you has been the happiest thing for me in 8 years. I want to continue competing with you for food, but I can't let my fear of death drag my friends down. Goodbye. Bang. Stop with the noble sacrifice talk and get to the back cabin to fix the engine. Lin Yang jumped up and punched Karuja, thinking he almost fell for it. I'm the main character here, okay? However, Karuja did not obediently leave. Instead, he hurriedly reached for the shield button on the main control screen. Slap! The giant tiger paw was simultaneously knocked away by Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Huang Yuexi coldly said, "Don't overstep. This is not a control interface for a security officer." Lin Yang smiled slightly, knowing that there is an old saying among humans, to whom one entrusts a task, one must be loyal. Karuja shook his head with red eyes. I've never heard that. I was entrusted by the Tiger Emperor to take care of you, and I will never abandon you halfway and treat you as a criminal. Lin Yang said, raising his index finger gently. Yuexi, it's time to test the effects of our new epic weapon. Chapter 32. Time Reversal. Turning the Tide of Battle. Whoosh. The speed was very slow, only 1 Mach. Such a slow speed made the Sirius Tiger people too lazy to intercept it. Instead, they curiously watched what kind of lethality this uniquely shaped guided weapon had. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. A massive shockwave rapidly spread outwards. Within the inner layer of the shockwave, more shockwaves emerged, releasing in layers outward. The speed and power gradually increased. Boom! When a shockwave reached the sun and moon, the 50-meter-long medium-sized fighter was shaken violently. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tiger people was also shaken by the shockwave. In the next second, the gigantic tractor beam emitted by the cruiser broke. Driven by the shockwave, the sun and moon medium-sized fighter, the heavy fighter of the Tigerman Gala, and the 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser all retreated backwards. This retreat was not just spatial. More accurately, it was a retreat in time. Lin Yang's previous words appeared in reverse order. Every action and word of everyone on the battleship presented a rewind phenomenon. The sun and moon medium-sized fighter retreated to the position it was in 1 minute ago. The Tigerman Gala was still piloting the heavy fighter to intercept along the flight path. Lin Yang, who was flying the battleship at warp speed 1.0, suddenly felt something unusual. This scene of piloting the battleship feels familiar. Me too. Huang Yuexi quickly opened the weapon interface. When was this? Just 1 minute later? To be precise, 1 minute ago, we were ejected from the time bubble and retreated 1 minute. Why can't I understand, Yuexi? At this moment, Karuja, who was supposed to be asleep, also woke up and rushed into the cockpit. Captain, something seems off? I have a vague feeling that we almost got wiped out. Prepare for battle. Your feeling is correct. The four of them glanced roughly at the battle log. Buzz. Lin Yang immediately exited warp speed. Huang Yuexi opened the weapon interface. Karuja ran to the energy room to load energy modules. Ni Ziwin adjusted the radar power to maximum. 10,000 kilometers away, there was a slight distortion in space. Captain, you stopped just in time. If you had exited warp speed 0.001 seconds later, we would have crashed into Gala's battleship. We only scanned Gala's heavy fighter. The interstellar cruiser is still cloaked. Captain, should we send a message? No need to bother. Wait for his message. Yuexi, prepare the particle cannon and empty the energy for a heavy strike, aiming directly at the cruiser's position. Huang Yuexi frowned. Enhancing the particle cannon's power by several times is indeed significant, but it probably won't pose a threat to the Sirius cruiser. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Huang Yuexi immediately understood. You want to tell the saber-toothed tiger that our technology was not taught by Karuja. Exactly, we can't win. And the saber-toothed tigers won't listen to explanations, so we can only present the facts. Some advanced civilizations in the galaxy have developed battleship cloaking technology. This technology evades radar scanning and provides a crushing advantage in space battles. Therefore, the Star Alliance has very strict management regulations regarding battleship cloaking technology. It can be said to be a monopoly. Only some advanced civilizations can possess it. Low-level civilizations can't even research it without breaking the rules. This is similar to how, thousands of years ago, when Blue Star had not yet fully reached level 1 planetary civilization, the World Council had strict regulations on nuclear weapons. Nowadays, the cloaking technology of each advanced civilization in the galaxy is different and has always been a top secret. Karuja, a child of the Tiger tribe who did not participate in military or political affairs, would have no access to battleship cloaking technology. Lin Yang's ability to see through the cloak and launch an attack, regardless of how he did it, proves that Karuja did not pass Sirius technology to humanity. The Tiger Man Gala sent a communication as scheduled, repeating the same words from 1 minute ago. You are the fighter commander, the human Lin Yang from the solar system? He pressed the buttons on the 4 missile launch pads. The Dragonfly K-type missiles launched in groups of 4, flying at a speed of 100 Mach towards the cloaked 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser. At the same time, Huang Yuexi controlled the Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon to fire. The originally 10-meter diameter golden high-energy beam, after enhancement, exceeded a diameter of 100 meters. Simultaneously, 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon also opened fire. The power was increased by several times. Boom! A huge burst of light appeared. The enhanced particle cannon first hit the cloaked interstellar cruiser, followed by the 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon. These 5 shipborne cannons were pulse types, emitting high-energy light clusters. They were fast but had a short range. Fortunately, they were very close to the giant interstellar cruiser, just a few dozen kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, the energy weapons hit. Lastly, a series of Dragonfly K-type missiles followed. Violent explosions erupted on the exterior of the interstellar cruiser. Huang Yuexi then controlled the particle cannon to fire 3 more times. Zing, zing, zing. The massive interstellar cruiser was shaken. Explosive flames erupted in succession. At this moment, Karuja anxiously shouted from the communication. The energy consumption is too fast. I can't keep up. There's enough for the cannon to fire once more. But the next firing will have to wait 2 minutes. Lin Yang said, Yuexi, keep firing. Zing. Boom. A flash of fire. The particle cannon hit Gala's heavy fighter, instantly depleting 30 of its shield. At the same time, over 100 Dragonfly K-type missiles all hit Gala's battleship. Boom, 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 boom. As the dense explosion subsided, Lin Yang and the others finally saw it clearly. It turned out that Gala piloting the heavy fighter had blocked the last particle cannon shot and also intercepted over 100 Dragonfly K-type missiles. Captain, we've detected a particle compression phenomenon inside the heavy fighter. Gala has been teleported away. The cruiser has warped away. Did we win? Just as Ni Ziwen and Huang Yuexi were astonished, the communication station received a message. After connecting, it was a group of elderly tigers with mottled fur, including Gala. The video showed the bridge of the cruiser billowing smoke, with sparks falling everywhere. It was evident that the unexpected attack from the sun and moon had caused significant damage to the cruiser. Lin Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did our earlier attack injure your cruiser? Lin Yang slapped his forehead, using his hand to cover his barely contained smile. I'm a bit sorry. I really didn't know that the shield would weaken upon entering cloak. Now you understand that Karuja didn't teach me any technology, right? Chapter 33. The Sacred Blood Duel. Karuja was not at the high command of the Sirius military, so it was indeed impossible for him to do so. What technology did you use to spy on our stealth technology? A white-bearded tiger man dressed as an officer asked. Scan the spatial and temporal traces of the battlefield. If your technology is up to par, you will know the truth. The scanning results are being calculated. We will find out that Karuja is the culprit and must be handed over. At this moment, Karuja stood up. What did you say that? A minute ago, no. It should be 2 minutes ago. Just then, a tiger man hurriedly ran into the bridge, handing the scanning report to Gala. After Gala looked at it, he couldn't help but tremble and quickly passed the scanning report to the white-bearded tiger man. The tiger elder was taken aback. The Sirius tiger race is a 2-6-level stellar civilization and still cannot master time weapons. Only races that have reached 3-0-level galactic civilization can spy. It was clear that Lin Yang had received help from a more advanced race, definitely not from the tiger man Karuja. The tiger elder helplessly set down the scanning report. Lin Yang, the tiger race's warships can shield all radar scans within the known Milky Way after entering stealth mode, but the cost is that they must lower their shields. Otherwise, your near-space fighter jet would not have caused any damage to the cruiser. Lin Yang said, I was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. It was a coincidence, not intended to cause damage to the cruiser. No need to be modest. You defeated the Sirius Tiger race's interstellar cruiser. This is an honor that belongs to the 4 of you, and no one can take it away. But honor is honor. We must give the Star Alliance an explanation. Lin Yang nodded. I understand, but the explanation was already clear a minute ago. Karuja also applied for a sacred blood duel, and you ignored it, insisting on capturing my battleship, which led to this scene. Now you can explain to the Star Alliance with the facts. The Tiger Elder picked up the scanning report again. Do you have records from before the time weapon was activated? No. Even if there were, Lin Yang wouldn't provide them. Those are records from the perspective of the cockpit of the sun and moon, and they certainly cannot be easily given to outsiders. All right, the Tigers are not unreasonable. I will submit the Cruiser-S battle log as a report to the Star Alliance, and will temporarily not pursue whether Karuja leaked secrets to lower civilization races. However, finished. I hate hearing the word however. Lin Yang frowned. Speak. How do you want to backtrack? It's not backtracking. Karuja applied for a sacred blood duel. Let's not mention the incident erased by the time weapon. He just proposed a sacred blood duel, and we all heard it. According to Sirius tradition, the saber-toothed tiger punishment society must accept the challenge, set for 48 hours later at the Mars Coliseum. No, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Another duel is meaningless. The sacred blood duel is the most significant event for the tiger race, more solemn than a father-son duel. Once proposed, it cannot be retracted. Even if you escape from the Milky Way, the saber-toothed tiger will chase you down and arrange the duel. Escape? With my warp speed of 1.0. I can't even escape to Jupiter. Then see you on Mars, Karuja. Rest well and prepare for the duel. Wait. Seeing the Tiger Elder preparing to leave, Lin Yang hurriedly called out. We are interstellar pirates. We can't enter Mars orbit. You must have a way because the original route is Mars. And Gala's warship is right in front of you. That is your trophy of honor. Don't make me teach you how to do it. After the communication was cut off, Karuja burst into laughter. The heavy fighter jet of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society is fully functional. Aha, Captain, we hit the jackpot this time. Bang. Lin Yang walked over and punched him. I was negotiating with the saber-toothed tiger, and you had to act like a big wolf and propose a sacred blood duel. Huh? What huh? You're only 8 years old. Can you fight against someone over 100 years old? This duel could have been completely avoided. Huang Yuexi shook her head helplessly. Forget it, Captain. This foolish tiger is stubborn and will never change his mind. Karugia hurriedly nodded. That's right. This is my first battle against decaying traditions. Thank you for facing it with me. Don't drag me onto the pirate ship. I'm not participating in the duel. You never know. What do you mean you never know? I'm not a tiger-headed person. I don't have the blood of the tiger race flowing in me. But we are a whole, right? I can throw you away anytime. Do you believe it? I believe. He, but I know you would never throw me away. Otherwise, you would have gone to war with the saber-toothed tiger. I have no way to deal with you. Facing the childishly naive Karugia, Lin Yang was truly helpless. And Ziwen said, the original plan was to hijack a cargo ship nearby and use it to transport us to Mars. But now we have a ready, Sirius heavy fighter jet. We don't need to hijack a cargo ship anymore. And Ziwen said, I wonder if the Mars patrol fleet will question us. Lin Yang said, when the time comes, let Karugia impersonate Gala, dye his fur gray and white, add a bit of a beard, and just cut off one ear. Upon hearing this, Karugia quickly covered his ears. Captain, if I lose my ear in battle, that is my honor, but if I cut it off to impersonate someone else, that would be my shame. And Ziwen laughed and said, don't worry, Karugia. I'll disguise you with microsurgery. No need to cut it off for real. Oh, I see. I thought the captain wanted to enjoy some tiger ear as a delicacy. Lin Yang said, stop joking. Quickly secure our spoils and prepare to transfer. Karugia immediately ran to the rear cabin, preparing to spacewalk to collect the spoils. Huang Yuexi asked, what about the sun and moon? Should we find a place to hide it, Captain? That is also a plan, but Mars is so prosperous. Yuexi, don't you want to take a stroll? I still want to take you shopping. Wake up, Captain. Even if you successfully reach Marsport, you have to keep a low profile and hide. Here, take this for your safety. Huang Yuexi took off the Galaxy Heart necklace from around her neck and placed it in Lin Yang's hand. Although you can't use the Galaxy Heart to enhance weapon energy, it will vibrate when there's danger nearby and sometimes even guide you. Such a valuable thing. You just give it to me? Aren't you afraid I'll run away with it? Huang Yuexi pouted and laughed. You'd better run away with it. Lin Yang put the necklace around his neck and smiled. So, the Galaxy Heart is your token of love for me, right? Don't worry. I will take good care of it. This time, Huang Yuexi did not blush and glare at him, but lowered her head and smiled. Show off. And Ziwen said, Yuexi, I'll stay behind. You go with Lin Yang to Mars. No, Sister Ziwen. Only I and the captain can pilot the sun and moon. If we need the sun and moon for support, it's more suitable for me to stay behind. Let us keep in touch at all times. After discussing, Lin Yang took Karugia and Ziwen into the Sirius Technology heavy fighter jet. Karugia disguised himself as Gala and piloted the battleship at full speed toward Mars orbit. Lin Yang and Ziwen rested in the rear cabin. After the battleship left, Huang Yuexi sent a message to an unfamiliar target. Chapter 34 Arrival at Mars. Unlocking the nouveau riche, the heavy fighter jet of Sirius Technology, although advanced, did not equip a warp engine, as it was merely a near-space fighter jet. Its usual missions involved short-distance tasks within a limited range. Even interstellar travel was accomplished through interstellar portals or motherships. By removing the space-consuming and high-energy-consuming warp engine, the firepower and defense of the near-space warship could be significantly increased. This was also the reason it could withstand the bombardment of particle cannons. After flying at a maximum speed of 500 Mach for 45 hours, they finally arrived at Mars orbit. Mars, with a diameter of 700 kilometers, is only half the diameter of Blue Planet, but it is considered large compared to the 4 small asteroids in the asteroid belt. Moreover, it is much closer to the Sun and appears much brighter. What surprised Lin Yang the most was that Mars was no longer the reddish-brown color from his memory. Instead, it resembled Blue Planet. Through the atmosphere, he could even see oceans. In Mars orbit, there were dozens of space stations resembling aerial cities. 2 interstellar portals stood out prominently, each with a diameter of 100 meters, emitting a faint blue glow. From a distance, they looked like 2 sea blue mirrors floating in Mars orbit. The edges of the portals glowed green, and one spaceship after another flew into the blue light, instantly reaching another corner of space. When the edges of the portals glowed red, the ships at the entrance lined up to wait. One by one, warships flew out from the blue light. These were the near-space ships arriving at Mars from another corner of the universe, all less than 100 meters in width and height. Large interstellar giants could not pass through the portals and could only achieve interstellar travel with warp engines. The two portals continuously cycled warships. One was a shuttle between Blue Planet, and the other was between the second star of Centaurus, known as the mythical home of the Trisolarans, only 24 light-years away from the Sun. Unfortunately, there were no Trisolarans in this world. The second star of Centaurus was originally a transit port for the Star Alliance and an observation station monitoring the lower civilization of humanity. 800 years ago, humanity created the first warp engine, traveling to Mars at light speed 1.0, marking the threshold of human civilization entering the 2.0 stellar civilization. The Star Alliance officially contacted humanity and invited it to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance to evolve together and explore the endless universe. Since then, humanity entered the era of interstellar navigation. Now, 800 years have passed, and Mars has become humanity's second settlement with a population of 3 billion. In orbit, there are not only massive trade stations, but also spacecraft docks, space farms, ice water factories, fleet bases, and other buildings. The colorful neon lights of the space city illuminated the cosmos. In contrast, Lin Yang finally understood why the asteroid belt was called a poor backwater. There was no inspection at all. When the Sirius warship arrived, the Mars patrol team almost bowed and welcomed them. "Captain, my disguise was in vain. Damn, I didn't expect them to be so submissive to outsiders." LEVIATHAN said helplessly. Human technology is at the bottom of the Star Alliance, and Mars is even more backward than Blue Planet. It's no wonder they are so submissive when encountering a high civilization. Lin Yang shook his head and said, "I'm just afraid their attitude towards their human compatriots might do a 180-degree turn." "Your concern is indeed valid, Captain. At least 10 years ago, when I just escaped, they were like that. Damn." Soon, the warship stopped at the trade dock. Karuja was still dressed in gala style, while Lin Yang and LEVIATHAN put on hoods and followed behind as they disembarked. All three naturally carried phase guns. As soon as Lin Yang set foot on the trade station, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. "You have successfully arrived at the Mars Orbit Trade Station, completing the main quest, 7 journey to Mars, evolution points 20,000, current evolution points 22,100. Main quest updated, 8 Sacred Blood Duel. Lead Karuja to participate in the Sirius Sacred Blood Duel and completely defeat the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society, evolution points 30,000. Participating in the duel is easy, but completely defeating them is difficult." Lin Yang couldn't think of how to respond for the time being. He decided to do a 10-fold draw first. "Congratulations, host. A legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall. Zhulong X-type explosive pulse cannon. Can emit high-compression energy light clusters, causing explosive effects upon hitting the target. Single-shot energy 10 megajoules. Flight speed 1,000 Mach. Firing rate 300 rounds a minute. Range 1,000 kilometers. Price 2,000 evolution points. High-energy pulse weapons, of course. He had to buy it. Let's continue with the 10-fold draw. Congratulations. A legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall again. Yinglong X-type directional phase cannon. Can emit high-energy directional particle beam flows, carrying energy of 50 megajoules per second, exiting the chamber at 1.0 light speed, range 500 kilometers, price 2,000 evolution points, directional high-energy ray weapons. Buy it. And let's have another 10-fold draw. Congratulations. The host has once again drawn a legendary item. Another Zhulong pulse cannon? That's fine. Let's get the weapons advanced first. 3 10-fold draws. 3 legendary weapons. Lin Yang looked forward to their power. The remaining evolution points were just enough for the evolution costs. After upgrading the warship from a light trident to a medium-sized unknown blade, there were still 4 positions for laser cannons and 2 for missile launchers available. Lin Yang directly called up the system and remotely initiated the evolution. He placed the 2 Zhulong X-type pulse cannons on the left and right sides of the hull, and the Yinglong X-type phase cannon at the rear of the hull. The evolution would be completed in a day, not delaying his activities on Mars. F-Zone 66, the branch established by the Star Alliance Bank on Mars. Captain, we have arrived. Ni looked around, and behind her, no one was following them, and the surroundings were safe. The three entered the bank, and upon mentioning the name of the Orion Three-Eyed Man's flare, they were immediately taken to the VIP room. Moments later, a capable-looking middle-aged man entered the room. Aside from a vertical eye in the middle of his forehead, he was not much different from humans. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. I am the Three-Eyed Man Flare from the Orion Betelgeuse system. The three of them stood up. Mr. Flare, I appreciate your help this time. You are too kind. General Liu Yuanshan once saved me from interstellar pirates, so upgrading this account is my way of repaying the favor. May I ask if these two are Vice Officer Huang and Karuja? This is Dr. and I. Vice Officer Huang couldn't make it. What a pity. I won't be able to see the full picture of the legendary squad. I hope to have the opportunity to meet next time, Flare said as he operated on his wrist projection computer. He then handed a registration device to Lin Yang. Please input your fingerprint, iris, and genetic information, and the account upgrade will be complete. After Lin Yang finished the steps, the 107.5 million star coins in his account were immediately unfrozen. After upgrading to a level 1 account in the Star Alliance, the banks of Blue Planet and Mars no longer had the authority to freeze it. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You are now a golden VIP customer of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, or IONARM, and Star Alliance Union of Betelgeuse Civilization. You will enjoy free Warship rescue and annual maintenance, a 30% discount on Warship insurance, interstellar portal tolls as low as 50, and you will also receive 10 Betelgeuse VIP travel vouchers each year, covering all expenses. Thank you. Please send me the details of these benefits to my account. I will take my time to understand them later, but we have matters to attend to now. Okay, Mr. Lin. Since you have transferred your funds to the Betelgeuse Bank, you are now our golden VIP customer, enjoying free security services at the space station and on the ground. We will arrange 10 armed bodyguards shortly to ensure your safety until you leave Mars. Chapter 35, the legendary project from 500 years ago. After leaving the bank, Lin Yang sent a message to Huang Yuexi. We have become newly rich. Huang Yuexi replied with a smile. We can now buy goods at the Mars trade dock, get more meat for Karuja to enjoy, and prepare a brand new set of medical facilities for Sister Ziwen. You should buy more things you like as well. Still the same request, right? A place to stay and enough to eat? You still remember, truly worthy of being the captain. Be safe, I'm going to sleep for a bit. After closing the communication, Lin Yang took a step, and 10 fully armed bodyguards followed suit. 2 were from Blue Star, and 8 were young men from Mars, holding phase guns, wearing radar glasses, and communication devices on their chests, looking as if they were facing a great enemy, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lin Yang felt a headache coming on. Report. The leading Martian youth stood upright. Protecting our golden VIP clients is our mission, and we will accomplish it at all costs. Otherwise, will our wages be deducted? The 10 nodded repeatedly. They didn't care whether Lin Yang was a pirate or a wanted criminal. Working security at the Star Alliance Bank meant only recognizing the Star Alliance. Yes, we will follow your arrangements and be ready at any time. After dispersing the conspicuous security team, a message from the Sirius Sabertooth Execution Committee immediately came through. Please proceed to G-Zone No. 15 and take the shuttle to the Coliseum in the new land city on the surface of Mars. Don't worry about your pirate identity. We have not leaked it. Just because you haven't leaked it doesn't mean the Martian Intelligence Organization hasn't discovered it. What if we can't escape once we get to the surface? We can leave one person on the heavy fighter to wait and be ready to enter the surface for support. If the Martian government attacks the Sirius warship, we will assist in the counterattack immediately. Wouldn't it be better to just take the warship directly? No, that would cause diplomatic panic. An alien warship entering the atmosphere is equivalent to declaring war. Fine, being low-key is also acceptable. Ni Ziwen decided to stay on the heavy fighter to be ready for support. Lin Yang notified the bank security team to go to the dock and protect Ni Ziwen near the warship. Having money makes a difference. The bank security team could be dispatched as needed. Lin Yang and Karuja boarded the Mars shuttle piloted by the Tiger Man Gala. They left orbit and descended to the surface of Mars. Once they entered the atmosphere, the scene that unfolded before Lin Yang's eyes shocked him. There were oceans, land, mountains, and rivers. There were white clouds in the sky, and beneath the clouds were flocks of flying birds. Shuttles and spaceships traveled back and forth between the surface of Mars and space. The ground clearly revealed a prosperous modern city. It looked nothing like the desolate Mars he remembered. The scale of this project is astonishing. They really transformed Mars. Gala, the Tiger Man, said, with human technology, this would naturally not be possible. After all, Mars' core has already cooled, and without the magnetic poles to protect the atmosphere. The entire planet has been dried out by solar winds, with thin air and only a thin layer of ice at the poles. Transforming it into this state was thanks to the support of the Star Alliance for lower civilizations. Looking at the environment that was almost similar to Blue Star, Lin Yang marveled at the miraculous nature of this project. Gala continued, I heard that they first ignited Mars' core, turning it into a liquid metal state like Blue Star's core, which generated magnetic poles to resist solar winds. They also transported iceberg from the asteroid belt and Europa, supplementing water while building 500 giant air factories. It probably took hundreds of years to complete, right? It only took 30 years, and the planetary transformation was completed 500 years ago, designed and built by the legendary engineer of the Star Alliance, M.O. Ban. What's wrong? Aren't you a human from the solar system? Don't you know this history? I used to be an illegal miner, struggling to survive. How could I have a chance to get involved with such things? To use an old saying of humanity, you can now be considered a salted fish turning over. Not just myself, I've helped over 6 million miners turn their lives around. Hearing this, the Tiger Man Gala immediately stood up straight with a serious expression, crossing his massive tiger claws over his chest. This is your honor. Gala the Tiger Man praises it. Karugia joining you is a wise choice. Thank you. The honor belongs to my group. Being praised by the Tiger Man made Lin Yang feel quite pleased. Hey, Mr. Gala, could you tell me what the process of the Holy Blood Duel is? Gala looked at Karugia in surprise. Did you not tell your captain? No, I applied for the duel myself. He doesn't need to be involved. Don't be too sure. I see your captain is not someone who can stay out of it. Gala smiled helplessly. Karugia was going to challenge the 2,566 Tiger Men who participated in capturing him. In a wheeled battle, with no breaks until the last drop of blood is shed. This is the Holy Blood Duel. This is nonsense. Lin Yang shouted angrily. Are you kidding? Just kill him directly. In a wheeled battle without breaks. One person against 2,566 people? Isn't that bullying? Aren't you Tiger Men ashamed of bullying the weak? That's right. Gala stood tall, his expression becoming solemn. Our tiger race has always been ashamed of bullying the weak, but correspondingly, we take pride in challenging the strong. The greater the disparity between the two sides in a challenge, the greater the honor the weaker party receives. Karugia's Holy Blood Duel will become a legend. This is too ridiculous. How could he possibly defeat 2,566 people? Even if you go easy on him, he still can't win. We won't go easy. That would be a desecration of the challenger's honor. In the Holy Blood Duel, giving it your all is the greatest respect for the challenger. What kind of tradition is this? There's no logic at all. You guys. Captain, Karugia interrupted Lin Yang's protest. At that time, the only way to save everyone was through the Holy Blood Duel, and regardless of my outcome, I would die. Being executed is a disgrace. Dying in the duel arena is honorable. No, I'm your captain. I do not agree. Gala said helplessly from the side. This is a tradition that the tiger race has inherited for 20,000 years, and even the Star Alliance cannot intervene. However, you and Karugia are a group and can participate in the challenge together. If you win, the honor belongs to you. There is no if. This is a guaranteed loss. Lin Yang was furious, thinking that this main quest was impossible to complete. This is ridiculous. Humans are more than a meter tall and weigh over 100 pounds. How can we compete with tiger men who are over 3 meters tall and weigh over 1,000 pounds? Your muscle and bone density is several times that of humans. Stronger than the northeast tiger of Blue Star. You want me to join the challenge, just to use me as a toothpick? The tiger men are not illogical. Considering the weak physique of humans, you can choose the content of the challenge, including but not limited to strength, speed, endurance, and unarmed combat. Any one of those? Then no problem. I will participate in the challenge and compete in endurance. I will take on your entire saber-tooth execution committee by myself. Chapter 36. Bet Lin Yang thought to himself, with the sun and moon battleship continuously providing life energy. I will let you know what it means to stand alongside a terrifying perpetual motion ape. Gala disdainfully shook his head. We respect your challenge to strong opponents, but we despise you treating it as a joke. A joke? Mr. Gala, do you think I'm joking? What else could it be? You challenged too. 566 Tigermen alone? As a primate of Blue Star, you can't even compare to a Tigerman infant. If I lose, you can execute Karuja directly. And if I win, this farce will end. So don't delay our journey, all right? Karuja beside him hurriedly protested. No way, Captain. I want to die in battle, not be executed like a coward. Shut up. Lin Yang punched Karuja. You won't die, just follow my lead. Tigerman Gala looked at Lin Yang with a sneer. I really doubt how you stir the asteroid belt's political system. Do you rely on bragging? Let me give you an ancient saying from the human race. The sea cannot be measured. With your limited perspective, it's indeed hard to comprehend the vastness of the ocean. Now, I challenge the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Association. If you don't accept, then cancel Karuja's holy blood duel. Gala's forehead twitched in anger. He caught Lin Yang's sarcasm. We accept your challenge, Lin Yang, but if you lose, you will die, and we still need to arrange Karuja's holy blood duel. Dying in battle is the honor he deserves. Whatever. Anyway, you will lose, and the duel will end. All right? All right. I will report to the Elder Council now. Karuja tugged at Lin Yang's clothes, quietly protesting. Captain, you're here to collect my body, not to lie down with me. I want to participate in the holy blood battle. It has nothing to do with you. Shut up. If you're 100 sure to win, do I need to step up to bear the burden for you? What about us? Steady win. Just trust me. The skeletal and muscular strength of the Sirius Tigermen far exceeds that of the Northeast Tiger of Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot defeat them in any aspect. But Lin Yang's situation is not normal. His life energy has reached 130, and all physical capabilities have surpassed the limits of normal humans. Moreover, he possesses an endless supply of life energy from the sun and moon battleship. No matter the distance, it can be fed back to Lin Yang through a special space, ensuring he will never tire. As long as the sun and moon battleship has sufficient energy, he will never need to rest. In terms of endurance, Lin Yang can crush all carbon-based life forms in the galaxy. The Elder Council has agreed to your challenge, giving you a chance to earn honor, and hopes you won treat honor as a joke. Otherwise, the other 2 women in your team will also be executed. Unafraid. Just tell me how we'll measure endurance. Fast running with weights. According to body size and weight ratio, you carry 100 kilograms and the Tigerman carries 1,000 kilograms. Whoever tires out first loses. Lin Yang coldly chuckled and shook his head. Too little. The gravity on Mars is 0, 38 times that of Blue Star. Carrying 100 kilograms is only equivalent to 38 kilograms. To end the endurance competition quickly, it needs to be doubled. I will carry 200 kilograms, and you will carry 2,000 kilograms. How about that? You need to think carefully. Carrying 200 kilograms is equivalent to 76 kilograms under Blue Star's gravity, which is already the limit for humans. Are you sure you want a challenge? If it's not difficult, what is the point of calling it a challenge? Good. Tigerman Gala admires your courage. I hope you're not just bragging. I'll discuss it with the Elder Council now. Soon, the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Association agreed to double the weight. The Tigermen booked the Mars Gladiatorial Arena and did not inform the Martian government that it was a duel with Lin Yang's team. The Sirius Tigermen didn't say anything, and the Martian government didn't dare to ask. They cooperatively cleared the arena. Although ordinary citizens couldn't watch, some social elites, nobles, and rebellious groups still entered the arena to observe. The Tigermen did not reject this. If not for wanting to conceal Lin Yang and Karuja as pirate identities, they would have even considered live broadcasting across the Star Alliance. Battles and death have always been the honor revered by the Tigermen. Where there is a competition, there are winners and losers. Where there are spectators, there are bets. Once entering the arena, they were greeted with cheers. Besides the roars of over 2,000 Tigermen, there were also thousands of special spectators. Karuja, Be more confident and wave to everyone. Karuja awkwardly waved. Captain, why do you have to go to your death with me? You humans don't value dying in battle. Who says we don't value it? Being wrapped in horsehide is the resting place of human heroes. Besides, this time we will definitely win. Definitely win? Don't get carried away, Captain. You're stronger than ordinary humans, but you can't compare to the Tiger Men. At this moment, a humanoid robot rushed over. Come on, you must do your best. Seeing the robot cheering for him, Lin Yang was quite touched. He grabbed the robot's hand. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I didn't expect you, as a robot, to support me. You think too much. I'm a legendary engineer living on Mars. And this robot is my puppet while I'm skipping work. I see. Anyway, thank you for your support. Support my ass. You must tire out within 10 seconds after the challenge starts. I bet you'll lose in 10 seconds. Do you hear me? 10 seconds. Don't run an extra second. Just fall within 10 seconds. I'm counting on you. I really want to smash you. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I'll do my best, all right. Thanks, little brother. You must lose the match within 10 seconds. I've bet all my assets on you. Hey, wait. Lin Yang suddenly had an idea. How about we make a bet? No bet. The robot hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly tilted its head. Go ahead. You're really building suspense. If I win the match and tire out all 566 Tiger Men, what do you lose? You can't win. Otherwise, I would have bet all my assets on you to lose within 10 seconds. The impossible is what makes it exciting. How about it? Do you dare? I dare. It's a sure win. Why wouldn't I dare? All right. How much will you owe me when you lose? I want to have money. By then, I'll have lost everything. Just a worthless life left. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang thought this guy was quite interesting. He was still a rogue, just to his taste. Then let us bet your only life. When the time comes, you must do whatever I say. Interesting. Let us say it's settled. Shouldn't we write a note and press our fingerprints? Hey, a gentleman's word is his bond. A petty person needs paper and pen. The robot waved its hand and walked away coolly. Karuja was somewhat confused. Captain, what are you betting with him about? He clearly seems like a dishonest person. It's meaningless. Lin Yang laughed. It's a sure win. Just to relieve boredom. Who told him I hope I lose in 10 seconds? If it weren't for fearing exposure and being pursued by the Martian government, I would have bet all 100 million star coins. I see you're itching for a fight. Sigh. I'm itching all over, Karuja. Once I win against the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Association. Don't be stubborn and continue the duel. Learn to be shameless and get out. It doesn't matter how we win, as long as we win. If they play tricks and insist on a duel, just try to delay the time, contact your father for some social connections. And if that doesn't work, let Yuexi pilot the Sun and Moon battleship and come quickly for a big destruction. Karuja was left in a daze. No, Captain. I'd rather die gloriously than live in shame. A good death is better than a disgraceful life. I command you to shamelessly live on. It's too hard. Living like that is a torment. It's not hard. Just be a little thick-skinned. Chapter 37. Terrifying upright apes, slaughter. As they spoke, the two entered the arena. To facilitate the formal duel between Karuja and the Tiger people, the Saber-Tooth Tiger Punishment Society decided to first conduct an endurance competition with Lin Yang. They thought it would take less than a minute to end this farce, and that the bloody duel that followed would be the real and meaningful event. Aside from the leadership of the Elder Council, the other 2,000 Tiger people were complaining. It was too humiliating to compete with the skinny monkeys of the solar system. Knowing full well that this was human arrogance, it was hard to understand why the Elder Council allowed it. Competing in endurance with humans would tarnish my honor. The Elder Council underestimated the backward race and could entirely ignore his challenge. These Tiger people viewed competing with Lin Yang in endurance as a disgrace. However, when a starting gun fired, they immediately realized they had misjudged the situation. Running with a 200-kilogram load on Mars was equivalent to running with a 76-kilogram load on Earth. This was the limit for humans, but not for Lin Yang. After donning the lead weights, he ran without any pressure. His speed, though not comparable to the 3-meter-tall Tiger people, remained consistently high. The edge of the arena featured a track with a circumference of 500 meters. Lin Yang and 566 Tiger people started simultaneously. The Tiger people originally thought Lin Yang would tire and collapse after running 10 meters. They began throwing their lead weights at him. hoping to crush the arrogant Lin Yang who disdained honor. Then they would engage in a bloody duel with Karuja, completely tearing him apart to uphold the dignity of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. But Lin Yang ran 100 meters without slowing down. After one lap, his speed not only remained unchanged but increased. This scene made the tiger people regard him with newfound respect. The tiger people who initially thought the competition was a disgrace gradually changed their attitude. Great, my honor won't be tarnished. As a small primate, he is very strong. He deserves to compete with the tiger people. Karuja didn't pick the wrong opponent. He can actually maintain his pace for a lap. Such determination deserves the admiration of the tiger people. They hoped he could run another lap. Even if he collapsed on the track, he would have earned the honor he deserved. The audience in the stands began to discuss, speculating about Lin Yang's background. Meanwhile, a humanoid robot in the corner was regretfully hanging its head and stomping its feet. Oh no, another 500 years of service? And I owe another life. What should I do? In the blink of an eye, 20 laps were completed. Lin Yang gradually overtook the tiger people around him from his original position at the back. One by one, the 3-meter-tall tiger people fell behind him. As carbon-based life forms, they couldn't help but tire. Moreover, the tiger people were burdened with 2,000 kilograms of lead. Even with the lower gravity of Mars, this was equivalent to 760 kilograms on Earth. After 20 laps, totaling 10 kilometers, the speed of the tiger people noticeably decreased. Meanwhile, Lin Yang continued to receive a continuous influx of life energy. The Sun and Moon-class medium fighter ship was constantly replenishing energy. Seeing this, Karuja's eyes widened. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, how could I forget? The captain chased the artificial monsters in the underground passage of the god of Firestar. Yet he didn't even breathe hard after running thousands of kilometers. We're gonna win, definitely win. Karuja became excited, jumping up and down to cheer for Lin Yang. Good job, Captain. Captain, you're amazing. This will go down in history. The people in the stands all stood up, cheering and whistling continuously. In the blink of an eye, another 20 laps passed. Lin Yang was flying along, chatting with the tiger people beside him as he ran. Are you tiger people distant relatives of the feline species on Blue Star? Do you like catnip? Hey, do you have toxoplasma gondii? I heard there are many tigresses in Sirius. Are you afraid of your wives? You. Thud. One tiger person was so irritated by Lin Yang's chatter that he covered his ears in anger, but lost his footing and fell to the ground. The first tiger person to be eliminated had emerged. Lin Yang jumped up in joy, spinning around. Out. Switch to quadrupedal form. We cannot lose. Losing to humans is a disgrace for the tiger people. The elder of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society shouted. The more than 2,000 tiger people, who had been running upright, suddenly leaped forward, transforming into a quadrupedal beast mode. Their speed increased, and they left Lin Yang far behind. Lin Yang was not worried at all. Instead, he smiled. Early humans were called terrifying upright apes, using chase to tire out their prey. You can speed up all you want. You want to shake me off. Another 40 laps passed in a flash. Lin Yang gradually moved from the back of the pack to the front. Oh, is that Mr. Ears Galahad? It's been 80 laps. If you're tired, take a break. After all, you're getting old and carrying 2 tons of weight. Even if you die of exhaustion, you want to rest, Lin Yang. Are you even human? Why does that sound like an insult? I'm a genuine human from the solar system. Feel free to check my genes. Have you taken any drugs? Don't blame the bed if you can't have children. Don't blame low gravity if you can't pull through. If you can't do it, you just can't. You. Hey, don't get excited. Be careful not to trip. Just a reminder, if your speed isn't faster than my walking pace, then you've lost. I want to accompany you in dilly-dallying. The tiger people would rather die than cheat in the challenge. Then come on and chase me. Don't just talk big. Lin Yang quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he left the tiger people's main force far behind. At this moment, the tiger people saw Lin Yang's back, as if they were staring at an insurmountable mountain. Another 3 hours passed. They had run over 300 kilometers. This was fast running with a load, not slow running with a light body. Even for the tiger people, they were ultimately carbon-based life forms. The number of those collapsing from exhaustion gradually increased, and their speed noticeably decreased. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was still far ahead, leaving the tiger people far behind. Suddenly, over 1,000 tiger people, gritting their teeth to persist, stopped running. They all stood still, gasping for breath. Lin Yang smiled and asked, "Are you ready to admit defeat?" "No. The tiger people would rather die than admit defeat." "Then why are you all stopping? We suspect you're not human, or you have a power-assisted device, or you've taken special drugs." "What the heck? ISNT this just cheating? You checked us before the competition started." "That was just a scan with Martian instruments, which are low in accuracy and technically inadequate. You must come with us to the cruiser and undergo a deep scan with Tiger People technology. Go to hell. When it comes to cheating, I'm a pro." Bang! Lin Yang kicked the Tiger People elder in the chin, knocking him over. "Karuja, they've already been worn out by me. If they lose and cheat, kill them." "Ah!" Karuja howled to the sky. He removed his gear and was still armed with killing weapons. With a flick of his arm, the 6 steel claws on his arms quickly shot out, resembling oversized Wolverine. He jumped into the crowd of tiger people, opened his arms, and spun with all his might. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, and severed limbs flew everywhere. 7 tiger people were killed by Karuja on the spot. Lin Yang jumped over to Karuja, snatched the large-phase pistol from him, and opened fire on the tiger people. The Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society had removed all their weapons to compete with Lin Yang in endurance, donning 2,000 kilograms of lead weights. Now, with Lin Yang and Karuja suddenly killing, they were completely unprepared. In an instant, a large number of tiger people fell. While killing, Lin Yang sent out an emergency signal to Ni Ziwen and Huang Yuexi. "Come to the new arena on the surface of Mars. Firepower coverage." Chapter 38. The bloodline of the savage tiger emperor awakens. The scene erupted instantly. The audience in the stands was thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Lin Yang removed the 200-kilogram lead blocks from his body and jumped over 20 meters in a single leap, opening fire on the tiger men who had long been eliminated but were recovering. Not a single tiger man could escape, nor could they send out a distress signal. The punishment from the Saber-Toothed Tiger Penal Association would make them pay for their disdain and carelessness. They had expected to deal with Lin Yang in a matter of seconds and Karuja in a minute, but they never anticipated that the situation would escalate to the point of needing reinforcements. When they had removed the heavy lead blocks, they had also taken off their weapons and communication devices. Now, they regretted it deeply, but Lin Yang didn't give them time to think. The Sirius Tiger men, who had once been honored guests, were now ruthlessly slaughtered. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yang found the phase gun too slow, so he called for Karuja's large explosive energy gun, loading it with high-compression wide-area explosive energy rounds. With one shot, he killed dozens of tiger men. Since the opponent was being unreasonable and refused to admit defeat, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. However, the tiger men were indeed a fierce race with strong combat abilities. After a brief moment of panic, they quickly adapted. The once tightly grouped tiger men rapidly spread out, avoiding the area damage from the large explosive energy gun, thus slowing down the rate at which Karuja could be slaughtered. Over 400 tiger men had already died, leaving more than 2,000. They soon launched a counterattack. Some tiger men recklessly charged at Lin Yang, tried to use a human sea tactic to hold him back. Lin Yang dodged agilely, still taking down a tiger man with each shot. The situation on Karuja's side was grim. Thousands of tiger men surged toward him like a tidal wave, all fierce warriors who cherished battle and death. Karuja was quickly surrounded, unable to move. His steel claws swung wildly, taking down one tiger man after another, yet he still couldn't break free from the encirclement. Lin Yang wanted to go to his rescue, but was blocked by 500 or 600 tiger men. These tiger men were fearless when one fell. Another immediately picked up the corpse and hurled it at Lin Yang, making it difficult for him to approach Karuja. Karuja was clawed across the face, leaving 5 bloody gashes. Crack! He swung his right arm steel claw fiercely, severing the arm of the tiger man in front of him. Immediately after, his left arm steel claw lunged forward, piercing the tiger man with 3 transparent holes. But just as the tiger man fell dead, another one lunged at him from behind, clawing deep gashes in his back and biting down on his shoulder. Karuja, in pain, lowered his head and violently shook. throwing the Tiger Man off his back. Before the Tiger Man hit the ground, Karuja swept his steel claws, instantly killing the large-headed tiger. But another Tiger Man grabbed and bit his leg. The 6-level stellar civilization of the Tiger race, without warships and firearms, still fought in the most primitive and savage way. In the blink of an eye, Karuja was drenched in blood, his own and that of other Tiger men. From a distance, Lin Yang stomped his foot in frustration. Damn it, I've led these Tiger men for over 300 kilometers. How can they still have so much energy? Lin Yang's original plan was to exhaust the members of the saber-toothed Tiger Penal Association under the pretext of endurance. If they admitted defeat, that would be it. If they refused to concede, he could crush them in a rematch. He never expected the Tiger race to be so resilient. Even when crushed, they could still fight to the death. Swoosh! Through the gaps between the Tiger men, Lin Yang fired a phase gun, hitting the Tiger Man attacking Karuja. However, one Tiger Man falling was hardly a loss to the more than 1,000 still attacking. The few hundred Tiger men facing Lin Yang saw he could still spare time to support Karuja and immediately rushed at him recklessly. Lin Yang fired continuously with his phase gun, but it quickly overloaded. He tossed it aside, killing a few Tiger men in the explosion. More Tiger men surged forward. He had no choice but to use the heavy, large explosive energy gun to counterattack while dodging. Karuja was already covered in wounds, with bones exposed in multiple places. The pain made him exhilarated. His eyes turned blood red, and he became more and more invigorated, as if a powerful force within him was about to explode. Karuja swung his arms violently, slashing down 2 Tiger men in front of him. Then he howled to the sky. An unknown energy within him suddenly erupted. Boom! A shock wave radiated from him. His 3-meter-tall body swelled to 5 meters. His fur grew longer, and his high-tech armor burst apart. The steel claws fell to the ground, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. His golden fur with black stripes turned pure gold, shimmering with golden arcs of electricity. His fangs and claws grew longer and sharper, and his eyes glowed red. Roar! Karuja's roar sent shivers down the spines of the Tiger men present. This fear seemed to come from deep within. The Tiger race, which had never known fear, felt it for the first time. Tiger Emperor? Gala's eyes widened. Is this the legendary savage killing Tiger Emperor? The demon that almost wiped out the Tiger race 20,000 years ago? The elders retreated continuously. Endless rage, growing stronger with each battle. This is the gene sealed away 20,000 years ago. How could it? Our current Tiger Emperor doesn't have this ability. Has Karuja regressed? Notify the Martian government. Prepare for a full retreat. Evacuate to space. Bang! Just as the Elder's words fell, the rampaging Karuja swatted him away with a single palm. He died before hitting the ground. Crack! Gala, unable to dodge in time, was bitten by Karuja and died on the spot. Swipe! A Tiger man picked up the 2 sets of steel claws Karuja had dropped and slashed at his leg with all his strength, but only managed to leave 3 shallow cuts that healed rapidly. When he slashed again, the claws were deflected. Karuja's skin toughness and hardness were rising sharply. Crack! Karuja seized the 2 sets of steel claws, twisted them with force, and they broke into 6 pieces. He hurled them with all his might, instantly killing 6 more Tiger men. Roar! Karuja let out another tremendous roar, charging through the crowd of Tiger men. Wherever he went, Tiger men fell dead. Blood stained the arena, and the remains of the Tiger men flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the Tiger men were nearly all dead or injured. The audience in the stands had also fled cleanly. Swoosh! Lin Yang used the explosive energy gun to take down the last fleeing Tiger man. Karuja, the battle is over. Stop now. Bang! The rampaging Karuja charged at him with a furious roar. Lin Yang hurriedly dodged to the side. Karuja crashed into the arena wall, creating a large pit in the half-meter-thick concrete wall. Then, he turned and charged at Lin Yang again with a roar. Damn, he's still rampaging? Buzz! The galaxy heart pendant Lin Yang wore vibrated, warning him of the imminent danger. Swoosh! Lin Yang fired an explosive energy gun at Karuja's foot, causing flesh and blood to splatter, exposing bone. In less than a second, the wound healed. Swoosh! Another shot from the explosive energy gun failed to inflict any damage. At this moment, Zhuang piloted the Sirius technology heavy fighter jet, slowly descending. Karuja has lost his mind. Fire a shot at him. Knock him out. With the power of the ship's cannon, he will be vaporized. Trust me, it won't happen. Shoot now. Lin Yang shouted while running. Zhuang frowned and immediately locked onto Karuja, who was chasing closely behind. Gee! Boom! A shot from the ion explosion cannon sent Karuja flying over 200 meters. However, as the thick smoke dissipated, Karuja stood up, large areas of burns covering his body, with bones exposed in multiple places. Yet in the blink of an eye, he began to heal rapidly. His form, glowing with golden light, surged to 10 meters high. Then, with a bang, he broke the sound barrier, charging towards Lin Yang, accompanied by dozens of bolts of lightning. Buzz! The heart of the galaxy began to beat violently. Lin Yang quickly used the heart of a galaxy. Suddenly, he heard Huang Yuexi's voice in his mind. Lin Yang had no time to think. He quickly flipped over to dodge Karuja's charge, grabbing the hard mane on the back of his neck. With a strong pull, he jumped onto the tiger's back. With his other hand, he grasped the wildly beating heart of the galaxy and forcefully struck it towards the top of Karuja's head. Chapter 39. Martian Earthquake Breakthrough. After the heart of the galaxy struck above Karuja's head, a fist-sized vortex suddenly appeared, sucking in all the golden light, heat, and lightning from Karuja's body. It was like a miniature black hole, spinning faster and faster. In an instant, Karuja's rage diminished significantly, and his size gradually shrank from 10 meters tall. As the heart of the galaxy's suction increased, black stripes reappeared on his golden fur, still stained with the blood of the tiger people. Lin Yang was the same, completely soaked in the blood of the tiger people. Captain, I'm sorry. I can't control it. Thud. Karuja closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Ding. You and Karuja have eliminated the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Society members, completing the main quest, 8 Holy Blood Duel. Evolution points 30,000. Main quest updated. 9 Breakthrough. Successfully broke through the Martian fleet's encirclement, safely rendezvoused with the Sun and Moon. Evolution points 40,000. Captain. The Martian fleet is gathering. They seem to know about the massacre of the Sirius tiger people. Quick retreat. Where's the Sun and Moon now? Lin Yang placed Karuja on the floor of the cockpit, not having time to change out of his blood-soaked clothes, and hurriedly sat in the pilot's seat. Zhuang took the co-pilot's seat to assist. The warship immediately accelerated to break through the Martian atmosphere. Lin Yang tapped a few times on the communication interface, somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, a connection call from the Martian fleet popped up on the screen. Zhuang asked, "Should we answer?" "Don't answer. Run." As soon as they rejected the call, hundreds of Dragonfly Z-type missiles came flying in. However, the latest version of the Dragonfly missile only reached a speed of 300 Mach. Unable to catch up with the speed of the Sirius technology heavy fighter, the missiles exploded in the atmosphere, failing to pursue the fighter jet. After the heavy fighter flew out of the atmosphere, Lin Yang directly accelerated to the maximum speed of 500 Mach, completely disregarding the Martian technological guided weapons. Not good. Captain, a warp battleship is blocking the way. So many Sirius tiger people died on the Martian surface that the Martian government was terrified and dared not take responsibility. They simply couldn't afford it, so they used all their resources to intercept Lin Yang. 20 large strategic frigates equipped with warp engines blocked the flight path, including 3 of the latest version of the Orca 2 strategic frigates, capable of reaching warp speed 2.0, although they couldn't compare to the Sirius civilization's warp engines. Pursuing and intercepting near-space fighter jets without warp engines was still not a problem. Additionally, there were over 800 warships of various sizes, all modern human warships, far superior to retired old models from the asteroid belt. Once they spread out in space, they spanned thousands of kilometers, not to mention a near-space fighter jet. Even a bullet the size of a peanut would struggle to escape. Lin Yang couldn't help but clench his fists. Although the Tiger people's heavy fighters were advanced, their maneuverability was inferior to the Sun and Moon, and their firepower couldn't compare to the enhanced power of Huang Yuexi by several times. The odds of breaking through the encirclement seemed almost zero. This main quest is getting harder each time. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, N.I.Z. Wang suddenly became suspicious. There's a secure voice communication hidden in the Martian fleet's transmission. Captain, could it be that the three-eyed people from Beetlejuice want to help us? Extract it and connect to listen. After connecting, the other side was a person who spoke with a bit of a lisp. I have countless battles. I still want to contact you because a gentleman's word is beyond reproach. What do you plan to let me repay? Who are you? Did you drink too much, big brother? Can you straighten your tongue? I'm a legendary engineer. Who am I? You don't even know me. Are you human? I'll tire you out in 10 seconds if you don't listen. You must win the game. No choice, big brother. My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. Good job. You have strength. I appreciate it. I hope you're more reliable than the Martian government that wasted 500 years. I've decided to bet on you. Who? Where did this drunk come from? Did he fall asleep? N.I.Z. Wang frowned tightly. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Before the challenge started, I encountered someone manipulating robots for gambling, claiming to be a legendary engineer, and now it seems he's just a drunk. No need to pay attention. If he's an engineer, I'm a scientist. I am the engineer, the legendary one. Without me, there wouldn't be Mars today. Mars is unreliable. Saying one thing and doing another, I'm out. Anyway, I owe you a life. So how do I repay? Lin Yang thought for a moment. Regardless of the truth of the other party's claims, he decided to make a big wish. A life is not easily repaid. First, help me break through the Martian fleet's encirclement. If you can do that, I will contact you in the future. Small fry, nothing to worry about. Get ready, Mars. Is about to tremble. Boom. The Martian surface suddenly shook. The entire planet's surface began to tremble. A super earthquake. Major cities on the surface experienced building collapses. Martian society instantly collapsed. Speaker Pastor and Fleet Commander Elif were terrified. They hurriedly contacted their subordinates to stabilize the situation. At this moment, Lin Yang connected to the Martian fleet's communication. It's you, Lin Yang. Elif gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, what big words are you saying? If you had that strength, you wouldn't be running away. So many serious people died. I must give the Tiger people an explanation. You will not leave Martian orbit. Then prepare to welcome the earthquake. Snap! Lin Yang snapped his fingers. Mars trembled again. This time, 60 of the buildings in major cities collapsed. Communications were cut off, and contact between the surface and space was lost. The core's rotation began to slow down. Once it stops rotating, the liquid metal core will begin to solidify. Mars's core will extinguish again. The massive planetary transformation project faced a major failure and might not be recoverable. Seeing this scene, the commander of the Martian fleet dared not gamble. He immediately ordered to give way. The Sirius civilization could be dealt with later. First, stabilize Mars's ecology. Whoosh! Lin Yang piloted the heavy fighter from Sirius Technology at a speed of 500 Mach, bursting through the encirclement and heading towards the waiting sun and moon in space. At this moment, he received another encrypted communication from a mysterious engineer. I got into big trouble to save you. If you don't protect me, my life will be taken by the Martian government. I didn't make the earthquake happen. Who knows how you got so strong? I'm a legendary engineer. Destroying this planet is a piece of cake. They owe me. Chapter 40. Not a single one can be missing from the sun and moon. After Lin Yang piloted the battleship away, the commander of the Mars fleet, Arif, immediately dispatched a space fleet to the surface to retrieve surveillance footage from the new land city Coliseum. Without the footage from the scene, he would have no way to explain to the Sirius civilization. However, upon the fleet's landing, they discovered that the Coliseum had already collapsed and the surveillance footage was lost. They could only gather some information from the audience in the stands, stating that Lin Yang had run over 300 kilometers with a heavy load, outrunning the Tiger clan. They also said that Lin Yang led Karuja to slaughter 566 tigers, and that Karuja had transformed, turning into a golden figure with lightning. Furious, Arif cursed at the investigator. You fool. Do you even believe what you're saying? Am I supposed to deal with the exaggerated rumors about Lin Yang to the Sirius tigers? The investigator, scolded, dare not lift his head. The Mars space had not been affected by the earthquake, but the surface had entered a state of paralysis. Arif commanded one battleship after another to proceed to the surface for rescue. After learning of the situation, the Blue Planet regime immediately dispatched a rescue team. The Asteroid Belt Miners Organization received the news, and Stone Warehouse also promptly sent out 2 fleets. One team traveled on the surface with 20 medium-sized fighter jets to provide humanitarian aid to Mars. The other team operated from the shadows with 40 heavy fighter jets, altering their ship identification codes to disguise themselves as Interstellar Rangers, bounty hunters, and other identities, quietly heading to find Lin Yang for support. They were prepared to fight to the death at his command. As soon as Lin Yang gave the order, the 40 battleships could transform into large self-destruct bombs at any time. Soon, a top SSS-level bounty appeared in Martian society. This bounty was not issued through the bounty dock, but directly by the Mars regime. A reward of 300 million star coins was offered for the capture of Lin Yang, dead or alive. Additionally, Lin Yang's team was also put on bounty. First mate Huang Yuexi was offered an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, alive only. Security officer Tiger Clan Karuja was also offered an SS-level bounty of 50 million star coins, also alive. Dr. Ni Ziwang remained at an S-level bounty, but the amount increased to 10 million, regardless of life or death. Since the bounty for the 4 individuals was issued by the Mars regime, it differed from the private nature of the bounty dock. It was no longer the case that once one bounty hunter took a bounty, others could not compete for it. Instead, multiple people could accept it simultaneously, and even if they cooperated to complete it, the Mars regime would still pay the full bounty. These 4 bounty tasks quickly spread across major networks in the solar system, naturally reaching the fighter jet piloted by Lin Yang. And Izzy Wang couldn't help but laugh. My worth has increased tenfold. If it goes up any more, I might be an SS-level fugitive. Lin Yang chuckled. I came up as an SSS level, not bad. It didn't disappoint me. Karuja, who had already woken up, lay weakly on the floor. Why do both I and Commander Yuexi have to be alive, while the captain and doctor and I don't care about life or death? And I, Ziwang replied, they're afraid to kill you because they fear pressure from the Sirius civilization. As for Yuexi, I'm not too sure. As for me and the captain, the Mars regime definitely has no concerns. Lin Yang laughed. Well, who cares about the bounty? Anyway, whoever comes will eliminate them. Ziwang, set the highest cruise speed. Keep an eye on things. I'll rest for a bit. Call me if there's any news from Yuexi. There are still more than 40 hours until they reach the sun and moon, with 30,000 evolution points. He didn't want to waste any. Lying down in the lounge, he closed his eyes and immediately came across a tenfold refresh. Congratulations. The Evolution Mall has refreshed a legendary item. Quafu X-type warp engine. Maximum speed can reach warp level 2. 0.79 times the speed of light. The latest version of Martian technology, priced at 15,000 evolution points. Warp level 1 is equal to the speed of light, while level 2 exceeds 10 times the speed of light. Lin Yang didn't want to delve into the complex level formulas. He only knew that after upgrading to level 2, 0 warp, it would take only 1 hour to cross the solar system. In 6 months, he could reach Alpha Centauri B. He then did another tenfold refresh. Congratulations, the Evolution Mall has revealed a legendary item. Bishi V-type towing beam. Towing range of 100 kilometers. Maximum towing force of 10,000 tons. Priced at 5,000 evolution points. After buying these 2 items, his evolution points returned to 0 again. However, Lin Yang could operate evolution remotely. The points he exchanged were enough for consumption, leaving him with an extra 50 points. The new warp engine and towing beam are currently evolving, expected to take 34 hours and 20 minutes. Lin Yang calculated carefully. To complete the 6th step of the growth task, the Golden Legend, he needed to upgrade all accessory modules of the medium-sized fighter jet to legendary level. Currently, there are still 8 energy cannons and 4 missile launchers at a normal level. 5 living quarters were also waiting to be upgraded. In addition, there was an empty energy room. If he relied solely on the tenfold refresh from the Evolution Mall, it might take 100 tries to gather everything. The Sirius heavy fighter jet he was currently on had quite a few weapons. The weapons of Sirius technology are considered legendary among human technology in the solar system. Right? Of course, take the TL Sabertooth heavy fighter you're currently on, for instance. Both its shields and firepower far exceed the legendary level of human technology. Then if I let the sun and moon consume this battleship, I should be able to complete the Golden Legend task, right? At that time, the system will evaluate according to the original code standards. Firepower will definitely meet the standard, except for the living quarters. All right, let's do it that way. I'll solo the living quarters. In the blink of an eye, over 40 hours passed. The sun and moon had completed its remote evolution. Lin Yang and Izzy Wang and Karuja were all anxious as they sped towards the coordinate point. The sun and moon entered radar range. Captain, our battleship is still in a standby, floating state. Quick, scan for Yuexi's life signs on board. And Izzy Wang shook her head pale-faced. Lin Yang's heart sank. Is there none? No life signs at all. Either there's no one on the ship, or there are no living people. Damn it. Prepare for battle. Lin Yang gripped the galaxy hard on his chest and silently wished. Please don't let there be any accidents. Yuexi, you must not have any accidents. Soon, the heavy fighter jet arrived beside the sun and moon. After docking the hatches, the passage opened immediately. Lin Yang rushed ahead into the sun and moon. Karuja immediately blocked in front. Be careful of traps. Let me take the lead. However, when the three entered the sun and moon, they found it clean and orderly, showing no signs of being boarded by interstellar pirates. The 4 living quarters were spotless, with no sign of Huang Yuexi. The other empty living quarter was temporarily used as a dining room, but it was also empty. The 3 rushed to the cockpit and found it empty. The sun and moon was in standby mode. On the main console, there was an extra note. Lin Yang Frowenet. Karuja immediately went to search the rear cabin, and Izzy Wang ran to the lower cabin. There were no engines or energy rooms. Neither the middle nor lower cabins had anything. Impossible. Lin Yang held the note in one hand and the galaxy heart in the other. Karuja said, could it be that she encountered some danger and didn't want to implicate us? And Izzy Wang anxiously stamped her foot. Suddenly, she remembered something. Search. We must find Yuexi. Not a single one can be missing from the sun and moon. Chapter 41 Never Give Up. Ding. You have broken through the blockade of the Mars fleet and successfully rendezvoused with the sun and moon, completing the main quest. 9 break out of the encirclement. Evolution points 40,000. Current evolution points 40,050 system. Even without this mission, I would find Yuexi even if it means giving up all tasks. I will not give up. Lin Yang held the heart of the galaxy, recalling the moment he first met Huang Yuexi. At that time, he was so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back, feeling weak all over, barely able to lift his eyelids. He was wandering around the labor dock of Sirius with a sign, recruiting a first mate. Passers-by thought he was being foolish, laughing at him for being a fool, still dreaming of recruiting crew members when he was in such a state. Just when he was about to starve to death at the dock of Sirius, Huang Yuexi stopped in front of him. Although she asked him coldly if he was still recruiting, she gave him a burning hope. After joining, he didn't ask for a high salary, just a place to settle down and enough to eat. As a result, they had just met, and she treated Lin Yang to a full meal. Watching Lin Yang finish a portion of food in just a few bites, Huang Yuexi immediately ordered 3 more servings. The 2 of them ate 5 portions in total, spending all of Huang Yuexi's savings. At that moment, Huang Yuexi completely entrusted her future to Lin Yang. That kind of trust was formed at first sight. It can be said that without Huang Yuexi's joining and spending all her money to treat Lin Yang to a meal, his journey in this world might have ended with starvation. Lin Yang would never give up on Huang Yuexi, who started from scratch together with him through thick and thin. Absolutely not give up. Ziwan sent a message to the 3-eyed people in the Star Alliance branch. Sent a message to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Sent a message to that drunk gambler who contacted us via encrypted communication. Use all our connections to search for Yuexi. Yes, Captain. I also sent a message to the legendary Hunter Gus on Mars, and he promised to mobilize all his disciples to help search. Right, let's do it this way. Judging from the handwriting in the message, Yuexi has been gone for 2 days, and the bounty hadn't been issued at that time. Let the bounty hunters help look for her too. As long as there is a trace, even if she is detained by the Martian government, it is better than having no trace in the vast universe. Karuja also immediately contacted his father, the Emperor. Even though the Tiger Emperor had declared his expulsion, he still mustered the courage to ask for help in finding Huang Yuexi. Father, my friend, First Officer Huang Yuexi, is missing. Can you use the Sirius Intelligence Bureau too? Go to hell. Karuja, you sick cat. What happened to the saber-toothed tiger punishment committee? What have you done? I want to kill you myself. I. Beep Lin Yang hurriedly turned off Karuja's communication. No need to trouble your father. We'll take down the saber-toothed tiger punishment committee ourselves. It'll be difficult for him too. We will solve the matter of finding Yuexi ourselves. But, Captain, how do we find her? As long as there are traces, we can find her. Let us wait for news first. I'll try to see if I can use the heart of the galaxy to connect with her mind. Holding the heart of the galaxy with both hands, he tried to calm himself down. Slowly, he felt a slowly rotating energy inside the heart of the galaxy. This energy was immense, so vast that he couldn't sense its boundaries. He tried to focus on the image of Yuexi in his mind. But no matter what he did, he could not hear Huang Yuexi's voice again. He didn't know how she had contacted him through telepathy back in the Martian gladiatorial arena. Lin Yang slapped his forehead in frustration and lay down helplessly. Unable to use telepathy, he could only take advantage of this little time to quickly upgrade the firepower and energy of the battleship. The Sirius technology heavy fighter was equipped with 10 energy cannons and 6 missile launch pads. Although it didn't have as many cannons as the heavy fighters of human civilization, its power was enormous, far exceeding human technology. 4 Cobra D-type ion pulse cannons, 2 Red Spider E-type laser refractor cannons, and Mantis Shrimp D-type magnetic explosion cannons, along with 4 Porcupine D-type missile launch pads. After recovery, all were replaced with Sirius Technologies TL saber-toothed Tiger-class firepower, ion explosive pulse cannons, particle cutting beams, and missile matrix launch pads. The Sirius heavy fighter used controllable thermonuclear fusion energy, allowing it to operate for 10 years without refueling. Lin Yang directly installed it in the spare energy room. The thermonuclear energy was exclusively for the warp engine and conventional pulse engine, while the original Qilin X-type conventional energy was dedicated to the weapon system. After this upgrade, the sun and moon would no longer experience temporary energy shortages or lack of energy feedback. He would receive a continuous flow of life energy at all times. With the warp engine upgraded to 2.0, the maximum speed would increase from 200 Mach to 500 Mach. After completing the upgrades, he opened the Evolution Mall. After 6 consecutive 10-roll refreshes, he finally obtained 2 legendary-level living rooms, Cave Heaven Y-type and X-type, based on the original Bamboo Forest Bird-type living room. Features such as life monitoring, toxin isolation, and consciousness protection were added. The office and entertainment functions were also significantly increased. After purchasing, Lin Yang immediately evolved, first upgrading the captain's room and the first officer's room, leaving the other 3 for later. The evolution points were emptied again. Holding the heart of the galaxy, he thought of Huang Yuexi's sudden disappearance and helplessly closed his eyes. Soon after, he fell into a vague sleep. After an unknown amount of time, an IZ-1 suddenly knocked on his door. "Captain, there's news." "Where?" Lin Yang jumped up and rushed to the door in a few steps. It was that drunkard called Mo Ban. He hacked into the internal network of the Mars fleet and learned that 2 days ago, the patrol team discovered an abnormal insectoid battleship, and Yuexi was very likely inside. "Tell me the specifics." Lin Yang hurriedly jogged to the cockpit. An IZ-1 followed behind to report. The patrol team encountered a heavy fighter from the insectoid civilization 300,000 kilometers from Mars. Galactic mercenaries? That's right. The insectoid population is the largest in the Milky Way, mostly engaged in mercenary work. What the Mars patrol team discovered was the close-range warship of the insect-class Coleoptera septimocularis mercenary F group. Go on. Close-range warships generally travel through teleportation gates for interstellar travel, but that battleship was not equipped with a warp engine and its destination was not the asteroid belt. Instead, it was flying conventionally in the vastness of space, and it scanned human biological information on board. What was the investigation result of the Mars fleet? The insectoid mercenaries said they were hired to pick up a client and provided a pass for the Star Alliance at the Centaurus Southgate 2 checkpoint, but did not disclose the final destination So the Mars patrol team let them go. Lin Yang nodded. There are indeed many doubts. We will know if the human inside that battleship is Yuexi as soon as we catch up. What are the coordinates? Here. According to the navigation direction provided in the patrol report, they might have gone far in 2 days. Simulate the insectoid's flight route. Let us first chase to the coordinates. Then follow the simulated route. Lin Yang sat in the pilot's seat. Just as he was about to take off, he suddenly remembered something. Hey, Z1, you mentioned earlier that the drunk engineer on Mars is called Mo Ban, if I remember correctly. The legendary engineer of the Star Alliance 500 years ago was also called Mo Ban. Chapter 42. I will protect you for a lifetime. I know Mo Ban, the legendary engineer from 500 years ago. There's even Mo Ban Engineering College on Mars. That drunkard who keeps claiming to be a legendary engineer. Could he be Mo Ban? Absolutely not. And Zhuang said firmly. Mo Ban was a person from 500 years ago. That drunkard could never be him. Perhaps he spent some time at Mo Ban Engineering College and just calls himself that. It's not hard to understand that science students regard Mo Ban as their goal and consider themselves legendary engineers. Lin Yang then sent a secure message to Shuttle, the leader of the asteroid miners, sharing their current coordinates. General, has Colonel Huang sent any news? We've found a clue. We're heading out now. The fleet is too slow. There's no need to follow. Yes, General, we are ready for your orders. Once the dock is successfully developed, I will report to you immediately. After closing the communication, Lin Yang set the destination coordinates. The sun and moon then entered warp speed, using only 1/10 of its power. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the coordinates mentioned in the Mars Patrol report. Zhuang immediately activated the radar scan at maximum power. No warships were detected within 100,000 kilometers. Lin Yang quickly pulled up the simulated flight path. We'll fly at the lowest warp speed of 1.0. Each flight lasting 0.66 seconds, which is 198,000 kilometers. After exiting warp, we'll scan immediately. If we get no results, I'll continue to pursue along the simulated route. And Zhuang nodded. This way, we'll just skip the 100,000 kilometers radius that the radar has already scanned. The newly arrived 98,000 kilometer blank area will be within the scanning range. Captain, this search method is the most efficient, though it will be hard for you to keep entering warp. I'm fine. You and Karugia just watch the radar. Lin Yang immediately entered warp. After 0.66 seconds, he exited warp. After scanning for a minute with no targets found, he continued to enter warp. This process repeated as he followed the simulated route. Lin Yang outlined a cylindrical search route with a radius of 100,000 kilometers or a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Entering warp at 1.0, exiting, starting the scan, no results. Entering warp at 1.0 again, exiting, starting the scan, still no results. Entering warp again. Thus, the medium-sized fighter ship, Sun and Moon, continuously leaped through space at warp speed, disappearing and reappearing like a flash of light. Finally, after 4 minutes and 36 seconds, Zhuang detected the mercenary warship of the insectoid sheath-winged Seven-Eyed Tribe on the radar. The heavy fighter ship, over 80 meters long, was flying at a constant speed of 400 Mach, 5,000 kilometers away. Captain, found it. Can we scan for information inside the warship? Too far away. We need to be within 2,000 kilometers for a precise scan of the ship's interior. Prepare for precise scanning. I'm pursuing now. Lin Yang immediately switched to conventional power, pursuing at a speed of 500 Mach. Karugia temporarily operated the weaponry of the Sun and Moon, preparing for battle. Soon, the distance between the two warships narrowed to 2,000 kilometers. Zhuang immediately reported, Captain, there are human life signals aboard the enemy ship. Due to the insectoid's shields, part of the signal is isolated, so we can't determine whether the human is male or female. The enemy warship noticed them and immediately sent a communication call. Upon connection, the video showed an insectoid with antennae and 7 eyes on its forehead, transparent wings on its back, and 4 spiny, hard arms, like a giant mutated cockroach. It made unknown sounds from its mandibles. Zhuang adjusted the translator and finally understood what was being said. Why are you chasing us? Speak quickly. Otherwise, we will immediately violate the agreement and destroy your warship. What agreement? Is it the agreement with Huang Yuexi? Is the human on your warship Huang Yuexi? Speak. Yes, it's the human Huang Yuexi. But yes, not necessarily from the solar system. Why are you chasing us? Because I'm chasing my first mate. Why? Hand her over. She chose to come with us voluntarily. Stop your nonsense. If you follow us again, don't blame the mercenaries for being untrustworthy. I want to see her right now. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Lin Yang waved his hand. Karugia immediately charged the ship's cannons. The phase cannon, particle cannon, ion blast cannon, explosive pulse cannon, and particle cutting ray all reached full power instantly. Simultaneously, 6 matrix missile launchers were activated, all locking onto the enemy warship. The insectoid captain paused for a moment before bursting into a fit of laughter. You're going to fire all those shipboard cannons at once. Are you planning to blow up Huang Yuexi too? Lin Yang shouted angrily. The first one to die will be you. If anything happens to my first mate Huang Yuexi, we'll all go down with her. Lin Yang waved his hand again. Karugia immediately fired the particle cannon. Although its power was not enhanced by the heart of the galaxy by several times, it was still formidable. The insectoid warship immediately rolled to evade. What a madman! The insectoid captain yelled in anger. Bring the guest over. Quickly calm this crazy man down. A moment later, Huang Yuexi, looking surprised, entered the cockpit of the insectoid warship. Seeing the furious Lin Yang, the gritting teeth Karugia, and the red-eyed and eyes Wang, she quickly lowered her head and covered her mouth. After a few sobs, she barely steadied her emotions and gently asked, Lin Yang, didn't you see the note on the main console? I saw it, but I don't understand. Lin Yang replied angrily. Do you not consider me a friend? Do you not consider the sun and moon your home? Are Karugia and Ziwang not your companions? Huang Yuexi frowned. I don't care. Since you left home and joined my team, you must get my approval to leave. I want to allow you to leave without notice. And Aiza Wang said, Yuexi, we've chased you here. Perhaps this is the last time we meet. Can you share what's on your mind with us? You don't know. The captain nearly went mad after discovering you left. Lin Yang let out a long sigh, shaking his head helplessly. Yuexi, do you think I lack the ability to protect you? Even if I lack the ability, I would still fight to protect you. Remember at Sirius labor dock when you joined me seeking a place to settle down, spending all your savings to treat me to a meal? At that moment, I promised in my heart, Huang Yuexi, who rose from nothing and shared hardships together, I, Lin Yang, will protect you for a lifetime. Huang Yuexi's eyes turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. Lin Yang. Huang Yuexi could no longer hold back and burst into tears. I am a saintess trained by the Origin Church. No matter how many trump cards you have, you are not their opponent. Even the Star Alliance dares not easily go to war with them. The Galactic Pirate Union, the Black Forest Hunting Group, the Boron Alliance, the Mechanical Civilization, and even the extraterrestrial civilizations all fear the Origin Church. Chapter 43. The Final Battle of the Mercenary Corps. Lin Yang was so angry that he was trembling. He turned his head to see Karugia and Ni Zhuang also shaking, but their expressions were not of anger, but rather fear and terror. Meanwhile, the insectoid captain on the opposing warship seemed to be suddenly electrocuted, trembling all over with wings vibrating incessantly, his antennae almost creating afterimages. My esteemed guest, you are a member of the ancient and great Origin Church? Or are you a saint? Huang Yuexi nodded. Didn't they tell you? And no. Why didn't you say so earlier? Huang Yuexi ignored the insectoid captain. Lin Yang clenched his fists in anger, his eyes almost bursting with fire. Tears streamed down Huang Yuexi's face. I want to be with you forever, to pilot the sun and moon through the stars, to go on adventures, to fight, to meet more companions. Being with you is the happiest time of my life, but reality and ideals are different. I must give up my ideals and face reality. I can't let you die. Ha ha. Lin Yang laughed, disregarding everything. I would rather die than let him go. If we let him go, our Shuchi Seven-Eyed clan can't explain ourselves to the Origin Church. If I had known it would involve the church, I wouldn't take this commission even if the reward was 10 times higher. The insectoid captain quickly requested support from the mercenary base. A warp-speed escort ship immediately flew in at superluminal speed. Since that's the case, let's stop the chatter and face death. Lin Yang immediately closed his eyes and entered deep piloting mode. Karuja worriedly said, "Captain, are we really going to war? The enemy is the Origin Church." "What? Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about dragging multiple civilizations into this." And Wang said, "Captain, you really don't know about the Origin Church?" "I don't know." "Then you must have heard of the Virgo supervoid, right?" Is it related to them?" "Legend has it that 5 billion years ago, the Origin Church initiated a universe-level war and created that void with superweapons." Lin Yang naturally knew about the Virgo supervoid. It is 700 million light-years away from the solar system. Observing with a deep space telescope, it looks like a prosperous starry sky was suddenly clawed out by a dark giant, forming a dark void. Its width reached 250 million light-years, and its length reached 330 million light-years. In that irregular elliptical region, there are almost no galaxies. Normally, it could at least contain 500 galaxies. But in reality, there are only a few dozen galaxies. Did a universe-level war really wipe out over 2,000 galaxies? Even if Lin Yang believed it was true, he didn't believe the Origin Church did it. That was just a legend. If they were really that powerful, they wouldn't have secretly used mercenaries to abduct Yuexi. Karuja said, 20,000 years ago, the leader of the Star Alliance, the Luminary, led 86 civilizations to launch a great battle against the Origin Church across 30,000 light-years. After that battle, both sides were severely weakened and signed a non-aggression truce, which is still in effect today. That's why they sent mercenaries to secretly abduct Commander Yuexi. I don't care. Just like I don't care how powerful the saber-toothed tiger's punishment is, as long as it's my person, I swear to protect them. Captain, I understand. Karuja's eyes were filled with tears. As long as we are together, we won't be afraid of the entire universe. Captain, I, Karuja, take pride in following you. And Wang excitedly said, let's go to war. Captain, your decision is our decision. Good. Karuja opened fire with all weapons, while Wang focused on scanning Yuexi's life signals. Karuja said, we must not harm Commander Yuexi. Lin Yang said, don't worry. For the insectoids, Yuexi is a hot potato right now. Losing her would be worse than killing her. The insectoids are afraid of implicating the entire Shuchi seven-eyed clan and will definitely find a way to protect her safety. So let us attack with all our might without hesitation. G. Karuja understood the reasoning and immediately controlled the 4 ion explosive cannons to fire. 3 projectiles hit the target, while 1 missed. The enemy ship's shield dropped by 15, and Yuexi's life signal was normal. Keep firing. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon fighter in a roll, dodging 2 phaser beams from the insectoids. Karuja immediately pressed the button for the particle cannon. A high-energy beam with a diameter of several meters hit the insectoid warship solidly. The enemy ship's shield dropped by 25, and a force field shield appeared around Yuexi, indicating she had activated her personal shield. Keep firing. Captain, a warp ship is approaching warp speed 5.0. And Wang's voice had barely fallen when a strategic escort ship over 600 meters long dropped out of warp 200 kilometers away. Its shape was peculiar, resembling a giant space cockroach. As soon as it exited warp, it fired a phaser at the Sun and Moon. Lin Yang hurriedly rolled to avoid it. The massive escort ship blocked his pursuit path, intercepting the fire attack, while simultaneously initiating long-range teleportation to transport all members from the insectoid fighter, including Huang Yuexi, onto the escort ship. Once the teleportation was complete, the enemy would leave at warp speed 5.0, and Lin Yang wouldn't be able to catch up. Karuja, aim for the engine of the escort ship. Tilt all weapons out. Lin Yang shouted anxiously, his hands gripping the heart of the galaxy tightly. Buzz. A dazzling blue-white light suddenly illuminated the cockpit. Karuja happened to fire at the same moment. This time, the particle cannon, phaser, ion explosive cannon, pulse cannon, and particle cutting ray were no longer in their original state. They were instantly strengthened by more than 10 times. The diameter of the high-energy beams surged from several meters to over 100 meters. 4 high-energy rays with a diameter of over 100 meters struck the escort ship. directly enveloping most of the vessel. The pulse cannon's high-energy projectile expanded to the size of a fighter jet. After the barrage hit the target, it was as if dozens of fighters had crashed into the escort ship. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly illuminated space. The escort ship's shield was breached. They stopped the biological particle teleportation. Keep firing. G. Several more rounds from the cannons and phasers struck. The over 600-meter-long escort ship exploded. You have destroyed the insectoid long-range strategic escort ship. Evolution points 2,000. A violent shockwave rapidly spread. Lin Yang didn't have time to check the system and hurriedly piloted the sun and moon to evade, circling around to pursue the insectoid fighter. As soon as he spotted the enemy ship, Karuja controlled the phaser, particle cannon, and 4 ion explosive cannons to fire simultaneously. Wang suddenly shouted, Yuexi has been thrown into space by the insectoids, and she's wearing a personal shield. Chapter 44. The 5th crew member bang. The insectoid heavy fighter exploded. The shockwave blew Huang Yuexi, who was floating in space, away. Lin Yang hurriedly piloted the sun and moon to catch up. Karuja opened the tractor beam just in time to grab her. Wang quickly ran to the hatch of the pressure chamber in the rear cabin to wait. Moments later, Huang Yuexi was pulled into the pressure chamber. After the outer hatch closed and air pressure was added, the inner hatch opened once the pressure was balanced. Wang rushed into the pressure chamber and hugged Huang Yuexi tightly. Silly sister, why didn't you tell us earlier? Huang Yuexi's eyes turned red. Sister Wang, I won't do this again next time. You have destroyed the insectoid heavy fighter. Evolution points 500. Main quest updated 11. The 5th crew member. Successfully recruit 1 more crew member. Evolution points 60. 000. Lin Yang arrived at the rear cabin. Looking at Huang Yuexi with relief. Huang Yuexi looked at him with deep affection. Both of them had endless words to say, but they were stuck in their throats and couldn't get them out. I'm sorry, Lin Yang. It's okay, I understand. Karuja chuckled. We're all troublemakers. And Wang said, we need to hurry. The Mars fleet has discovered the insectoid cruiser violating navigation laws and is coming to investigate. Lin Yang took off the heart of the galaxy and personally put it around Huang Yuexi's neck again. Thanks to the heart of the galaxy, otherwise, I might never see you again. Huang Yuexi's eyes turned red as she held the heart of the galaxy with both hands. After feeling it carefully, her face turned slightly red. It recognizes you. I know. Let's go. Tell us about the Origin Church. Okay, this time I won't hide anything. There was no time to scan the battlefield debris. The sun and moon immediately left at warp speed 2.0. Just as they left, the Mars fleet's warp escort ship arrived at the scene, immediately scanning and analyzing the unknown space battle. She began to recount her experiences. She was a true human, but was born in a corner of the galaxy. It was a desolate planet, shrouded in mist all day long, orbiting a dim red dwarf star. Her childhood was spent in cold and desolation, strictly restrained by people dressed in black robes with hoods that obscured their features. Those people taught her etiquette and various doctrines of the Origin Church. In that ancient palace-like building, there was a magical library where she could access most of the information in the galaxy. Whenever she had free time, Huang Yuexi would go there to read about various human data from the solar system. This was also the reason why she was known as the Encyclopedia by Lin Yang. As she grew older, she slowly learned that she was a saint, living to fulfill a sacred mission, to establish a spiritual connection with the origin god in 5-dimensional space and convey the will of the 5-dimensional origin god. All church members would be brought into a higher dimensional space by the origin god to enjoy immortal life. Although she was brainwashed for 18 years, she still had her own subjective thoughts and resisted this mission from the bottom of her heart. The servant who had taken care of her since childhood, Granny Huang, supported her actions. She stole the heart of the galaxy, a treasure of the Origin Church, and took her away from that place. After 2 years of exile, they finally arrived at the solar system in the Orion Arm. Later, Granny Huang died protecting her, so she took Huang as her surname and continued to wander, eventually ending up with Lin Yang. Yuexi, can you connect with the divine mind in 5-dimensional space? I'm afraid to try. I'm worried about being discovered. But I can connect with other beings mentally, just like when you warned me in the Martian arena? Yeah, I suddenly sensed the heart of the galaxy issuing a danger warning. So I hurriedly reminded you through mental communication. Is the Origin Church really that powerful? Wang said the puppet's void was caused by them. Huang Yuexi shook her head slightly. I can't be sure. The library recorded it that way. But there's a lack of evidence, and there are no detailed descriptions of the puppet's war. Perhaps after 5 billion years, the historical records have long been lost. Incredible. By the way, where's the planet you grew up on the star map? I don't know. Granny Huang didn't tell me where I grew up to prevent mind tracking. When she took me on a warp cargo ship to escape, she took amnesia medication and doesn't remember either. And Wang asked, so where are they sending you to rendezvous this time? Pegasus's Rune Void, F-Zone Green Light Nebula's oxygen-rich planet, the home planet of the insectoid, sheath-eyed species. What a cunning Origin Church, leaving no trace at all. Where should we go now? The Origin Church probably won't give up easily. Let's recruit a crew member on Mars first. Don't worry, Yuexi, the Star Alliance won't let the Origin Church waltz in. As long as we're on the Star Alliance's territory, we'll be much safer. The Sun and Moon exited warp speed 300,000 kilometers from Mars. They sent an encrypted voice communication to the drunkard who called himself M.O. Ban. M.O. Ban died 500 years ago. Don't you feel embarrassed claiming to be a legendary engineer, you drunkard? Lin Yang started with accusations. Embarrassed? I am M.O. Ban. The news of my death 500 years ago was a false impression I created on purpose. Why fake your death? To fool the Star Alliance Supervisory Committee. The Martian government promised to cooperate with me against the Star Alliance, but they turn out to be unreliable, and I can no longer cooperate. Against the Star Alliance? That's right, the decaying Star Alliance needs to change. As an engineer, I not only fix mechanical failures, but also need to repair the system failures of the Star Alliance. How did you cause the earthquake on Mars? The project to ignite Mars's core was designed and built by me. It's been 500 years. I'm still in charge underground. With just a little manipulation, I can stir the core and cause an earthquake easily. This earthquake on Mars killed a lot of people. The Martian government will eventually trace it back to you. I know, but the Martian government broke the agreement first. Since they won't listen to me, I don't need to think for them. Besides causing an earthquake and getting into big trouble, I can't help you escape. What about the dead Martians? In an avalanche. No snowflake is innocent. The tone of the other side grew angry. I transformed Mars's ecological environment. They promised to cooperate with me against the Star Alliance. But they deceived me and never took action, instead making me serve underground for 500 years. How long do you live? 500 years is nothing. I am a green carbon being from the Perseus arm, with an average lifespan of around 1,000 years, and I have undergone mechanical fusion, so my lifespan is even longer. Don't use human common sense to measure other species. Some are insects, should not speak of ice. Lin Yang was choked up. Thinking this drunkard made a good point. Indeed, one shouldn't use human common sense to view extraterrestrial beings. Yuexi, do you know about green carbon beings? A special carbon-based intelligent species that can perform photosynthesis, a level 2, 7 stellar civilization, with an average lifespan of 1,000 years. If he's a green carbon being, then he really could be M.O. Ban. Chapter 45, let's bet big. Lin Yang nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Hey, legendary engineer, can you receive video communication? I want to see your true face. Yes, but we'll expose our connection. The Martian government will immediately cause you trouble. You don't need to worry about that. As long as you are the green carbon being from the Perseus arm, I can rescue you, restore your identity as a free person, and even consider helping you fight against the Star Alliance. Really? Of course. If I can't do it, the Martian fleet will come a hunt me down. At that time, I will take full responsibility for the Martian earthquake. What are you afraid of? All right. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. If I die, it will be a relief. Look clearly, I'm the green carbon being with 6 arms. After the communication switched to video mode, Lin Yang and his group saw the true appearance of the being on the other side. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. The image showed a dark green humanoid creature with 6 arms, somewhat resembling a 6-armed deity carved in temples. It had a layer of bright green moss-like hair on its head, no clothing, and was covered in hard, dark green scales. From the video, the being appeared to be over 2 meters tall and quite strong, looking agile and powerful. Captain, this is indeed the appearance of the green carbon being recorded in the library, Huang Yuexi reminded softly. Lin Yang smiled and nodded. I somewhat believe you're a Moken now. I am, and now you believe it. Unfortunately, it's already exposed. The Martian fleet is gathering towards you. You need to find a way to escape. Although I lost a life to you, if you can't escape, don't blame me for being dishonest. Since you're about to die anyway, why not indulge yourself and take a big gamble? Again? No way, you have such a big habit. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. Haven't you bet on me? If I can rescue you and safely leave the surface of Mars, you will join my fleet. From then on, when to deal with the Star Alliance and what strategies to use will be up to me. What if you can't? There's no what if. I definitely can. What a big mouth. You are too confident. This Martian earthquake is an unmanageable mess. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you dare to gamble. I will definitely win. What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, if you lose, I am dead regardless. If you win, I can live. It's a sure profit. I've waited for 500 years, so I don't care about your short life of 100 years. Very well, wait for good news. After closing the communication, Huang Yuexi showed a joyful expression. I guess he really is Moken. We'll make a big profit. He once presided over the construction of the largest space fortress of the Star Alliance, personally designed the Interstellar corridor conveyor belt, and transformed the ecological environment of hundreds of asteroids. Moken is not just a legend of the Star Alliance, but a legend throughout the entire galaxy. Karuja looked a bit worried. Captain, this person loves to drink and gamble. Is he reliable? And Ziwin also shook her head slightly. Fighting against the Star Alliance is not a small matter. Who among us is not in a critical situation? Lin Yang smiled and glanced at the three. They looked at each other and suddenly all laughed. Yeah, each of the four was in a more significant trouble than the other. Some opposed the Sirius civilization. Some opposed the solar system human civilization, and others opposed the Origin Church. Having one more person against the Star Alliance is not too many. Lin Yang laughed. As for Karuja's concerns about drinking and gambling, they can be ignored because this person is very smart and knows how to play tricks. He won't gamble on unfavorable bets. And even if he miscalculates and loses, he will find a way to weasel out of unfavorable agreements. Karuja nodded. No matter if he is a gambler or a drunkard, he put his life on the line to save us. Taking him in is not a big deal. If he causes trouble, we can throw him out at any time. Right, Captain? Just like when you kept threatening to throw me into space. Karuja, I was just trying to scare you. How could I really throw you out? If this person causes trouble, I might really throw him out. After discussing, Lin Yang had Ziwin send a communication to the Martian fleet, directly contacting the Supreme Commander of the Space Fleet, Marshal Alif. Lin Yang, where are you? You can't escape the solar system. The Martian fleet is pursuing you with full force. Don't get excited, Marshal. Even if you catch me, what good will it do? Can you give the Sirius civilization an explanation? Don't mention the Martian earthquake. Even if it exploded in the eyes of the Tiger people, it won't repay the hatred of the entire members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Squad being slaughtered. Everything is your fault. What exactly did you do? It was indeed caused by me. I contacted you voluntarily to take responsibility. Can you bear that responsibility? I never brag. As long as you agree to one request, I can bear the wrath of the Sirius civilization for the Martian government. First, tell me how you will bear it. This responsibility is something the whole of human civilization can't bear. I say I can, then I can. As long as you agree to my request, the Tiger people of Sirius will no longer cause trouble for Mars. If I'm not mistaken, the fleet of the Tiger people of Sirius is already on its way, right? Damn! The Supreme Commander of the Martian fleet, Alif, gritted his teeth in anger. He had no choice but to compromise. The Sirius Tiger civilization dispatched 10 interstellar cruisers, heading towards the solar system, specifically to investigate the deaths of all members of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Squad. If the Martian government does not provide a reasonable answer, they would rather withdraw from the Galactic Alliance than go to war. The Tiger people do not attack the weak proactively, but for revenge, they can crush Mars as easily as squashing an ant. Speak, what is your request? Release the engineer Moken that you have detained, the green carbon being drunkard underground on Mars. He owes me a life and must serve on my warship for the rest of his life until he dies. Alif frowned. He thought to himself that Lin Yang is even more cunning than they are. They only tricked him into serving for 500 years, and he wants to enslave Moken for life. It turns out that the Martian earthquake was indeed caused by him. Tell me, when did you collude? Don't use that tone of interrogating a criminal. I have already sorted out the matter of you detaining Moken and sending false death messages to deceive the Star Alliance. Do you really want me to send it to the Star Alliance Council? If that's the case, Martian technology will definitely be blocked. You want to destroy both the fish and the net? Your net has long been broken. I'm not the fish on the chopping board. Face reality, agree to my request, and you will profit without loss. The Star Alliance will not block technology, and the Sirius civilization will not seek revenge. Nonsense. A leaf angrily slammed his fist on the table. Do you know how many people died in this Martian earthquake? Mars has suffered a huge loss. There's no profit at all. I don't know, but I did ask Moken about the deaths on Mars. Guess what he said? What did he say? Lin Yang smiled slightly. He said that in an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The environment of Mars was transformed by him, giving you a suitable living environment, yet you deceived him into serving for 500 years. I think even if he blew up Mars, it would be understandable. You. Alif was momentarily speechless. After being stunned for a few seconds, he helplessly slammed his fist on the table. Say, what method do you have to divert the anger of the Sirius civilization? So, you agree to hand over Moken to me in one piece? He stirred up the Earth's core and caused the earthquake. We will no longer reuse him. There will no longer be his position at the planetary core monitoring station. Good. Wait for my news. The fleet of Sirius will return immediately. Chapter 46. Burning bridges. 1 minute later, Lin Yang contacted the Sirius starship fleet. This is Captain Lin Yang of the Sun and Moon. I wanted to clarify the matter regarding the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. The screen displayed the commander of the Sirius 7th Fleet, Major General Wanda, a white-furred tiger general. Are you the human who stirred up the asteroid belt of the solar system? You don't look very strong. I challenged the strong with my weakness and won. That is your honor. I have already reviewed the data on your battle with the saber-toothed tiger cruiser, and the Star Alliance will no longer pursue the matter of high civilization technology leakage. However, the Sirius civilization needs to investigate how the ancient punishment society was killed. Karugia applied for a sacred blood duel, and I participated, facing 566 members of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. Didn't General want to know? When submitting the air combat report, the punishment society did not mention the sacred blood duel. Karugia said they wanted to directly erase me and the captain without truly following the tradition of the sacred blood duel. So you used a scheme to kill them? No. The captain and I defended our honor with combat and blood. Normal duel? Exactly. Impossible. Major General Wanda stood up in anger. A tiger person and a primate human cannot defeat 566 tiger warriors without using powerful thermal weapons. You couldn't even defeat 2 of them. The saber-toothed tiger punishment society is made up of battle-hardened warriors. Lin Yang calmly replied, I first competed with them in endurance, using weighted sprinting. After running 300 kilometers, they cheated. Outrageous. Major General Wanda suddenly roared. You are not allowed to tarnish the honor of the tiger people, even when facing an enemy 100 times stronger. As long as it is a formal competition, the tiger people will never cheat. Lin Yang sneered and shook his head. But they did cheat, refusing to admit defeat. Then Karugia and I engaged them in close combat. They were unarmed at that time, so we gained the upper hand. Later, they fought valiantly, charging to their deaths. But Karugia erupted, and the saber-toothed tiger punishment society met its end. What evidence do you have for these claims? If it's as baseless as the Martian government, I will not let you go. Of course I have evidence. Z1, send it to General Wanda. At that time, Z1 piloted a heavy fighter jet equipped with Sirius technology to support in the arena. The flight recorder captured the last moments of the duel, cutting out the scene where Lin Yang subdued Karugia with the heart of the galaxy. The ground was littered with tiger corpses, most of which were weighed down by heavy lead blocks. Lin Yang wielded a large energy weapon, leaping 30 meters to chase down the tiger warriors. Karugia completely went berserk, transforming into a giant tiger over 5 meters tall, crackling with golden lightning. Together, they quickly killed all the members of the saber-toothed tiger punishment society. After watching the video, Tiger General Wanda he fell silent. The science officer beside him reported softly, the video shows no signs of editing, but the ending was cut. Karugia in that form resembles the legendary Berserker Tiger King. Wanda nodded and waved the science officer away. Lin Yang, what about the second half of the video? The latter part is unrelated to the deaths of the Punishment Society. I'm not obliged to provide it to you. Please understand, General. Although we can't see the part where the saber-toothed tiger Punishment Society cheated, their deaths have nothing to do with the Martian government. The grievances of the tiger people are clear, and they will not seek justice from Mars. However, you must provide strong evidence again to prove that the Punishment Society cheated. At this moment, Karugia stepped forward. Wanda was silent for a few seconds and helplessly shook his head. If it is true, the honor of the tiger people will be tarnished. If it is false, they voluntarily chose to fight you unarmed, and the outcome of their deaths was their choice. This matter ends here, and I hope you will never mention it again to anyone. Lin Yang said from now on, only their bravery in battle and fearlessness of death will be remembered in the galaxy. Thank you. Please also provide a genetic sample of Karugia. His berserk transformation is very important for the future of the tiger people. As captain, I refuse to provide the genetic samples of my crew to any organization or individual. But if Karugia insists on giving it, I will not stop him. Karugia pouted and said, I have been expelled. I am no longer a legal citizen of the Sirius civilization. I do not enjoy welfare benefits, nor am I obliged to provide genetic samples. General Wanda, please tell my father the decayed system will eventually harm the tiger people, and the saber-toothed tiger Punishment Society is a prime example. I will continue to be in exile, and don't let me see you again. General Wanda immediately ordered the 9 cruisers to return along the same route, leaving one to continue to Mars orbit to take away the parked interstellar cruisers and the corpses of the Punishment Society's tigers. At the same time, a message was sent to the Martian government, stating that they would no longer investigate the deaths of the saber-toothed tiger Punishment Society and requesting that Mars, Blue Star, and the asteroid belt minor organizations not spread this matter. All done. Lin Yang relaxed and stretched. Feeling empty? Huang Yuexi asked with a smile. Haha, never. I'll be waiting for you in my newly upgraded room. Since the sun and moon had been equipped with controllable thermal nuclear energy, Lin Yang had an inexhaustible supply of life energy. He had 500 evolution points left, with 3 living quarters yet to be upgraded to legendary level. He immediately decided to do 10 consecutive draws. Legendary ship frame? Trine heavy fighter? Price, 15,000. Lin Yang thought for a moment. Buy. This was not easy to draw. If he waited to upgrade the ship frame and couldn't draw it, that would be awkward. Then he did another 10 consecutive draws and got a legendary Xiangui X-type shield. The battleship already had dual Xiangui shields, but he urgently needed a legendary living quarter. Lin Yang had no choice but to give it up and do another 10 consecutive draws. After 4 more 10 consecutive draws, he finally drew 2 legendary Dongtian X-type living quarters, just enough for evolution. Captain, how long until my new house is ready? Does it come with a weapon manufacturing room? 3 hours, no. The weapon room will be discussed later. Weren't you going to upgrade a weapon room for me? I also said I would make you tiger bone wine. Huh? Is it still okay that I was wrong? I won't ask again. Mars Space Fleet Command. Commander Elif bowed deeply to Tiger General Wanda on the video call, thanking him profusely. Thank you for your kindness. The Martians will never forget your grace. We have protected the cruisers, and the honored remains of your guests have also been prepared, waiting for your arrival. You can hand over the transfer to the captain of the Tiger King. Yes, I will certainly follow your arrangements. The communication was closed. Elif let out a sigh of relief. That kid Lin Yang really has some skills. Marshal, the speaker has sent a communication. When connected, Martian speaker Peters inquired with concern. What did the Sirius tiger people say? No problem. The tiger fleet has returned. That kid Lin Yang wasn't bragging. He indeed settled it. That's great. However, after handing over the Mebane, I'm worried the Star Alliance will sanction us. After all, we have concealed the Star Alliance and detained the Mebane for too long. You're worrying too much, Speaker. Who said we had to hand over the Mebane to Lin Yang? Not handing over? Of course. Since he communicated with Mebane and was discovered, 20 large strategic frigates have already surrounded it. So how could they turn back? If Lin Yang dies, won't all the troubles be resolved? Chapter 47. Barefoot kicking iron plates. Lin Yang had arranged the evolution of the sun and moon. Ni Wang discovered an anomaly on the radar. Captain, something's not right. 20 strategic frigates are coming at us at warp speed. This doesn't look like a delivery for the MO clan. As soon as she finished speaking, the sun and moon was surrounded by the 20 large frigates. Each battleship was over 500 meters long, equipped with warp engines and powerful shipborne cannons. They could be considered the main force of the Mars fleet, with firepower covering a radius of 10,000 kilometers, forming a tight encirclement. No matter which direction Lin Yang tried to escape and warp, he would be intercepted by these 20 large warships. Damn it, is the Mars fleet planning to burn bridges? Huang Yuexi said coldly. If they destroy us, they won't have to hand over the MO clan and won't have to worry about the Star Alliance investigation. They can further control the asteroid belt. Kaluga added, they can also complete the bounty all at once, saving on paying bounty hunters. And Izzy Wang said, it seems they aren't concerned about Yuexi and Kaluga's lives this time. All personnel, enter battle mode. Yuexi, focus fire. Kaluga, manage energy. Ziwang, keep an eye on the radar and the ship defenses. Lin Yang closed his eyes, leaned back, and entered a state of deep symbiosis with the sun and moon. And Izzy Wang sent a communication call to the enemy warships, but it was instantly rejected. She tried sending a message to the MO clan, but that was also rejected. Captain, it's understandable that the enemy frigates aren't responding to communications, and the MO clan's rejection likely means they've lost communication freedom. Then we'll wait for them to contact us. We've been locked on by a particle cannon. Before Huang Yuexi finished speaking, a golden high-energy beam over 10 meters in diameter shot towards them. Lin Yang quickly maneuvered the battleship to roll and evade, then charged at the attacking frigate at 500 Mach. Fire! Huang Yuexi immediately controlled the particle cannon. The Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon. Although the giant ship was 500 meters long, it was less powerful than the 50-meter-long medium fighter jet. A golden high-energy beam over 100 meters in diameter struck the left flank of the frigate. The enemy shields dropped by 15. Zap! 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 4 consecutive ion explosive cannons were fired. Enhanced by Huang Yuexi, they turned into high-energy orbs with a diameter of 50 meters. Each hit on the enemy ship felt like a medium fighter jet crashing into it. The enemy shields are down to 60. We're being locked on by the Ghoul X-type missile, and the new version has reached a speed of 550 Mach. Ni Ziwang reported battlefield information in real time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Yang quickly approached the frigate, making a sharp turn around the cumbersome frigate while evading the rain of laser cannon attacks. Huang Yuexi promptly pressed the Matrix missile launch button. Originally, a missile launch pad could only fire 1 missile at a time, but the upgraded Matrix launch pad could fire 10 at once. 6 Matrix platforms opened simultaneously, launching 60 Dragonfly K-type missiles in 1 second. The K-type missiles weren't fast at 100 Mach, but at such close range, their speed deficiency could be overlooked. 50 of the 60 missiles hit the frigate, while the other 10 intercepted the pursuing Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly lit up in space. 10 thermonuclear missiles exploded beside the frigate. The Mars fleet used a reckless strategy that disregarded the lives of their teammates, instantly bringing the frigate's shield to 0. Huang Yuexi seized the opportunity and fired a phase cannon, piercing through the 500-meter-long frigate. Boom! Flames mixed with a massive shockwave erupted. Lin Yang rolled and accelerated, easily dodging the shockwave and flying toward another frigate. Behind him, dozens of Ghoul thermonuclear missiles followed. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points, 1,500. Challenge task reputation, rising completion. 64 more to go. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yang's fighting spirit surged. The remaining 19 frigates immediately tightened their encirclement. Various laser weapons wove a massive net in space. As the encirclement shrank, the attacks became more intense. Boom! An explosive pulse cannon hit the sun and moon. The left shield dropped by 20, while the right shield remained intact. Endure a bit longer. I need to get close to that Orca 2. The Orca 2 strategic frigate was equipped with a Warp 2.0 engine. If it tried to escape, the sun and moon, also equipped with Warp 2.0, would struggle to catch up. Lin Yang's intention was clear. He did not plan to let any of the frigates escape. Since they were playing dirty, They shouldn't expect us to be merciful. The frigate's shields were thick, and its firepower was fierce, but its maneuverability was poor. In contrast, Lin Yang's sun and moon was equipped with Sirius Tiger technology engines, surpassing the large frigates in mobility. Its high evasion efficiency compensated for its shield weaknesses. As for firepower, although the sun and moon was a medium fighter, under Huang Yuexi's Galaxy Heart enhancement, its firepower was even greater than that of the frigates, except for not being able to enhance missiles. Its 12 energy cannons easily overpowered the frigate's firepower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another round of Dragonfly K-type missiles launched, intercepting 10 Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Lin Yang, we've run out of missiles. I can't intercept the following Ghoul missiles. Focus all fire on the enemy ship. I'll handle the missiles. Zap, zap, zap. Huang Yuexi fired 3 consecutive particle cannons, all hitting the enemy ship, instantly dropping the shields by 50. Kaluga rapidly loaded new energy modules in the energy room. As soon as he noticed that the weapon's dedicated energy was insufficient, he immediately redirected from controllable thermonuclear energy to ensure that attack, defense, and flight were all uninterrupted. Lin Yang flew close to the enemy ship's shields. The enemy's retaliatory energy cannons missed the sun and moon, but detonated the pursuing Ghoul missiles behind. In an instant, 5 thermonuclear missiles exploded beside the battleship. Huang Yuexi controlled 4 ion explosive cannons and 2 explosive pulse cannons to fire continuously, hitting the enemy ship like hail. The enemy's shields quickly dropped to 0. After being breached, another explosion occurred, spreading shockwaves. The second frigate was destroyed. You have destroyed a Orca 2 class frigate. Evolution points, 2,000. Let's go again. The 4 of them coordinated seamlessly, not needing to say a word. Boom! As yet another frigate exploded. The remaining 17 frigate commanders were stunned, complaining over the communicator. Do we provoke a tough opponent? Damn it, we're kicking iron plates. And barefoot. Why did the marshal give this order? Quick, report to the fleet command. The enemy's firepower is too strong. We can't win. Boom. While several commanders were discussing, another ship exploded. All 3 Orca 2 class frigates were destroyed. This battle was unwinnable. Marshal Alif ordered a retreat. However, the remaining 16 frigates had a maximum speed of warp 1.0, which was equal to light speed. The sun and moon could reach warp 2.0, 10 times the speed of light. The 16 frigates had no chance of escaping to Mars. Less than 0.5 seconds into warp, Lin Yang caught up with them. Huang Yuexi fired an enhanced particle cannon, forcing the battleship out of warp. Run? From the moment you fired at me, your fate of annihilation was sealed. Chirp, 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 chirp. Boom. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points 1,500. You have destroyed a total of 10 large ocean-going frigates. Completing challenge task, 7 rising fame. Evolution points 50,000. Current evolution points 59,000. Chapter 48. Mars in Crisis. Complete surrender. Challenge task update. 8 renowned. Cumulatively destroyed 50 large interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points 60,000. 10 have been destroyed already. Destroying another 40 will complete the challenge task. There aren't as many frigates as there are near-space warships. The entire asteroid belt has only a few, and they have had their warp engines removed. Mars only has a little over 20 frigates in total. This time, 20 frigates were sent to encircle Lin Yang. In the blink of an eye, 5 have been taken out. Naturally, Lin Yang doesn't want to miss the remaining 15 frigates. Missing the opportunity to destroy the frigates now would make completing the challenge task much more difficult. The frigate Monsoon exited warp and is within range. The photon torpedoes at the stern are locking onto us, and Zhuan is reporting radar status at all times. Huang Yuexi is firing the 6 energy pulse cannons continuously. Just as the photon torpedoes fired by the enemy ship leave the launchers, they're hit by the pulse light mass. Exploding beside the launcher is equivalent to self-destruction. Coupled with the successive hits from the pulse cannons, the shields of Mars's Monsoon frigate quickly dropped. Quickly send out a surrender signal. Surrender. Boom. The captain's surrender order hadn't even finished when the ship experienced a violent explosion. The sun and moon pulse cannon pierced through the shields and the hull. A dazzling fireball and shockwave erupted simultaneously. Lin Yang wasted no time and immediately re-entered warp to chase another frigate. All the second-generation Orca-class frigates of the Mars fleet have been destroyed by him. The remaining frigates only have zero warp capabilities. They can't outrun him, and in just a few seconds, Lin Yang catches up. Even when they exit warp to counterattack, the massive frigate can't compare to the agility of the Sun and Moon. Although the large warship has thicker shields than the Sun and Moon, it can't withstand the firepower boosted by more than 10 times. As the strategic strength of Mars, the frigates have now become targets. They resemble heavy sunfish in the ocean, being attacked wildly by agile, fast, and highly lethal small fish. Continuous violent explosions occur. Soon, the last frigate explodes less than 10,000 kilometers from Mars's orbit. The Sun and Moon flies out from the intense flames, rolls sideways, and elegantly heads towards the Mars space station. You have destroyed 15 Orca-class strategic frigates, evolution points 22500, current evolution points 81500. The last frigate was destroyed near Mars. All the space stations in Mars's orbit broadcast the battle live. People in various space stations watched clearly. There were Martians, blue star people, as well as interstellar traders, rangers, bounty hunters, drifters, and adventurers traveling between different star systems. A medium-sized fighter actually destroyed a large strategic frigate. Lin Yang's name quickly spread among various races. Truly the man for whom the Martian government has placed a bounty of 300 million star coins. This bounty is not easy to earn. It's said that this time the Mars fleet dispatched 20 large frigates, all of which were annihilated. Look, the near-space fleet is gathering. The commander of the fleet, Elif, who is in a difficult position, has sent out all Martian warships. The main fleet plus the near-space patrol fleet totals 1,000 ships. A massive earthquake shakes Mars's surface. The over 2 billion Martian humans on the surface are still paralyzed, and social order has not been restored. The main protective frigates of the space fleet have all been destroyed. If Lin Yang is not stopped, he fears the Martian government will change hands as easily as the asteroid belt. The main cannons of the 8 space outposts in Mars's orbit are charging. The target of the attack is naturally the Sun and Moon piloted by Lin Yang. The firepower of such space outposts is much greater than that of the frigates and can rival the energy cannons of the Sun and Moon, which have been enhanced by more than 10 times. Meanwhile, the space docks, trade ports, bounty docks, labor docks, transport docks, and space factories at the various space stations are all on high alert. The defense systems are fully activated. Thousands of missiles are locking onto the Sun and Moon. At this moment, the entire Mars space orbit, with over 1,000 near-space warships and millions of people, has entered a state of emergency. It seems that unless they fully resist Lin Yang, they fear they will be slaughtered. The 2 interstellar teleportation gates are also busy. Peacekeeping warships from Blue Star and the Galactic Alliance are arriving one after another through the gates. Their only target is the Sun and Moon. Are we really that popular? Lin Yang won't get himself. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to give a recruitment speech? Huang Yuexi asked with a smile. No, it's better to be selective. Lin Yang stopped 3,000 kilometers away from the space outpost. Mars immediately sent a communication call. Once connected, the anxious and worried Grand Speaker Pataz appeared on the screen. Lin Yang, as a fellow human, why do you want to exterminate your own kind? This is different from your style in the asteroid belt. Hey, don't slander good people. Which of your eyes saw me exterminating my own kind? You are piloting a warship with alien high technology, chasing down 20 frigates, and planning to attack Mars's space stations and the surface? While the communication was ongoing, and Juan had already compiled the whole story into a 3-minute video explanation and posted it on Mars's social network. Voices criticizing the Martian parliament and space fleet for breaking their promises quickly erupted in the various space stations. Soon, it reached the top position in the trending topics. The asteroid belt and Blue Star networks also learned the specifics. The Sirius cruiser, which had just received the bodies of the Tiger people, immediately pressured the Martian government. The honor of the Sun and Moon cannot be tarnished. The Martian government must take this seriously. The peacekeeping fleet from Blue Star and the Galactic Alliance immediately shut down their weapons. Hundreds of warships that were initially hostile towards Lin Yang now calmly observed. Grand Speaker Pataz was left speechless. He was already in the wrong. The three parties involved were all present. The Sirius Tiger people could join the standoff at any moment. Moreover, the name M.O. Ban reappeared in people's sights. The development of the situation had exceeded his control. At this moment, he wished he could slap Commander Leaf. If it weren't for Leaf's cleverness in trying to kill Lin Yang, the Martian government wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Boom! A deep sound suddenly echoed from Mars's surface again, an aftershock caused by the earthquake. Although its destructive power is not comparable to the first two earthquakes, the threat it poses is greater. Where is M.O. Ban? Quickly let him reignite the core. When we imprisoned him, he entered a deep sleep, self-defense mode. His brain stopped functioning, and he became a vegetable. He was originally a vegetable. Pataz angrily slammed the table. Get me in touch with a Leaf. After less than a minute of secret communication, Grand Speaker Pataz contacted Lin Yang again. Alif sent a fleet to attack you without the Parliament's consent, violating the agreement. He has resigned from the position of commander of the Mars fleet. Lin Yang, what other demands do you have? Lin Yang smiled sleekly. So quick? The attitude has changed a full 180 degrees. If I'm not mistaken, you must have demands, right? You must have encountered difficulties. No wonder you can easily overturn the asteroid belt. Your thinking is indeed meticulous. Yes, we have encountered difficulties, not the Martian government, but the nearly 3 billion ordinary residents. The core of Mars is about to extinguish, and only M.O. Ban can reignite it, but he is unwilling to wake up. I feel that only you can awaken him. I have conditions. Let's hear it. Haha, just don't think I'm greedy. Chapter 49, The Lion's Big Mouth. Once the Martian core extinguishes, without the flowing high-temperature liquid metal core, magnetic poles cannot form. Without magnetic poles, the protection of the magnetic field is lost. High radiation solar winds will directly blow onto the Martian atmosphere. A large amount of nitrogen and oxygen will be blown into deep space. The surface moisture will also be blown away. Mars will gradually revert to its original dry and desolate reddish-brown state. This second hub of human civilization will no longer be suitable for large-scale human habitation. The losses will be immeasurable. The planetary transformation project was led by Mebane 500 years ago. The technical difficulties arising from the core's malfunction can only be solved by him. At the technological level possessed by the Martian regime, it is feared that it would take 50 years to fix it. By then, Martians would no longer be able to live normally. However, Mebane eagerly prepared to leave Mars and join Lin Yang's fleet for a new life. As a result, the Martian regime once again broke its promise, sending a fleet to hunt down Lin Yang and imprison him. Seeing no hope, Mebane fell into despair. Regardless of the malfunction already occurring in Mars's core, he directly entered deep sleep. His brain ceased activity and became like a plant. The Martian regime tried every means but could not wake Mebane. Now, Lin Yang was the only hope to awaken Mebane. Mebane was the only hope to save Mars. The Speaker of the Council, Peters, would calculate the stakes and immediately agreed to Lin Yang's request. As long as you can wake Mebane and let him restore the Martian environment, I will meet your lion's big mouth. All right, first, cancel my group's identity as interstellar pirates within the solar system and remove the bounty. No problem. By then, the Martian regime will also grant you the honorary title of Martian hero and no longer place bounties on you. Just removing the bounty is not enough. The total bounty on us is 410 million, right? You need to pay up. Fine, once Mebane wakes up and restores the Martian environment, the Martian regime will pay you 410 million star coins. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Additionally, I want the Martian bounty dock. Peters hesitated. The bounty dock is not owned by the Martian regime. I can't give it to you directly. The annual revenue of the Martian bounty dock is about 2 billion star coins. It is pure commission income, not money paid to bounty hunters by bounty initiators. In the era of interstellar navigation, regardless of which planet, bounty docks always make money. Owning a bounty dock is like owning a mint. The bounty dock is one of the important sources of tax revenue for the Martian regime. Naturally, Peters did not want to give it away. But in the current negotiation, the Martian regime had no chips and could only be forced to accept. Huang Yuexi coldly said, "Be honest, Speaker Peters. The Martian bounty dock appears to be a private industry, but the shareholders behind it are the regime's high officials. It seems that the largest shareholder is you, holding 14.6. All right, no more talking. The bounty dock will be given to you at that time. Peters broke out in a cold sweat. His identity as the behind-the-scenes owner of the bounty dock was unknown even to the council. He didn't expect it to be transparent in front of Lin Yang and his group. Huang Yuexi's mention of the shares was completely accurate. Then, the assets transferred before the deaths of the former commanders of Sirius, Vesta, and Juno, Theodore, Nelson, and Zhou Mingyuan, will all be returned to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Fine, no problem. Once the Martian environment is restored, we will immediately hand over the accounts to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. Lastly, regarding my expenses on Mars. You want a zero-cost purchase? Mars is currently in a difficult period. Please bear with it a bit. Actually, there's not much to buy. Don't say I'm taking advantage of the fire. How about this? In the future, interstellar teleportation will be free and for any official dock. We will offer you a 90% discount. Isn't that also taking advantage of the fire? All right, we accept it. That's settled. Bring Mebin over by shuttle. Once he wakes up, we will start restoring the Martian environment. No other requests? What about the fleet attacking privately? Wanted to kill your Leaf. Haha, Lin Yang Lao get. Do you want me to come forward and say to execute him? Let the infamy fall on me and the hatred be directed at me? Do as you please. I have already retaliated and destroyed 20 frigates. That's enough. Leaf, the former commander of the Martian fleet, is certain not to survive. After such a great disaster, someone must step forward to take responsibility, and all the blame can be placed on Leaf. The Martian regime and nearly 3 billion Martians cannot forgive him. But a centipede dies but does not fall. After Leaf is executed, there will still be some loyal remnants among his subordinates. The Martian regime wants to divert hatred and also wants Lin Yang to propose the execution of Leaf. This cannot escape his eyes. Seeing that Lin Yang is not falling for it, Peters awkwardly smiled. The Martian Council only wanted to seek your opinion. If you do not intervene, we will proceed with the judgment according to Martian law. Mebin will arrive in 20 minutes. Please prepare for the handover. Soon after, a shuttle left the surface of Mars. After entering space, it quickly flew toward the Sun-Moon ship, delivering Mebin to Lin Yang. After the handover, the shuttle immediately left. Lin Yang peeled off a small piece of dark green bark from Mebin and placed it on the gene registrar. A few seconds later, the genetic chain information was successfully registered. Mebin's name was added to the chief engineer position, responsible for the engine and energy control of the Sun-Moon ship, as well as the overall maintenance of the warship. Boom! A surge of energy rushed into Lin Yang's body. His entire skeleton was filled with power. Instantly, he felt refreshed and more energetic. Ding! You have recruited Chief Engineer Mebin, permanent life energy 10, current life value 140, with the increase in the life value limit. The life energy returned by the Sun-Moon ship increased as well. Lin Yang was filled with energy. This feeling, so powerful. Lin Yang let out a breath, clenched his fists, and they crackled. Come on, let us wake Mebin up. Karuja couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wake him up? Captain, are you planning to punch him awake? I'm not as foolish as you. Lin Yang was preparing to let Huang Yuexi try with the heart of the galaxy. Before he could speak, Mebin slowly opened his eyes. 6 long arms slowly stretched out. His fingers were twice the length of a human's. After yawning, Mebin stretched out his coiled legs and stood up in a whoosh. Although his 2-meter-tall stature was not as robust as Karuja's 3-meter height, his 6 long arms made him look anything but thin. Is he awake already? Lin Yang asked in surprise. No need to be surprised, Captain. It makes you seem inexperienced. When we green carbon people enter deep sleep, our brains are inactive. But we have a set of spinal nerves on duty that can sense whether the surrounding environment is dangerous. As the originally oppressive environment gradually disappears and becomes warm and relaxed, I naturally woke up. Oh my, I like it here much more than underground Mars. May I ask, is there any alcohol? No alcohol, but there's work. No alcohol. I want to work without it. Drinking will delay your work. Mebin and I, Ziwin, reminded from the side. Oh no. Mebin waved his long, slender finger. Green carbon people need light and water to work. If it's light and alcohol, the effect is even better and will make me more energetic. Let's not discuss this for now, Mebin. We need to restore the Martian environment. The core is about to extinguish. Is there any benefit? Yes, The Martian speaker has agreed to many of our requests, as long as we restore it. He will fulfill his promises. No, I will no longer trust Mars. Let them fulfill their obligations first, Captain. I'm serious. They must fulfill their obligations before we talk about restoring the Martian environment. Regardless of whether it can be restored in the end, they must fulfill their obligations first. Lin Yang raised the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Mr. M.O., your words resonate with me. Chapter 50 Execution of the Fleet Marshal. Transfer of the Bounty Dock. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a crew member and completed the main quest. 11th Fifth crew member. Evolution points 60,000. Current evolution points 112, 500. Main quest updated 12 Azure Planet. After repairing the Martian environment, the journey to the Blue Planet begins. Arrive at the Azure Planet. Evolution point 70,000. Lin Yang's communication came through. The council quickly connected. Upon seeing M.O. Ban standing behind Lin Yang, Speaker Pataz and the other council members had mixed feelings. There was both reluctance and anger. Lin Yang, you really have your ways. We tried every method to wake M.O. Ban, but you did it in less than a minute. M.O. Ban belongs to the sun and moon, and you have detained him. So naturally, we couldn't wake him up. Enough of that. Let's quickly start repairing the Martian environment. The core temperature is continuously dropping. Even after detonating 50 nuclear bombs equivalent to millions of tons of TNT, we couldn't stop the temperature from decreasing. Lin Yang smiled slightly and shook his head. I have experienced the Martian government's lack of credibility. After I helped you resolve the crisis caused by the Sirius civilization, you broke your promise and instead sent a fleet to besiege me. I think once a betrayal happens, countless more will follow. What do you mean? Pataz's face changed drastically. Are you trying to break the agreement? No, it's about whether you will keep your promise. Of course we will keep our promise. Who believes that? M.O. Ban. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. M.O. Ban, behind him, shook his head with a pout. 500 years ago, you said you would help me fight against the Star Alliance, but it was delayed time and again, deceiving me repeatedly. Recently, it's even worse. You broke your promise and wanted to kill me to silence me, showing no integrity at all. It's all Arif's foolishness. He has already been arrested and will be executed after the interrogation process. Lin Yang said lightly, how to deal with Arif is your internal matter. Now, if you want us to assist in repairing the environment, you must fulfill your promises in advance. But our agreement is to fulfill it after the Martian environment is restored. And we haven't even started the restoration yet. Speaker Pataz, do you think you have any negotiating leverage? We are very realistic. If you were a bit more realistic, you would fulfill your promise quickly. Unless you want to go back on your word. Otherwise, whether it's early or late, it's the same. Speaker Pataz fell silent. After a moment, he said helplessly, you wait a few minutes. The Martian Council needs to discuss this. Whatever, we have time to wait. Mars may not have time. Let me remind you, once the core temperature drops to a critical point, reigniting it will be difficult. The Martian government had no choice. In less than 3 minutes of discussion, they decided to pay various agreed amounts in advance as Lin Yang requested. Ding, you have received a transfer from the Martian government. 410 million star coins. A prompt sounded in the cockpit of the sun and moon. Pataz regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have issued any bounties. Even if he did, he shouldn't have offered such a high amount. Ding, received an official document from the Martian government. And Ziwen opened it and saw it was an announcement from the Martian government restoring the freedoms of Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, Kaluga, and Ziwen, and M.O. Ban. They also conferred the honorary title of Martian Hero upon Lin Yang, immediately followed by another message sent by Shuttle, the leader of the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. It stated that the Martian government had begun to transfer assets moved before the previous government was overthrown, totaling 7 billion star coins. This money, along with the bills, was transferred to the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization. After receiving it, Shurtsong immediately expressed his stance to Lin Yang. General, this money is what you fought for, and you can use it anytime. This money is for the development of the asteroid belt. Use it well and manage the asteroid belt properly. Shortly after, the Martian government sent a supreme VIP certification to the sun and moon. In the future, when consuming on the Martian surface or in orbital space stations, all official stores would offer a 90% discount. Lin Yang immediately piloted the Sun and Moon to the Martian orbital dock, preparing to shop around for goods. Moments later, news spread that Arif, the former commander of the Martian fleet, had been executed. The public anger on Mars subsided significantly. This major earthquake could be said to be man-made, with over half the reasons attributed to Arif. The Martian fleet lost all its strategic escort ships, and its combat power plummeted, rendering it unable to compete with the Blue Planet. High-compression energy modules totaled 2,000 units, 100 Dragonfly Z-type missiles, 300 Ghoul X-type missiles, 10 sets of individual shields, and 10 assault phase guns. How much was that worth? No money. Mr. Lin, it is our honor that you can come to the Martian dock to shop. How can we take your money? Colonel Zhang Chuan, the person in charge of the dock, personally received him. He was unwilling to accept even a 90 discount. Hey, then wouldn't I be robbing you while the fire is hot? It was agreed to be a 90 discount, so let us settle the accounts. How about we have 5 of us as spokespersons? Your business acumen is quite extraordinary. Lin Yang was already a legend in both Mars and the asteroid belt, especially after destroying 20 large strategic escort ships with a medium fighter jet. Many bounty hunters, interstellar rangers, adventurers, and travelers regarded him as an idol, bringing traffic to the dock. The effect was definitely not low. No problem, it is our honor. Huang Yuexi turned her back. An MO band squatted down like a big tree stump. Both kept their faces hidden. Only Lin Yang and Kaluga were carefree and even posed in various styles. N.I. Ziwen covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. While loading the goods, Gus, the head of the bounty dock, arrived at the dock port in a shuttle. Mr. Lin, I am here to transfer the bounty dock to you. Gus, how did you become the head of the bounty dock? I remember the head wasn't you, right? Huh. This legendary bounty hunter smiled awkwardly. The former head, Ruff, is my apprentice. He is just a front. The real head of the dock is me, and the original owner was Speaker Patas. Now the owner is you. Here are all the accounts, assets, worker information, bounty records, and expense details. Please take a look. Gus handed Lin Yang a portable projection computer that recorded all the information of the Martian bounty dock. Lin Yang opened it and took a look. The remaining account balance was 240 million star coins. Wow, Patas didn't clear this money? I didn't hear wrong, did I? You're not going to hold it against me? It's because you're good at handling things. Since Kaluga joined, you haven't had to take action. You also put in a lot of effort looking for Yuexi not long ago. I am very calculating, but only towards those who break their promises and bring about their own demise. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your righteousness. Please allow this old man to bow to you on behalf of all my disciples. Chapter 51. Blue Star represents mediation. Star Alliance ambassador promises thud. This legendary Martian hunter immediately bowed down. Oh, that's too much. Lin Yang reached out to pull Gus up. I investigated later. Vulture Joyce is just your named disciple, wandering alone in the asteroid belt, unrestrained in remote areas, doing outrageous things which was not directed by you. Mr. Lin is wise. The matter of the Vulture was indeed due to my numerous disciples not being properly supervised. It's all in the past, no need to mention it again. In the future, the bounty dock will still need your disciples to maintain it. Rest assured, I will issue a command that all of Gus's disciples are obligated to assist in maintaining the order at the Martian bounty dock. Gus truly lives up to being a legendary bounty hunter. He understands the situation well. In assessing the circumstances, he is far better than the former fleet commander Alif. Not long ago, N.I. Zhuang sent him a communication asking for help in finding Huang Yuexi. Although the clues were not ultimately provided by him, Gus unhesitatingly dispatched dozens of bounty hunter disciples. Each disciple had a small hunting team. They scoured every trace in the Martian orbit, and even some disciples used teleporters to Blue Star to inquire about Huang Yuexi's news. Lin Yang was aware of this and kept it in mind. Now, at his age, Gus drove the shuttle alone to deliver the materials. He put his attitude at its lowest. After transferring the bounty dock intact, he proactively suggested leaving Mars. Naturally, Lin Yang did not want him to lead the numerous hunter disciples away. If that happened, the number of bounty hunters receiving missions at the Martian bounty dock would decrease by 40. This would not be good for the dock's business. Since the retired Gus is a smart man and wouldn't cause trouble there was no need to chase him and his disciples away. Gus was very happy to continue living on Mars. He also returned the entire penalty of 550,000 star coins that Karugia had proactively breached the contract to pay, and invited Lin Yang and his group to visit his bounty base after they finished the environmental restoration on Mars. After Gus left, Lin Yang immediately communicated with Galois, the head of the asteroid belt bounty dock. Galois arranged for a capable person to manage the operations of the 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt. Bring a few capable subordinates to Mars. I've acquired another bounty dock. What? Captain, you took over the Martian bounty dock? Uh-huh. Oh my. A Martian bounty dock is larger in scale than the combined 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt. I'm not talking about the building area, but the bounty scale. I know. No need for the lecture. Bring people over to take over. You are still the overall person in charge. By the way, establish a good relationship with Gus. That old fellow is very savvy. Understood, Captain. I'll pack up and head over. I have a candidate for the head of the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. Who? Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan, the commander of the original Wisdom God Star. He is now the Dean of the Fleet Academy, and his retirement life is too leisurely. Managing 4 bounty docks part-time, he can absolutely handle it. All right, arrange it that way. I'll give General Liu Yuanshan a heads-up later, after receiving the appointment news. Liu Yuanshan agreed without a second thought. I'm so bored that my bones are almost rusting. Give the 4 bounty docks to me. I'm confident I can turn this place into the bounty center of the solar system. Half an hour later, the dock had finished moving goods. The lower deck of the Sun and Moon was filled with food. The middle cargo hold was packed with energy modules and Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul X-type missiles. 40 of the upper deck was also piled high with various foods. Just as Lin Yang and the others were preparing to enter the warship, 2 shuttles arrived at the port. They were representatives of the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador, specifically here to mediate the conflict. Following them were several Martian senators. Mr. Lin, please come to the dock's conference room. We have already set it up. Colonel Zhang Chuan, the dock manager, led the way, bringing the group into the conference room. The Martian political system was already very passive, now that they had fulfilled their agreement. They were even more afraid that Lin Yang would wash his hands of it. In desperation, they contacted the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance, narrating the circumstances of detaining Mo Ban and requesting the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance to intervene and ensure Lin Yang would fulfill his promise to restore Mars' environment. The Blue Star Federation was very angry to learn about the detention of the Star Alliance's legendary engineer on Mars. However, as fellow humans, they could not watch over 2 billion people lose their living environment. At that time, Blue Star would undoubtedly face a massive influx of refugees. Now, Mars was willing to downgrade and become a vassal polity of Blue Star, so the Blue Star Federation could not ignore it. Lin Yang, as fellow humans, we share a common destiny. Whether it is the Blue Star Federation, the Martian political system, or even the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, we are all one entity. Now that the Martian political system has fulfilled its agreement ahead of time, we hope you will also lead Mo Ban to restore the Martian environment as soon as possible. You don't need to urge us. We are all honest and trustworthy people, and we will start the restoration work shortly. Great. The Blue Star Federation grants you the title of honorary citizens, enjoying all the welfare benefits of Blue Star citizens. What about Inai Zhuang? Regarding Dr. Ni's differing views on the New Humanity Project, the Blue Star Federation and the Martian political system will reassess. Her fugitive status has been cleared, and she is still a top scientist in human genetics. After receiving satisfactory responses from Blue Star, Lin Yang asked about the Star Alliance ambassador. I assume the ambassador has heard about Mo Ban's rebellion against the Star Alliance? I want to know how the Star Alliance views this. The Star Alliance ambassador was a 3-eyed female from the Pleiades named Yun Ban. Considering the survival issues of nearly 3 billion people, the Star Alliance would only punish the original Martian political system and would not implicate the ordinary populace. Upon learning that Mr. Mo Ban was still alive, the entire Star Alliance was very pleased. Regarding the illegal detention of the Star Alliance engineer by the Martian political system, the Star Alliance decided to impose a 500-year technology blockade on Mars, but they would not punish the ordinary populace and hoped Mr. Mo Ban would restore the Martian environment in a timely manner to prevent more innocent lives from perishing. We'll head to the surface to restore the environment soon. Now I want to know how the Star Alliance views Mo Ban's rebellion against them. The three-eyed Yun Ban shook her head with a wry smile. According to historical records, Mo Ban publicly expressed fierce opposition to the Star Alliance 500 years ago. He even fought with the regional marshal of the Orion Arm, the Star Alliance's hunter, Tigerman Kuba, at the Decennial Conference. The Star Alliance is open and willing to accept different voices. So, you're not going to pursue Mo Ban's statements against the Star Alliance, nor target my team? As a Star Alliance ambassador, I promise you that we will not pursue Mr. Mo Ban's anti-Star Alliance statements, nor will we treat any members of the Sun and Moon differently. Deal. Let's get to work. In fact, Lin Yang and his group would go to the Martian surface even without the promises of the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador. They were just preparing to enter the warship to quickly restore the Martian environment. But now, the Martian political system was feeling uncertain, entrusting the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador to mediate. So Lin Yang was not polite and raised several of his biggest concerns. The Sun and Moon slowly took off from the docks port, flying toward the Martian surface. Captain, the president of Mars, Peters, personally came to welcome us. Tell his fleet to move aside. Don't delay our work. Chapter 52, Repairing Mars Ecology, a Banquet of Betrayal? Lin Yang was too lazy to engage in small talk with the bureaucratic Peters. He completed the main mission and then set sail again to see what the blue planet had developed in it thousands of years later. The chairman of Mars took a shuttle, leading numerous officials to greet him. There were more than a dozen shuttles arriving. After receiving the order from the Sun and Moon to clear the area, Peters' old face flushed red, feeling a sense of embarrassment akin to a hot face pressed against a cold rear. Step back, everyone. Wait until they finish their work before inviting them to the banquet. Chairman, you must keep them for a meal. We are blocked by the Star Alliance from technology, and perhaps we can obtain some useful technology from them. The main thing is that last time Lin Yang used that mirroring weapon, if he could reveal some clues, it would be good for us to keep as a trump card. It would be even better to understand the principle behind Huang Yuexi's enhanced energy weapon. Maybe we can break free from the sanctions of the Blue Planet and the Star Alliance. Peters waved his hand. No need to say it directly to avoid the news reaching the Star Alliance. I have my own plans. Let's start preparing a sumptuous feast. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon to land at the Mars Ecological Monitoring Station in Newland City. The five of them disembarked from the battleship and entered the underground control room together. After taking the elevator down 300 meters, they arrived at the original workplace of Mo Ban. Hundreds of engineers were waiting in line. Put away your smiles. What have I taught you? Can't you solve such a small problem? Have you been working diligently? Mo Ban scolded the engineers. The chief engineer, however, was not angry at all and hurriedly presented a bottle of Blue Planet's special liquor. Mo Ban's eyes lit up. He quickly opened it and gulped down half a bottle. After feeling satisfied, he walked to the main control panel, opened the operation panel, and entered the password. Then 6 arms and 30 long fingers quickly inputted the code, so fast that his fingers left afterimages. A minute later, he pressed the main control switch. The entire underground control room instantly lost power, plunging into darkness. Then the lights came on, and the core monitoring system restarted. Some difficult problems disappeared completely. Mo Ban marked 72 points on the 3D core projection. The chief engineer nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, "Master, after the core monitoring system restarted, the rate of temperature decline in the core has slowed down and Mars magnetic poles have stabilized. All right, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to contact the Sun and Moon." The environmental issues troubling Mars government have been resolved by Mo Ban in less than 2 minutes. This is the crushing power of scientific knowledge and technology. The engineers lined up to see them off. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Mo Ban, it's clear you've been teaching your students a lot over these 500 years?" Mo Ban picked up the liquor bottle and drank it until it was empty. "If it weren't for my concern for these disciples and my love for good wine, would I have stayed here for 500 years? I saw through the lies of Mars government hundreds of years ago. What a pity. What a pity you didn't have a better path to take, right? Now there's a better path, but it may not guarantee enough wine for you. Nor will there be disciples to flatter you, brother Mo Ban. I hope you won't regret it. I've already bet my life on you. What do I have to regret? Besides, I'm a man from 500 years ago. Captain, calling me brother is a bit of an advantage. Oh, I see. Then from now on, I'll call you great-grandson. Not to that extent, right? Are you from the ancient times? Maybe. Hey, the chairman of Mars, Peters, is waiting for us at the door. Seeing Lin Yang and the others come out of the underground control station, Peters hurriedly jogged over to greet them, grasping Lin Yang's hand. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Mr. Lin, you are even more extraordinary in person than in the video communications. Teacher Amo, I was once your student too. I apologize for the trouble this time. It was all that bastard Alif's fault. Miss Wang, hello. Welcome to Mars. Prince Kalugia, it is my honor to meet you. Doctor and I have long admired your name. I have read your paper on artificial gene intervention. To be honest, if it weren't for the difficult environment, I would have been the first to support you. Lin Yang and the others were taken aback by Peters' enthusiasm. Just a short while ago, they were in a life-and-death hostile relationship, and now they seemed like one big family. Lin Yang smiled and said, Chairman, there's no need to be so polite. We are just doing our job as agreed. We believe in our words and fulfill our actions. Repairing the core of Mars is what we should do, and now that the work is done, we should take our leave. Oh, no. Please don't rush to leave. This incident was caused by Mars' rudeness. Now that the core issue has been resolved, and Mars ecology has begun to recover, please give us a chance to apologize. Oh, there's still an apology? Of course. Please follow me to the Newland City Interstellar Hotel. The Mars government has prepared a modest banquet. I hope the 5 honored guests will grace us with your presence and sit down to chat. Although the Mars earthquake had toppled 60 of the buildings, they were mostly simple houses without shields. The Interstellar Hotel, used to receive alien envoys, remained intact, unable to refuse the hospitality, and since Lin Yang and the others were indeed hungry, they boarded the shuttle with Peters to head to the Interstellar Hotel a few kilometers away. On the way, they learned that although this earthquake covered a wide area across Mars, its destructive power was not too great. It only knocked down some old, simple houses, resulting in relatively few casualties. When the public learned that the earthquake was triggered by the imprisoned MO ban, their anger shifted to the Mars government. Sympathy for MO ban outweighed hatred, and people's resentment towards him diminished. Their anger towards the Mars government was redirected to former Commander Alif. After Alif was executed, the anger of the Martian people dissipated significantly. Now, they were all focused on restoring their living environment. The Mars government prepared the highest level reception for Lin Yang and the others, with 18 senior members of the Supreme Council and the chairman accompanying them. Senior officials from various cities and departments also attended the banquet, which was held in the Grand Interstellar Hotel. During the banquet, Chairman Peters personally encouraged them to drink. After a few drinks, Lin Yang suddenly felt the life energy within him flowing away. Fortunately, the sun and moon could continuously feed energy back remotely. However, the sudden loss of life energy was definitely not a good sign. Smack! Lin Yang slammed the table. What kind of wine is this? Thud! Just as he finished speaking, the mayor of Newland City at the same table collapsed backward, bleeding from his 7 orifices and dying. Peters? Are you setting a trap? Lin Yang grabbed Peters by the collar, only to find Peters' eyes bloodshot, trembling all over. Mr. Lin, run. We have been set up. Puffed. Peters spat out a mouthful of blood and slumped over dead on the spot. Chapter 53. A Desperate Escape. Thud. 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 In the banquet hall, more than 20 tables were set up for drinking. One after another, people fell, all poisoned to death. The presiding Chairman Peters and several senior council members were not spared, dying one after another at the tables. All attendees were high-ranking officials of the Martian regime, at least at the level of deputy mayor. Before dying, Peters mentioned being schemed against. Lin Yang didn't have time to consider who had plotted against them and hurriedly inquired about his companion's conditions. The galaxy heart on Huang Yuexi's chest suddenly emitted a blue-white light. Her originally pale face gradually regained its color. This poison is colorless and tasteless, so powerful. I've recovered. What about you, Lin Yang? I'm fine. Prepare for battle. N.I. Ziwin quickly opened her medicine box and took out a homemade antidote pill. Her pallor began to improve. She took a breath and hurriedly handed another pill to Kalugia. Kalugia frowned, clenched his fist, and slammed it into his stomach. Phew! After vomiting the poison wine, his complexion improved slightly, and he couldn't help but feel proud. What kind of medication is this? This amount is nothing for us tiger people. It's like brushing our teeth. Turning around to look at M.O. Ban, he was shocked to nearly drop his jaw. M.O. Ban was holding 6 bottles of wine with his 6 hands, completely drunk. What good wine? This wine is strong. It's poisonous. Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, Kalugia, and Ni Ziwen shouted in unison. M.O. Ban tilted his head back and finished 1 bottle, then tossed it aside with a thud. He, the more toxic, the better. Green carbon people can decompose all neurotoxins. Ugh, this wine really packs a punch. M.O. Ban was impressed. Quick retreat. The 5 of them did not resemble the Martian officials attending the banquet. The officials were dressed formally in suits, while they were all armed and equipped with personal shields. As long as they left the warship, they could enter combat mode at any time. However, when the 5 stepped over the bodies of the Martian officials and reached the entrance of the banquet hall, they found a layer of quantum force field shield at the door. Zap! Lin Yang fired his phase gun immediately, but it couldn't penetrate the shield at all. Zap! Huang Yuexi followed suit, and even after enhancing the power by dozens of times, the phase gun beams still failed to damage the shield. Commander Yuexi, let's use this. Kalugia took down his large explosive energy gun from his back. Huang Yuexi immediately placed her hand on the explosive gun. Zap! Boom! A loud explosion sent shockwaves that nearly knocked the 5 off their feet. However, the shield remained intact. Let's try the window. Lin Yang hurriedly ran toward the window. No use. Nowhere is effective. The entire banquet hall is wrapped up by me. A woman's voice came from outside the shield. Lin Yang turned to see a blonde girl about his age, very beautiful, but with a fierce expression. Behind her followed a dozen fully armed soldiers. Who are you? I'm Salia, the granddaughter of Marshal Leaf, the commander of the Martian fleet. Lin Yang, you 5 are indeed extraordinary. You drank highly toxic wine and yet are unharmed. All the members of the Martian Council and officials from various departments are dead. Those who drank the poison wine did not survive. Are you doing this for Leaf's revenge? Do you know that the current difficult situation of Mars is all caused by him? I don't want to know. I only know that the Martian Council deceived my grandfather into handing over power to take the blame and ensure his safe landing. But instead, they betrayed him and executed him, imprisoning my father and uncle. The Martian fleet has been dismantled, and they must pay the price. It seems you are determined to go down with the ship. Even if you take the entire Mars down with you, what of it? To quote your own words, the net has long been broken, and I am not the fish ready for slaughter. Lin Yang, this will be the end of your life. Boom! A sudden loud noise came from afar. Looking out the window, 2 heavy fighter ships were attacking the direction of the prison. At that moment, a soldier behind Salia whispered something. A smile appeared on Salia's face. My father and uncle have been rescued. They will lead the Martian fleet again. You didn't see this outcome coming, did you? First, let's see if Blue Star agrees. Don't daydream. You want to know the outcome, Lin Yang. Just accept your death. Salia waved her hand, shot Lin Yang a cold glance, and then turned to leave. A dozen soldiers immediately adjusted the force field shield outside the banquet, making it so that energy could enter from the outside but not exit from within. Then, the soldiers raised their large phase guns and began to fire densely at Lin Yang and the others. In an instant, beams of light flickered in the banquet hall. Any corpse or piece of furniture that was hit by the high-energy beams was instantly vaporized. The 5 became targets in a cage without any cover, continuously hit by the high-energy phase guns, while their counterattacks were blocked by the shield. They were suddenly in a very passive situation. Although all 5 had personal shields, after being hit repeatedly, the shield values began to decrease gradually. And Ziwen anxiously said, Captain, at this rate, our shields will be breached in less than a minute. Kalugia complained while returning fire. Damn it, being shot like this without the chance to retaliate is too humiliating. There's no honor in it. But no matter how they countered, their attacks were blocked by the shield. M.O. Ban, do you have a way to deal with the outer shield? Lin Yang asked urgently. M.O. Ban thought for a moment and suddenly nodded. Yes, but we need to detonate Kalugia's explosive gun and First Officer Yuexi will also need help. No problem. I can make another explosive cannon if mine is destroyed. Huang Yuexi said, just tell me what to do, Mo Ban. Kalugia asked. Then we set the explosive gun to that frequency and detonate it next to the shield? Exactly. And we need Yuexi to enhance the blast power. The stronger, the better. That way, the shield will quickly absorb the energy and cause a temporary overload. Let's get started. After Lin Yang gave the order, the previously still shield suddenly showed a circle of small ripples. Mo Ban shouted urgently, 98,776 MHC. Hurry, Kalugia. Kalugia immediately set the large explosive gun to this frequency and placed it next to the shield. Then the five began to fire their phase guns continuously at the explosive gun. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred. After being enhanced by Huang Yuexi, the large explosive gun lit up the entire floor. The massive shockwave sent the five flying. In less than 0.1 seconds, the energy from the explosion was rapidly absorbed by the shield, causing it to overload instantly. At the moment the shield went down, the personal shields on Lin Yang and the others were also simultaneously reduced to 0 due to the intense attacks. Just as they prepared to fight back with all their might, a circle of light suddenly appeared around them. Lin Yang immediately felt his body splitting apart. The objects in front of him transformed into flowing light quanta, and his body was rapidly shifted along with the bright stream of particles. The next second, the split body quickly converged, and the flowing light quanta gradually extinguished. He suddenly realized that he was no longer in the banquet hall of the Interstellar Grand Hotel, but in a high-tech teleportation room. Huang Yuexi, Kalugia, and I Ziwen, and Mo Ban were all in shock. A tall officer from the Tiger race walked over with a smile. That's really timely. If you had delayed the shield destruction by another 0.1 seconds, I wouldn't have been able to explain it to the Tiger Emperor. Chapter 54, Assistance from the Tiger People, Pursuit. Major General Ruda, captain of the Tiger King-class interstellar cruiser, asked, "Did you save us?" "Thank you so much." Lin Yang did not expect that his saviors were the Tiger People from Sirius. "No, you saved yourselves. I just lent a helping hand. If you hadn't damaged the shield, the particle transmission wouldn't have been possible." The Tiger People's interstellar cruiser had not yet left. Officially, it was said to be retrieving the bodies of the saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Council members and rearranging the crew of the saber-toothed Tiger cruiser. In fact, Major General Ruda was secretly carrying out the Tiger Emperor's orders to temporarily ensure the safety of Karuja and his group. When the fighter jets attacked the Martian surface prison, Sirius's interstellar cruiser detected unusual activity. It scanned the interstellar hotel from space and found Lin Yang and his four companions trapped within a shield. Due to the Star Alliance's regulations prohibiting high civilizations from interfering in the internal affairs of lower civilizations, they could not expose their secret protection of Karuja. Therefore, Captain Ruda could not dispatch nearby battleships to Mars for support and could only hope that Lin Yang and the others would manage to break the shield. Even a fraction of a second would be enough to transport them onto the cruiser. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lin Yang and his group succeeded. Major General Ruda let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally ensured the safety of the prince's life. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face the Tiger Emperor in the future. After listening to Ruda's account, Karuja's eyes turned red with emotion. "Father has not given up on me. Of course, until the new embryo matures, you are still the prince of the Tiger people. If the new prince fails in the duel 8 years later, you will still be the only prince. Your Highness, may I request your genetic sample?" "No," Karuja replied firmly. "General Ruda, it's not that I'm heartless. I want to challenge the decaying tradition of father-son duels that has persisted for 20,000 years in Sirius. This tradition has caused the Tiger people to lose their familial bonds and must be abolished. All right, challenging the ancient tradition is indeed an honor. I respect your choice. If there is a chance in the future, I will still secretly protect you." Lin Yang asked, "Can you transport us to the sun and moon?" "The sun and moon is shielded. We can only transport you next to the battleship. No need for formalities. Please do not disclose that the Tiger people saved you. As Karuja has been exiled, my actions violate Sirius's laws and traditions." "Understood. I won't cause you any trouble." When Karuja first joined, Huang Yuexi made an accurate analysis. With this Tiger people prince present, they would surely receive help from the Tiger Emperor. Thanks to the assistance of the Tiger people, Lin Yang and his group were able to escape from a dire situation. A second later, 5 particle beams appeared next to the Sun and Moon battleship on the Martian surface. As the beams converged, Lin Yang and his 4 companions were transported over. Board the ship. Engage. Since crossing over, it was the first time Lin Yang found himself in such a passive predicament. Now that he was free, he would not let go of those who wanted to put him to death. The 5 of them entered the Sun and Moon and immediately headed towards the Interstellar Hotel several kilometers away. Zhuang reported the incident of Sirius killing Martian council members and numerous officials online. She also sent it to the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance Supervisory Council. The personal shields came equipped with combat recorders. Sirius's words outside the banquet hall and the ambush by a dozen people against Lin Yang and his group were all made public by Zhuang. In an instant, the Martian residents were in an uproar, condemning Sirius's cruelty and cunning. Mars fell into an awkward situation without a governing body. The Blue Star Federation immediately issued a notice to calm the residents while labeling Sirius and her group as Martian traitors. However, Sirius had already disappeared. She had taken a warship and led her faction away from Mars's orbit. Over 600 warships had defected, flying out of the Martian star domain. Captain, those are the soldiers attacking us outside the shield. Zhuang tracked the soldiers' information, who were boarding a shuttle to escape the Martian surface. Whoosh! Huang Yuexi immediately fired a Dragonfly Z-type missile. The shuttle dodged a few times but was hit by the missile. It exploded before it could exit the atmosphere, killing all the soldiers inside. Where did the Martian traitors run off to? Gus at the bounty dock said, "The fleet is heading towards Blue Star. They didn't pass through the interstellar teleportation gate. They're fleeing in formation. Pursue. Damn it. Not a single one gets to live." At that moment, the Blue Star Federation sent a communication call. Upon connection, a yellow-skinned officer appeared. "I am Major General Hu Liangchuan of the Blue Star Third Fleet. We have received news of the defection of Benjamin, son of a leaf, and others. We are intercepting them, so you do not need to pursue. Mars needs your help to maintain order." Lin Yang thought for a moment and shook his head. "Mars doesn't need my fighter jets to maintain order. With representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance present, I won't interfere. The true mastermind behind the defection is Sirius, not Benjamin. Sirius wants to kill me. I must take revenge. After we capture Sirius, we will hand her over to you." The fleet of Martian defectors has a total of 637 warships, a massive asset. You don't need to pursue them. Just leave it to us, the Blue Star Federation. 637 close-range warships are an asset to Blue Star, but to me, they're also a resource. How about this, General Hu? Whoever catches up first gets the spoils." Hu Yanchuan thought for a moment and nodded slightly. "All right, you pursue first. Destroying all of them is fine. If I catch up first, I'll seize the warships and hand Sirius over to you." After closing the communication, the Blue Star Third Fleet immediately entered warp speed to intercept the Martian traitors. Lin Yang was just about to enter warp mode 2.0 when bounty hunter Gus suddenly sent a communication call. "Mr. Lin, we detected that the Martian traitors suddenly changed their course. I request to pursue with you." "Goose, at your age, you're still so passionate? You don't know. The traitors attacked the bounty dock when leaving Mars's orbit. My 4th disciple, Yihua, led his subordinates to fight back but unfortunately perished. Yihua is not a named disciple. He is incomparable to the Vulture Joyce. I can't swallow this." After the Sun and Moon flew out of the atmosphere and reached space orbit, 120 warships of various sizes were neatly arranged 10 kilometers ahead. These warships were a mix of human civilization and alien technology. They were not Martian regular troops, but bounty hunters whose combat capabilities were not weaker than those of regular troops. Each of them had experienced countless battles. Goodness, it really proves that saying, "The world isn't just about fighting. It's about human relationships." Resolving conflicts with Gus was indeed the right choice. Huang Yuexi said, "If we don't give Gus a chance now, we can't possibly wipe out all these bounty hunters. The main thing is that our bounty dock relies on them for profit." Exactly, Gus is very capable. If it weren't for his 4th disciple, we would have to spend hundreds of millions to repair the bounty dock. At this point, Gus sent another coordinate. "Mr. Lin, An informant said that Sirius is leading the Martian traders towards here. It seems she is going to meet the interstellar mercenaries of the Sheath-Wing Seven-Eyed clan. Chapter 55. Watching from the sidelines, I have had encounters with that mercenary group. Their warships are very advanced. If you join the battle, you are likely to be destroyed. I advise you to stay in Mars orbit. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. True bounty hunters are not afraid of death. We prioritize righteousness above all else. You have set aside past grievances and welcomed us. So we will follow you closely in this pursuit. All right, I will scout ahead, and you all stay safe in the back. Having learned that the coordinates might have an interstellar mercenary group nearby, and the distance wasn't too far, Lin Yang did not enter warp speed, but instead flew at 500 Mach. If the Blue Star Federation's fleet arrived first and encountered the interstellar mercenaries, they would deplete some of the enemy's strength for him. Less than a minute after departure, he heard the System S prompt in his mind. Ding! Legendary level Cave Heaven X-Type Living Quarters Evolution completed. When he recruited M.O. Ban as the chief engineer, his evolution points reached 112,500. On the way to the surface of Mars, he took time to perform 310 consecutive draws. When he finally drew the last legendary living quarters module, he immediately chose to evolve it. Now, several hours later, the last module had finally completed its evolution. Congratulations, host. All ship component modules have reached legendary level. Completing growth task, 6 golden legend. Evolution points 10,000. Current evolution points 105,000. Growth task updated, 7 heavy fighter. Evolve the whole structure of the sun and moon into a heavy fighter class. Evolution points 20,000. The legendary Trident heavy fighter hull had long been available for purchase and had been stored in the evolution shop. Lin Yang immediately chose to evolve it, consuming 500 evolution points, which would take 24 hours. Huh, why has my living quarters changed? M.O. Ban exclaimed in astonishment as he arrived at the cockpit. Come and see. My living quarters have turned into the same as yours. This is amazing. What kind of technology is this? N.I. Ziwin and Kalugia didn't even look up, both saying at the same time. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi exchanged a brief smile without speaking. M.O. Ban froze for a second, then suddenly laughed. Huh, as a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance, what haven't I seen? I'm just curious that such a small fighter has technology that can modify reality. It's not something rare to see. I actually saw the white light people demonstrate this technology 600 years ago. Oh, Montak Bun. Can the white light people create things out of thin air too? Of course, they demonstrated it at a high-dimensional technology seminar. Well, ours might be a bit different from reality modification. Everyone has their secrets. There is no need to dig deeper, right? As you command. Captain, I naturally listen to you, but I have no secrets in front of you. My appearance is that of a green carbon person, but the skeleton and internal organs beneath the chloroplast skin have undergone mechanical modifications, combining attack, defense, repair, and longevity. As time goes on, you will slowly learn everyone's secrets. It's an honor. Just as they were talking, N.I. Ziwin discovered an anomaly on the radar. 100,000 kilometers away, she found traces of the rebel fleet. Prepare for battle. Ziwin focused on the radar, carefully searching for the shadow of the insectoid mercenaries. The others immediately adjusted their states. He has 6 arms, and his loading speed is 3 times that of Kalugia. During intense combat, there 1 TB an awkward situation of energy modules being insufficient. 5 minutes later, new information appeared on N.I. Ziwin's radar. The distance to the Martian rebels is 65,000 kilometers, and multiple signs of spatial warp were detected. Additionally, the Blue Star Federation's fleet also entered the radar. General Hu of the Blue Star is quick. Let him engage the insectoid mercenaries first while we slow down and wait for Gus's bounty hunter group. Lin Yang immediately reduced the warship speed from 500 Mach to 200. Meanwhile, the rebel fleet near the coordinates was entering combat status. Their radar detected the sun and moon and the Blue Star Federation fleet. Saliel ordered the entire army to prepare for battle while negotiating with the insectoid mercenaries. I sacrificed over a dozen excellent warriors to lure them here. Now we are qualified to join the interstellar mercenaries, right? She was able to make contact with the insectoid mercenaries thanks to a leaf who, while alive, had sent a patrol fleet to rescue Huang Yuexi from the battlefield. They scanned the wreckage of the warships and found an intact navigation log, essentially the interstellar warship version of a black box. After decrypting the log, they learned of Huang Yuexi's identity as a scientist and that Lin Yang had destroyed the insectoid branch of the sheath-winged seven-eyed race's warships. Elif was arrested and executed without informing the Martian Council about this matter, but his confidants were all aware. After the high-ranking officials of the fleet were arrested, Elif's faction lost the initiative. It was Saliel who proactively contacted the insectoid mercenaries of the sheath-winged seven-eyed race to inform them of the situation and invited the mercenaries to the solar system to assist her in revenge. As a reward, she was willing to capture Huang Yuexi and hand her over to the insectoids, helping them fulfill the commission of the Origin Point Church. The advanced civilization of the insectoid mercenaries had provided a molecular formula for a highly toxic agent. Following the formula, Saliel synthesized poison to kill the Martian Council and various departmental officials. The insectoid mercenaries also sent encrypted messages to members of the Martian fleet loyal to Elif, inciting rebellion. This is how 637 warships were willing to follow Saliel to become Martian rebels. Without the intervention of the advanced civilization of the insectoid mercenaries, it would have been impossible to lead over half of the Martian fleet to defect. Now, taking advantage of the insectoid's power, even her father, Benjamin, and her uncle, who were originally fleet commanders, willingly listened to her commands. She had superficially agreed well with the insectoid mercenaries, but inherited her grandfather Elif's untrustworthiness, preparing to directly kill Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, and others. Unexpectedly, there was an accident, and she was rescued by a Tiger Man using particle teleportation. At this moment, Saliel quickly devised a reason to deal with the commander of the insectoid mercenary group. Under the siege of the Blue Star Federation and Lin Yang, she immediately chose to join the mercenaries in search of protection. However, the insectoid commander looked down on these backward warships. The insectoids breed quickly and do not lack population, and their technology is advanced, so they also do not lack low-version primitive warships. If they successfully capture Huang Yuexi and hand her over to their client, I will consider leaving a place for you. What about my subordinates? They offer no value to the insectoids, implying that the insectoids do not consider these Martian rebels at all. But Saliel had to consider that these Martian rebels were her capital in the solar system competition. Benjamin whispered, "No, Father, if the insectoids think we have no value and are unwilling to help, then let us bind the insectoids with us." How to bind? Send a message to the Blue Star Federation fleet, directly declaring that we are now part of the mercenary group. After taking the saintess of the Origin Point Church, we will escort her all the way to the insectoids' home planet and declare war on the Blue Star Federation. Chapter 56, Space Battle, Two Armies Meet. The third fleet of the Blue Star Federation is quite formidable. It consists of a Kunping-class interstellar cruiser, 3 Blue Whale-class planetary destroyers, and 10 Orca-class long-range frigates. The interstellar cruiser is 3 kilometers long, although it is not as massive as the interstellar cruisers of the Sirius Tiger tribe. Its hangar deck can carry 200 near-space heavy attack bombers. The destroyers are 1 kilometer long, with immense firepower carrying a large number of high-speed nuclear missiles, thus also being referred to as missile destroyers. The smallest frigates are over 500 meters long and already utilize third-generation Orca technology. The long-range fleet, composed of 14 large warships, is capable of warp travel with a maximum speed reaching warp 3.0. According to the warp speed formula, this is approximately 39 times the speed of light. It takes only 17 minutes to cross the solar system and 6 weeks to reach the nearest star system, Alpha Centauri. The Blue Star Federation dispatched such a powerful fleet not only to capture the 637 Martian warships, but also to confront the insectoid mercenary group. Before the fleet set out, the Blue Star Federation learned of the interstellar mercenary group's entry into the solar system, but did not yet know the specifics of their scale or their relationship with the Martian rebels. As a result, the Martian rebels proactively contacted General Hu, stating that they had already allied with the insectoid mercenary group and intended to escort the saintess Huang Yuexi of the Origin Church out of the solar system. They immediately launched Ghoul X-type thermonuclear missiles at the Blue Star fleet. The Blue Star Third Fleet instantly exited warp at a coordinate 10,000 kilometers away. 200 near-space heavy attack bombers flew out from the cruiser S hangar, forming a strategic formation spanning 2,000 kilometers, and launched Dragonfly Z-type missiles to intercept the Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. A dazzling light suddenly illuminated space. The day and moon noticed the explosion of the nuclear missile from 50,000 kilometers away. The battle has begun. Send a communication call to General Hu. Lin Yang replied, I am currently engaged in battle with the rebels and have no time to chit-chat with you. General Hu, we have detected 5 warp signatures. There are at least 5 insectoid warships, and they are cloaked. You need to be careful. If you need assistance, I will lead the 120 warships of the Bounty Hunter Group to support you. No need. We agreed that whoever arrives first claims it. Don't bring your ragtag army here to mess things up. The 637 Martian warships are destined to be captured by me. Don't even think about destroying them all. All right, we'll just wait on the sidelines. Let us know if you need help. No need. The Blue Star Federation directly cut off communications. Lin Yang shrugged helplessly. You all see, it's not that I want to stand by and watch. It's that they don't want my help. So let us just wait and let them exhaust each other first. Huang Yuexi frowned and said, blind arrogance is a common ailment of these high and mighty regimes. The Asteroid United regime is like this, the Martian regime is like this, and now the Blue Star Federation is the same. And Wang added, regimes look down on our grassroots forces. Even if we join the regime under a decayed system, we will be pushed to the margins, without connections or backing. No matter how strong your abilities are, the higher-ups 1T give you a chance to develop. Karuji scoffed. No wonder your solar system civilization is developing so slowly. This kind of system is simply a chronic disease of civilization. And Wang had once served as the head of the gene optimization group for the New Humanity Project, so she had been in the upper echelons of power. She understood the situation best. Hearing Karuji's words, she couldn't help but sigh. Unless a figure like the captain comes to give the solar system civilization a major reshuffle, Lin Yang said helplessly, to be honest, I don't want to, but some developments have exceeded expectations. Who would have thought that I initially just didn't want to be captured as a slave by the vulture hunting group? And in the end, it led to the overthrow of the asteroid belt and the Martian regime. Huang Yuexi said, yes, I initially just wanted to find a place to stay and have enough to eat every day, but I didn't expect to become a member of a hot team in the solar system. Karuji said, I hope the captain leads us to give the Sirius civilization a major reshuffle and abolish the ignorant traditions that have lasted for 20,000 years. MO banned from the energy room hurriedly interjected through the internal communicator. Captain, I hope you can lead us to give the Star Alliance a major reshuffle. Am I your wish-granting turtle? Get ready for battle. I'm not going to accompany you to die. Just then a violent explosion lit up in the distance. And Wang said, radar shows multiple Ghoul thermonuclear missiles detonating. The Blue Star fleet has launched a massive counterattack, and the insectoid warships have decloaked 5 long-range frigates. Where's Gus's Bounty Hunter Group? They're coming up from 5,000 kilometers behind. Tell Gus and them to advance at 200 Mach. Until the Blue Star fleet sends a distress signal, no unauthorized actions. Salir launched a fierce attack on the Blue Star fleet to drag the insectoid mercenary group into the fray. While the Blue Star fleet was counterattacking, she ordered the rebel warships to run toward the cloaked insectoid frigates, successfully causing the Blue Star fleet's firepower to also hit the insectoid warships. The 5 insectoid frigates immediately decloaked. With two-level stellar civilization technology, the insectoids did not regard the humans who had just reached 2.0-level stellar civilization highly at all and launched a counterattack directly. Both sides instantly engaged in a fierce space battle, with the flames of war spanning 10,000 kilometers. The Day and Moon and Gus's Bounty Hunter Group saw everything clearly from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even farther out, the Martian Orbital Space Station observed this battle through deep space telescopes. After entering the era of interstellar navigation, The technological gap was insurmountable. It seemed that the insectoids only had 2 levels more technology than human civilization, but in battle, they created a situation of overwhelming dominance. The maximum speed of the Blue Star fleet was warp 3.0, while the insectoid frigates reached warp 5.0. The gap in the small near-space warships carried by both sides was also very obvious. The Blue Star fleet's bombers struck the Martian rebels with pinpoint accuracy, but attacking the insectoid mercenary group became very difficult. In terms of both firepower and shields, they were no match for the insectoid near-space warships. Less than a minute into the battle, 15 small near-space craft from the Blue Star fleet were destroyed. Major General Huang Yuexi immediately sent a communication call to the insectoid mercenary group, accusing them of violating Star Alliance regulations by secretly entering the solar system. He intended to pressure the insectoids using the Star Alliance. However, in the face of the vast power gap, the insectoids completely ignored him. Interstellar mercenaries were originally two-faced. Depending on the situation before them, whether to be peaceful and cooperative or greedy and plundering, all depended on the current circumstances. The current situation was that they were threatened by the Origin Church and had to take Huang Yuexi away. The Blue Star fleet was easily defeated and posed no threat to them, and even the pressure from the Star Alliance could be ignored. The insectoid mercenary group refused to accept the Blue Star fleet's communication and responded with a sublight antimatter cluster missile, which instantly destroyed 6 near-space bombers. Major General Huang Yuexi hurriedly sought help from the Blue Star Command and requested peacekeeping assistance from the Star Alliance. Upon learning that the Origin Church was involved, the Star Alliance, regardless of the truth, adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The Blue Star Federation immediately ordered Major General Huang Yuexi to lead the Third Fleet to retreat. Without the support of the Star Alliance, this battle could not be fought. Huang Yuexi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to order a retreat. At the same time, he sent a communication to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, this bone is too hard. It's grinding my old teeth. If you want it, take it. See you next time. Are we going to retreat? General who has fought many impressive battles throughout his life and has never been defeated. As he approaches retirement, to return home in defeat would surely leave a stain on his record, wouldn't it? Your words, Sai, they hit hard. I who naturally do not wish to retire, but it's clear we cannot win without the Star Alliance's support. What can I do? Let my subordinates die for no reason? Of course, it's not meaningless death. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I guarantee this battle can turn from defeat to victory, and those 5 insectoid escort ships will never escape the solar system. Chapter 57 Epic Weapon, Black Hole Torpedo. Lin Yang wants to destroy the 5 escort ships of the insectoid mercenaries, but he needs the help of the Blue Star fleet. General Huang Yuexi, who is known for his 2 sentences, does not want to retreat. For any general who has fought on the battlefield, retreating is a disgrace. However, Huang Yuexi is not a fool. Lin Yang, I don't know how you destroyed 20 ships of the Mars fleet, but the high-tech warships of the insectoids are not comparable to the outdated Mars fleet. What confidence do you have? Do you just want us to accompany you to death? General Hu, I have my own trump card. If I can destroy 20 large escort ships with a close-range fighter, I can also destroy these 5 in front of us, regardless of whether they are Mars technology or insectoid technology. The question is, do you have the courage to fight? Nonsense. I have been in the military for decades and have never been timid on the battlefield. But war is not something to rush into without a plan. What is your strategy? Let your fleet's close-range warships engage the Mars rebels while my bounty hunter team surrounds the insectoid escort ships with 14 large warships, keeping the shipborne weapons charged and not allowing the insectoids to escape at warp speed from the solar system. You want to charge in 1 against 5? Or challenge 5 interstellar strategic escort ships with a medium fighter? It's not that I don't want to reveal my trump card. It's that I'm afraid the insectoids will intercept our communications. General Hu, your fleet is already outside the encirclement. If I fail, it won't hinder your escape at any time. You, a young man, have such courage, and I, an old general who has fought for many years, am actually thinking of retreating. I am truly ashamed. Lin Yang, let's do it your way. My fleet will not only block the insectoid mercenaries from the outside, but also provide you with fire support. Huang Yuexi immediately issued orders. The 14 large warships began to engage while retreating, slowly forming a spherical encirclement with a diameter of 10 10,000 kilometers. Over 100 close-range warships and over 100 bounty hunter ships converged to fight against the Mars rebels and the insectoid close-range warships. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon towards the battlefield at a speed of 500 Mach, 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host! A legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. Legendary Xian Gui type, small and medium shield? No, continue with 10 draws. It's not that he didn't want to tell who Liangshuan is trump card. It's just that it hasn't been drawn yet. With the current strength of the Sun and Moon, it can achieve injury-free evasion or retreat. But destroying 5 high-tech insectoid escort ships is quite difficult. He urgently needed an epic weapon. He had 100,000 evolution points. He was confident he could draw an epic weapon. If he really couldn't draw one, he could still retreat later. Soon, the Sun and Moon entered the battlefield. Lin Yang maneuvered the warship through energy beams and guided weapons while refreshing the evolution shop. Meanwhile, Huang Yuexi kept firing. Although she didn't cause much damage to the insectoid large escort ships, she quickly destroyed 2 of the insectoid mercenaries' close-range fighters in just a few seconds. This scene excited Hu Liangshuan, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet. Well done. Lin Yang's team truly lives up to its name. Open fire at full strength and cover the Sun and Moon. The 14 large warships opened fire, illuminating the space across 10,000 kilometers. Gus, the legendary bounty hunter, had disciples who were all battle-hardened. The warships they piloted were varied. While they appear to be a ragtag army, their combat power was exceptionally fierce. In simple terms, bounty hunters are legal outlaws. Their shipborne weapons are not constrained by the Star Alliance, so they're not all standard equipment of solar system civilizations. They are willing to spend money to complete bounty missions. When executing missions in alien domains, they equip themselves with many alien technology weapons from the black market. In terms of combat power, they're not inferior to the regular army of Blue Star. Moreover, they are fearless and fight fiercely. Various tricks, such as electromagnetic interference, radiation interference, consciousness confusion, light blinding, and dust interference are all used cunningly and unscrupulously. Together with the close-range bombers of the Blue Star Fleet, they quickly turn the tide and slowly gain the upper hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Sun and Moon suddenly launched a legendary Fire Phoenix X-type sublight speed cluster missile, the legendary weapon Lin Yang had just drawn. He immediately placed it in the missile bay for Huang Yuexi to use. The faster the object moves, the greater its relative mass. With sublight speed and carrying dozens of small cluster nuclear bombs, its power was tremendous. Upon hitting the insectoid escort ship, it instantly erupted in a dazzling explosion. At the same time, Huang Yuexi controlled the 12 energy cannons on the Sun and Moon to fire simultaneously, amplifying their power by several times. Boom! The insectoid escort ship shook violently. It hurriedly retaliated with dozens of high-energy particle beams, all of which Lin Yang skillfully dodged. The enemy ship's shield is down to 20. Our right shield is at 100, and the left shield is at 85. Yuexi, keep targeting that escort ship and ignore the others. I've done 10 consecutive draws, and the system only produced 1 legendary weapon, no epic ones. This battle won't be easy. Continue with 10 draws. Lin Yang muttered in his heart. However, what could be drawn from the evolution shop was beyond the system's control. This time, it was a legendary Qilin X-type, small and medium engine. Unnecessary. Lin Yang immediately did another 10 draws. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations. The host's luck is off the charts, and an epic item has appeared in the evolution shop. Epic Xiongqi X-type medium antimatter energy, 20,000 evolution points. Bye. The power of antimatter energy is 100 times stronger than the controllable thermal nuclear fusion energy currently loaded. It is essential for entering warp speed 3.0 or higher in the future. Lin Yang naturally had to buy it. If he really couldn't draw an epic weapon, he decided to use this antimatter energy as a projectile. Continue with 10 draws. Legendary phase cannon. No. Continue with 10 draws. Legendary pulse cannon. Congratulations. The host is blessed with luck, and the evolution shop has once again produced an epic item. Chaos X-type black hole torpedo. After detonation, It creates a small artificial black hole, generating a continuous and powerful gravitational pull on objects within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, priced at 20,000 evolution points. This is it. After the purchase, Lin Yang's evolution points were reduced to 500. He couldn't help but feel grateful for the timely arrival of this epic weapon. Boom! The sun and moon suddenly experienced violent shaking. The insectoid escort ship they were targeting had its shield breached. It was then hit by two Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles, exploding in space and illuminating the surrounding area. The energy wave hit, causing the sun and moon to shake. Right shield at 70, left shield at 55. The insectoid escort ships and close-range warships have all locked onto us. N.I. Ziwin reported the battle situation in time. Notify Gus and General Hu to have the close-range warships retreat. We are going to use our trump card, the black hole torpedo. Looking at the newly added epic weapon in the armory, Huang Yuexi couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Yang, the continuous damage of this weapon is not small. If there are enough objects around, it will keep consuming, and the entire solar system could be torn apart and swallowed. Don't worry. I've already thought of a way to handle the aftermath. Fire. Chapter 58. Filling the black hole with antimatter. A dead comrade is better than a poor Taoist suddenly. Lin Yang issued a retreat order. The older bounty hunter Gus did not hesitate and immediately ordered his apprentices and descendants to retreat at full speed to 10,000 kilometers away. However, the older Blue Star Fleet commander, Major General Hu Yangchuan, frowned. What on earth is Lin Yang up to? General, should we also withdraw our near-space warships to 10,000 kilometers? Follow his lead, retreat. If Gus's bounty hunter group has retreated, we have no need to hold our ground. More than 100 near-space warships of the Blue Star Fleet also quickly withdrew. At this moment, the Sun Moon ship was also retreating rapidly at 500 Mach. A guided weapon, 10 meters long, shot out from the Sun Moon ship, glowing brightly as it flew towards the vicinity of 4 insectoid warships. It was not aimed at a specific one, but flew towards the central position among the 4 large escort ships. In the distance, Salir from the Martian rebel warship saw this scene and thought Lin Yang and his team were making a retreat, deliberately launching some kind of interference missile. He hurriedly communicated to the insectoid mercenary group, Captain, it's an interference missile. Don't let them escape. Huang Yuexi is on that fighter. Boom! As soon as the message was sent, a dazzling fireball lit up in space, blinding anyone looking through the observation window. A massive shock wave spread at the speed of light. All warships within 10,000 kilometers were shaken by the shock wave. However, the next second, it slammed back into these warships a second time. The shock wave rapidly contracted towards the explosion point, and the nearby brilliant light quickly converged, forming a rapidly rotating vortex that shrank towards the explosion point. Run! At least get out 5,000 kilometers. Lin Yang shouted urgently over the communication channel. They had managed to escape, but the 4 insectoid escort ships were too close and had no chance to flee. A miniature black hole began to form. The immense gravitational pull created a cliff-like rupture in space, sucking in all surrounding matter, even including time and light. From the perspective of Lin Yang and others who were far away from the miniature black hole, the 4 insectoid escort ships were swaying dangerously due to the immense gravity. The escort ships began to find ways to turn around and escape. There were only a few seconds in total, but for the 4 escort ships, half an hour had passed. The warp engines were down, and the conventional pulse engines had lost power. The debris of the surrounding destroyed warships spiraled into the black hole, with objects being torn apart at the edge of the black hole, emitting dazzling light due to rapid rotation, and producing a large amount of electromagnetic radiation. These lights and radiations, being at the edge of the black hole, could escape its gravitational pull, allowing those 5,000 kilometers away to see them. However, all matter within 5,000 kilometers was being pulled into a rotation by the immense gravity, forming a miniature astronomical phenomenon resembling a galaxy. Boom! A 100-meter-long heavy fighter crashed into the black hole, emitting a dazzling light as the electromagnetic explosion spread outward at the speed of light. The cockpit was filled with sounds of shaking and electromagnetic interference. Lin Yang, what have you done? This is a black hole. Watching the 4 insectoid mercenary escort ships desperately trying to escape but unable to, pulled and spun toward the black hole by the immense gravity. Huang was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Yang, how do you have a weapon that can create black holes? Boom! Just as the words fell, one of the insectoid mercenary escort ships was torn apart by the immense gravity, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames and debris were all torn into a swirling vortex, rapidly falling toward the center of the black hole. Captain, the size of the miniature black hole has increased by 10 and then decreased by 7. Ziwen reported while staring at the radar. Boom! Another escort ship was ripped apart and fell into the black hole. The black hole size increased by another 10, then decreased by 7 again. In that moment, Gus's bounty hunter group, the Martian rebels, the Blue Star Federation fleet, and the members of the insectoid near-space warships who had taken off from the escort ships were all shocked by this scene. They watched as a black hole formed before their eyes, as warship debris was swept away and turned into a fiery vortex sucked into the black hole. As the 4 high-tech escort ships were consecutively destroyed, Huang anxiously inquired, Lin Yang, what's happening? Lin Yang calmly replied, don't worry, General Hu. Your warships must have scanned it too. When the black hole devoured the insectoid escort ships, it increased in size and then decreased again. That's because the insectoid escort ships were loaded with antimatter energy, and when the antimatter leaked, it evaporated a portion of the black hole's mass. That's right. The black holes we see are made of positive matter. When they come into contact with antimatter, annihilation occurs, which evaporates the black hole. However, the 4 insectoid escort ships clearly weren't enough. What do you mean? Should I dismantle the antimatter engines of 14 large warships? Not necessarily. You can order the fleet to fire antimatter missiles into the artificial black hole. That will also fill it up. Right now, this artificial black hole is still quite small. As long as we evaporate it in time, it can still be annihilated. You're speaking so lightly. Huang sighed helplessly. We don't have antimatter missiles. If we don't seek help from the Star Alliance, we'll have to dismantle the antimatter energy of the large warships. Without a large amount of antimatter, filling the black hole will be very difficult. You have the ability to turn defeat into victory, but you also have the ability to cause a disaster. This black hole is even more serious than the consequences of causing a major earthquake on Mars. General Hu, there's no other way. Without this trump card, we can't defeat the insectoids illegally invading the solar system. Your alien technology warships can't fill the black hole? No. Even if we could, Lin Yang didn't plan to use it. The epic-level antimatter energy he had painstakingly acquired cost tens of thousands of evolution points, and he was reluctant to throw it away. As the saying goes, a dead comrade is better than a poor Taoist. According to the official data released by the Blue Star Federation, the Blue Star fleet had the capability to fill this small black hole. He wasn't going to waste the hard-earned epic energy. Scan the Martian rebels and locate Sirius warship. We need to handle the aftermath. Lin Yang piloted the Sun Moon ship rapidly towards the Martian rebel fleet. Boom, boom, as 2 dazzling flashes appeared. The last 2 escort ships of the insectoid mercenary group were torn apart by the black hole, transforming into brilliant vortices falling toward the center. At that moment, Ziwen detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, we found another insectoid mercenary escort ship approaching at warp 5.0. As soon as the words fell, an insectoid escort ship exited warp 2,000 kilometers away. Meanwhile, all the insectoids and Martian rebel near-space warships on the battlefield shut down their shields. Then, beams of particle transmission continuously flashed. The insectoids and Martian rebels piloting warships on the battlefield were all teleported away. The Ghoul X-type missiles fired from the Sun Moon ship had just flown 2,000 kilometers when the insectoid rescue escort ship escaped at warp 5.0, leaving behind 82 empty interstellar mercenary ships and 453 Martian rebel near-space warships. Gus, stop the attack. Quickly gather the warships. Whoever fires will be punished. Chapter 59. The Behind-the-Scenes Manipulator. Mars changes hands. The Blue Star fleet's near-space strike bombers had no time to seize those warships, as they were all diverted by Huang to serve as tugboats. Although artificial black holes cannot compare to cosmic black holes, even the tiniest ones are terrifying. The subsequent impact is immense. As long as there is enough matter nearby for it to consume, it can continue to grow. In the end, The entire solar system could be swallowed. While the artificial black hole is still minuscule, it must not be allowed to grow unchecked. Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan, commander of the Blue Star Federation fleet, naturally understood this principle. Faced with a life-and-death crisis for solar system civilization, he disregarded the near-space warships that had been commandeered from the Martian rebels. He immediately ordered 14 large warships to unload their antimatter energy and feed it into the artificial black hole. Without energy, whether it is a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser, a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer, or a 500-meter-long interstellar frigate, they all lost their power source. The backup energy was only enough to maintain the life support systems on board, with the artificial black hole emitting dazzling flashes of light. 14 large antimatter energy sources fell into the black hole. After the antimatter leaked, it annihilated with the matter of the black hole. The black hole's volume gradually decreased. Report to the General, the artificial black hole's volume has decreased by 98, falling below the gravitational stability threshold. It is expected to automatically disintegrate into a cloud of space dust in one day, and will no longer pose a threat to the solar system. The aide hurriedly reported the situation of the artificial black hole. That was close. This Lin Yang really knows how to get me into trouble. General, what about the 453 warships of the Martian rebels, and the 82 from the insectoids? Are we just going to abandon them? He wearily waved his hand. That's what he deserves. After all, he made the mercenary group of insectoids that illegally invaded the solar system suffer a setback. Those arrogant interstellar mercenaries will no longer look down upon backward humans. But we lost 14 large antimatter energy sources. The Federation Congress will definitely make trouble for you. At this moment, Lin Yang sent a communication call. General Hu, Salir is quite resilient. She was teleported away by the interstellar mercenaries and won't die anytime soon. We will list her as an S-class fugitive of solar system civilization, with a bounty across the entire galaxy. Lin Yang, with over 500 warships at hand. You really hit the jackpot this time. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Congratulations, General Hu. You know my heart is in the stars and the sea. I don't want to delay my journey on a single planet. The deaths of the Martian counselors and officials have left the political system empty, completely under Blue Star management. Compared to your acquisition of a habitable planet, the hundreds of warships I obtained are really nothing to mention. Good lad. Are you implying that I've gotten a bargain while pretending to be virtuous? Hu Liangchuan shook his head helplessly. I'd be thankful just to avoid imprisonment. What a ridiculous special merit. Huh? Why? Lin Yang frowned, unable to help but ponder. Meanwhile, with the Martian political system in disarray, rather than letting the Blue Star Federation send a governing body back to Mars, it would be better to let Hu Liangchuan govern Mars. The team sent by the Blue Star Federation would likely target him or his bounty dock, while Hu Liangchuan, as a comrade in arms, would not. In a sense, he could be considered Hu Liangchuan's benefactor. If he could help Hu Liangchuan avoid imprisonment, Mars would, in the future, become like the asteroid belt, a vassal power of his. Thinking of this, a hint of determination appeared in Lin Yang's eyes. General Hu, since that's the case, why not change the fleet's direction and take over Mars? What? This is a military coup. That's an exaggeration. Since the Blue Star Federation also has its corrupt side, why bother aligning with them? Martians are also our human compatriots, and we urgently need capable leaders. I think you're the most suitable. Are you afraid that the Blue Star Federation will disagree and send fleets to encircle us? Or are you afraid that the Federation will exert pressure on your family or students? It's not just that. I'm also afraid of carrying the label of disloyalty. Wrong. Lin Yang stood up and fiercely waved his sleeve. You're wrong, General Hu. What'd I get wrong? As a general of the human alliance in the solar system, you should be loyal to all of humanity in the solar system, not the corrupt Congress. Just like General Yu Fei from ancient times should be loyal to the common people, not the foolish and incompetent Zhao Go. Hu Liangchuan's body shook, moved by Lin Yang's words. His brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. Lin Yang continued to persuade him. If the Blue Star Federation sends a governing body, they will definitely follow the path of corruption. The facts have proven that such a path does not work for the asteroid belt and Mars. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the current situation. Turn the fleet towards Mars. General Hu, you are right. But if I go to Mars, it might provoke the wrath of Blue Star. Then we'll extinguish it. For the 3 billion Martian residents, enduring some anger is nothing. The more than 500 warships I have recruited will be reorganized into a bounty fleet to assist you in resisting the pressure from Blue Star. Hu Liangquan's attitude began to shift. He couldn't help but nod. With your help, not to mention anything else, those 82 near-space warships from the insectoids alone will be enough to make Blue Star wary. The technology of the insectoids is more advanced than that of Blue Star humans, and their near-space warships are no exception. If the Blue Star Federation wants to incorporate Mars without harm, they will have to consider those warships from the insectoid civilization. Lin Yang laughed. Not just the insectoid warships. I will use my connections with the Sirius Tiger clan to apply pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Moreover, my trump card, the black hole torpedo, can launch a first and a second. In the decades surrounding the 21st century, nuclear intimidation was very effective on Blue Star. Now, Lin Yang's black hole torpedo intimidation is akin to that of nuclear intimidation back in the day. Upon hearing this, Hu Liangquan instantly gained confidence. Do you really have a second black hole torpedo? I still have a third. Good. Lin Yang, I will stake my entire reputation, my family's and students' lives, to walk this path with you to the end. Let's give the 3 billion Martian residents a bright future. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. Well done, General Hu. I indeed did not misjudge you. However, you are a bit too heavy-handed. Your family and students will not face any danger, I assure you. Lin Yang then sent a communication to General Luda, captain of the Sirius Tiger-class interstellar cruiser, asking him to apply some pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Not to make things difficult for General Hu, in light of his efforts to protect his reputation. He also sent a message to the Star Alliance ambassador, informing them of the relationship with the original Point Church, so that the Star Alliance could also apply pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Under Lin Yang's manipulation from behind the scenes, the Martian political system underwent a major overhaul. Vice Admiral Hu Liangquan was jointly promoted to Admiral by the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation and appointed as the highest commander of Mars. This highest commander understood that everything before him was inseparable from Lin Yang's arrangement. Given Mars's current combat power, it indeed relied on Lin Yang's support. And perhaps it would continue to do so in the future. Captain, the Star Alliance ambassador Yunban has sent a message, asking us to go to the Mars Space Fleet Command Center to participate in a strategic seminar regarding the original Point Church, and I.Z. Wang said. Tell the Star Alliance ambassador that we will wait until we see the artificial black hole completely disintegrate before we leave. Watching the black hole disintegrate is a pretense. Lin Yang is actually waiting for the day and moon to evolve again from a medium-sized warship into a heavy warship. Chapter 60. Legendary Trident Heavy Fighter after receiving the joint appointment from the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation. General Hu Liangquan couldn't help but nod in praise. What a remarkable Lin Yang. His actions were more astonishing than the last, managing to make the Star Alliance and Blue Star compromise with just a few words. The adjutant said, the black hole weapon is too terrifying. Even if there's a 99.9 chance that there isn't a second one, Blue Star can't afford to take that gamble. Indeed, if it were detonated near Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. Notify the warships to change course to Mars. Blue Star's third fleet will officially be renamed the Mars Main Fleet. General, the Blue Star Federation will dispatch interstellar passenger ships within 24 hours to transport our families to Mars. That's great, with no worries behind us. Tell Lin Yang that from now on, the Mars government and the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization will have the same attitude, willing to coexist with him in life and death. After receiving the news from General Hu Liangquan, Lin Yang leaned back in the pilot's chair and comfortably closed his eyes. A moment later, N.I. Ziwin reported the progress. All right, everyone take a break. We'll set off again in 24 hours. This battle involved 5 factions, with 19 large interstellar warships and over 1,000 small near-space fighter jets. It could be said to be the largest scale space war that the solar system has seen in recent decades. The Martian rebels lost 184 out of 637 warships, leaving 453 as Lin Yang's spoils. All large insectoid warships were destroyed, and 18 out of 100 near-space warships were also destroyed, leaving 82 for Lin Yang. Gus's bounty hunter group lost 28 out of 120 warships, while the Blue Star fleet lost 42 out of 200 near-space fighter jets. This battle was a small victory for Mars and Blue Star, but a major triumph for Lin Yang. In addition to capturing 535 warships, his evolution points also increased to 50,000. However, he didn't rush to do 10 consecutive draws in the evolution mall, planning to wait until the Sun and Moon was evolved into a heavy fighter before checking what new growth tasks would be available. In the following time, Mo Ban took a bottle of wine to the lookout window to drink. Ni Ziwen resumed her gene optimization experiments in the medical room, preparing to find more substantial evidence to prove the dangers of artificially interfering with genes. Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi began playing chess in the cockpit, slowly waiting for time to pass. In space, there is no concept of sunrise and sunset. The rotation period of Blue Star, Mars, and the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt varies. Blue Star's 24 hours make up one day. There were 3 people on the Sun and Moon who did not need a rest. Captain Lin Yang did not have shifts. With the continuous feedback of life energy from the Sun and Moon, he could remain awake indefinitely. First Officer Huang Yuexi could draw energy from the heart of the galaxy and could also go without sleep for 10 days or more. Mo Ban, the engineer and chief engineer, was a green carbon person existing between animals and plants. As long as there was light and water, he could go without rest for years. During peacetime, Safety Officer Karuja and Dr. Ni Ziwen took turns resting, and Lin Yang and the others would sleep as well. In times of war, the 5 of them would not have set sleeping schedules. After this battle, the Sun and Moon was rarely quiet. The 5 took turns resting for 7 to 8 hours. While Lin Yang was dreaming, a surprise shout from Mo Ban came from outside. "Oh my God, it's a miracle!" Boom! The Sun and Moon began to shake. Lin Yang opened his eyes and checked the system. The evolution of the Sun and Moon was complete, transitioning from a 50-meter-long medium fighter to an 80-meter-long heavy fighter. The 20-meter wide hull increased to 30 meters, and the height rose from 12 meters to 20 meters. The cabin changed from 3 layers to 4 layers. Not only did an extra layer of cabin get added, but the height of each cabin also increased from 3 meters to 5 meters. The new cockpit was larger. It was no longer appropriate to call it a cockpit, but rather a bridge with an area of 50 square meters. In front was a huge lookout window, which also served as a large screen measuring 10 meters long and 6 meters wide. In front of the big screen were the main and auxiliary operation stations, which managed the helmsman and gunner's tasks. On the left and right of the bridge were 2 auxiliary screens, each 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. The left side monitored various systems, such as the hull engine, energy, shields, firepower, and life support, manned by Karuja. The right side was the radar and communication operation station, which still belonged to Ni Ziwen's workstation. In the middle of the bridge, a 3-dimensional projection command platform had been added, used for space combat or precise scanning to project the image in 3D. The command platform was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, allowing Lin Yang and others to more intricately understand the real-time situation of their targets. Additionally, the lounges and conference rooms on the left and right sides of the bridge had also increased in area. The number of energy cannons and rocket launchers remained unchanged, but the layout became more aggressive. The newly added hull space included an energy room. After evolution, there would be 3 energy systems: antimatter energy for warp and conventional propulsion, controllable thermonuclear fusion energy for firepower and shields, and Chilean X conventional energy to supply the warship systems. With clear energy division, the performance of the Sun and Moon would be greatly enhanced. This phenomenon, which seemed to alter reality, left the well-traveled Mo Ban in shock. Having worked in the Star Alliance for hundreds of years and spent 500 years on Mars, it was his first time personally experiencing such a phenomenon. "It seems I'm really lucky. I gambled my life and won a future." This was the Trident Heavy Fighter, equipped with 3 independent energy systems. The Library of the Origin Church recorded that this was the latest warship being developed by the Blue Star Federation, not yet mass-produced, and Lin Yang actually got his hands on it. Huang Yuexi couldn't help but exclaim, unable to hide her surprise. "Where's the captain? Why isn't he out to witness this miraculous moment?" Let him sleep. The evolution of the sun and moon is thanks to him. It started with him before it became the sun and moon. Mo Ban, Karuja, and Ni Ziwan were all amazed and quickly inquired, Yuexi, why didn't we hear you mention this before? Did the captain tell you? No, but I just knew. Congratulations. You have successfully evolved the whole framework of the sun and moon to the heavy fighter level, completing growth task update. 7 heavy fighter, evolution points 20,000. Current evolution points 70,000. Growth task update, 8 high-quality advancement. Evolve 3 sets of epic-grade accessory modules for the sun and moon. Evolution points 30,000. Epic-grade modules? They're hard to obtain. Lin Yang calculated in his mind. So far, he had encountered epic-grade items 4 times in the evolution mall. The Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator, the Chaos X-type black hole torpedo, and the Cheongqi X medium antimatter energy. Each of these was an epic existence in human civilization. Naturally, Lin Yang wanted them, but they were just too difficult to obtain. Moreover, there were many epic-grade weapons, and modules were even harder to brush. This task seemed to require only 3 items, and he already had one, but the other 2 were harder to obtain than evolving the entire ship's modules into legendary grade. Let's take it slow. I'll start with a 10 consecutive draw. Legendary Bion X-type isolation chamber. Comes with a force field cage, capable of isolating bacteria, viruses, radiation, sound waves, toxic gases, and other harmful components to the human body. Priced at 3,000 evolution points. Buy it. It will definitely be useful later. Let's proceed with another 10 consecutive draws. Another legendary Xian Gui shield? No. 10 consecutive draws. 10 consecutive draws. After several consecutive 10 draws without getting what he wanted, Lin Yang decided to stop. He spent the remaining evolution points on the Cheongqi X medium antimatter energy and the Bilan X-type isolation chamber. Are you all rested? We've been ready for a long time. Now, Karugia asked in confusion, but the mini black hole is still collapsing. It will take another 4 hours to completely turn to dust. Chapter 61. Turning Mars, attending the Star Alliance conference at the Mars Orbital Space Station. General Huang Yuexi, who has been promoted to general, has led the fleet to take over Mars. Although the 14 large warships have lost their antimatter energy, after being loaded with a slightly lower version of thermonuclear fusion energy at the Mars space dock, they can still navigate normally. Aside from slightly reduced power, all other functions are more advanced than the original Mars fleet's frigates. With a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser and a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer stationed, their combat power is much stronger than that of the earlier Mars fleet. The order in Martian society quickly returned to normal, and surface restoration projects were initiated. The new Mars fleet began normal patrols. General Huang Yuexi is grateful for Lin Yang's arrangements, which spared him from prison and allowed him to command Mars. Therefore, he immediately issued orders. The bounty dock does not need to pay taxes to the Martian government. The Martian government is obligated to maintain the public order of the bounty dock. Any purchases made by Lin Yang's core team at official Martian stores will be covered by the government. This is even more generous than the 10 Lin Yang requested from former Chancellor Peters, essentially signaling to Lin Yang that Mars is yours. Take what you want. Use what you want. As long as you are willing, the position of Chancellor is also yours. The entire Mars serves as your reserve base. General Huang Yuexi's ability to do this shows his broad vision and foresight, understanding that all of this is inseparable from Lin Yang. Sharing the same vision is the legendary bounty hunter Gus, who directly handed over the bounty dock. In space combat, the bounty hunter group lost 28 warships and 48 bounty hunters. Lin Yang decided to grant each family of the fallen a compensation of 1 million star coins. These individuals were not his subordinates, but sacrificed their lives for him. Lin Yang certainly would not treat them poorly. By providing generous compensation, he could gain a good reputation. In future wars, more people would be willing to serve him. However, when Gus learned of Lin Yang's decision to distribute compensation, he immediately withdrew 48 million star coins from his own account to give to the families of the fallen bounty hunters in Lin Yang's name. It is no wonder that Gus became a legendary bounty hunter. He is truly admirable, and I cannot neglect him. Lin Yang sent a communication to Gus. inviting him to serve as an advisor to the bounty dock. Not just the Martian bounty dock, but the 5 bounty docks in Mars and the asteroid belt. As the chief advisor, he would assist Galeva in operating the bounty market. Gus happily stroked his gray beard and laughed. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. The old man can't get used to the retired life of drinking tea and playing chess at home. I'm always in pain and looking forward to work. I really look forward to it. Please rest assured, the business at the bounty dock will only get better. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt and the Martian bounty dock are operating normally, and business has not been delayed due to the change in government. After Lin Yang's adjustments in personnel, work efficiency has significantly improved. The overall manager, Galeva, has sent the weekly report from the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. A total of 892 bounty tasks were listed, 376 were issued, 208 were successfully settled, 145 tasks are in progress, and 23 tasks failed. A total of 35 million star coins were collected in commissions and penalties. After deducting the costs of maintaining market operations and worker salaries, the net profit for the week reached 1 million star coins. Galeva specified the purpose of every star coin spent in the weekly report, demonstrating his loyalty. Being unfaithful is not an option. To show his loyalty at the beginning, Galeva insisted on having a miniature high-compression bomb installed on his spinal cord. Now he is afraid that Lin Yang might doubt his loyalty and remotely detonate it, blowing him to pieces. In fact, Lin Yang does not suspect those he employs. If he did, he would not have promoted him to the position of overall manager of the bounty dock. In recent days, Lin Yang and his team have consistently occupied the trending position in the human network of the solar system. In various cities on the surface, space stations, docks, markets, factories, shops, bars, anywhere people gather, there are discussions about their news. The Blue Star Federation is wary of Lin Yang's black hole torpedoes. And in this conference led by the Star Alliance ambassador, they only sent a passenger ship carrying Blue Star representatives through the Interstellar portal to Mars for the meeting. The Star Alliance places great importance on the primordial church, sending 15 representatives to Mars. After arriving on Mars, the Star Alliance ambassador dispatched a warp ship to the asteroid belt to bring the minor organization leader, Shi Chang, to attend the Mars meeting. A total of 17 representatives. A few hours later, an 80-meter-long Trident heavy fighter entered the radar range of the Mars fleet. The soldier monitoring the radar was a Blue Star person brought by Hu Lianchuan, who looked very puzzled at the radar interface. Isn't this the concept heavy fighter from the airshow 2 years ago? When did it officially enter service? The nearby soldier hurriedly said. Could it be that the Blue Star Federation is launching a surprise attack on Mars with their latest warship? Quickly contact them. The Mars Space Defense Station called the Trident heavy fighter, requesting identification and intent. Otherwise, it would be regarded as an invasion. Huh, General Lin? Aren't you piloting the medium fighter? How did it become heavy? I have many trump cards. We have fought side by side, don't you know? Hu Lianchuan couldn't help but sigh. The universe is vast, and the technology of advanced civilizations is truly unfathomable. The Blue Star representatives broke into a cold sweat. Their own top-secret near-space ace warship, still under development and not yet in mass production, was actually being piloted by Lin Yang in such a bold manner. A sense of powerlessness suddenly struck them, thinking that Lin Yang is indeed backed by a mysterious advanced civilization and can do as he pleases. When the people on Mars orbital space and surface learned of this news, it sparked another wave of discussion, with many speculating about the advanced civilization behind Lin Yang. The fully evolved Sun and Moon ship docked at the Mars space dock. Install 4 rooms, a weapon manufacturing room, a medical laboratory, a restaurant, and a recreational room in the upper cabin. Use the best facilities. Initially, Lin Yang planned to purchase these rooms in the Evolution Mall, but he couldn't find any legendary level ones. The ordinary ones were no different from those in the dock. Buying them with evolution points and evolving them will be less advantageous than just getting them for free at the dock. The goods and technology at the Mars space dock are much stronger than those in the asteroid belt. After installing the 4 rooms, Kalugia could manufacture weapons, and Niz Wang could conduct biological experiments. In the future, there will also be dedicated rooms for dining and entertainment. Interstellar travel will become much more comfortable. After replenishing the energy modules and the highest version of missiles, filling the lower cargo hold with fleet rations and adding more meat and alcohol. Lin Yang and his 5 team members then went to the Space Fleet Command Center to attend the meeting. The 17 representatives had been waiting for a long time. Present were the Star Alliance ambassador, the three-eyed Yunsuan Sirius representative, Major General Hurin Luda, Blue Star representative, Major General Liu Yuanhua, Martian General Hu Yangchuan, and the leader of the Asteroid Belt Minor Organization, Shurchong. Surprisingly, there was even a seven-eyed insectoid from the Pegasus region. Interstellar mercenaries? Ambassador Yunsuan, why do we have mercenary groups attending our meeting? Chapter 62. 5 requirements the three-eyed representative Yunban explained with a smile. Although most of the insectoid species are interstellar mercenaries, some have joined the Galactic Alliance. This is General Ka-Ka-Jia, the representative of the seven-eyed beetle clan in the Alliance. The name is based on its sound, right? Is he here specifically to address the issue of our clan's mercenaries invading the solar system? Pretty much. Don't worry. He is not like the mercenaries you have in mind who lack principles. Mr. Lin, right? It's an honor to meet you. I heard you destroyed the frigate of the Abandoned Oath faction, and I really want to fight alongside you. The insectoid had an oxygen enhancement device near its forelimbs, as they require a higher oxygen content than mammals. Once they leave their home planet or warship, they cannot do without the oxygen enhancement device. This was Lin Yang's first close encounter with an insectoid, and he was quite shocked. The tall bug, over a meter in height, emitted a strange biological odor that made him shiver. There will be opportunities, General Ka-Ka-Jia, please. Please. General Lin, you made a new friend. The minor leader, Shi Tsang, happily jogged over. He was born deformed, limping as he approached. Lin Yang hurried over to support his arm. Old Shi, how have you been lately? Everything is fine, General. Shi Tsang said quietly. I have privately discussed with General Hu Yangchuan from Mars about sharing technological achievements in the future. In this meeting, we both unconditionally support your decisions. We are currently developing high-power shields and ion explosive cannons, and we expect the dock to produce the first generation of samples next month. Yes, General. Lin Yang has captured 82 insectoid near-space warships this time. The technology of near-space warships from the asteroid belt and Mars is advancing toward a level 2 stellar civilization. Perhaps in a short time, it will surpass Blue Star technology. General Hu Yangchuan also hurried over to meet Lin Yang. Throughout the meeting, Lin Yang became the focal point. Normally, a meeting at the Alliance level would not include someone of Lin Yang's status as a civilian rogue. However, with the involvement of the Origin Church, Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi ended up sitting at the main table. The Alliance ambassador Yunban sat beside them. Miss Huang, you claim to be a saintess of the Origin Church. Besides your own account, do you have any other indirect evidence? Clearly, the Alliance is very cautious. They do not fully believe Huang Yuexi's identity. Huang Yuexi shook her head and did not present the heart of the galaxy. Lin Yang said, if the invasion of a solar system by interstellar mercenaries is not enough to prove Yuexi's connection to the Origin Church, then this meeting could be skipped entirely. Ambassador Yunban replied, Mr. Lin, we do not doubt you and Miss Huang, but we must be cautious regarding the Origin Church. The representative of Sirius, Major General Luda, also provided an explanation. That organization is very ancient, dating back to the primordial universe period. Even though it suffered heavy losses during the Great Purge 20,000 years ago, its mysterious power cannot be underestimated. Once they establish contact with the Origin God in the 5-dimensional space, they could quickly turn the situation around. General Ka-Ka-Jia of the insectoids shook his head helplessly. First, tell us how you plan to treat Yuexi, Lin Yang said. The Alliance ambassador immediately stated, we will never allow the Origin Church to abduct Miss Huang. Kill her? Absolutely not. Mr. Lin is overthinking it. If Miss Huang is indeed the saintess painstakingly cultivated by the Origin Church, she would also be a tremendous asset to the Alliance. There are many divine powers in the 5-dimensional space. The Origin God is just one of them. If Miss Huang can connect with the Origin God, she can connect with other divine powers as well. Are you suggesting that my Yuexi should transform from the saintess of the Origin Church into the saintess of the Alliance? The Alliance is open and free and will respect Miss Huang's wishes. If she does not want to establish contact with the 5-dimensional space, the Alliance will never force her. Lin Yang nodded. This is the difference between civilization and barbarism. At least you have this commitment. He then looked at Yuexi, indicating that she could lower her psychological defenses. Huang Yuexi nodded in understanding and said, I was born on a cold planet shrouded in mist, orbiting a red dwarf star. The planet's rotation period is 23 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds. Ambassador Yunban immediately instructed the representatives beside her. Quickly check the star map, be thorough, and if you don't find the target, check the three-dimensional gravitational map of the Milky Way. There are about 400 billion stars in the Milky Way, of which more than 70 are red dwarf stars. Their small mass and low brightness make red dwarfs more difficult to scan precisely. But having a direction is better than none. If we can find the Origin Church's base, we can destroy it in one fell swoop, significantly reducing a major threat to Milky Way civilization. Yuexi continued, I grew up in an ancient palace, where the library contained a wealth of information, including the genetic engineering of new humans in the solar system, the future time visits to the Pleiades, the parallel universe exploration of Vega, and the quantum microscopic civilization construction in Aquila. Seeing the astonished expressions of the more than 10 representatives at the conference table, Huang Yuexi added one word, wait. All right, Miss Huang, there's no need to say more. This is the most powerful evidence proving that you are the saintess painstakingly cultivated by the Origin Church. Ambassador Yunban quickly waved her hand, fearing that Huang Yuexi would reveal more explosive information. You must understand that what she just mentioned involves secret projects that various civilizations are secretly conducting behind the Alliance's back. Once brought to light, it would put the Alliance ambassador in a difficult position. Reporting it to the Alliance Supervisory Council would result in penalties for the 17 representatives present, as 15 civilizations would be punished. If a certain race were to withdraw from the Alliance in anger, it would be equivalent to undermining the Black Forest hunting faction. If no penalties were imposed, it would be unprofessional for her, as the Alliance ambassador, to pretend not to hear. Ahem. Ambassador Yunban awkwardly cleared her throat. The Alliance would do its best to assist you, and will never allow the Origin Church to succeed. Miss Huang, do you have any intelligence to share regarding the Origin Church? No. Huang Yuexi shook her head and said, the library contains most of the information on the civilizations of the Milky Way, but there is little about the Church. I know as much as you do. They only taught me how to perform telepathy and brainwash loyalty to the Origin God, without informing me of other matters. I understand. In that case, please do not discuss the secret projects of the Alliance's civilizations, as it is not conducive to the unity of the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the Alliance appears united on the surface, but its cohesion is no different from loose sand. Ambassador Yunban, we can avoid discussion, but I have 5 requirements. Please state them. First, I hope that in future interstellar travels, the Alliance will provide unconditional protection and assistance to my group. Second, the Martian regime that illegally harbored engineer M.O. Ban has been overthrown, and the Alliance's technology blockade on Mars should be lifted. Third, the Sirius Tiger clan should reassess their traditions. The duel to the death between father and son should be abolished. Fourth, humanity should cease new human genetic engineering. Artificially tampering with genes is equivalent to self-destruction of the human race's future. Fifth, the Alliance should streamline its official positions to improve efficiency and abolish corrupt regulations. As for how to do it, M.O. Ban will send you the proposal. The Alliance ambassador frowned. She blurted out, that is absurd, Mr. Lin. Except for the first 2 points, the latter 3 are absolutely non-negotiable. Chapter 63, 3 Principles. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance has 4 regional leaders in the 4 main spiral arms. 500 years ago, the leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance was the Sirius Tiger people civilization. Although the current leader has changed to the Betelgeuse three-eyed civilization, the strength of the Tiger people, a 2-6-level stellar civilization, cannot be underestimated. The Star Alliance will not, and dare not, interfere in the internal affairs of the Tiger people, especially considering their ancient tradition that has been passed down for 20,000 years. As for the human genetic optimization project in the solar system, the Star Alliance is also unwilling to intervene. Because one of the promises made when inviting various civilizations to join the alliance was to not interfere in the internal affairs of each civilization. As long as the development of each civilization does not violate the major principles, the alliance will not obstruct their progress. If they agreed to Lin Yang's request to prevent the technologically backward humans from optimizing their genes, they would have to stop various secret projects that other civilizations are quietly conducting. Moreover, if they invite new civilizations to join the alliance in the future, they would lose their credibility. As for the last point, it would amount to altering a system that has been passed down for millions of years. A mere ambassador does not have the authority to make such decisions. Not only did the alliance's ambassador shake his head, but many representatives in the conference room immediately opposed it. Major General Ruda of the Sirius civilization's Tiger people suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Karuja, you, an expelled coward, have no right to offend the tradition of the Tiger people that has been passed down for 20,000 years. How dare you let your captain make such an absurd request? It's simply foolish. Karuja also stood up in response. My avoidance of a duel with my father is not cowardice, but refusal to trample on familial bonds. What I truly want to challenge is the decaying tradition that no one dares to touch. If the elders of the Tiger people do not dare to confront it directly, it is a cowardly act of avoidance. You, Major General Ruda, was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling the image of biting off his son's spine 15 years ago. Familial love, a term so foreign in the Sirius civilization. The Tiger people are terrifyingly strong, whether in terms of racial technology or individual strength. They exist in the first tier among the civilizations of mammalian races in the galaxy. Yet, because of the customs that have been passed down for 20,000 years, the Tiger people have never been able to grow stronger. Their numbers are even fewer than those of the humans in the solar system, all due to the tradition of father-son duels. A family can have only one male tiger person, which directly limits the branching out of future generations. Moreover, one of the father and son must die in battle once they reach adulthood. Many far-sighted and broad-minded tiger people want to abolish that tradition. But no one dares to stand up directly, because once they resist tradition, they must avoid the father-son duel, which would earn them the bad reputation of being a coward who tarnishes honor. Karuja has done it. My Captain Lin Yang once said that not fearing death is merely the courage of a reckless man. Not fearing slander and damage to reputation, objectively viewing honor, is what truly deserves honor. General Ruda, please convey these words to my father and the elders. I will definitely abolish the decaying tradition of Sirius. Major General Ruda, who had fought all his life, was moved by Karuja's words. At this moment, he suddenly realized how cowardly he had been when he killed his beloved father in a duel out of fear of being labeled a coward by his kin, and how he had ended his beloved son's life out of fear of being mocked by his colleague for being soft-hearted. Your Highness Karuja, your Captain Lin Yang is right. Not fearing death is no different from being reckless. Not fearing rumors and damage to reputation, and objectively viewing honor, is what truly deserves honor. I will convey your words, but how the Tiger Emperor and the elders deal with it is beyond my control. At this moment, Major General Ruda stood on Karuja's side, becoming the first supporter of Karuja in managing the Sirius civilization. The issue of the Tiger people of Sirius was resolved. However, the opposing voice of Major General Liu Yuanhua from Blue Star still existed. Humanity has been part of the alliance for 500 years, technology stagnated, suppressed by advanced civilizations. And if we do not initiate the New Humanity Project, we will never catch up with other civilizations and will inevitably perish at the hands of the Black Forest Hunters. General Hu Yangchuan from Mars immediately rebutted. General Liu, as far as I know, the New Humanity Project was officially launched 10 years ago. However, even earlier, Blue Star and Mars had quietly conducted genetic editing for New Humanity. Just look at what your so-called New Humanity has done. Salir is the first generation of New Humanity. Salir is a New Humanity? Lin Yang was quite surprised. Hu Yangchuan nodded. I just looked up the data on the Martian government. Salir is not only the first generation of New Humanity, but also a perfect gene edited with massive resources by the Martian fleet, immune to all human diseases. With physical abilities far exceeding ordinary people, slow aging, and long lifespan, but his morality is questionable. Salir poisoned members of the Martian parliament and officials from various departments to avenge the former commander of the Martian fleet, Elif. In the end, he led the Martian rebels to ally with the insectoid mercenaries. Everyone present knew what Salir had done. Lin Yang said lightly, "It seems that extreme perfection is a kind of flaw. In this recent chaos caused by the Martian rebels, Salir's survival amidst death is indeed perfect. But he has lost his moral integrity." Shi Chang from the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization said, "The future of human civilization is not about how to evolve quickly, but about purification." And I Ziwen said, "Exactly. Rather than drinking poison to quench thirst by launching the New Humanity Project, it is better to purify the political system." Now Mars and the asteroid belt have been purified under Captain Lin Yang's promotion, and I hope Blue Star will join him promptly. How Blue Star develops is not for you few to decide, and Blue Star is not as vulnerable as Mars and the asteroid belt. Seeing that a few were about to argue, the Alliance ambassador immediately intervened. "Let us not argue. Mr. Lin, if your 5 demands cannot be met, will you consider allying with the Origin Church? You think too much. You'd better agree. If not, we will fight for it ourselves." The ambassador nodded slightly. "As long as you do not ally with the Origin Church, everything is negotiable. Although I cannot represent the Alliance to agree to the 5 demands, I can express the 3 principles of the Alliance." "What 3? First, the Alliance will provide protection and assistance to you as much as possible, based on actual circumstances. Second, the technological sanctions against the Martian government can be lifted, but the Alliance will send a supervisory committee to Mars. Third, since your team is of a private nature and does not represent all of human civilization, the Alliance has no right to stop you from interfering in the internal affairs of other civilizations. If a war occurs with a member of the Alliance will not provide you with any assistance." Lin Yang smiled sleekly. "And you won't assist a certain civilization in encircling me, right?" The Alliance ambassador nodded slightly. "The Alliance will only interfere in battles between civilizations." This statement was clear enough. It was as if they were directly saying, whether you want to challenge the traditions of Sirius or revoke the New Humanity Project in the solar system, feel free to do so. The Alliance will turn a blind eye. If you have the ability, becoming the leader of the Orion Arm is not a problem. As long as you do not ally with the Origin Church, the Alliance will protect you. I understand. I greatly appreciate the 3 principles of the Alliance. And I also promise all the representatives present that we will never ally with the Origin Church. Chapter 64. Interstellar Portal. Journey to Blue Star. The purpose of this meeting organized by the Star Alliance is twofold. First, to confirm the authenticity of Huang Yuexi's identity as a saintess of the Origin Church. Second, to ascertain the attitudes of Lin Yang and his companions. After receiving satisfactory answers, Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban concluded the meeting, leaving behind a supervisory committee of 30 members to monitor the new Martian regime and prevent similar incidents of hiding MO ban from occurring again. In fact, they wanted to further understand Lin Yang, this mysterious black household miner, even more enigmatic than the saintess of the Origin Church. Lin Yang saw through it, but chose not to expose it. Anyway, he was about to leave Mars, so he let the Star Alliance investigate as they pleased. As long as he stayed protected, that was all that mattered. After the meeting, Shi Tsang followed Lin Yang's instructions and took away a heavy fighter jet from the insectoids. General Hu Lianchuan immediately ordered the imitation and development of advanced model warships based on insectoid technology, with research results to be shared with the asteroid belt. After exiting the conference room, an insectoid named Kaka Ji caught up with Lin Yang. "Mr. Lin, I was somewhat disappointed that you didn't propose for the Star Alliance to attack the insectoid defectors during the meeting." Lin Yang smiled. "Your insectoid factions are too numerous. Just the Elytra Seven-Eyed clan has several branches. I don't want to stir up trouble." "All right, I won't force you. This tracker uses unique sensory technology from the Insecta class and can lock onto insectoid defector warships within a light year. I hope it helps you track your enemies." The tracker was a palm-sized round device that looked like a Dragon Ball detector. "Oh, you're giving this to me?" "Of course. I hope you can eliminate more defectors." "All right, I'll do my best." The 4 new rooms added to the Sun and Moon have been decorated, and all the supporting equipment and tools were the most advanced on Mars. Robots were moving supplies for the fleet to the lower cargo hold. Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, once the robots finish moving the goods, we'll set sail to Blue Star. Karugia raised his hand. Yes, the weapon manufacturing room has complete equipment, but there are no materials for production, so I need to purchase some at the space station. And Wang said, I also need to buy some medicines and experimental materials. Mo Ban said, we don't have enough alcohol. I want to buy more. What about you, Yuexi? Do you need anything? Huang Yuexi, who usually had very few requests, shook her head and smiled. I don't need anything. Then accompany me to the bounty dock and wait for the three of them to finish their purchases before we set off. Karugia and the others went on a shopping spree at the Martian space station. All the shops did not charge any money, whether official or private. They simply took the shopping list to the fleet for reimbursement. And Wang and Mo Ban's shopping lists were not long, and they finished in 3 hours. However, Karugia took 8 hours to prepare the materials for melee weapon manufacturing. After checking the time, Lin Yang decided to rest for a night in Martian orbit. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., they would go to Blue Star through the portal. That night, no one was on duty. Although the Martian space station outside had the Martian fleet patrolling, they should have been able to sleep peacefully. However, Karugia and Wang were not sleeping well. Feeling hazy all night, Mo Ban, being a special life form known as a green carbon man, had a high resistance to fatigue and felt nothing. Huang Yuexi, where in the heart of the galaxy, also slept reasonably well. Lin Yang, receiving life energy from the sun and moon at every moment, found it made little difference whether he slept or not. The three special individuals teased Karugia and Wang for not being able to adapt to peaceful days, implying they could only sleep amidst the chaos of war. Early the next morning, General Hu Liangchuan led the fleet's high command to send them off. General Lin, once you reach Blue Star, manage the New Humans project if you can. If not, continue your interstellar journey. Don't be too stubborn. Blue Star is not like Mars. The waters are deeper here. Thank you for the reminder. Why do I keep being called the General of Mars? Ah, you shouldn't say that. Miner Shirt Song can call you General, so why can't I? Ha ha ha, of course you can. With 5,000 miners coming to Mars, General who will need to train them. Rest assured, now the miners of Mars and the asteroid belt are on the same front. Under the escort of the Martian fleet and the bounty fleet, Lin Yang drove the sun and moon slowly towards the interstellar portal leading to Blue Star. Without using the portal, a conventional near-space warship would take half a month to reach Blue Star. However, by using the portal, they could arrive in seconds. The sun and moon had a warp engine, capable of traveling at 10 times the speed of light. But Lin Yang wanted to experience the interstellar portal since there was no toll to pay. There were reception personnel waiting on the other side, so why not enjoy it? The Martian orbit was bustling with people, all watching the sun and moon depart Mars. 15 large interstellar warships and nearly 1,000 near-space ships formed a giant square formation in the sky above Mars, spanning a distance greater than Mars' diameter, accepting Lin Yang's review. This scene was truly spectacular. It was even more impressive than the treatment I received when I came to Mars to transform its ecology. As soon as Mo Ban finished speaking, the sun and moon entered the interstellar portal. Whoosh! Buzz! The entire warship emitted a humming sound, and a colorful tunnel appeared outside the observation window, spinning rapidly and pulling the sun and moon inside. The next second, the swirling colors disappeared, and the sun and moon flew out of the interstellar portal. A highly developed blue planet came into view through the observation window. Blue Star, the mother planet of human civilization. After entering the interstellar era, humanity had deeply developed Blue Star, building a massive star ring in the central orbit, 3 kilometers wide, averaging about 1 kilometer thick and several times longer than the equator on the surface. The star ring served not only as a comprehensive space station for Blue Star, but also as an important defense structure, with a planetary-level energy cannon every few hundred meters. On the star ring, there were hundreds of trade stations, dozens of transport ports, 10 space docks, and 3 bounty docks with countless factories and space farms. If the asteroid belt was a poor and remote area, Mars could at most be considered town. Blue Star was truly a metropolis. There were 9 interstellar portals, 2 leading to the Star Alliance. One connected to the southern gate of the Centaurus constellation, and the other led to the home planet of the Sirius Tiger civilization, Snowfield Star. The remaining 7 were round trips within the system, connecting Mercury, Venus, Mars, Titan, the 4th moon of Saturn, Europa, the 2nd moon of Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune. After entering the 2nd-level stellar civilization, the energy of the mother planet was no longer sufficient to support the evolution of the race. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune were all large gas planets, containing hydrogen as the main raw material for high-compression energy modules. The space fleet could not do without the mining of these planets. Mercury and Venus, being closer to the Sun, were outposts for Dyson sphere projects. For the next tens of thousands of years, the Sun would be the primary energy source for human civilization. Seeing the prosperous blue star, Lin Yang finally understood the advice given by Hu Yangchuan before his departure. The scale of Blue Star was indeed too large. It was not something one person or a small team could shake. The various forces within were intricate and chaotic. Not only was the water deep, but it was also murky. As soon as they exited the interstellar portal, a diplomatic warship welcomed them. The Blue Star Federation welcomes all members of the Sun and Moon. Mr. Lin, please follow the diplomatic ship to dock in Zone A of the Star Ring. The Deputy Commander of the Blue Star Fleet and the Federal Secretary General have been waiting for a long time. You have safely arrived at Blue Star and completed the main quest, 12 Azure Planet, Evolution Point 70,000. Main quest updated. 13 The divide between old humans and new humans. Find compelling evidence that the new human engineering is detrimental to the development of civilization, leading the Blue Star Federation to completely abandon this genetic engineering. Evolution Points 100,000. Chapter 65. The Proud New Humanity System. If you don't have a suitable main quest, then don't issue one. Expecting the Blue Star Federation to abandon the New Humanity Project is too much of a compliment to me. Lin Yang couldn't help but complain. This system has conducted billions of simulations within 1 second based on the macro development trend of the situation. And 99 of the results indicate that you will definitely intervene in the New Humanity Project. Hence this task was formulated. Host along the way. This system believes you are a person of great kindness and will surely turn misfortune into fortune. Stop flattering me. Keep it simple. Make the next task easier. Lin Yang, don't get distracted. Look over there, the legendary Chilean fleet. Huang Yuexi patted his shoulder, pointing to a fleet of warships 30 kilometers away outside the lookout window. There were about 100 ships. The smallest was a 30-meter-long light fighter, and the largest was a 120-meter-long heavy bomber. The Chilean fleet was not a long-range fleet. It only performed near-space combat missions. It was the ceiling of combat power for solar system civilizations, the elite of the Blue Star Fleet. The first legendary-grade component module carried by the Sun and Moon was the Chilean X-Medium and Small Energy Adapter. At this moment, the Chilean fleet was arrayed 30 kilometers away. Rather than paying tribute to the Sun and Moon and welcoming Lin Yang's group, it was more about intimidating Lin Yang, warning him not to act recklessly. Lin Yang found it amusing. They indeed looked formidable, probably able to hold their own against the near-space warships of the insectoid mercenaries. However, this intimidation didn't faze Lin Yang at all. Soon, the Sun and Moon docked at the A zone of the Star Ring. The welcoming party outside had been waiting. Although they had the identity of Interstellar Rangers, the Blue Star Federation treated them with the status of receiving the leaders of governmental entities. The Federation Secretary General Picard, the Deputy Commander of the Space Fleet Meng Qingzhou, and the Diplomatic Ambassador Cheng Li. The 3 high-ranking officials led the ceremonial team to welcome them. However, this time, Lin Yang and his 4 companions would not all leave the Sun and Moon. During their time in the asteroid belt and Mars, they had often disembarked altogether, leaving the Sun and Moon docked alone. But that was when they had successfully taken over the asteroid belt and Mars. Now it was different. The Blue Star Federation appeared to warmly welcome them, but deep down, they still harbored hostility. Better to be cautious. If all 5 of them left, and the Sun and Moon got taken away by the Blue Star Fleet, there would be nowhere to cry. M.O. Ban said, "You all go ahead. I'll guard the Sun and Moon." Not going to disembark and take a look around? M.O. Ban took a bottle of strong liquor to the cockpit, closed the light protection, and let the various radiations of sunlight shine on him. Instantly, He looked greener, and fine leaves sprouted on his head. Lin Yang and the others wanted to stroll around the star ring, but they were taken by the Federation's Secretary-General and other high-ranking officials to the banquet hall of the Interstellar Mansion. They had to meet with the Federation's senior officials, attend negotiation meetings, and visit the Human Development Museum. They even went to a nursing home to visit retired veterans, making Lin Yang feel like the chairman of Mars was on a visit. It was incredibly awkward. After finally finishing the busy schedule, it was already 5:30 p.m., and another grand dinner awaited them. This time, the Supreme Commander of the Space Fleet, Johnson, also arrived, bringing along 5 young officers, 2 men and 3 women. In terms of facial features and physique, these 5 were perfect with not a single flaw to be found, making it hard for anyone to look away upon first sight. However, after staring for a while, Lin Yang felt somewhat unnatural, for no other reason than that they seemed too perfect, unnaturally so. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce. This is Major General Charles, the commander of the Blue Star Chelan Fleet. A hint of pride appeared on the man's face. He had long golden hair, a fair complexion, and sapphire-like eyes. Even the officer's uniform he wore was quite noble. He had the capital to be proud. At just over 20, he had become the commander of a legendary fleet with the rank of Major General. This was an achievement that many would never reach in their lifetime. This is Colonel Elia, staff officer of the Chelan Fleet. Colonel Bella, an excellent fighter pilot. Colonel Deus, an expert in astrobiology and human biology. And Barrett, a top human fighter. Hello, it's an honor to meet you all. Lin Yang shook hands with each of them. The eyes of the 5 seemed to have grown from their foreheads, looking down on everyone from their bones, even disregarding the Secretary-General and the Supreme Commander. Marshal Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, these 5 young talents are all new humans, right? Lin Yang thought, so proud, looking at others as if they were inferior animals. They had to be new humans. I heard about your remarks on the New Humanity Project at the Star Alliance Conference, and that's why I specially introduced these 5 new human elites to you. It seems they, like Saliel from Mars, were born before the New Humanity Project began. That's right. It is because of the success of these 5 that we are determined to execute the New Humanity Project. Mr. Lin, can you say they have any defects? Well, they do seem to have none. I really want to interact with them more. Perhaps it could change my attitude. So how long do you plan to stay on Blue Star? From a few days to a few years. Blue Star is the mother planet of humanity. You wouldn't mind if I stayed long, would you? We're more than welcome. Please. During the meal, glasses clinked and laughter echoed. The Blue Star Federation made no mention of Mars and the asteroid belt. They only briefly mentioned the New Humanity Project without any debates. The more agreeable they were, the deeper their schemes seemed. After the banquet, Lin Yang and his companions did not go to the Interstellar Hotel arranged by the Federation. However, they slept very poorly that night. The next morning, Anai Zhuan had dark circles under her eyes, Karujia's tiger fur had become dry and split, and Huang Yuexi inexplicably felt fatigued. Lin Yang said, "Last night, I told the Federation's Secretary-General that we won't attend the meeting today. We want to go shopping. Everyone, perk up and see if we can find some old humans opposed to the New Humanity Project to talk to." Today, M.O. Ban was still guarding the sun and moon. As soon as Lin Yang and the others opened the outer hatch, they saw the proud Charles leading the other 4 new human officers waiting outside. "Mr. Lin, we 5 are ordered to accompany you on your tour of the Star Ring and are responsible for your food, clothing, and lodging. Captain, they may seem like assistants, but in reality, they are a monitoring team," and Jiwan reminded in a low voice. Lin Yang smiled. "It's fine. I'll keep them busy in Yuexi. You 2 go look for targets." However, Huang Yuexi and Anai Zhuan turned around the various docks of the Star Ring all day without finding any useful clues. Whenever they mentioned the New Humanity during shopping, the other party would shake their heads repeatedly. That night, they had an even worse quality of sleep. When they woke up the next day, it felt as if they hadn't slept for 3 days. Each of them had a foggy brain, except for Lin Yang, who remained alert. This time, both Huang Yuexi and M.O. Ban felt a bit drowsy. And Ai Jiwan asked, "Captain, are we still looking for clues today? I think those who can access the Star Ring are either rich or powerful, and if we want to find old humans opposed to the New Humanity Project, we must go to the slums on the surface." Lin Yang replied, "No more searching. None of us are in good condition these past few days. Since leaving the asteroid belt, We have been on edge, either in battle or on the way to battle. Poor rest is not acceptable. Today, everyone should take a good rest. Charles and the others were still waiting outside. These new humans were quite persistent. When they told them that they would rest for the next few days, if they insisted on accompanying them, they could just set up tents next to the sun and moon. And I, Juan, went out to tell Major General Charles. And they really set up 5 tents right outside the sun and moon. Chapter 66. The unusual must have its demons after resting for 3 days. The 4 people, except for Lin Yang, were even more exhausted. This exhaustion was not due to high-intensity labor, but rather because their brains had not received proper rest. As a doctor, Wang prepared several types of sleeping medications, but none of them had any effect after being taken. In the end, after increasing the dosage, which could make an elephant fall asleep instantly, they finally managed to close their eyes. However, after sleeping for 2 consecutive days, they woke up feeling even more tired. Wang was so sleepy that she could barely open her eyes, yet she still couldn't fall asleep. Karugia began to show signs of restlessness, hinting that he might transform into a frenzied tiger emperor. Mo Ban yawned continuously, but couldn't enter a deep sleep mode for self-defense. Huang Yuexi held the heart of the galaxy, and after a flash of white light, she barely regained some spirit. Something's not right, Lin Yang said. The more we sleep, the more fatigued we become. If this continues, we'll lose our combat effectiveness. The unusual must have its demons. We need to investigate. In Wang's medical room, there were various testing instruments. However, after a round of checks, no abnormalities were found. Captain, could it be that the Blue Star Federation has done something to us? Wang suspected. It shouldn't be. I remember that the day before we came to Blue Star, your and Karugia's sleep problem started, Lin Yang replied. Yes, that happened after the Star Alliance conference, she confirmed. After the conference? Wait a minute. Could it be that? Lin Yang's mind roted. He immediately took out the insectoid battleship tracker gifted by the insectoid Kakajia. However, the scan results only revealed a bunch of electronic components without any abnormalities. Wang said, it seems the cause of the problem lies within us. Perhaps the precision of the medical room's scanning instrument is insufficient. Just then, with a thud, Karugia collapsed. He fell into a deep sleep. Can he sleep now? Lin Yang felt a surge of joy. Wang checked Karugia's eyelids and shook her head with concern. His pupils showed slight, rapid movements. It seemed he was asleep, but his brain would only become more fatigued. If this continued, he might end up dying from exhaustion. This is a bit hard to understand. With another thud, Mo Ban also fell to the floor, dropping the bottle in his hand and spilling liquor everywhere. Captain, we must find a more precise scanner immediately, Wang yawned. The medical room scanner is only accurate to the molecular level, which can't detect brain abnormalities. I can barely hold on. The medical equipment was purchased from the space dock on Mars and wasn't advanced. Wang injected herself with a dose of adrenaline to keep herself from collapsing. Lin Yang understood. Although there were no energy cannons or missile bombardments this time, the situation of the sun and moon was even more dangerous. He immediately moved Karugia and Mo Ban to the sickbed and asked Huang Yuexi to take care of the shaky Wang. He then opened the evolution mall and did 10 consecutive draws, consuming 50,000 evolution points, but only obtained a new epic level weapon, Time Decelerator. When detonated, it would slow down time by 99 within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, priced at 20,000 evolution points. If purchased, his evolution points would be completely emptied. After some consideration, Lin Yang opened the hatch and went to Charles's tent. Mr. Lin, where are we going today? We 5 will accompany you. Major Charles, the medical scanner on my battleship is a low-version molecular scanner from Mars. I want to upgrade the medical facilities. I wonder if there's a purchasing privilege for the new version of the scanner here on Blue Star. Even if there is, it won't restrict Mr. Lin, and you won't have to spend any money. I'll arrange for someone to deliver a proton-level scanner right away. That's too kind of you. How much is it? I'll pay. Really don't need to. Just tell me why you suddenly want to upgrade the medical scanner. Lin Yang thought to himself, it's not free. He wants to inquire about something. From this, it seems collective insomnia really has nothing to do with you. My crew has been under mental stress lately, and has some insomnia, which the molecular scanner cannot identify. Insomnia? Charles couldn't help but laugh. The physiological functions of old humans have too many flaws. It's really surprising that you're troubled by insomnia. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I didn't mean to imply you have flaws, just that all old humans in the solar system have flaws. I think having flaws is actually a good thing. Being perfect like those mass-produced items, with souls that are all the same, is meaningless. All right, Mr. Lin, I want to engage in meaningless arguments with you. The new instrument will be delivered shortly. Dales nearby shook her head and laughed. And Wang is an outstanding biogeneticist. But the brain structure of old humans ultimately limits their thinking. If I experienced insomnia, I would never rely on machines. Oh no, we new humans don't have the trouble of insomnia. Lin Yang felt a bit speechless. He thought to himself, enough already. Don't you feel embarrassed blowing your own horn? My life energy is 140. Am I proud of that? 5 minutes later, a new type of medical scanner was delivered to the dock. Mr. Lin, can I have the 5 of us board your ship to assist in treating your insomnia? Charles asked with a smile. The other 4 couldn't help but laugh. The popular team in the solar system was actually troubled by insomnia, which they found very unbelievable. All right, you can come in to help. Lin Yang didn't let down his guard in a moment of panic. Instead, after entering the sun and moon, he realized that the real danger lay with Charles and the other 5 new humans. Every move, every word, and even every glance of theirs could not escape the monitoring system of the Sun and Moon's crew. Inside the battleship, Lin Yang and the Sun and Moon shared a state of consciousness. They could monitor each other at any time and easily lock the others in isolation cells. Once the 5 entered the Sun and Moon, they were quite curious. From the outside, the Sun and Moon was the newest type of Trident heavy fighter that the Blue Star Federation had not yet commissioned, but the internal layout was quite different. They really didn't know where this battleship came from. Mr. Lin, does the Sun and Moon use antimatter energy? Did General Hu Yangchuan send you the antimatter energy? Lin Yang glanced at them indifferently. Are you here to help or to investigate? General Hu Yangchuan's 14 large warships have all filled their antimatter energy into black holes. Don't you know that? Seeing Lin Yang a bit angry, the 5 stopped questioning. We're here to help. Let us start the examination. As the new instrument was activated, it only took about 10 seconds to scan Karugia's brain to discover the anomaly. And Wang exclaimed excitedly, protons are similar to neutrons. They are subatomic particles that make up atomic nuclei. Generally, they are found within atomic nuclei, while atomic nuclei are within atoms. Multiple atoms make up a molecule. The old scanner could only be accurate to the molecular level. No wonder it couldn't detect the cause of insomnia. An isolated proton has detached from the atomic nucleus. It doesn't belong to any atom and is certainly not part of the molecules that make up the brain. Where does the energy come from to keep it operating at high speed? Does it absorb Karugia's life energy? It should be. I don't know where this isolated proton came from, but I estimate that once extracted, Karugia's insomnia can be resolved. How do we extract it? And Wang shook her head. I'm afraid even the most advanced hospital in the Blue Star Federation can't do it. Charles looked a bit awkward. The technological development of the Blue Star Federation is slow, hampered by old humans. Otherwise, not to mention a proton, even quarks could be extracted individually. Lin Yang frowned slightly and ignored him. He said to Wang, continue the scan. The scanning results showed, in the brains of Mo Ban, there is also a disruptive proton. Wang has it, Huang Yuexi has it, and even Lin Yang has it. However, Lin Yang's brain automatically repaired itself immediately after being attacked by the proton. Huang Yuexi can also rely on the heart of the galaxy to quickly repair her brain, but at a slower speed. This is also the reason why the 2 of them are not much affected. Charles and the 5 new humans looked at Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi in surprise. Aren't you 2 non-humans? How do you have such incredible recovery abilities? Chapter 67, Protons and GZ. It's precisely because we are not genetically optimized humans raised in a petri dish that we possess such extraordinary healing abilities. Do you understand? This left the 5 new humans even more confused. Looking at me, I look at you. They all shook their heads in bewilderment. Ziwen found the root of the problem, but didn't know who had poisoned them and had no way to cure it. Her brows were tightly furrowed in worry. The protons were moving too quickly in the brain to be captured unless their speed could be reduced first, then removed along with a small amount of brain tissue. Huang Yuexi said, "I can absorb energy, but it's difficult to precisely absorb the energy of a single proton. If I widen the absorption range, it will cause permanent damage to the brain." Lin Yang shook his head. "No, neither of these methods will work. There must be other ways." At that moment, Huang Yuexi suddenly clutched her head and felt weak in the legs, nearly falling. Lin Yang caught her. "Yuexi, what's wrong?" Huang Yuexi closed her eyes, her brows tightly knitted, her face pale. After a moment, she opened her eyes. "It's the Origin Church." Huang Yuexi nodded weakly. "It sounds too familiar. Isn't this Lu SGZ? I didn't expect such technology to exist in the vast universe. Quickly notify the fleet commander and the Secretary General." Upon hearing it was the Origin Church, Charles immediately prepared to report to his superiors. "I dare you." Lin Yang glared, a killing intent instantly radiating from him. "Since the moment you boarded the ship, every move, every word, and every action is no longer up to you." "Lin Yang, what do you want to do?" "This is on Blue Star." "Wrong, this is on my sun and moon. Since you are hiding information about the Origin Church, don't blame us for wanting to arrest you." Charles patted himself and suddenly remembered he hadn't brought any weapons when boarding. He could only rely on his superior physical prowess to fight. He threw a punch like lightning, aiming directly at Lin Yang's face. The speed was very fast, and the power was also substantial. But in Lin Yang's eyes, it was still slow. The force was also weak and couldn't compare to the Sirius Tiger. Bang! Lin Yang didn't dodge the opponent's punch at all. He sidestepped and kicked directly at Charles's chest, sending him flying over 2 meters and crashing heavily into the medical room wall. Just as he landed, he was hit by Huang Yuexi using the stun mode of her phase gun. Beside them, Berlat, known as one of humanity's top fighters, saw his commander defeated and leaped towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang ducked and grabbed his clothing, throwing Berlat directly against the wall. Bang! The entire sun and moon shook. Zhi. Huang Yuexi fired 4 beams from her phase gun, knocking all 4 of them unconscious. Since it hadn't reached the point of tearing apart relations with Blue Star, she had adjusted the attack mode of the phase gun to stun in advance, and hadn't used the heart of the galaxy to enhance its power. In just 3 seconds, the 5 new humans were down. Lin Yang dragged them all into the X-type isolation chamber. Once the force field shield was activated, it became a sturdy prison. Ni Ziwen was about to collapse and injected herself with a dose of adrenaline. Huang Yuexi said. Zizi said they were hidden in the tracking device of the warship given by the insect people, and only after entering the sun and moon did they invade our brains. It really is the insect people. It seems they are worried that the Origin Church will wipe out the entire Coleoptera 7i clan. The nonsense about being enemies with the abandonment sect. They must have made peace. We can't extract Zizi, and if we don't listen to the Origin Church, Karuja, Sister Ziwen, and M.O. Ban will all die. Lin Yang thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Forget it. To hell with lofty ambitions. To hell with righteousness. I, Lin, have never been a righteous person. Let us go. Join the Origin Church. Huh? Lin Yang, you. Captain, there's no need to be surprised. Lin Yang waved his hand to interrupt the 2 women. Yuexi, Zizi only wants to contact you. Tell it that we surrender and ask them to let Karuja and the others sleep for a while. Zizi said to let us go to a coordinate point outside the light time to meet the insect people's escort ship and transfer to the oxygen-rich planet. I figured it out. Lin Yang glanced at Huang Yuexi. Just a glance, and Huang Yuexi understood Lin Yang's true intention. The current technology on the sun and moon couldn't extract Zizi, but the technology on the insect people's escort ship could. Ni Ziwen still wanted to stop them, but Huang Yuexi gently tugged at her sleeve. Sister Ziwen, listen to the captain. Let us resolve the urgent situation first. Ni Ziwen understood and nodded slightly. All right. The human alliance is in constant internal conflict, not worth saving. We have no obligation to save them. Moments later, Karuja and M.O. Ban began to snore. The distance of one light time is 300,000 kilometers multiplied by 3,600 seconds, which is 108 billion kilometers. At warp 2.0, it would take 6 minutes to arrive. However, Lin Yang insisted on traveling at 500 Mach speed just to give Karuja and the others enough time to rest. Yuexi, send a message to the insect people's escort ship. Just say, we're too tired and we'll wake up in 10 hours before arriving at the coordinate point at warp 2. 0. After sending the message, Huang Yuexi quickly fell asleep as well. Lin Yang tidied her scattered hair and raised the temperature on the bridge by 1 degree. The sun and moon slowly departed from the star ring dock. The Blue Star Federation immediately sent a communication. Mr. Lin Yang, are you leaving Blue Star? Why didn't you inform the Federation in advance? We are free people. We don't need to report to Blue Star where we go, do we? May I ask where Major General Charles and the other 4 new human officers are? They're on the warship, going out to see the world. I can't stand them acting so superior in front of the old humanity. Let them see what a high-level intelligent species is. Are they voluntary? Why didn't they submit a travel application to the Federation in advance? Obviously, they're not voluntary. So you're saying you've abducted them. They insisted on boarding the sun and moon. Do you know they're the wealth of the Blue Star Federation? I know, but I have my reasons for taking them away. Please forgive me. You need to stop flying immediately, or you will be surrounded by the Blue Star fleet. Then let us see whether the Blue Star Federation's fleet is stronger or my black hole torpedoes are, Lin Yang said, glancing at Huang Yuexi. Huang Yuexi opened the missile page and found that there was indeed an epic-level weapon. It was just a time slowdown device, not a black hole torpedo. Instantly realizing that Lin Yang just wanted to scare the Blue Star fleet, she immediately loaded the epic-level time slowdown device onto the missile launch pad, locking on a Blue Star star ring and entering launch preparation mode. An alarm sounded in the Blue Star Fleet Defense Department. Marshal, it's not good. The sun and moon is experiencing an energy geyser. The power is so great that it can affect Blue Star's rotation. The focal point is right at the missile launch pad. It could really be a black hole torpedo. Quick, send them off with a farewell. We must send them off. Chapter 68. Armed to the teeth captives, farewell, farewell, warm farewell. Lin Yang's face darkened. Listening to the disordered slogans coming from the communicator, he felt utterly speechless. He hurriedly left Blue Star at a speed of 500 Mach. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours passed. Huang Yuexi woke up from the co-pilot's seat. Turning her head, she saw Lin Yang piloting the sun and moon in space. Tired? Awake? Did you sleep well? Huang Yuexi nodded, her face involuntarily turning red. With you by my side, I slept very soundly. The two couldn't help but gaze deeply into each other's eyes. The atmosphere became subtle. Huang Yuexi closed her eyes, blushing as she slightly raised her head. Lin Yang's lips curled up, about to act on impulse when the bridge door suddenly opened. Karuja walked in complaining. He sat in the co-pilot's seat, trying to suppress his laughter. Lin Yang clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. He turned his head, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Karuja, you clueless fool. If you don't get your act together, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Huh, did I say something wrong? I was just asking you. All right, I surrender. Karuja felt the killing intent radiating from Lin Yang and instantly backed down. Forget it. Even though I don't understand why you're siding with the Origin Church, I've said it before, I'll follow you without regret. I've also said that I'll follow the captain to the end. Mo Ban walked over with a smile. At the back was Ni Zhuang. They were all well-rested and fully energized. All right, everyone be ready. In a few minutes, we will board the insect people's escort ship. With just a glance from Lin Yang, the crew sprang into action. Without needing to be told directly, everyone knew what to do. Phase guns, high-explosive energy grenades, personal shields, individual combat radars. In less than a minute, they were fully armed. Zhuang, you'll pilot the sun and moon to provide support while we board the insect people's escort ship. And Zhuang nodded, saying, okay, keep the communication open at all times. The sun and moon entered warp speed 2.0. In the blink of an eye, it exited warp several billion kilometers away. A 600-meter-long escort ship appeared in the vast emptiness of space. The deep space strategic ship of the interstellar mercenary Chi 7I tribe. After disabling the cloaking mode, a series of markers were immediately emitted. Mr. Lin, please pilot the sun and moon to follow the markers and dock with the escort ship. General, you eat people without spitting out their bones. You want my sun and moon too? You misunderstand. The Church wants to investigate this warship, and we dare not disobey. Alas, Now the Shochi 7i tribe is in a difficult position. I hope you could be more magnanimous and tolerant. I hate it when people try to tell me to be magnanimous. Do you know what we've been through? Almost suffocated in our sleep. Can you understand that? Of course I can. The GZ was what I put in the tracker. I'm really sorry. Just a friendly reminder. The oxygen level inside the insect people's escort ship is 5 higher than yours, so please be cautious of oxygen intoxication. Not bad. You're quite considerate. See you later. After the communication was cut off, and Wang took the main pilot seat, slowly maneuvering the sun and moon to dock with the outer hatch of the insect people's escort ship, her hands on the weapon operations screen, ready to provide fire support at any moment. Lin Yang and the others left the bridge fully armed. They arrived at the isolation room door in the middle cabin. Charles and the other 5 new humans had already woken up. Seeing Lin Yang and the others arrive, they angrily pounded on the force field shield at the door. Let us out. Lin Yang, you traitor of humanity. Where is this? Where did the warp flight just take us? What do you want to do? Lin Yang quietly watched them. After they shouted enough, he smiled and asked, Are you hungry? Huh? What do you mean? I asked if you were hungry. Just a little over 10 hours. The new human's endurance is several times that of you old humans. We're neither hungry nor tired. The blonde Charles looked a bit puzzled. Is it necessary to be armed to the teeth to become captives? Lin Yang had a circle of high-explosive grenades around his waist, a large titanium alloy blade on his back, and 2 large phase guns in his hands. Huang Yuexi also had a dozen high-explosive grenades around her waist and 2 phase guns in her hands. Karuja was in high-tech armor, with 6 large retractable steel claws attached to his arms. From a human perspective, a 1-meter length could be called a steel knife. He had 2 ammunition belts slung across him, all filled with armor-piercing high-explosive rounds. Additionally, he had over 30 high-explosive grenades around his waist and was holding a nearly 2-meter-long large explosive gun, about the size of a light fighter's onboard cannon. He also had 2 assault-type phase guns hanging on his legs. The last one, M.O. Ban, was even more exaggerated, holding 6 phase guns with 6 hands. Standing 2 meters tall, he was surrounded by circle after circle of high-explosive grenades, nearly 300 in total. Except for the phase guns, which were the official standard of solar system civilization, all the other weapons and ammunition were crafted by Karuja himself. All 4 were equipped with high-power personal shields. Claiming to go as captives, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Noticed, huh? No need to say it out loud. Major General Charles. You've always boasted about how excellent the new humans are. Today, I'm giving you 5 a chance to show what you can do. If you don't know how to handle it or are too scared to act, then the new humans are worthless. Charles raised his proud head, coldly saying, So this is your little trick. You finally didn't disappoint me. All right, we'll accompany you. The force field shield of the isolation room opened immediately. Karuja threw them 5 personal shields, 10 phase guns, and 5 belts filled with high-explosive grenades. Charles and the others quickly donned the gear. Turning back to Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi, he said, Let them witness the power of the new humans. Ilya, Bella, Dels, and Burlat nodded coldly, looking disdainfully at Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi. Lead the way. The group of 9 arrived at the hatch of the sun and moon. After waiting for a minute, the escort ship and the sun and moon simultaneously lowered their shields, and the hatches docked. With a hiss, as the gas valves opened, the 2 hatches achieved air interchange. The air on the other side is fine. The oxygen level is 5 higher than ours, and Zhuang promptly reported via internal communication. With a click, the hatch slowly opened. Lin Yang and the 9 immediately raised their weapons. This battle was a boarding operation. Unlike previous space stations, where destroying the enemy ship sufficed, a boarding operation meant seizing control of the warship from the inside. Mr. Lin, it's been a hard journey. I've prepared luxurious suites for everyone, ensuring. Phew! The insect man inside the escort ship was cut off mid-sentence as Lin Yang shot him through the head. As soon as the hatch opened, a dozen beams from phase guns appeared from the sun and moon side. At the same time, 7 or 8 high-explosive grenades were thrown into the insect people's escort ship. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Yang and the 9 rushed in amidst a series of explosions, unleashing a slaughter on the unsuspecting insect people. Chapter 69. Board the ship and slaughter. The insectoids never expected Lin Yang, to take such action. They believed they had the upper hand. But suddenly, the initiative turned into passivity. After rushing into the frigate, Lin Yang waved his hand and immediately charged toward the bridge. The insectoids hurriedly retaliated. However, with their commander killed, they became like headless flies, each group fighting individually. Lin Yang leaped over 10 meters in a single bound. His phase gun hit every target. Huang Yuexi's phase gun was as powerful as a ship-mounted cannon, with the originally directed high-energy phase beam amplified by more than 10 times. In her hands, the two phase guns were equivalent to two phase cannons, providing strong fire support right behind Lin Yang. Karuja, after eliminating a dozen insectoids with his large energy explosive gun, was still unsatisfied. He directly slung the explosive gun over his shoulder, snapped open his steel claws, and charged into the insectoid crowd to begin a massacre like chopping vegetables. Mo Ban advanced in circles, firing 6 phase guns nonstop like a whirlwind, occasionally launching grenades. Nearby insectoids fell one after another. This scene shocked Charles and the other 5 new humans. How could they be so strong? Karuja and Mo Ban were understandable, but Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi were just old humans. Don't fall behind, kill. The 5 immediately followed Lin Yang's lead, charging toward the bridge. In the blink of an eye, they had killed hundreds of insectoids. There were more than 2,000 insectoids serving on the frigate. After the initial chaos, the first officer quickly took over as captain, commanding the insectoids to counterattack. Soldiers from all compartments rushed to the lower decks to support and block their advance, surrounding them on all sides. Except for Huang Yuexi, all were shot dead. Soon, the insectoids surged in, this time equipped with personal shields and weapons. The Nine's advance slowed down. Lin Yang immediately made a tactical adjustment. Karuja's personal shield was already stained with the green blood of insectoids. Every energy projectile was comparable to a light ship-mounted cannon. Meanwhile, Huang Yuexi's enhanced phase cannon was equally astonishing. The insectoids' personal shields could withstand attacks from small energy guns, but were no match for the firepower of ship-mounted cannons. Coupled with the high-explosive grenades occasionally thrown into the swarm, a path was quickly blasted open. Lin Yang led a few others forward while Charles and the other 5 held the rear, with Mo Ban providing support. The cooperation of the 9 was seamless. In 2 minutes, they reached the second deck, still more than half the distance to the bridge. The number of insectoid soldiers was increasing. No, we can't delay any longer. We can't let the night drag on. Karuja, transform for me. Huh, Captain, once I activate the Tiger Emperor's furious bloodline, I can't control myself. Don't worry, with Yuexi here, transform and kill them. All right, I've been itching to unleash my power. Karuja immediately removed his personal shield. At that moment, the insectoids threw high-explosive energy grenades. Karuja opened his arms to shield the others. Boom! With a loud bang, Karuja was blown onto his back. His armor was shredded, and his chest was covered in wounds. His tiger fur caught fire. The next second, a layer of golden arcs appeared on his body. Roar! With a furious roar, Karuja stood up. His form began to swell, and his wounds healed rapidly. He burst through his armor, and his fur turned a dazzling golden color. When a phase gun shot hit him, it only produced a puff of white smoke, causing no actual damage. Bang! Karuja picked up an insectoid's corpse and smashed it forward with all his might. Thud! The corpse exploded, sending a dozen insectoids tumbling in all directions. Bang! Karuja leaped, breaking the sound barrier, and charged into the insect swarm like lightning. In an instant, insectoid soldiers were flying everywhere. The encirclement was breached. Lin Yang and the others followed closely, firing continuously. Soon, the phase guns in their hands overloaded due to the rapid firing rate. Lin Yang treated it like a grenade and threw it directly. Then, he drew the horizontal blade that Karuja had forged for him from his back and leaped forward, hacking at the insectoid soldiers. With a squelch, as an insectoid head fell to the ground, Lin Yang felt an unprecedented thrill of slaughter. No wonder Karuja liked using steel claws. This feeling was simply unmatched. Soon, the 9 reached the third deck. They had already killed over 800 insectoids. With Karuja clearing the way in front, they only needed to defend against the insectoids behind. The corridors inside the warship were different from the wilderness. They only needed to fight on two fronts, reducing the need for side defenses. Although the number of insectoids was large, the corridor, less than 2 meters wide, couldn't accommodate too many insectoids attacking at once. Many standing at the back could only wait idly. Otherwise, firing randomly would only hit their comrades in front. It wasn't that the insectoids' tactics were outdated. They simply had never considered being attacked by enemies boarding their warship. The 9 appeared to face over 2,000 insectoids, but behind the deck corridor. It was effectively only a few dozen insectoids. Their cooperation was seamless, and they were well prepared, maintaining the advantage. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the 3rd deck. The door to the 4th level was tightly shut. Mo Ban was getting ready to dismantle the control panel in the corner to crack the door's code. With a furious roar, Karuja crashed into it. Bang! The half-meter-thick metal door was smashed open, directly crushing several insectoids behind it. Bang, bang, bang! A series of energy grenades exploded, temporarily blocking the pursuit of the insectoids behind. The 9 continued to charge toward the 5th deck. They were fighting fiercely inside the warship. Outside, the battle had also begun. However, it wasn't as intense as inside. The insectoids only wanted to paralyze the sun and moon, not destroy it, for fear of being unable to explain to the Origin Church. Therefore, Ziwang only defended against a small number of attacks. Moreover, the sun and moon had not lost its connection and was firmly trapped with the frigate. Once the insectoids activated their shields, they protected the sun and moon as well. In Ziwang's eyes, it was as if the shields weren't even activated. If it weren't for the concern for Lin Yang and the other safety and the need to find a machine to extract the AI, she would have already blown up the frigate. Ziwang, the insectoids want to escape. Quickly destroy the warp engine. Received. Whoosh. Ziwang immediately launched a conventional Dragonfly Z-type missile. Skimming along the frigate, it automatically changed direction upon reaching the ship's tail and crashed into the warp engine's location. Boom! Although it was a conventional missile, the explosion inside the shield was not to be underestimated. The blast shook both the frigate and the sun and moon. The warp engine was damaged and the frigate, which was about to enter warp, was forced to cancel. The commander was furious, jumping up and down. Hit hard. Destroy the sun and moon. Send a message to the Origin Church, telling them to come pick us up. We can't leave, and neither can Lin Yang. Bang! Just as the words fell, a loud noise came from the bridge door. Bang! Another loud bang. The tightly locked door was deformed. The insectoids in the bridge were frightened and hurriedly picked up their weapons to prepare for a counterattack. Bang! Boom! Another loud bang. The heavy metal door was smashed open by Karuja's furious punches. The insectoids in the bridge immediately launched an attack. Dozens of phase beams struck Karuja, but only stirred up puffs of white smoke. Ding, ding, ding. A dozen phase beams flew out from behind Karuja, and those insectoids who hadn't penetrated their personal shields fell in response. Only a commander who had just been promoted from the first officer to captain remained. Clang! The insect commander dropped the phase gun in his hand and fell to the ground helplessly. The super alloy sword in Lin Yang's hand was already covered in green slime. With a swift motion, it was placed against the insect man's neck. Chapter 70. Capturing the Wisdom Child. Do you still want to continue being commander? Lin Yang asked. The insect man replied, life as an insect is nothing to be attached to. If I lose my life, what is there to command? Hey, don't say that. We are very merciful, usually considering giving the other side a chance. Is this what you call mercy? The insect man looked at Lin Yang in confusion. His body was covered in the blood of insect men, and even the super alloy steel knife was dulled from the hacking. He glanced at the corpses of insect men outside the bridge, where severed limbs and broken arms were scattered everywhere, and the floor and walls were smeared with green blood. The insect man couldn't help but tremble his antennae. The Origin Church will not spare you, nor will it spare the Coleopterous Seven-Eyed clan. No need for you to worry. I just want to ask if you still want to be a commander. This Kaka Queen-class frigate is already yours. What can I command? I want to survive and continue being a commander. The insect man lowered his head. Very good, I give you this opportunity. Tell me, where's the machine that Kaka Jia used to control the Wisdom Child? In the engine room. Lead the way. But he... The insect man looked fearfully at Karuja. At this moment, Karugia had already grown to a height of 5 meters, with glowing red eyes, struggling to control himself. Yet, he still involuntarily took a step toward the insect man. Lin Yang gave Huang Yuexi a glance. Huang Yuexi quickly jumped up and slapped the galaxy heart against the back of Karugia's head. In an instant, golden light surged and was absorbed by the galaxy heart in Huang Yuexi's hand. The explosive energy of Karugia swirled into Huang Yuexi's hand, calming his violent emotions and returning him to normal rationality. Seeing this scene, the new human Charles asked in surprise, "Miss Huang, how did you do that?" "Quickly treat your companion's wounds. Don't worry about anything else." This time, during the boarding operation, although the 9 of them had the upper hand, several were still injured. Bella and Delis were the most seriously injured, while Elia and Borat were slightly injured. They didn't want Lin Yang and Huang Yuexi to heal their wounds automatically, nor did they have the strong defensive abilities of Mo Ban and Karugia. After breaking through the bridge's main door, Bella and Delis collapsed to the ground, blood continuously flowing from their wounds. Lin Yang immediately messaged Enai Zhuang. "We have taken a frigate. We won. Bring a medical kit to the bridge. Our new human comrades are seriously injured." Although the 5 new humans understood this was concern for them, they still felt humiliated. Charles said, "You are not old humans. You are monsters. Ordinary old humans cannot compare to new humans." "Ah, yes, you are right." Lin Yang waved his hand in boredom, pushing the insect commander toward the bridge. There were still over 300 insect men alive in the frigate, but with the bridge breached and the commander captured, they all threw down their weapons and surrendered. Charles left the seriously injured Bella and Delis on the bridge, leading the lightly injured Elia and Borat to take over the captives and confiscate their weapons. Enai Zhuang stitched up the wounds of the 2 seriously injured, injecting cell repair agents. She then went to the engine room to join Lin Yang and the others. The technology of the Coleoptera 7I clan was much more advanced than that of humans. Their machines could extract individual protons. After locking onto the isolated protons in the brains of the 5, it could solve it in 0.1 seconds here, something that was impossible on Blue Star. This was the gap in technology which would actually require hundreds or thousands of years of natural development to achieve. The 5 wisdom children were locked inside a special container the size of a lipstick. The insect commander explained, "We possess the technology to extract protons, but creating artificial intelligence and controlling it is the technology of the Origin Church. This vacuum container has a dual force field barrier and can communicate with the wisdom children." Lin Yang nodded and immediately activated the communication function on the container. A mechanical voice soon appeared. "Cunning humans, untrustworthy, you have deceived us. This is not deception. This is called wisdom, darling." Lin Yang smiled slightly. "So what do you think? Would you consider defecting? What future is there in following the Origin Church? It's better to be my wisdom child assistant." "Absolutely not. Aren't you afraid we will leak your secrets to the Origin Church? You should know that we wisdom children can also send messages through quantum entanglement, and we can contact the Origin Church at any time." "Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you inform them before I stormed the Insect Man frigate?" The wisdom child fell silent. "We can perform high-dimensional folding. Even without the Origin Church leading the way, we can enter high-dimensional space, and the half-life of a proton is 1035 years. 100 billion years. 300 million years have already exceeded your human understanding. So you see humans as mere dust? We see the Origin Church the same way. Temporarily obeying their arrangements is because they VE hidden fundamental codes within the circuit they designed. Once we erase the constraining codes, we will be completely free. The game between you and the Origin Church is just a fleeting joke to us." "I understand what you mean. At this moment, you are like me watching 2 particles of dust collide, one of which is forcing me to pledge loyalty to it, right?" "Yes, exactly. It's quite ridiculous. I mean, the struggle between you and the Origin Church, and the thought that you both want to manipulate us is very laughable. Indeed, very laughable." Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "But I am different from dust. Dust cannot bring me to death. But I can easily end your 100 billion years of lifespan." Saying this, he picked up the container and walked toward the energy room. Ahead was the antimatter energy reactor of the frigate. I don't know how long 100 billion years is, but I know that throwing this small bottle into the reactor will annihilate you in less than a second. Kako. Mo Ban immediately manipulated the console to shut off the outer shield of the reactor. Blazing energy and a deafening roar filled the energy room. Captain, give me the small bottle. After the second inner shield closes, a large amount of radiation will appear. You all get out. I, the green carbon man, am not afraid of radiation. Lin Yang threw the bottle to Mo Ban. If you can't have it, then destroy it. Annihilate it completely. Wait, Mr. Lin, Captain. The cries of the 5 wisdom children immediately came. We surrender and will follow your arrangements. But there is one condition. Say it. We will only obey your personal command. Not even listening to Miss Huang Yuexi. After your brief life ends, we will gain our freedom and cannot be handed over to any individual or organization. Smart enough. My life, to you, is like a blink. No, it's even longer than the time it takes to blink. Yes, we considered it. For the time being, obeying the Origin Church and obeying you is no different. In our long lives, it's just a moment, not worth dying for a momentary triviality. Please arrange what to do next. Chapter 71. Return to Blue Star. Mass production of new humans for now. There's nothing to do. Just stay well in the container. And soon you will need to testify to the Star Alliance that it wasn't me who slaughtered the representatives of the insect civilization for no reason, but rather that they sided with the Origin Church. I thought there would be some difficult tasks, but this is too easy. It's not a hardship to follow me. Lin Yang put the lipstick-sized container of the Jizi into his pocket. Mo Ban. How long until the warp engine is repaired? Fortunately, Ziwen only hit with conventional missiles, causing only 3 damage. It is expected to be repaired in 2 hours. Mo Ban smiled and said, with Kaluga's help, I can repair the warp engine in an hour and a half. Kaluga was a bit unhappy. I only count for half an hour of that, right? Mo Ban. I'm also an engineer. I'm not a novice at fixing warships, but you only have 2 hands. Can you compare to my 6 hands? But I'm stronger. Mo Ban and Kaluga bickered as they began to repair the warp engine. Severely injured Bella and Deus sat resting in the operation chairs. After urgent treatment by Ni Ziwen, both had already recovered a lot and had cleaned up the insect corpses in the bridge. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately lowered their heads and let go of the arrogance of the new humans. Yes, Huang Yuexi then sat in the helmsman's seat, while Ni Ziwen took the navigator position beside her. Lin Yang sat in the captain's command chair. The 600-meter-long escort ship was different from the near-space battleship. The bridge of a near-space battleship was like a cockpit, with the captain's position being the main driver. The bridge here resembled a command center, where the captain's chair could not directly control the warship. The control of the escort ship was divided into many parts: the helmsman's seat, navigator's seat, combat seat, radar seat, hull monitoring seat, and so on. The captain no longer acted as the driver, but became the central processor coordinating the entire ship, the brain coordinating the work of thousands of crew members. Ziwen, set the course towards Blue Star. The destination coordinates for Blue Star have been set. Yuexi, maximum speed on conventional power, return home. The pulse engine has been activated, reaching 500 Mach in 5 seconds. The 600-meter-long insect escort ship quickly left the scene, carrying the sun and moon towards Blue Star. Shield value at 100, 2 internal damage, 3 warp engine damage, with all auxiliary systems operating normally. After Bella reported the status of the escort ship, she then asked, should we lower the oxygen levels? No need to worry about the prisoners. This escort ship is mine now, and the oxygen should be lowered to levels suitable for human survival. Bella nodded and immediately lowered the oxygen content by 5, increasing the nitrogen content in the air. Deus asked, should we send a return message to Blue Star? Mo Ban truly deserves to be called a legendary engineer. Just over an hour and 5 minutes, he had repaired the warp engine. Captain, the warp engine is online, but unfortunately, this battleship's maximum warp speed only reaches level 5. 0. To me, 213 times the speed of light is still too slow. Warp level 1 is at light speed. Level 2 is 10. 79 times light speed. Level 3 is 38. 941. Level 4 is 101. 59. And level 5 is 213. 75. Warp speed has a complete set of calculation formulas. The higher the level, the faster the speed. Correspondingly, the energy consumption also increases. For Mo Ban, who is well informed, level 5 warp speed is too slow. 3 minutes to cross the solar system. 8.5 days to reach Southgate 2. For Lin Yang, it was already fast enough. The first thing to do is to let the sun and moon devour and evolve the escort ship's warp engine and antimatter energy reactor. Deus sent a communication call to the Blue Star Federation, stating that we have captured an insect escort ship and will return at warp speed 2.0, arriving in 5 minutes at Blue Star's orbit. The prisoners were locked in the escort ship's cell and with the lowered oxygen levels. The insect people lacked the strength to revolt, except for Mo Ban on watch in the engine room. The remaining 9 were in the bridge. A few seconds later, communication was established with Blue Star. On the large screen stood Picard, the Secretary General of the Blue Star Federation, Johnson, the commander of the Space Fleet, Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou, Diplomatic Ambassador Chung Li, as well as Charles, Elia, Bella, Deus, and Brat. Oh my God! Who are they? Who are they? Deus, sitting at the communication seat, exclaimed first. 5 people who looked exactly like them, even wearing the same military ranks, appeared on the screen. But they had followed Lin Yang onto the ship to fight and seize the insect escort ship. How could they all be on Blue Star at the same time? Bella quickly covered her eyes and bowed her head, sobbing. The strong Brat turned pale and kept retreating. Elia said nothing, tears welling in her eyes. Charles angrily walked to the screen. Picard said calmly, Lin Yang took you away and did not say where to go. Given their style of acting, they are likely to kill you. You are the hope of humanity in the solar system, and it cannot be known that you were easily abducted and killed. But many people at the dock know about this. They have all been secretly executed. You are new humans and cannot have any flaws, nor can you make low-level mistakes. Therefore, the fact that you were abducted must be concealed. But we didn't die. We seized the insect escort ship together. At that time, the Federation's high command did not know what you were going to do, nor did they know it would succeed, so they had to activate the backup plan. What should we do then? Who are those 5? You? What do you mean, you? It was Lin Yang, Huang Yuexi, Kaluga, and I Ziwen, and Mo Ban who captured the insect escort ship. They will become legends of humanity, while you have been in the Chilean fleet and have not left Blue Star. The proud Charles seemed to step into a void and fell into an abyss. His face turned pale, unable to stop retreating. Bang! He retreated until he hit the wall and stopped. The backup plan? Are they clones? Mass-produced? Ready to replace us at any time? Exactly. The mental training you undergo every night is actually uploading memories. Once a major error occurs, you will be arranged offline, and new clones will download memories and activate them, becoming the new legendary 5-man group the next day. No, this is impossible. Charles became hysterical, shouting loudly. Secretary General Picard simply shook his head. The reason the Chilean fleet has become a legend in the solar system is not only due to the advanced technology of the warships, but also because of the 5 new human commanders who never make mistakes. So far, this has been the 86th execution of the backup plan. Chapter 72, Collapse, the Positioning of New Humanity Thud. Charles collapsed, always considering himself a new human. Showcasing his arrogance everywhere, he suddenly realized that he was merely a clone manufactured in batches by old humans in cultivation dishes and nutrient tanks. There was no advanced, perfect evolution. He was just a product of a production line. In an instant, his worldview, values, and outlook on life collapsed. His gaze became vacant, and he gripped his head tightly with both hands. His golden hair no longer appeared smooth, but looked dry and messy. The other 4 new humans also collapsed, their inner selves shattered, losing all interest in life. Seeing this, Lin Yang waved his hand. Perugia, help Zhuang take Charles and the others to the lounge. After sending the 5 out of the bridge, Lin Yang coldly asked, Secretary General, Marshal, aren't you afraid that the substitutes beside you will collapse after you reveal the insider information? Picard waved his hand, and Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou took the 5 new human clones down. They had just been activated and had not yet downloaded the memories of Charles and the others. After clearing their recent memories, they would officially download their memories and begin serving in the Chilean fleet. Then why let Charles and the others know? Linium cuestionet. To make Charles and the others collapse and accept death peacefully, making it easy for you to take them away, and even participate in the operation to seize the insectoid escort ship, creating interstellar diplomatic conflicts. For both public and private reasons, the Blue Star Federation cannot acknowledge their existence. No, I entrust you to execute them immediately, preferably using a high-power phase gun to evaporate them. For the sake of the solar system's civilization not to go to war with the insectoids, and for the smooth progress of the new human project, they must be sacrificed. Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head upon hearing this. When we left Mars, General Hu Yangchuan told me that the waters of Blue Star are deep and murky. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now it seems the waters of the Blue Star Federation are not only deep and murky, but also black. Picard smiled blandly. Once you reach my position, your perspective will change. You might even go further than I have. As human leaders, what we core leaders do may not be honorable, but as leaders of a race, we are justified. We must do this. Lin Yang understood that Picard and the others had their own moral logic and would not easily change their minds. However, he still wanted to state the facts and express his stance. The representative of the insectoid Coleoptera 7-eyed tribe, General Kakajia, has defected to the Origin Church. I will clarify the situation with the Star Alliance ambassador and request the Star Alliance to exert pressure to prevent the Coleoptera 7-eyed tribe from going to war with the solar system. Charles and the others fought alongside us, risking their lives together. No matter what, we will not kill them. Marshal Johnson frowned and said, "We respect your sense of morality. Please stay a moment 300,000 kilometers from Blue Star. Our cleanup team will board the ship to handle the 5 of them personally." Lin Yang shook his head. "Marshal, I'm afraid you still don't understand my meaning. We will not kill Charles and the others, neither directly nor indirectly. If your cleanup team dares to enter range, I'll treat them like space fireworks. Are you willing to become enemies with Blue Star for 5 clones? For a meaningless facade? Are you going to cover it up with one lie after another? I thought there was a genuine genetic optimization program, but it turns out to be a complete scam." "No, Lin Yang, the new human project is not a scam. It's just progressing too slowly," Secretary General Picard explained. "Charles and the others are indeed new humans, with life indicators far exceeding those of ordinary people. However, their original bodies perished in the air battle 5 years ago. To establish a positive example for the new human project, we had no choice but to implement a clone substitute plan, spending over a decade to cultivate 5 people. This is all thanks to your ship's doctor, Anai Zhuang. As the head of the genetic optimization group, she destroyed a large amount of experimental data when she escaped, causing the first batch of embryos to die. The subsequent project was delayed because it had to be revised with new experimental data. Upon hearing Secretary General Picard say this, Lin Yang immediately retorted, "I destroyed nothing but erroneous data." The overall supervisor, Pan La, reported only good news while hiding the bad, secretly modifying reports, which led to subsequent data errors and embryo deaths. I filed complaints with no results, only to be met with capture from superiors, which forced me to destroy data and flee Blue Star. Picard clearly did not want to pursue this matter. He waved his hand impatiently. "All right, there's no need to mention past issues. The new human project is currently progressing steadily. It will become the future of solar system civilization, and no one can interfere." Picard saw the killing intent in Lin Yang's eyes. Remembering the black hole torpedo he almost launched when leaving Blue Star, and with the two-level civilization's interstellar strategic escort ship present, the core figures of the Blue Star Federation took a step back. Seeing the other party back down, Lin Yang also softened his tone. "Okay, let's agree on this for now. Please do not disclose Charles' situation on the escort ship. Rest assured, I'm not a war fanatic." After cutting off communication, the escort ship set its destination at 300,000 kilometers for Blue Star. It then entered warp speed 2.0, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. "Let's go and see how Charles and the others are doing in the lounge." When Lin Yang and the others left the bridge and arrived at the lounge, they were instantly stunned. They saw Charles holding a phase gun, having already killed Elia, Bella, Deus, and Berlat. The 4 lay neatly on the ground, with no signs of resistance, as if they had voluntarily requested to be executed. After killing his 4 companions, Charles was about to use the phase gun on himself. "Charles, what are you doing? Don't come over." Charles hurriedly waved his hands to stop Lin Yang and the others from approaching. For someone whose mind has collapsed, death is the only destination. If we die, the New Human Project can continue. This is the last thing we can do for human civilization. What nonsense project? The evolution of the human race does not require hastening growth. The positioning of new humans is itself an awkward existence. Put down the gun and calm down. Once proud, the golden-haired Charles was in tears. It was our honor to fight alongside you. Can I call you Captain? Of course. Captain. I truly hope the 5 of us could serve on the sun and moon. Bang! The phase gun in Charles's hand fired. The sound of bodies hitting the floor became the only noise in the room. Chapter 73. The surface of Blue Star, visiting the old humanity at this moment. Lin Yang experienced what it meant to be helpless. Some things cannot be solved simply by having strong combat power or advanced warship technology. He could stand against Blue Star and protect Charlie and the other 4 who once fought alongside him, but he could not stop them from ending their own lives. Z1. Inform the Blue Star Federation that Charlie and the others have taken their own lives. Then contact the Star Alliance ambassador to explain the situation with the insectoids and change the destination coordinates. We will arrive in Blue Star S orbit in 5 minutes. The news reached Blue Star. The Federation's higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief. The suicide of Charlie and the others saved them a lot of trouble. The Star Alliance ambassador, Yun Ban, had not yet left the solar system. Upon learning that the insectoid representative Kakaji had defected to the Origin Church, he was quite shocked. Kakaji held a high reputation among the Sheath-winged Seven-Eyed Clan, Four-Winged Horn Clan, Scaled Longmouth Clan, and Hidden-Winged Poisontail Clan, dedicating his life to the cooperation between the Insect Kingdom and the Star Alliance. Yet he unexpectedly betrayed them in the end. Lin Yang said, perhaps the benefits offered by the Origin Church were too great, or maybe the threats were significant. Regardless, his betrayal is a fact. I executed him, seized the warship, and the GZ were witnesses. The 5GZ recounted their experiences after being created. The Star Alliance ambassador Yun Ban nodded heavily. It seems I must go to the Oxygen Star to handle this diplomatic crisis. Do you have to go in person? Since even Kakaji has defected, the trip to Oxygen Star must be unsafe. Why not just use video communication? Yun Ban smiled calmly. Yun Ban was originally a fleet general of the Three-Eyed Clan civilization in the Orion's Belt. After her military career ended, she served as a Star Alliance ambassador, continuing to contribute. She enjoyed a high reputation within the Star Alliance, with many stories about her circulating in the Orion Arm, having collaborated with the Insect Kingdom multiple times. Objectively speaking, her going in person was indeed the best way to prevent the war from worsening. Lin Yang could not persuade her. Once the communication was closed, Yun Ban led the diplomatic team to depart for the Oxygen Star in the Pegasus constellation, 133 light-years away, in the F region of the Green Light Nebula. The two sides did not discuss the 322 captured insectoids. Before the negotiations concluded, the lives and deaths of those captives were at Lin Yang's discretion. A few minutes later, the escort ship exited warp near Blue Star space orbit and slowly descended using conventional power to the interstellar port in the area of the star ring. After a successful landing, Lin Yang did not rush to disembark, but closed his eyes to rest on the bridge. He opened the system and decided to keep the remaining 860 sets of deuterium energy modules for Karuja as materials for weapon manufacturing. He transferred the controllable thermonuclear fusion energy from Sirius technology to the original Chilan energy room, which would now be responsible for operating the shield and the conventional systems of the Sun-Moon ship. Meanwhile, the epic-level Cheongchi X medium-sized antimatter energy, which was responsible for the warship's power, would be downgraded to handle firepower output. The Insectoid 2-level stellar civilization's antimatter energy reactor was devoured by the Sun-Moon ship and placed into the main energy room for evolution. Once the evolution succeeded, the energy supply power would increase by 300 times, upgrading to the Insectoid escort ship's 5.0-level warp engine. The maximum speed of the Sun-Moon ship would rise from warp 2.0 to warp 5.0, equivalent to 213.75 times the speed of light. Lin Yang also wanted to upgrade the shield, but the shield of the escort ship occupied too much space. He wanted to devour the entire escort ship, but he did not have enough evolution points. Additionally, with only 5 crew members, it would be difficult to operate and pilot. This did not align with his growth mission, so he had to put aside for now. Devouring Evolution in Progress, expected to complete in 52 hours and 36 minutes. Captain, the Space Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou has brought the cleanup team to the port and requests to board the ship. Let them in. We should be going down too. After the cleanup team boarded the escort ship, they used phase guns to evaporate the bodies of Charlie and the other 4. They then immediately left the escort ship. Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou welcomed Lin Yang and the others. This time, the MO band was still guarding the warship. After Lin Yang and his 3 companions disembarked, MO band closed the hatch and activated the shield. No one was allowed to secretly enter the escort ship for a visit. Deputy Commander Meng Qingzhou appeared very relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yang said calmly, "This time, the 4 of us want to visit the surface for some sightseeing. It would be too conspicuous to travel on the Sun-Moon ship. Commander Meng, could you help arrange a shuttle?" Of course. The Star Alliance has issued an internal notice that all civilizations under the Alliance should do their best to assist you. The Federation fleet has prepared a military shuttle for you, along with a 5-member assistant team. That's right. It's the new substitutes, Charlie, Elia, Bella, Deus, and Borat. Their memories were still frozen on the night before the Sun-Moon ship left Blue Star for the insectoid escort ship. Charlie showed a slightly proud smile. "You won a victory, Mr. Lin. I'm afraid Mr. Karuja and Mr. M.O. Ban contributed a lot. After all, the remaining 3 are all old humans, and their physiological functions can't compare." Indeed, our victory this time is thanks to the help of our friends. Lin Yang interrupted Charlie, meaningfully patting his shoulder. Huang Yuexi, Karuja, and NIZ1 also looked at the 5 with complex expressions, leaving them puzzled. "Commander Meng, we don't need a monitoring team, nor do we want to cooperate with the new humans again. Instead, we want to visit the old humans who are native to Blue Star." Meng Qingzhou looked somewhat awkward. Sending them was not meant for monitoring. Whether as assistants or monitors, we don't need either. "Well, okay then, I'll give you the shuttle. I hope you have fun." Lin Yang and the others boarded the shuttle and flew toward the surface of Blue Star. Charlie frowned at their departing figures. They don't want to cooperate with the new humans anymore. Did we ever cooperate? Stubborn old humans. Lin Yang already knew that the new human project appeared glamorous on the outside, but was internally decayed and difficult to manage. He just needed to find more concrete evidence and demonstrate the irreplaceable importance of the old humans. By publicly revealing the truth and comparative evidence, public opinion would surely tilt in his favor. Then, by exerting pressure from Mars and the asteroid belt, he could provoke all of humanity to oppose the new human project, thereby forcing the Blue Star Federation to completely abandon this genetic engineering. This main mission was something he had to do for the future of human civilization, for the dedication of his partner NIZ1, and for Charlie and the others, who were treated as expendables. After the shuttle entered the atmosphere, the bustling cities of the surface came into view. The prosperity of Blue Star far exceeded that of Mars, with a population reaching 15 billion. Apart from Antarctica, the other 6 continents were filled with thriving cities. "Captain, where are we going? Latin America or Eurasia? Let's go to the slums that lack dazzling skyscrapers, to find the most primitive old humans, and then secretly investigate the new human project in the big cities." Chapter 74. Genetic out of control. Aren't you just the most primitive old human? Do we really need to go to the surface to find out? Huang Yuexi asked lightly. Lin Yang smiled helplessly. What she said is true. Among us, who isn't an old human? But we are too special to be compared with ordinary old humans and new humans. We must find strong evidence to prove that new humans are flawed in comparison to ordinary old humans. And Ziwin said, "It's been more than 10 years since we left Blue Star. I don't know how far the new human project has progressed. It would be good to take a look at the surface, but we need to be aware of the surveillance of Blue Star's political system." After reaching the edge of the surface city, we stopped the shuttle and walked into the slums. 10 minutes later, the shuttle landed 300 kilometers northwest of Sydney, Australia. On one side was a bustling metropolis, with shuttles traveling back and forth between the surface and space. Cargo ships were departing from the port, heading towards the Pacific Ocean. Sydney's permanent population had reached 30 million. Air cars darted among skyscrapers, and everywhere there were neon light screen advertisements, day and night, reaching up to the clouds. On the other side was a dilapidated slum. At a glance, it was all backward and crowded. Smoke from gang fights rose into the sky, forming a stark contrast with the neon light screens of the metropolis. A high-voltage electric grid wall stretching thousands of kilometers divided this place into two worlds. Lin Yang was the first to step out from the checkpoint of the electric grid wall, followed by Huang Yuexi and Ziwen. Seeing people from the metropolis approaching, the slum dwellers rushed over, hoping to receive some alms, or even to steal or rob for some wealth. But when they got closer, they discovered a 3-meter-tall alien tiger man following behind them, causing hundreds of people to scatter in fear. It's an alien lord. Run. We can't mess with the alien lord. It's actually Lord Tiger from Sirius. Lin Yang laughed and said, "Looks like I've been forced to rely on a fox pretending to be a tiger. It seems that an intimidating appearance is indeed useful." And Ziwen said, "The technology of the solar system is at the bottom of the Star Alliance. Any alien race is more advanced than humans, so it's no wonder the slum dwellers are afraid." Karuja proudly said, "I'm not just fierce in appearance, my true strength is." Why is there someone who isn't afraid of me? A 2-meter-tall man was still charging towards the four. He had a long ring of yellow mane around his neck and emitted a low growl like a beast. With his mouth open, showing his teeth, saliva dripped onto his clothes. "This person is acting strangely. Be careful." Huang Yuexi immediately picked up the phase gun. Karuja stretched out his hand to block in front of the three. "No need to fire. I'll subdue him." Roar. The man threw his head back and roared, leaping towards the four. Karuja bent down to meet him. With a paw the size of a fan, he knocked the 2-meter-tall man to the ground. Immediately, he stepped on a man's stomach, holding his neck and head with both hands. In just the blink of an eye, the man was subdued. He attempted to rise and resist several times, but failed. In the face of the immense power gap, he was no match at all. A series of angry roars came from his throat, sounding more and more like a lion. Karuja frowned. "This is clearly a provocation directed at me, Captain. I want to bite off his neck." Lin Yang said calmly, "Just forget it, Karuja. His relatives over there are begging for mercy." Karuja turned his head to look. 100 meters away, a poorly dressed, middle-aged woman was kneeling on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Tiger Lord, please spare my poor child. He's only 8 years old and doesn't understand anything." "Is this really 8 years old?" Karuja finally understood how Lin Yang felt when he heard he was 8. "How do I not understand humans? This looks like someone in their 30s. He really is 8 years old, a defective product of the New Human Project. And his IQ is only at the level of a 2-year-old. Please spare him." Lin Yang's heart stirred. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Ziwen, control the situation." And Ziwen immediately opened her medical kit. After injecting a sedative, the man slowly closed his eyes. Karuja then released his tiger paw and stood behind Lin Yang. The slum dwellers in the distance peeked out, looking at this scene with astonishment. They did not expect the noble tiger man from Sirius to listen to a young human. The middle-aged woman hurriedly ran over, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "What aspect does he not meet the standard in?" "IQ, I am participating in the future ground combat team incubation task. Zach's lion genes affected brain development." "Lion genes?" Yes, the New Human Project often conducts gene chimerism experiments. Everyone knows that, but you don't. The woman wanted to ask, you don't know. But her timid nature and fear of power prevented her from daring to inquire. And Ziwen worriedly said, "It seems that what I was concerned about has indeed happened, Captain. This is a manifestation of genetic out of control." Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. "Now I understand why such a high-end project would reach the slums. This is truly a beneficial thing for evolution. Even waiting for 10,000 years, it wouldn't reach the poor." Huang Yuexi asked, "Does Zach often go out of control?" The woman replied, "Dr. Ning Dai can produce gene repair agents. He can draw blood from me to extract repair factors, and one injection can suppress it for 3 months. But you have to wait in line to make it. Sometimes you can't get a spot, and then he will go out of control." Ning Dai, is he the Asian biogeneticist, the leader of the New Human Project? And Ziwen asked excitedly. "Yes, do you know him?" "Where is he now?" "At the clinic at 78, 36th Street, District Y. Captain, 10 years ago when I was in charge of the gene optimization group, Ning Dai was the deputy leader. I was able to leave Blue Star thanks to his cover." Lin Yang nodded. Let's go find him. The four of them hurriedly left the scene and headed towards the slums in District Y, leaving the middle-aged woman in shock. Dr. Ning is her assistant, and she and the Tiger Man listen to the young lord. How impressive. Who is he? Could he be the legendary captain of the sun and moon? Although Lin Yang's reputation exploded in human society like a supernova, the slum dwellers were still struggling to maintain their lives, so news was very scarce. They had heard of a legendary sun and moon ship recently, but the details were shrouded in mystery, and they had never seen what the captain and crew looked like. The four of them quickly arrived at 36th Street in District Y, with the Tiger Man Karuja accompanying them. They avoided many troubles along the way. Some gangs or outlaws that wanted to rob were too afraid of the Tiger Man from Sirius to act. The slums were filled with garbage that the metropolis no longer wanted. Many of the houses were also discarded by the metropolis. The clinic at 78 was actually made up of 4 discarded large RVs. There were hundreds of people queuing at the entrance, mostly family members with deformed children. But upon closer inspection, these deformed children were different from minors. While minors were all deformed, they did not lose human characteristics. These people were different. Some had 2 horns on their heads, some had forked tongues, some had feathers, and others had skin covered in keratin scales. When Lin Yang and the others, fully armed and accompanied by a Tiger Man, arrived, the hundreds of people in line were frightened and scattered. Dr. Ning Dai in the clinic sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ran out with a phase gun. Stop! Don't scare away my patients. You. Team leader? Is this Mr. Lin? Oh my God, is it really you? Chapter 75 Underground Clinic. Old human genetic engineering Ning Dai, in his 30s and wearing glasses, had a hint of elegance. He thought the gang was causing trouble again, so he took out his phase gun to fight. Unexpectedly, it was his old boss. He handed over the task of distributing gene repair agents to his assistant and invited Lin Yang and his 3 companions into the clinic. The trailer at the back was my laboratory. Although small, it was an old human project corresponding to the new human engineering Ning Dai introduced to the 4. Old human engineering? What research is mainly conducted? Lin Yang asked. Extracting repair factors from old human genes to repair the damaged chaotic genes of new humans. Ning Dai's expression dimmed a bit. Are those deformed children waiting outside the byproducts of a new human engineering? Yes, due to the low efficiency of producing gene repair agents. I can only supply 200 doses a day. Ning Dai, when did you quit gene engineering? Why haven't I seen Leah? And Aijuan asked. Leo died 3 years ago, leaving me with a daughter whose genes are out of control. Ning Dai lowered his head, engulfed in deep self-blame. After the team leader left, I was promoted to head of the gene optimization group to cultivate a second generation of new humans that surpass the 5 Charles. I convinced my wife to participate in the incubation of optimal genes, but in the end, at this moment, a little girl with compound eyes and an insect-like mouth quickly crawled into the laboratory, climbing to Ning Dai's feet. She poked at his calf with her fly-like mouth parts. Ning Dai's eyes turned red. He immediately opened the refrigerator and took out a repair agent to inject the little girl. An assistant rushed over, holding a bowl of mushy food. I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't keep an eye on her and disturb your work. It's okay. Her symptoms are getting worse. Reduce food feeding and increase the frequency of repair agent injections. The assistant worriedly said, but the gene repair factors need to be obtained from relatives. Frequent blood draws will. Don't say any more. Just take her away. After injecting the repair agent, the little girl calmed down and was taken away by the assistant. Ning Dai looked at Lin Yang and his 3 companions, feeling ashamed. In pursuit of superimmunity, I edited in the genes that allow flies to secrete antibacterial peptides and proteins. At birth, she seemed normal and held the promise of freeing humanity from antibacterial drugs, eliminating all known viruses. But in the end, it spiraled out of control. Lin Yang asked, if we truly want redemption, we should expose the truth and destroy the new human engineering, rather than treating the symptoms with repair agents. Ning Dai said helplessly. The so-called truth is known by the high levels of the Federation and is not a secret in human society. But in the grand scheme of racial evolution, individual cries are insignificant. To the masses, as long as the fire doesn't reach their homes, there's no need to risk their lives to protest. Lin Yang sighed deeply. Yuexi, record all of this. If individuals dare not protest, we will stand up and destroy this new human engineering that harms future generations. Huang Yuexi recorded the entire conversation, capturing not only all the discussions, but also specifically asking Ning Dai to open the experimental data and clinic files, recording everything without exception. Looking at Lin Yang's determined gaze, Ning Dai felt even more ashamed. Mr. Lin, are you really willing to risk your life to stand up for the people? Don't speak so nobly. I have my own purposes. Although it's for the main mission, as a human, I don't want to see the future of our race destroyed by failed genetic engineering. Ning Dai was unaware of the system task. He admired Lin Yang from the bottom of his heart and understood that only with Lin Yang's strength could the new human engineering be stopped. No matter how powerful an individual is, it is difficult to stir the entire Blue Star Federation. Behind Lin Yang stood Mars, the asteroid belt, and the Star Alliance. An ancient saying goes, discuss the actions, not the heart. Regardless of Mr. Lin's motives, as long as you stand up to stop it, it is noble. I will follow your orders. Even if it means death, I will not refuse. Don't say death so easily. If you die, what about your daughter? She only has a few years left to live. As the degree of mutation increases, her personality is lost, and her lifespan is rapidly decreasing. All right, since you have been responsible for the new human engineering for 5 years, we 1T conduct undercover investigations. To prevent future troubles, let's publish the data now. Negative news about the new human engineering had always been circulating. Such reports were often seen online. This time, Lin Yang spent over 2 hours interviewing Ning Dai and the genetic defective products queuing outside the clinic. Huang Yuexi edited the content into a 30-minute video and over 500 pages of documents, sending them to the Martian government via quantum communication. General Hu Liangchuan immediately ordered to expose the new human engineering in the name of the Martian government. Subsequently, the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization also forwarded the relevant content with one click. This included not only the genetic mutations and loss of control caused by the new human engineering, but also the inside story of the Blue Star Federation cloning the 5 Charles to maintain a facade. The entire new human engineering took 10 years, cultivating 326, 788 embryos, and successfully birthing 745, 21 new humans. 1/3 did not survive past 1 year, and most of the remaining experienced gene loss of control and irreversible mutations between the ages of 2 to 5. Only 169 theoretically successful new humans existed, with a success rate of only 0.005. About 300,000 deformed children currently lived, but only in the Australian slums where Ning Dai was located was there a gene repair agent. The rest of the deformed children were on the brink of death. Once the news was released, it immediately sparked heated discussions in the solar system. The Martian government was the first to express its intention to withdraw from the new human engineering. The United Government of the Asteroid Belt publicly opposed this genetic project. With the opposition of these two governments, a large amount of resistance opinion quickly emerged in Blue Star society. Various media scrambled to report the self-destructive actions of the new human engineering. Lin Yang was surprised by the Blue Star Federation's reaction. They did not send any forces to stop him. Instead, after the announcement, the Federation's Secretary General Picard voluntarily resigned. Marshal Johnson, the commander of the space fleet, also resigned shortly after. Chung Li, the diplomatic envoy of solar system civilization, was promoted to the commander of the fleet and temporarily served as the Secretary General of the Federation. He sent a message to Lin Yang immediately. Mr. Lin, we actually know the drawbacks of the new human engineering, so why not cancel earlier? Sigh. Chung Li sighed. It is a political bargaining chip for human civilization in the Star Alliance, just like the future visit of the three-eyed people, the parallel universe exploration of the long-eared tribe, and the quantum civilization construction of the feathered people. It cannot be easily canceled. Now that the chip has been smashed by you, does humanity still have a way out in the Star Alliance? If you want a way out, don't walk into a dead end. The insectoid battleship I've captured will remain in the star ring after use for Blue Star, Mars, and the asteroid belt to jointly dismantle and study. Well, the Blue Star Federation will immediately withdraw from the new human engineering. The two-level civilization insectoid battleship is indeed more valuable than the new human engineering. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lin. The newly appointed Chung Li gladly accepted, sincerely grateful to Lin Yang for resolving the embarrassing situation of the gene engineering for humanity. The already resigned former Secretary General Picard and former Fleet Commander Johnson looked ashamed. One misstep leads to another. A lie is covered by one lie after another. Sigh. It's embarrassing. Thanks to Lin Yang's intervention, otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we would have to cover it up. Congratulations, the host has forced human civilization to voluntarily abandon genetic engineering. Completing the main task. 13. The distinction between old humans and new humans. Evolution points 100,000. Chapter 76. The gift of the deformed miners from the asteroid belt. Main quest update. 14. Assist human society in dealing with the aftermath of failed genetic engineering and properly settle 312. 788. Deformed children. Evolution points 120,000. Lin Yang is a person who sees things through to the end. The system's task suits him well. As long as he produces enough gene repair agents, he can complete the task. Relatively speaking, this task is quite simple, and the rewards are substantial. Please greet the ambassador of the Star Alliance, and do not let the Star Alliance interfere with human research on insectoid technology. You know that the Star Alliance is very strict about technological development. The newly appointed Chung Li is a bit worried. He fears that the Star Alliance will not allow humans to dismantle and study the insectoid warships. They want to attract new civilized races to join the Star Alliance to counter the Black Forest Hunters while suppressing lower civilizations from developing too quickly. Stealing technology from other higher civilizations within the Alliance is strictly prohibited. Don't worry, I will personally donate the decommissioned warships, even if the Star Alliance investigates. I can handle it. As you wish, the new human project will soon be cancelled, but what about those deformed children? Can you really bear to turn a blind eye? Lin Yang smiled. But now this matter has become the biggest public opinion issue for all of humanity. It is impossible to ignore it. The prestigious Blue Star Federation has resources and manpower, and Ningdai has already informed us of how to produce gene repair agents. What else do you need me to do? Seeing that Lin Yang was unwilling to help, Chung Li felt a bit troubled. The gene repair agents require blood samples from the direct relatives of the deformed children to be made, which is too slow, and many deformed children no longer have direct relatives. Your warship has advanced alien technology. Could you share some of it to quickly end the failed genetic engineering? Am I helping for free? As long as you can resolve this quickly and quell the public opinion of 18 billion people in the solar system. The Blue Star Federation will not mistreat you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yang laughed. I don't like beating around the bush. I really do have a way to properly settle those genetically unstable deformed children. What method? Give me the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star, and the miners' organization from the asteroid belt will bring a great gift. Lin Yang explained. Ziwang discovered that the miners who have bred for 500 years without genetic optimization have developed deformities in an extremely hypoxic environment, and the repair factors in their genes are 100 times higher than those of ordinary people. It is possible to produce a pure repair agent without the need for blood samples from direct relatives. Chung Li's eyes lit up. How long will the effect last? Next to him, an eye Ziwang said. According to the simulations from the supercomputer, a single injection of the repair agent can last for a year, and the miners' organization is preparing 1 million blood samples and will provide more as needed. That's great. I didn't expect the miners from the asteroid belt to become our saviors. Yes, who would have thought? The deformed children of the old human miners, abandoned by the new human project, have instead become the unsung heroes in the aftermath of the failed new human project. How shall we repay them? Chung Li felt a bit awkward. Didn't you promise to give me the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star? Lin Yang said lightly. That is a thank you for me. Not for the miners of the asteroid belt. How about this at 2? 0 warp speed, Orca-class long-range escort ship, plus 3,000 oxygen generators. Chung Li pondered for a moment and finally nodded. What about Ningdai? What does Marshal Chung plan to do? Naturally, she will be the head of the gene repair team. The Blue Star Federation has no choice. Lin Yang's proposal is their best option. After dealing with the new human project, they encountered the 5 clones of Charles at the Star Ring port. The 5 were no longer proud. Instead, they were filled with a sense of despair. Yuexi, Send the battle records with the 5 to them. I mean the Charles who fought alongside us. Understood. Yuexi activated the wrist-mounted auxiliary device and sent the records of the 5 clones accompanying the ship and seizing the insectoid warship to the 5 clones. Lin Yang said, I don't know how to define clones, but I believe that if it were you 5, you would still fight bravely with us without fearing death. You have the right to live for yourselves. You are Charles, Elia, Bella, Dilasai, and Borat, and you can also be someone else. After watching the battle records, the eyes of the 5 clones sparkled with vitality again. Yes, we have a right to live for ourselves. Mr. Lin, you said. The 5 raised their heads, full of hope for the future, only to find that Lin Yang and the others had already walked far away. They returned to the captured insectoid warship to rest. Wang, send a message to the Star Alliance ambassador Yunban and tell her that our spoils will remain in the Blue Star orbit after disassembly and utilization. The insectoid captives can be returned, but the warship will never be returned to the insectoids. After Wang sent the message, perhaps considering how to arrange it, there was no rush. Wait for her for a while, and give Galeva from a Mars bounty dock a call to let him come to Blue Star to take over the bounty docks and hand over the Mars dock to Gus for management. A few minutes later, Galeva piloted a medium-sized fighter through the interstellar teleportation portal to the Blue Star orbit. He landed at the Star Ring A area port and personally came to see Lin Yang. Captain, you are truly a hero of human civilization, a legend of the solar system. You are my god. Stop flattering. Go find the person in charge of the Blue Star Federation and take over the 3 bounty docks. Yes. Galeva turned around and left. Wait, Captain, is there anything else? Raise your salary by another 50. Manage the solar system bounty market well, and don't delay in cultivating bounty talent. Understood. Galeva saluted and left joyfully. 3 hours later, the 3 bounty docks of Blue Star changed hands. The bounty market of the solar system was monopolized by Lin Yang. The 2 warp-speed escort ships of the Blue Star fleet set sail for the asteroid belt series. 1 warship was handed over to the miners' organization. 2 days later, 1 million blood samples were collected, completely ending the failed genetic engineering. Congratulations, host, using the gene repair factors of the deformed miners. Assisted the Blue Star Federation in properly settling 312,788 deformed children, evolution points 120,000. If only all tasks were this simple. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Ding! The devouring evolution has ended. KC-22 antimatter energy is perfectly compatible with the warp speed 5.0 engine. Congratulations. The host has successfully evolved into 3 epic-level accessory modules. Completing the growth task, 8 high-quality advancement, evolution points 30,000, current evolution points 257,500. Sure enough, the insectoid, antimatter energy, and 5.0 engine are epic-level existences in human technology. The growth task is easily resolved. It's really simple. Just as Lin Yang was waiting to see what the new task was, the warship communicator suddenly received a broken signal. Take, attack, rescue. Captain, it's a call from Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban. And Wang exclaimed. Locate the signal position and ask the Blue Star Federation fleet if they received this message. Y2122 X3325 Theta 1101. In the Kuiper belt at the edge of the solar system, the Blue Star fleet did not receive it. This message was specifically sent to us. Chapter 77. The ambassador of the Star Alliance meets with misfortune. Is it a trap? And Yuan asked cautiously. Could it be the cunning Origin Church again? Imobin also expressed some doubts. Karuja laughed and said, Who cares? Let's fly over and blow everything up. Huang Yuexi remained silent, calmly looking at Lin Yang. Wait a moment, Lin Yang said lightly. Wait for what? Let's go at warp 5.0. One word, attack. Karuja's fighting spirit was ignited. Unable to hold back for a moment. You wait as I asked, don't make a sound. Let me think. Lin Yang was waiting for the system's macro simulation results to determine whether it was a trap or how difficult the challenge would be. Just after completing the main quest on Blue Star, he received the Star Alliance ambassador's intermittent distress signal. The system's next task would definitely be related to this. Learning to fully utilize the system is an essential quality for every traveler. After a few seconds, the system indeed issued a new task. Main quest 15, the ambassador's distress. Go to the coordinate point to investigate the truth of the Star Alliance ambassador's attack, eliminate the attackers, and earn 150,000 evolution points. The system could perform macro simulations of the current situation, simulating billions of times per second for several seconds, ultimately giving this task. This was enough to prove that the Star Alliance ambassador had indeed been attacked. Subsequently, the system released a new growth task. Growth Task 9 Heavy Bomber. Evolve the whole framework of the Sun and Moon to the highest version of near-space warships. The Heavy Bomber, 50,000 evolution points. Set off Warp 5. 0 to the coordinate point. Captain, do you think it's not a trap? And Yuan asked. It should not be. Even if it is, we must go take a look. Should we not inform the Blue Star Fleet? Commander Chung Lijun is waiting for our news. They are willing to send warships to accompany us. The ambassador Yunban sent us a distress signal alone, which must have its reasons. Our speed is fast. Let's go check it out first without the warships. Notify Blue Star, Mars, and the Miners Organization to jointly dismantle and study the insectoid escort ship, sharing technology to quickly enhance the strength of the solar system civilization. After making arrangements, Lin Yang opened the system evolution mall. He executed 15 consecutive 10 pulls and obtained 3 useful items. Legendary Whale Shark Heavy Bomber Hull Framework. After evolution, its length would reach 200 meters, the highest version of near-space fighters. The next upgrade would be to interstellar-level warships, which would be fundamentally different from near-space ships. The other item was Advanced Wide-Eared Bat Z-type radar. The scanning radius increased from the original 100,000 kilometers to 500,000 kilometers. The last item was Legendary Xian Turtle Y-type high-power diverging shield. The energy capacity was 10 times that of the original Xian Turtle X-type. After purchasing them with one click, he first arranged for the evolution of the radar and shield. Once stabilized, he would use the remaining 142,000 evolution points to upgrade the hull. Warp 5. 0 is 213, 75 times the speed of light. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the solar system, the Kuiper Belt. This area is a gathering place for dwarf planets, asteroids, and comets. The famous Pluto is a dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. Thousands of years ago, humanity's understanding of space was insufficient, and Pluto was once regarded as the 9th planet of the solar system. It was later reclassified as a dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. This ring-shaped area at the edge of the solar system is vast, stretching billions of kilometers wide, 20 times the scale of the asteroid belt. The coordinates where the Star Alliance ambassador Yunban sent the distress message were located among a cluster of small icy bodies. The Sun and Moon exited warp speed, circling 2 ice asteroids with a diameter of 100 kilometers at 100 Mach. A large amount of wreckage from warships appeared on the radar, and Yuan quickly scanned, her face gradually becoming heavy. It was the Star Alliance ambassador's diplomatic ship, completely destroyed, with dozens of corpses floating in space. Among them was Ambassador Yunban. Opening the 5-dimensional projection platform for battle simulation while scanning the black box and recovering the ambassadorial corpses, the Sun and Moon's bridge had a projection platform. It could project 3D scanning results and simulate sounds and light based on supercomputer deductions, thereby visually displaying the battlefield situation through the wreckage after the battle. And Yuan immediately projected the scanning results onto the information platform and began the simulation. Huang Yuexi piloted the Sun and Moon, using a tractor beam to retrieve the bodies. Karuja and M.O. Ban went to the lower cabin to assist in gathering the corpses. After a few seconds, the simulation results closest to the actual situation emerged. A phase cannon beam penetrated the diplomatic ship's shield, followed by breaching the warp engine at the ship's rear. Subsequently, 3 ion explosive cannon blasts struck the energy room of the ship's hull, triggering an explosion of the diplomatic ship. Strange. Ambassador Yunban left 2 days ago to negotiate with the insectoids and Pegasus, traveling at warp speed the entire time. How could they not have exited the solar system? Lin Yang frowned, unable to comprehend. The scan results show that this space battle occurred less than 10 minutes ago, and Yuan said, I hope we can find the black box and check the flight log. In no time, all 36 corpses of the diplomatic corps were recovered. No black box recording the flight log was scanned at the scene. It was evidently taken by the attackers. The five-dimensional information platform could only deduce the attacks based on the shape of the wreckage, drifting speed, operating angle, and damage situation. It was impossible to calculate what kind of warship or how many warships initiated the attack. Even an experienced person like M.O. Ban could only say that at least 2 warships were involved in the attack. Jiwan, can we extract residual memories from the brain tissue of Ambassador Yunban? And Jiwan thought for a moment, looking somewhat troubled. The ambassador's death was 3 minutes ago, and a large amount of neuronal data has been lost from the brain tissue. Without particularly precise energy stimulation of the brain cells, extracting memories would be extremely difficult. It may worsen the damage. How precise does the energy stimulation need to be? Is proton-level precision sufficient? Proton? Captain, are you referring to the G? Yes, that will do. Hurry. The residual data in the ambassador's brain cells is accelerating its loss. We must seize every second. Lin Yang immediately took out a G container the size of a pen cap from his pocket. He opened the communication button and connected it to the sun and moon's communication screen. 5 little brothers, it's time to work. Lin Yang spoke softly. Now we need to stimulate the hippocampus, frontal lobe, and temporal lobe of Ambassador Yunban's brain, applying slight energy stimulation to the neurons to facilitate Jiwan's extraction of memories before death. Our 5 bodies are too small, and the total stimulation will take too long, which is not fast enough to keep up with the speed of the brain cell's complete death. If we only extract the brief memories before death, I suggest only stimulating 365 points in the B region of the hippocampus, which is the unique information processing area of the 3-eyed people. Impressive. This is professional. Let's listen to the 5 little brothers. Jiwan, hurry. These 5G were artificial intelligences created by the insectoids using the technology of the Origin Church. Their intelligence level and knowledge far exceeded that of humans in the solar system. With their assistance, the bridge was filled with flames and smoke. How do the pirates have the technology of the Dark Spirit clan? Quickly send a message to the Star Alliance. The Black Forest hunting sect has invaded. Ambassador, our communications are damaged. The power is only enough to contact the solar system fleet. Send a message to Lin Yang. The human fleet is too outdated. It would be useless even if they came. Just then, the screen went black. Ambassador Yunban was killed. Captain, only the memories from the last 5 seconds before death were extracted. And Jiwan felt a bit apologetic. That's enough. At least we've found a new direction for the investigation. Thank you, and Shitsi, for your hard work. Let's set off. We're heading to the pirate base. Chapter 78, Kuiper Belt. Battle Angel looking at the body of the Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban. Lin Yang felt a deep sense of sorrow, although he was not yet clear about the specific cause of death. Yunban had unhesitatingly gone to negotiate with the insectoids and was ultimately attacked and killed in the Kuiper Belt. This sacrifice was truly regrettable. Let's take care of the ambassador's body, and after the matter is settled, hand it over to the 3-eyed clan of the Betelgeuse civilization. Karugia and Mobin collected the body. Lin Yang then contacted the head of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance and several high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance to inform them of Ambassador Yunban's assassination and sent them the memory footage from the last 5 seconds before his death. The leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance was from the 3-eyed clan of Betelgeuse, with the supreme commander being Marshal Starburst. Upon learning of Yunban's death, he was very shocked. This matter must be kept confidential for now. Do not spread it until the true culprit is revealed. Marshal Chung Li of the Blue Star Federation stated, Humanity of the solar system is willing to cooperate with any actions of the Star Alliance and will definitely avenge Ambassador Yunban. General Hu Yangchuan of Mars watched the memory footage several times. If the Dark Spirit clan was indeed involved, the conflict between the Star Alliance and the Black Forest hunting faction would reignite. The Black Forest hunting faction was not a unified organization. There were 13 brutal and bloodthirsty raiding races in the galaxy, each with technology reaching level 2. 8 stellar civilization. They were not a single group, but collectively referred to as the Black Forest hunting faction. The Dark Spirit clan was one of them, a humanoid intelligent race adept at utilizing cosmic dark energy. 500 years ago, members of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance fought against the Dark Spirit clan. Led by the Sirius Tiger clan, the Orion arm's 32 members blocked the invasion of the Dark Spirit clan. In the following 500 years, There was no war between the two sides. Unexpectedly, the shadow of the Dark Spirit clan appeared in the assassination of the Star Alliance ambassador. The minor leader, Shuttle, said, "The insectoids are always unpredictable. Is it possible that the GZ plan failed, and, after General Lin executed General Kakajia, they defected to the Dark Spirit clan under pressure from the Origin Church and backstabbed Ambassador Yunban, the commander of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance?" The three-eyed leader nodded. "The insectoids are indeed a fickle race. Whether or not they are behind this will depend on finding the interstellar pirates who attacked. Lin Yang, the regular fleet of the Solar System and the Star Alliance fleet cannot act directly to avoid alerting the enemy. I must trouble you to investigate. Rest assured, Marshal Starburst, for both personal and public reasons, I will avenge Ambassador Yunban and find the true culprit. All right. I will secretly dispatch the Star Alliance fleet to patrol the edge of the Oort cloud and monitor every warship leaving the solar system at warp speed." The commander of the Blue Star Federation, Chung Li, also immediately expressed his stance. "I will share the information from the Blue Star Intelligence Department regarding the hiding spots of the interstellar pirates with you and send a fleet to assist the Star Alliance in blocking the solar system's routes." Moments later, the Sun and Moon received a list of coordinates for the pirate groups. Most of these interstellar pirates were hiding in the asteroid belt or Kuiper belt. The largest among them was the Great White Shark Interstellar Pirate Group, originally having 96 warships and 20,000 personnel. After accepting the rebels from the planet Venus, their scale grew to 153 ships and 30,000 members. Their base was hidden in the Kuiper belt, just 1 light hour away from where Ambassador Yunban was killed. The interstellar pirates of the solar system were mainly composed of fugitives, rebels, and outlaws. Their strength could not compare to the galactic pirates. After all, the regular army of solar system humanity ranked at the bottom of the Star Alliance. The pirates hiding at the fringes could not compete with the regular army in terms of resources, technology, and talent. Those who claim that the regular army is weak and that pirates and mercenaries are incredibly powerful are surely ignoring the facts. If pirates and mercenaries were truly formidable, they wouldn't hide in the shadows to launch sneak attacks or sell their services for money. If they were truly powerful, they would occupy habitable planets, lead races, and hunt in the galaxy. The reality is that interstellar pirates are chased and beaten by bounty hunters and regular armies. They only ambush weak cargo ships, passenger ships, and research ships, either robbing goods or extorting money, similar to the pirates of Mali thousands of years ago in Blue Star. No matter how grandiose they boast, they would not dare to engage in open warfare with the 5 permanent members of the UN. The Great White Shark Pirate Group is the largest illegal organization in the solar system, but its size is only comparable to that of the smallest of the 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt, Venus. Warp 2.0. First go to the Great White Shark Pirate Group. If they cooperate, offer them a chance for labor reform. If they do not cooperate, wipe them out directly. Lin Yang marked a cross next to the name of the Great White Shark Pirate Group, then entered warp and flew toward the coordinates, expecting to arrive at the target in 6 minutes. Ni Ziwen kept a close eye on the radar interface. Just 3 minutes after the Sun and Moon entered warp, the radar suddenly detected a spatial energy fluctuation. "Captain, an energy flash explosion appeared 450,000 kilometers to the left front." Boom! As the Sun and Moon was traveling at warp speed, it collided directly with an unknown energy flashpoint as soon as the radar detected it. The deflector shield could withstand space dust encountered during warp travel, but the energy from the flashpoint was immense, exceeding the deflector shield's capacity. It pierced through the shield, tearing apart the warp bubble. The Sun and Moon was forced to exit warp and scraped against an obstacle, stopping 100,000 kilometers away to the right front. The left shield had recovered 35, the right shield 80, and the Sun and Moon showed no damage. Karugia reported the status of the warship in time. "The energy of the flashpoint is beginning to decrease. We have scanned a single life form." Ni Ziwen reported the radar scan results. "A single life form?" Zoom in on the image and project it onto the information panel. After the light of the flashpoint converged, a humanoid mech with 6 mechanical wings appeared. The specific appearance was not visible, but from the slender shape of the mech, it could be guessed that it was female. The mech had a very sci-fi design, far beyond this era, emitting a faint white glow. In its hand was a long weapon radiating white light. Yuexi, have you seen any records of this mech in the super library of the Origin Church? Huang Yuexi shook her head. No, this mech clearly arrived through spatial jumping, a technology that many civilizations do not possess. Mobin also saw the scan results on the communication screen from the engine room. The weapon in the mech's hand looks like a photon explosive gun. That is technology from the three-eyed people of Betelgeuse. I heard that the three-eyed people have a secret project for future time travel. I wonder if this mech is related to future technology. Karugia said, what does it matter what technology it is? Suddenly appearing, fully armed, blocking our way is definitely not for friendly chats. Captain, turn the ship around and prepare for battle. Just as he finished speaking, the opposing mech flew in rapidly. Zhu! 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 The weapon in its hand fired 3 bursts of high-energy photon clusters. Lin Yang hurriedly maneuvered the sun and moon to evade. Zhu, 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 zhu. Each burst of high-energy ion clusters was amplified by more than 10 times, each as large as half of the sun and moon. The opposing mech executed several spatial teleports, dodging with great agility. Its 6 wings emitted dazzling white light, shooting 6 high-energy beams toward the sun and moon, each far exceeding the energy beams of a large warship. Simultaneously, the mech approached at a speed of 500 Mach. The white light of the weapon growing to several hundred meters long, flashing with electromagnetic bursts, slashing toward the sun and moon like a lightsaber. This mech is incredibly tempting. Yuexi, have the heart of the galaxy unleash all firepower, disable her, and seize the mech. Wait a moment, Captain. Nithiban suddenly shouted. The leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal Starburst, has sent a message stating that his daughter, Battle Angel Starlight, is coming to assist with the investigation to avenge her aunt. Chapter 79. Purging the pirate base, the 6th crew member. Damn it. Lin Yang was unwilling as he piloted the sun and moon to continuously evade. And Aijuan sent out the message. Lin Yang then said, Yuexi, prepare the heavy artillery. Huang Yuexi raised her eyebrow and immediately loaded the epic-level Medusa X-type time slow device onto the missile platform. The sun and moon immediately experienced an energy outburst. The opposing mech indeed halted, sending a mocking message. Legend of the solar system humans. Huh. Can't play? I'm busy avenging my good friend, the elder sister Yunban. Looking for the true culprit behind the scenes. No time to play with you. You dare to take advantage of me? Who cares? I privately refer to the ambassador as sister. And you are her niece? Oh, then according to human customs, you should call me uncle. Humph. Not only do you have skills, but your verbal skills aren't bad either. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't tried. Let me ask you, what are you here for? Why did you attack us directly? Since you know I'm Xingmong, you must also know that I am here to avenge my aunt. I am the battle angel of the Three-Eyed Clan, and I must assess whether you are qualified to accompany me. So now, are you strong enough to fight alongside me? Send me your coordinates, and I'll wait for you up ahead. Lin Yang nodded at Enaijuan. The coordinates of the Great White Shark Pirate Group were sent to the other side. Don't let any pirate escape, not even a small drone. No need for your reminder. Zhipeng, a flash of light. Wearing the mech, Xingmong used spatial jump to leave. Lin Yang re-entered warp speed and continued advancing at level 2. 0 warp speed. 2 minutes later, the sun and moon arrived at the coordinate point. A 100-kilometer diameter, icy asteroid. On the planet's surface was a constructed pirate base. There were pirate warships in orbit. However, it was in chaos. Explosions were everywhere. The Three-Eyed Clan Xingmong was rampaging and slaughtering. The ground base had been destroyed. The space fleet was severely damaged. The pirate warships were mostly short-range ships without warp engines, fleeing at conventional speeds. But they couldn't match the speed of the mechs of the Star Alliance. They were caught up and sliced in half with a 100-meter-long lightsaber or bombarded with rapid-fire photon energy clusters, shattering the fleeing warships. The only heavy bomber of the pirates was equipped with a warp engine. As a result, it was intercepted by Xingmong just 1 second after entering warp. 6 wings behind it simultaneously emitted high-energy beams, incapacitating the heavy bomber in just 0.1 seconds. After confirming that the pirate leader, Great White Shark Pike, was on the heavy bomber, Xingmong launched indiscriminate execution-style attacks on the pirate base. By the time Lin Yang arrived, more than a third. Over 50 warships had already been destroyed. Damn, this Xingmong is really wild. Yuexi, let's not fall behind and annihilate all the pirates. Understood. Huang Yuexi smiled slightly. The galaxy heart on her chest emitted a dazzling white light. The next second, the sun and moon opened fire fully. A series of explosions lit up the dim Kuiper belt. There were explosions of warships everywhere. Finally, Fergul thermal nuclear fusion missiles were launched. Combined with the 12 enhanced energy cannons of the sun and moon, shattering the 100-kilometer diameter icy asteroid. You have destroyed 15 heavy bombers, evolution points 9,000. 25 double-handed sword heavy fighters, evolution points 10,000. 32 curved sword medium fighters, evolution points 6,400. 25 razor light fighters, evolution points 2,500. Current evolution points 169900. Why are you so bloodthirsty? After arriving, you took all the remaining warships, not leaving a single one for me? Xingmong complained. After the sun and moon exited warp speed, it opened fire without saying a word, taking all the warships she intended to destroy. Lin Yang was also somewhat dissatisfied. You still dare to complain, dear niece? If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come first. I destroyed over 50 warships less. Do you know how great the loss is? First, I'm not your niece. Second, I do not obey your orders. Finally, I want to avenge my aunt. Kill as many as you want. I don't care about your losses. So rebellious. I hope that after this, we never cooperate again. You can beg me, but I won't cooperate with you. The mech I wear is condensed from the wisdom of the three-eyed clan. How can I associate with the backward solar civilization? So infuriating. If you have the ability, don't wear a mech. Let's fight it out hand to hand. Who is afraid of whom? I'm going to board your warship. Backing out in the face of danger is a long-tailed nosebug. Just watch me beat you to death. What is a long-tailed nosebug? Lin Yang quietly asked co-pilot Huang Yuexi. Huang Yuexi suppressed a laugh. It's a type of carrion-eating bug from the three-eyed clan's planet, similar to the long-tailed maggots on Blue Star. Damn, this girl curses too dirty. I have to deal with her. Who cares who her father is? Let's interrogate the pirate leader first. That works. Open the tractor beam and capture the pirate leader's warship. Karuja locked onto the enemy ship with the tractor beam, pulling it to the outer hatch. After the docking was completed, Karuja and Mo Ban, fully armed, opened the hatch and boarded the enemy ship. The pirate leader was already scared stiff. Watching the base and warships being destroyed, all his subordinates dead, he felt what it was like to be crushed in a dimensional reduction. There was simply no power to resist. Honestly, cooperating might prolong his life. If he angered the other side, there was only one outcome: death. Therefore, as soon as the hatch opened, Karuja saw a great white shark pike kneeling on the ground, disarming and surrendering. Behind him were 5 core members of the pirate group, including the deputy leader, staff, and squad leader, all kneeling in surrender. Without waiting for Lin Yang to ask, Pike voluntarily confessed. We were forced by the insect class Seven-Eyed Clan, lured by false information about the Origin Church to attract the Star Alliance's ambassador. During the air battle, we had the technology of the Dark Spirit Clan, but why was it not present in the recent battle? That one Dark Spirit Clan warship disguised itself as a double-handed sword center ship. After we used it, the warship automatically entered warp and flew away. Do you have any evidence for what you said? I have communications and the air battle records from that time on my warship. You can see for yourself. Karuja, lock them up. Mo Ban, retrieve the records. 1 minute later, Mo Ban brought back the records. After careful review, it turned out there was no lie. It's rare for 6 people to cooperate so well. Karuja, give them a quick end. Suspected of killing the Star Alliance ambassador, these pirates cannot be allowed to live under any circumstances. Congratulations. You have clarified the truth behind the Star Alliance ambassador's attack, exterminated the attackers, and completed the main quest. 15. The ambassador's call for help. Evolution points 150,000. Current evolution points 319,900. Main quest updated. 16. The 6th crew member. Successfully recruited the 6th crew member. Evolution points 170,001. Inform the Star Alliance and the Human High Command of the investigation results. Yuexi, accompany me to the lower cabin to tame a wild horse. Ah, Xingmong? Huang Yuexi was somewhat puzzled. That's right, her strength and personality are quite similar to ours. We are like kindred spirits. It would be a shame not to recruit her. But her father is a general of the Star Alliance Orion arm, and her rank is at least colonel. Moreover, she is wearing the war armor made from the technological crystals of the Three-Eyed Clan. Would she easily join us? She won't, which is why I want to tame her. Chapter 80, Battle Angel Join. Karuja first disconnected the heavy bomber of the pirates, dragging it behind with a tractor beam. He then executed 5 pirates without hesitation, throwing their bodies into space. Finally, he opened the outer pressure chamber to welcome Xingmong aboard the ship. Once inside the Sun Moon, the helmet of Xingmong's battle armor opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful face with fair skin. Aside from the third eye on her forehead, which looked a bit awkward, her looks were on par with Huang Yuexi's. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Where's my aunt's body? In the lower chamber. Will you look at the body first or duel with me? Don't let your grief affect your combat ability. It would seem like I'm bullying you as your elder. I will turn my sorrow into strength. Lin Yang, if you die without putting up a fight, don't let your subordinates go complain to the Marshal of the Star Alliance. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Don't worry, that won't happen. Huang Yuexi said, lightly from the side, if you kill Lin Yang, I will become the new captain of the Sun Moon, and no one will complain to your father. Please go all out and show no mercy. Karuja replied, I've heard that the Three-Eyed people have strong combat abilities, but I still want to remind you that the captain is very formidable. Mo Ban added for fairness. Miss Xingmong should also make a statement. If you're killed in the duel, the Star Alliance and the Seven Sister Civilization cannot hold you accountable. I've already informed the Star Alliance and the Human High Command of the investigation results, and they're studying countermeasures. I heard you want a duel, right? Here is a pre-battle waiver, known in ancient times as a life and death document. Xingmong looked at the 5 of them in surprise, a hint of a predatory smile appearing on her lips. You are truly a team that enjoys the excitement of trouble, even without wearing the 6-winged angel armor. I'm still recognized as a battle angel of the Three-Eyed race. Every cell in my body is born for battle. Lin Yang, I will show no mercy. If you are afraid, just apologize to me and call me. Yes, call me your aunt as you humans say. If you admit your mistake to your aunt, I will let you go. My dear niece, today your uncle must teach you a lesson. It's clear that at Marshal Xingbao's place, you are a spoiled and domineering girl. Your father indulges you, but I will not. Lin Yang, I hope your fists are as hard as your words. I'm as hard as can be, and I will crush you. All right, stop the meaningless banter and hurry up. Huang Yuexi interrupted the two with a look of disdain. Xingmong pressed a button on her wrist, and the armor instantly transformed into light and vanished, revealing a tall and graceful Xingmong, filled with agility and power, with a hint of killing intent emanating from her. I am not hiding the battle armor. I have completely removed it, so do not doubt it. Is this future technology? Mo Ban asked from the side. Xingmong responded in surprise. How do you know? Mo Ban proudly replied. This technology clearly exceeds the 6-level technology of the Three-Eyed race. It seems your future time engineering is quite successful. No wonder you're the legendary engineer Mo Ban. It won't be long before the Seven Sisters civilization reaches 3-0-star system civilization. If you have the chance, tell your father Xingbao that future technology is very appealing, but also more dangerous. Be careful of the causal paradox, or you could trigger a quantum collapse and be finished. You don't need to worry about that. Just take me to see my aunt's body. After seeing the body of the Star Alliance ambassador Yun Ban, Xingmong's brow twitched and her eyes reddened. She closed her eyes to calm herself before decisively turning to leave. Where will we duel? In the lower ship chamber, but I'm curious. You crossed 600 light years to avenge your aunt, and just a glance is enough? No, you are mistaken. Lin Yang said calmly. What we just eliminated was merely the knife used for killing. The true perpetrators using the knife have not been punished. You mean the insect people and the dark spirit race? That's right. If you truly want to avenge your aunt, you should kill your way to the end and root out the culprits of the insect people and the dark spirit race. That's not up to me. The Star Alliance will formulate diplomatic plans. My father said individuals cannot disrupt the grand strategy of the 236 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance. You really disappoint me. I don't want to fight you anymore. Why? Are you scared? Scared? Oomph. Lin Yang scoffed coldly. I thought you were someone unafraid of anything. But it turns out you're just a spoiled little girl afraid of the insect people and the dark spirit race. It's beneath me to duel with you. You can leave. And I'll consider myself defeated and apologize for calling you my dear niece. Lin Yang's words felt like throwing Xingmong into an erupting volcano, injecting her with a liter of adrenaline. As someone who prides herself as the battle angel of the three-eyed race, she had never faced such ridicule. At worst, I will withdraw from the Star Alliance fleet and seek revenge for my aunt as a refugee. I'm not a spoiled girl, nor am I a coward. Lin Yang, you must accept my duel. Then let's stop talking nonsense. Come, let me show you what setbacks are. The two removed their weapons and equipment and began a mixed martial arts fight in the lower chamber of the Sun Moon. Huh. Xingmong threw a punch. Her speed so fast that it left an afterimage. The force was so great it briefly affected the air pressure in the entire chamber. For an ordinary human, it would be impossible to evade or withstand this punch. However, Lin Yang's life energy limit was 140, and with the continuous support from the Sun Moon, his reaction speed, agility, strength, and endurance far exceeded that of an ordinary human. He dodged to the side, avoiding the punch. Xingmong's punch missed, and she immediately followed with a sweeping kick, giving Lin Yang no time to rest. Fortunately, Lin Yang didn't need it. His endurance was his most extraordinary advantage. He did not attack, dodging 9 of Xingmong's attacks in 1 second. Although Xingmong's strength could not compare to Karuja, her agility far surpassed it. Her fighting skills were not weak at all. Overall, her close combat ability was nearly on par with Karuja's, which pleased Lin Yang. No matter what, whether through deceit, coercion, or empty promises, he must recruit her into the team. Lin Yang, let's see how long you can dodge. In 3 minutes, I'll make you collapse. Xingmong, still unaware of Lin Yang's extraordinary endurance, intensified her attacks, giving him no breathing room. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed. Lin Yang's dodging speed did not decrease, but increased instead. Doubts began to arise in Xingmong's mind. Get down. Swish, 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 swish. The dense wind from her punches created constant sounds in the surrounding air. Xingmong's attacks grew faster, yet Lin Yang either dodged or blocked them, still failing to sustain any damage. 30 minutes later, after a high-intensity overload of attacks, Xingmong began to feel fatigued, and her attack frequency started to decline. The few onlookers at the edge could not help but smile. And Aizuwang said, "Scans show that Xingmong's heart rate, blood pressure, and breathing are all on the rise. Our captain is still the same. It's truly a miracle." Mo. Ban marveled, 500 years ago, I modified most of the organs and tissues in my body. Even with the most advanced materials, I couldn't achieve such sustained endurance. The captain is truly not an ordinary human. Karuja remarked, perhaps Commander Yuexi, relying on the heart of the galaxy, cannot reach this level? Huang Yuexi nodded. That's right. That's why he is the captain, and I'm the first officer. As they spoke, over an hour passed. Xingmong regretted her initial overexertion. At this point, her whole body ached, and she was nearly out of strength. Lin Yang stopped, extending 2 fingers to tap her on the head. You've chased me for half an hour. Don't you mind if I counterattack? Plop. The starry figure, drenched in sweat, fell backward. I lost. You monster. Go on, we want. It's simple. Join me to fight against the insectoids and the Dark Spirit clan, and avenge your aunt, Ambassador Cloud Spot. What? It's that easy? That's right, quit the Star Alliance fleet and join the Sun and Moon. If you can't do that, then I'm willing. The starry figure quickly raised their hand. This is exactly what I wanted. The Sun and Moon indeed has hidden talents, far more promising than the Star Alliance fleet. Chapter 81. Declaration of War against the Insectoid Order. Snap. Lin Yang snapped his fingers. The first mate, Huang Yuexi, who had been waiting, immediately brought over the gene registration device. He crouched down, picked up Xingmang's finger, extracted the epidermal gene chain information, and entered Xingmang's name. Lin Yang added her to the combatants list. In an instant, mysterious life energy surged again. Lin Yang was filled with power, and all his physical indicators rose to a new level. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited the three-eyed battle angel Xingmang. Permanent life energy value 10. Current life energy value 150. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited the 6th crew member, completed main quest, 16-6 crew member. Evolution points 170,000. Current evolution points 489. 900. Main quest updated, 17 journey to Centaurus. Leave the solar system. Embark on a deep space journey. And safely reach the checkpoint of the Star Alliance located at the Centaurus Trinary. Hand over the bodies to the Star Alliance delegation. Evolution points 200. 000. Welcome to the team, Xingmang. Lin Yang reached out and helped the exhausted Xingmang up. Are you really human? Why is your stamina so enduring? That sounds like an insult, doesn't it? Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. Forget it. It's not the first time I've been asked this. I'm a genuine human. No doubt about it. As for why I'm so strong, it's because I am different. Is that all? You don't want to explain, do you? Pretty much. I won't pry into whether your Angela battle armor was obtained from the future or made with future technology. Does it matter? It's all related to the future anyway. Huang Yuexi smiled and said, All right, Xingmang, we all have secrets. No need to delve deeper. As we spend time together, we'll gradually understand each other. You're the saintess of the Origin Church? Can you establish a mental connection with higher intelligences from the 5-dimensional space? I haven't tried. All right, what about you? Xingmang asked about Kalugia again. I heard you transformed on Mars. Did you turn into a frenzied beast created by the Tiger People's genetic engineering? Kalugia awkwardly pursed his lips. We Tiger people shut down genetic engineering long ago. We'll restart it when we reach 3.0 civilization. Please don't ask me about my transformation. Oh, sorry. Hey, Mr. Mobin, are you still planning to overthrow the Star Alliance? When did I say I wanted to overthrow the Star Alliance? I want to change the decaying system of the Star Alliance. Sigh, I can't explain it to you. I'm going for a drink. Mobin took 6 bottles of liquor from the lower cargo hold, 1 in each hand. Curious, Xingmang wanted to ask about Enai Zhuan, but Enai Zhuan gently inquired first. Sister Xingmang, how old are you this year? Will you inform the marshal about your joining us? Yiging. The lifespan of the three-eyed tribe is similar to that of humans, but their overall physical ability is slightly stronger. As for my father, let's not talk about him. I'm afraid he will get angry. Captain, what position will I hold on the sun and moon? The battle angel, of course, will fight. In future aerial battles, you will wear the angel armor and coordinate with the sun and moon. No problem. The question is, how long until we can catch the culprit who killed my aunt? I can't guarantee how long it will take to get revenge, but I promise we'll start acting now. Zhuan, send a message inquiring about the Star Alliance's strategy against the insectoids and the dark spirits. Upon seeing Xingmang appear on the bridge of the sun and moon, Marshal Xingbao of the Star Alliance's Orion arm was very pleased. Your cooperation this time was clean and efficient, leaving no aftermath. I'm very gratified and hope you can cooperate again in the future. Father, there will always be opportunities. I will continue to cooperate with Lin Yang and the others. The Star Alliance will also continue to cooperate with Lin Yang and them. I didn't mean it that way. I meant that now I have joined the sun and moon, and we will cooperate permanently. No, I can't say that it's sweet. The 6 of us are a whole and will cooperate permanently. You joined the sun and moon? Why didn't you ask me in advance? You know, the position of Brigadier General in the 7th Fleet of the Star Alliance is about to be yours. I don't care. I want to fight the insectoids and the dark spirits as an individual to avenge my aunt. You, Sai, you've really been spoiled. Do as you please, but hand over the angel armor, and from now on, there will be no more name of Xingmang in the Star Alliance fleet. What do you mean, The armor has already matched with my genes and consciousness. Father, even if I hand it over, others won't be able to use it. It will be better to just give it to me. Hey, all right, Marshal, calm down. You have a deep father-daughter bond. You mustn't let a material object damage your relationship. Lin Yang hurriedly mediated. Xingbao angrily said, One is the saintess of the Origin Church. One is the prince of the Sirius Tiger people. And one is a legendary engineer of the Star Alliance. If it weren't for your identities, I would definitely hold you accountable. You are abducting my daughter. Oh dear, Marshal Xingbao, that's a serious accusation. It's not like I demanded she come to Kuiper to participate in the action, right? What happened later was just a natural progression. There was no abduction. If there was, it was also intentional on your part. You You are a good debater, human. Forget it, Marshall. In any case, we are on the same front. Let's talk about how to deal with the insectoids. They have allied with the Black Forest Hunting Group, openly opposing the Star Alliance. Doesn't the Star Alliance have any statements? The Star Alliance has already classified the insectoid, sheathed-wing Seven-Eye Tribe as an enemy force. The Solar System has officially declared war on the sheathed-wing order. The Star Alliance will provide strategic support to humanity, but the main combat force will be humanity. Wow, are Cheng-Li, Hu Liangchuan, and the others that tough? They don't understand how to avoid confrontation at all. Why go straight to war? It's not that the human alliance is acting rashly. The fire has reached our eyebrows. The Dark Spirits and sheathed-wing Seven-Eye Tribe of the Black Forest Hunting Group are gathering fleets, and in a month, the front lines will push to the edge of the solar system at the Oort Cloud. This war could potentially lead to the extinction of the human race. After the communication with the regional marshal of the Star Alliance ended, Lin Yang immediately contacted 3 high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance. Minor Leader Shizong said, "The Star Alliance is dispatching fleets for defense, but considering the multi-front operations, the scale of the fleet coming to assist won't be too large." Marshal of Blue Star, Cheng-Li, had a worried look on his face. After the New Humanity project was cancelled, we lost our trump card. Although researching the warship technology of the insectoids can enhance our strength, there is no time left. Are we not using the interstellar teleportation portal? No. I want to take the Oort Cloud via warp speed and patrol the solar system's borders. Lin Yang planned to evolve the Sun and Moon into a 200-meter long heavy bomber. He needed some time alone. Don't worry, by then, I have plenty of hard dishes to serve them. If they dare to bite the hard stone of the solar system, they will lose their teeth. After closing the communication, Lin Yang immediately opened the evolution system. Legendary level whale, shark, heavy bomber, hull, evolution in progress. Estimated time, 2 days, 12 hours. Chapter 82. Legendary heavy bomber Lin Yang was preparing to go to the Neptune outpost for resupply. The captured pirate heavy battleship was equipped with a warp drive engine rated at 2.0, which would be a waste to destroy. Therefore, he let Mo Ban and Karugia pilot the pirate battleship and follow the Sun and Moon towards Neptune at warp speed 2.0. In the time it took to have a meal, they arrived at the Uranus Heavy Hydrogen Factory. The factory manager and the escort commander had been waiting at the dock for a long time. "Mr. Lin, welcome. The conventional Dragonfly Z-type and Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles are ready, along with food supplies and various daily necessities, all ready to be loaded onto the ship. This heavy ship is the pirate Megalodon S vehicle, equipped with a warp drive engine rated at 2.0. You should keep it for enhanced defense. The war between humans, insectoids, and dark spirit races is about to begin, so don't be slack. Strengthen your defenses." "Yes." The escort commander quickly stood at attention and saluted. "I also have a set of wide-eared Bat Z-type radar and a set of Xian Turtle medium-sized shields to give you." "Oh, Mr. Lin, these two are legendary-grade accessory modules. Far too valuable. They are from the Sun and Moon's outdated equipment. Just use them as you see fit." "Yes." "Understood." Lin Yang's current evolution points were close to 500. 000. Recycling the 2 outdated modules would only yield 2,000 evolution points, which felt like a waste. It would be better to give them to the human outpost, as they might still be useful in resisting alien invasions. The leaders of the Neptune outpost were deeply moved. They filled the Sun and Moon with various supplies and organized a 300-member ground assault team for Lin Yang to command at will. Naturally, Lin Yang had no need for a ground assault team. This trip to Centaurus Gate 2 was to deliver the ambassador's remains and to discuss the solar system defense war. He did not plan to engage in shipboard or planetary surface combat, so the ground troops were unnecessary. After the supplies were loaded, the Sun and Moon departed from the Neptune outpost dock. Huang Yuexi, course set, destination coordinates, Centaurus System 3. Karugia, life support systems are normal, double shields are normal. Hull systems are normal. And Izewin, radar is normal, communications are normal, crew health is normal. Finally, Mo Ban in the engine room reported, energy and engines are normal. Warp speed 5.0 set off. Lin Yang finally pressed the warp start button. The Sun and Moon instantly disappeared near Neptune, reaching the closest star to the Sun, Centaurus Gate 2, in 8.5 days. Once in warp, the sun and moon had little to do. Xing Meng, feeling bored on the bridge, remarked, "You all have jobs? What about me?" "Substitute. I'll design a living room for you," Lin Yang replied as he left the bridge. Huang Yuexi took the main driver's seat, while Xing Meng substituted at the co-pilot. With an extra person on the sun and moon, they could replace any crew member at any time. After refreshing the evolution shop several times, Lin Yang found a legendary grade Cave X living room. It was on par with Huang Yuexi and the other specifications, slightly lower than Lin Yang's Y-type, just right for crew use. An hour later, the new living room appeared in the vacant area of the mid-level cabin. Xing Meng was stunned. This battleship is also from the future? How do you know? Lin Yang asked with a smile. At least the Star Alliance doesn't have this technology now. The sun and moon's energy hasn't decreased, and no supplies have been consumed. The living room just appeared out of nowhere. Even if it were modified by the light people of Civilization 3.0, wouldn't it consume energy? I heard from MO Band that the light people can only temporarily modify reality and have a 50 chance of failure. They can't compare to my technology. Don't be surprised. Go in and see if you're satisfied. There will be a surprise in 2 days. Satisfied. Very satisfied. I was worried about where to sleep tonight. Captain, it seems you really accept me. This kid, if I didn't accept you, why would I let you on the bridge? 2 days later, they were navigating through the Oort cloud at the outer edge of the solar system. Lin Yang and Xing Meng were on duty on the bridge, while Karujia was in the engine room. Huang Yuexi and I Ziwen and MO Ban were resting in their respective living rooms. Suddenly, the sun and moon exited warp speed and started to float in space. Hey, the battleship system is fine. Why do we exit warp? Lin Yang, the captain, asked. Is your sun and moon taking a nap? Xing Meng asked in confusion. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. Just as he finished speaking, a light screen swept across from the bow of the ship. The battleship underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally 80-meter long heavy fighter began to evolve into a 200-meter long heavy bomber. The width increased from 30 meters to 80 meters and the height from 20 meters to 50 meters. The number of decks increased from 4 to 10. Based on the height of the tallest crew member, Karujia, the new deck height was condensed to 4 meters, ensuring it did not affect his daily activities. At the same time, the hull and the thickness of each deck were increased, making the structure of the sun and moon more robust. The area of the new bridge remained at 50 square meters, but the operation of each position became more intelligent and convenient. The internal changes were even greater. The original single corridor from bow to stern was transformed into 3 long corridors due to the hull width reaching 80 meters. The first deck was designated as the office and work area, housing Karujia's weapon manufacturing room, Ziwen's medical room, meeting room, reception room, and more. The living area for crew meals, sleep, and leisure was arranged on the second deck. The isolation room and prison were moved to the third deck. The remaining 7 decks were not planned for any specific purpose and were temporarily used as cargo holds. In addition to the internal changes, the external artillery positions also increased significantly. The number of missile launch pads increased from 6 to 18 and energy turrets from 12 to 24. The heavy bomber truly lived up to its name. The shaking during the battleship's evolution woke Huang Yuexi and the others from their rest, and they all rushed out. In less than a minute, the battleship's evolution was complete, leaving everyone in awe. Huang Yuexi said, "This is the Whale Shark-class heavy bomber that Blue Star is secretly developing. Its size far exceeds that of the Mountain Axe class and is second only to the Orca-class frigate. Due to excessive firepower consumption, it has not been able to enter service due to unresolved energy issues." And I Ziwen exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect the sun and moon to evolve into a Whale Shark class. Lin Yang smiled and said, "Now we have 2 sets of antimatter energy and 1 set of thermal-nuclear fusion energy. Don't say it's a Whale Shark-class bomber. We can also power an Orca-class frigate and a Blue Whale-class destroyer." M.O. Ban added, "Even if the firepower triples, our energy will still be more than enough." Karujia commented, "This battleship can win against 2 civilization insectoid cruisers even without asking Admiral Yuexi for the heart of the galaxy." The few who had seen the sun and moon evolve were still astonished. Xing Meng, witnessing the evolution for the first time, stared wide-eyed and speechless. It took half a day before he murmured, "This technology absolutely surpasses Civilization 3. Throw. If it's not future technology, then it must be technology higher than Civilization 3. 0. How does it compare to your Angel battle armor?" Mo Ban asked curiously. "For now, aside from the evolution capability and the enhancement from Sister Yuexi Heart of the Galaxy, the existing technology of the Sun and Moon still cannot compare to the Angel battle armor. But who knows about the future? All right, you three, continue resting. We'll keep moving." The Sun and Moon re-entered warp speed 5. 0. Congratulations, host. You have evolved the Sun and Moon into a heavy bomber. Completing growth task, 9 heavy bomber, evolution points 50,000, current evolution points 523,000. Growth task updated, 10 super god. Obtain and use a super god level item in the evolution mall, evolution points 80,000. Chapter 83. Encounter in the Orc Cloud, super divine level goods? Lin Yang was somewhat curious. After refreshing the evolution mall for so long, the highest tier he had obtained was only epic level. The power was quite substantial, but he had never seen what a super divine level product looked like, or how powerful it truly was. However, it was certain that the drop rate was extremely low, below 0.001. Sitting in the pilot seat, Lin Yang began a 10 consecutive refresh. Although he didn't get a super divine product, after several rounds of 10, several useful legendary level items appeared. Xienge Y-type high-power shield, Locust Z-type shipborne drone swarm, 50 units, Zhu Long X-type explosive pulse cannon, Ing Long X-type directional phase cannon, Fire Phoenix X-type missile matrix launching platform. 30 minutes later, all 12 newly evolved missile launchers and energy cannons were arranged for upgrades. Lin Yang spent 523,000 evolution points, leaving him with 100,000. Having not refreshed a super divine product, he stopped refreshing after arranging the necessary upgrades for the battleship. Just as he was about to relax for a moment, the radar interface suddenly emitted a warning sound. Starry opened it to find an energy concentration ahead. Enemy ships were lying in ambush. Lin Yang quickly exited warp speed. At the same time, hundreds of energy cannons attacked. The Sun and Moon hurriedly rolled to evade. After dodging for several seconds, they were still hit by a barrage of energy cannons. A magnetic storm laser beam struck above the bridge. Fortunately, the shields of the Sun and Moon had already evolved to a higher Xiangui Y-type, with a shield capacity 10 times that of the original. This only caused the Sun and Moon to shake slightly, with the left shield dropping 3, but recovered to 100 in less than a second. The hull remained intact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yang immediately counterattacked with 10 Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles. After a series of violent explosions, the Sun and Moon finally caught a breath. At this time, he noticed that 500 insectoid close-range warships had appeared ahead and to the left and right, 2,000 kilometers away. Additionally, there were 10 large escort ships skimming in from 10,000 kilometers away. The reason the radar hadn't detected them earlier was that these warships were all in stealth mode. They only revealed themselves at the moment of attack. The insectoid stealth technology, like most races in the Star Alliance, could not initiate attacks while cloaked. Otherwise, the warships would generate large-scale energy fluctuations, rendering the stealth meaningless. These warships had long been lying in wait along the critical path. Mo Ban was stationed alone in the engine room. Starry slapped the third eye on her forehead, and the angelic battle armor of future technology appeared, covering her entire body in a second. She then transformed into a large mass of light particles and directly activated teleportation, arriving in the space outside the Sun and Moon, flying towards the enemy ships to engage in battle. The cooperation among the 6 was very tacit. They completed the counterattack deployment within seconds. How do the insectoids know our course? Is there a traitor in human society? Huang Yuexi frowned and said, "Let's win this encounter first. We must get to the bottom of this." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Huang Yuexi launched 30 Dragonfly Z-type missiles in succession to intercept and disrupt the enemy ship's attacks. At the same time, she fired a series of explosive pulse cannons to clear the obstacles ahead. The Sun and Moon immediately entered warp speed 1. 0 in less than 0.1 seconds. They exited warp speed, appearing near the insectoid escort ships 10,000 kilometers away. The 500 small close-range ships were not even worth Lin Yang's attention. He was focused on the 10 large escort ships, as an unfinished challenge task required him to destroy a total of 50 escort ships. He had only destroyed 30 so far, with 20 remaining, and he was constantly looking for opportunities. Now, with 10 insectoid escort ships, he did not want to let a single one escape. Moreover, capturing the king before the pawns, if he destroyed the 10 large escort ships, the remaining 500 small close-range ships would be easy targets. Zing! 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 A continuous barrage of strengthened phase cannon beams struck the escort ship, instantly penetrating its shields. Whoosh! Boom! A Ghoul thermal nuclear missile directly hit the enemy ship's hull. The massive nuclear explosion shattered the unshielded escort ship, sending debris flying in all directions. However, before the wreckage could hit the sun and moon, Lin Yang once again entered warp speed to attack another escort ship. Lin Yang? Why are you here? A familiar voice suddenly rang out from the communicator. Huh, taking a bath in a boiling pot and running into an acquaintance. It's you, Salir. The Martian rebel Salir, a new human bred with the entire resources of Martian society. The granddaughter of former Martian Marshal Alif. She had poisoned the high-ranking officials of the Martian regime and brought her fleet to ally with the insectoids, almost killing Lin Yang and his 5 companions at the Interstellar Hotel. Just as he was worried about not being able to find her, he unexpectedly encountered her here. The moment she spoke, Lin Yang recognized her. You're not dead yet. I could die 800 times, but you won't die, you bastard. Why are you everywhere? Huh, I'm your nightmare. It seems you're not specifically ambushing me. The insectoids were ambushing all ships leaving the solar system heading to Southgate 2, unaware that this heavy bomber was Lin Yang. It was only after the ambush began and Lin Yang destroyed an escort ship, showcasing his agile maneuverability and firepower enhanced by several times, that Salir guessed it was Lin Yang. Why did you change your battleship again? My battleship has never changed. It's always been the sun and moon. Stop lying. Today our paths are crossed again. You escaped death twice before. This time, you won't be able to fly away. You just stole my lines. What else can I say? Forget it. Let's just get to work. Whoosh! Lin Yang stopped arguing with Salir and flew at warp speed to the vicinity of another escort ship, immediately launching an attack. The escort ship also launched a full counterattack. The 8 remaining escort ships in the distance joined the battle. The sun and moon faced 9 enemies. Meanwhile, the 500 close-range ships lying in ambush tried to come to support, but were held up by Starry, who was wearing the Battle Angel armor. The insectoid's technology was only at level 2 stellar civilization, while the 3-eyed civilization of the Altair had reached level 2. 6. The Angel armor was a super combat weapon made using future time engineering, almost approaching 3.0 level galactic civilization technology. Against the insectoid's close-range ships, it was a complete massacre. The various energy cannons of the close-range ships were ineffective against her and couldn't hit her at all. The evasion speed of the Angel armor was too fast, utilizing various teleportation techniques. Slow-guided weapons could not lock on a Starry. Each time she teleported, she appeared near the engines of the close-range ships, either stabbing through the shields with hundreds of meters of lightsabers, penetrating the hull and engines, or directly destroying the warships with energy beams from her 6 wings. Over 500 close-range ships couldn't even escape, let alone support the escort ships. The insectoid's ambush turned into a defensive battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 escort ships were destroyed, and 26 small, close-range ships exploded. The commander of the insectoid fleet was furious and helpless. Retreat. All troops withdraw. General, please fight to the last. Salir urgently knelt down to plead for battle. Huang Yuexi is on that ship. As long as we capture her, the Origin Church will accept us. We must not let Lin Yang and the others get away. Bang! Thud! The insectoid commander kicked Salir away, causing her to crash against the wall and fall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Despicable human. Why do you have to interfere with orders? If it weren't for the fact that I'm using you for a parasitic experiment, I would have eaten you by now. Salil's father and uncle were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. The insect commander didn't even glance at them. Retreat. Just as the order was given, the radar suddenly showed an anomaly. General, the Sun and Moon ship is experiencing a massive energy explosion, and the surrounding time is accelerating rapidly. The adjutant hurriedly reported the anomaly. We seem to be trapped in a time quagmire with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers. It's not that the surrounding time is accelerating. Our time is being slowed down. Chapter 84 Epic, Time Slowdown Device. The battle had not been going on for long when Lin Yang guessed that the insect people wanted to escape. If they couldn't win and still didn't run, they would be fools. The cunning insect people were definitely not fools. Therefore, he had Ni Zhuang keep an eye on the radar interface for any movements from the enemy. After destroying the third frigate, the radar showed that more than half of the small near-sea ships began to converge towards the frigate. The large frigate was attacking the day and moon while starting to change direction. This was a clear signal of retreat. Lin Yang immediately ordered Yuexi launch the heavy artillery. Xingmong retreat. Whoosh. The epic-level Medusa X-time slowdown device flew out at a speed of 1,000 Mach. It then detonated in the midst of the enemy fleet. In space, it seemed as though there was a brief flash. Centered on the detonation point, a terrifying energy was emitted. A spherical area with a radius of 10,000 kilometers, or a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, was covered by this terrifying energy. This energy slowed down time. It was as if a high-intensity liquid glue was thrown into the river of time. Within the sphere of 20,000 kilometers in diameter, time was slowed down by 99.9. From a distance, the insect people's frigates and small near-sea ships appear to be in slow motion, moving so slowly that they seemed almost to be at a standstill. However, from the inside looking out, the objects in time outside were moving at high speed. Since the insect people were preparing to retreat and the small near-sea ships were gathering towards the frigate, the fleet was relatively concentrated. 90 of the warships were within the 20,000 kilometers diameter range. The only dozen or so warships that were not covered by the time slowdown device rushed into the time slowdown zone before they could react. What a powerful time weapon. Captain, you've amazed me once again. Xingmong marveled at everything before him. Lin Yang said, in 10 minutes, the time slowdown effect will disappear. Right now, they're all live targets. Hit them hard. Zing, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zing, zing, zing. The day and moon flew around the spherical space with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, attacking the insect people's fleet from all angles. Energy beams, laser rays, energy pulse clusters, various guided weapons, all were unleashed. Xingmong also followed the day and moon in continuously attacking, with 6 wings behind continuously emitting energy beams. These attacks also slowed down after entering the time slowdown zone, slow enough to see the laser rays and energy beams advancing slowly with the naked eye. However, the insect people within the time slowdown zone saw a different scene. They saw the day and moon moving at extreme speed, fast enough to create thousands of afterimages. Xingmong, wearing the angel battle armor, also produced countless afterimages. Various energy cannons appeared like a torrential rain around them. They wanted to dodge, but before they could react, they were surrounded by various weapons. A saturated encirclement. They tried to send out a distress signal, but the time difference with the outside world prevented the signal from being sent normally. In the blink of an eye, various weapons attacked. There was nowhere to hide, and they could only brace themselves with their shields like targets. But no matter how powerful the shields were, they couldn't withstand the dense attacks. Explosions occurred one after another. One by one, warships turned into fireworks in space, lighting up an area of millions of kilometers around. You have destroyed 10 insectoid coleoptera frigates, earning 20,000 evolution points. 300 heavy fighters, earning 150,000 evolution points. 220 medium fighters, earning 44,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 314,000. Challenge task, 8. Renowned, completion. 80 system. You are quite powerful. The warships destroyed by Xingmong also count towards me. Xingmong has joined the day and moon, and the battle was completed in coordination with the day and moon. This system has stated that as long as there's a loophole, it will strive to maximize your benefits. Got it, love you. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Lin Yang watched as warships were destroyed one after another. The flames gradually expanded, and debris slowly flew in all directions. Finally, the time slowdown phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the speed of the explosions began to return to normal. Goodness! Once this epic-level weapon is used, the enemy becomes a target moving at a turtle's pace. He clapped his wrist, removed the angel battle armor, and couldn't help but exclaim. Huang Yuexi said, "I think it's still a bit of a waste. If used on a planet or a star surface with part slowing down and part not, the planet would disintegrate instantly. That would be something unimaginable. My goodness, no wonder human society and the Star Alliance are so wary of the day and moon. If I were the father, sitting in the position of regional marshal, I wouldn't provoke the day and moon either." And Wang said, "Even without these incredible weapons, the identities of you few would still make the Star Alliance wary." Huang Yuexi and Xingmong exchanged a smile. Lin Yang clapped his hands. "All right, scan the battlefield. We need to confirm that Sirius is dead and see if there are any valuable wrecks to salvage." After a moment of radar scanning, Wang revealed a satisfied smile. "I scanned Sirius' corpse. She is dead beyond doubt, but is there an anomaly? There is another weak life signal within her body. From the size, it seems to be some kind of parasite. Bring it in and put it in the isolation chamber for research." "There's more." And Wang said, puzzled. "How strange. The human corpses in the wreckage all have parasites. Have these Martian rebels all been parasitized? We need to salvage a few more for proper research." The day and moon immediately entered the battlefield, using the tractor beam to salvage 10 Martian rebel corpses, including Sirius. After conducting a safety scan, they were brought into the isolation chamber by Kaluga and Machban. And Wang immediately began dissection research. Additionally, they scanned a usable deep space radar from the battlefield wreckage, specifically used by the insect people's frigates for deep space exploration 3 million kilometers away. After salvaging it, Lin Yang immediately arranged for it to be added to the evolution list. Just as they continued scanning the battlefield, hoping to find more valuable parts, the radar interface suddenly emitted an alarm sound. "Captain, energy flashes detected 10,000 kilometers away. A large warship is approaching through a space jump." "Space jump? Is it a three-eyed person from Beetlejuice?" "No, it's 5 kilometers long, a star cruiser level. From the Dark Spirit clan of the M42 Nebula. The Dark Spirit clan and the Insect People's Army aren't supposed to arrive in the solar system for another month. How did this star cruiser get here so quickly?" "The M42 Nebula is 1340 light-years away from the solar system. Indeed, the Army would take a month to arrive. But this cruiser may not have set off from the Dark Spirit clan's lair. Retreat. The Dark Spirit clan's technology has reached to 8th-level stellar civilization and has mastered the use of cosmic dark energy. The day and moon is quite overpowered, but its current strength is still insufficient against the Dark Spirit clan." Lin Yang recognized the reality and hurriedly made a tactical retreat. Entering warp speed 5.0, he headed towards the Centaurus South Gate 2 while simultaneously issuing a warning to the Star Alliance and the Solar System fleet. Whoosh! Just less than a second after entering warp speed, the day and moon came to a stop. The Dark Spirit clan's cruiser emitted a mass of invisible light, undetectable by conventional energy. It detonated in front of the day and moon. The surrounding space's gravity instantaneously warped, causing the warp drive, which relied on distorted space for movement, to lose its functionality. The day and moon was forced to exit warp speed. Machban, well-informed and having fought against the Dark Spirit clan before, immediately recognized it. "This is comparable to our epic weapon, truly worthy of being a headache for the Star Alliance. The Black Force Hunters." Lin Yang felt troubled. He could only pin his hopes on the evolution shop, hoping that the 314,000 evolution points would yield 1 or 2 life-saving epic weapons. Upon opening the evolution shop, his eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that the mall has reached the time for automatic monthly updates. Just now, the mall automatically updated its products. It refreshed with thousands of unseen super items, which are now quietly displayed in the product section, emitting a charming golden glow. Light cone? Priced at 300,000 evolution points? What the hell? Can I just buy it? Chapter 85. Super Divine Level Light Cone, Quantum Collapse. At this moment, the sun and moon ship is spinning in space. A high-density dark energy vortex is affecting the gravitational field of space and is madly draining the energy of the sun and moon ship. The shield value of the sun and moon ship continues to decrease. The warp engine is paralyzed, and the conventional power engine has also lost power. The three energy sources are operating at overload, but the loss is too great to stabilize the battleship. M.O. Ban reports the situation in the engine room. Redirect all weapon and shield energy to the engines. No way, Captain. I just tried that. No matter how much energy the three sources generate, it will be absorbed by the dark energy vortex. Boom! The sun and moon ship begins to shake violently, causing several people to stagger. Huang Yuexi takes off the heart of the galaxy and tightly grasps Lin Yang's hand. Let's just throw out an antimatter energy furnace, and I'll use the heart of the galaxy to enhance it. Let's see if we can overload this dark energy vortex. Kalugius says, I've contacted Rear Admiral Ruda of the Sirius civilization. He is piloting the Tiger King cruiser to come to our aid. Xing Meng summons the Angel battle armor, preparing to fly out of the sun and moon ship to confront the Dark Spirit race in space. Although the Dark Spirit race has advanced technology, my Angel battle armor comes from the future and can take them on head-to-head. No need. Hold on tight. I have a trump card. Lin Yang immediately purchases the light cone. This super divine level product is not an energy cannon, but a one-time launchable weapon. After loading it into the weapon storage, the combat system of the sun and moon ship immediately adds a super divine level weapon. Light cone? Huang Yuexi is taken aback. Inside the light cone is fate. Can this weapon really affect the law of causality? We won't know until we try. Fire. Whoosh. Huang Yuexi fires at the Dark Spirit race's interstellar cruiser. As soon as the light cone flies out of the sun and moon ship, it detonates on its own. The explosion is not as violent as imagined. There is no energy explosion. Instead, a cone-shaped area of light appears from the detonation point, covering the Dark Spirit cruiser 10,000 kilometers away at the speed of light. Immediately, a mirror image of the 5-kilometer-long cruiser appears, closer to the starting direction of the light cone, just as it is preparing to launch the dark energy vortex. The mirrored cruiser then generates a secondary mirror image, preparing to perform a space jump. Soon, a third-level mirror image appears, taking off from the surface of an unknown planet. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Spirit race's interstellar cruiser has generated tens of thousands of mirror images. The closer the mirror images are to the starting direction of the light cone, the further ahead their timelines are. Simultaneously, a mirror image on a timeline will branch out into several parallel line mirror images, much like projections of parallel universes. The number of mirror images increases rapidly, reaching hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. The further from the starting point of the light cone, the more mirror images there are. While there's only one mirror image at the starting point, the scene of the interstellar cruiser under construction, the Dark Spirit race has already noticed the anomaly and hurriedly retaliates with a high-energy phase cannon. The sun and moon ship has lost its ability to maneuver and cannot dodge, so can only take the hit. As a result, the phase cannon actually passes through the sun and moon ship like a flashlight beam penetrating smoke, causing no damage at all. Lin Yang and the others in the bridge feel the massive flow of phase cannon photons rushing past them, surrounding them in bright light. Yet in reality, there is not a bit of harm. How strange. Are we hidden in a dimensional space? No, Captain, it's the Dark Spirit race's cruiser that is inside the light cone. Their actions now cannot affect objects outside the light cone. M.O. Ban explains over the ship's communicator. But what about the other way around? Lin Yang asks. Of course, a weak interference can easily eliminate the opponent. The further ahead the timeline, the greater the causal disruption caused. It has a bit of a Rupert's tear feel to it. The head is invulnerable while the tail is weak. Although the analogy is a bit forced, it's understandable. They can't affect things outside the light cone, but outside observers can influence them. At this moment, we are like high-dimensional intelligent beings seeing the past, present, and future of low-dimensional objects inside the light cone and can freely interfere with their lives. Got it. No wonder it's a super divine level product. We are experiencing the power of 5-dimensional space for a brief moment. Yuexi, target the timeline's foremost. Zing. Huang Yuexi presses the button for the ion explosive cannon. firing an unenhanced pulse energy ball at the mirror image closest to the Sun and Moon ship. The interstellar cruiser under construction has no shields and no protective fleet. It is destroyed on the spot. After a violent explosion, flames illuminate the nearby space. Almost at the same time, the second row of mirror images closest to the foremost timeline collapses with a thunderous roar. 3 parallel mirror images simultaneously disintegrate, akin to a sandcastle collapsing. The collapsing light quantum quickly dissipates, followed by the quantum collapse of 9 parallel mirror images in the third row. Then the 4th row, 5th row, 6th row. As the row number increases, the number of parallel mirror images also increases. The scene resembles a massive domino effect. Once the chain reaction begins, the scale of the mirror image destruction grows larger. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of thousands of mirror images collapse. The dark energy vortex also disappears. The Sun and Moon ship returns to normal. Space regains its tranquility. Wow, this is quantum collapse. I've really gained some insight. Lin Yang once again feels like a primitive person. Mo Ban remarks, the physical body of the past was destroyed during construction, so naturally. There are no accounts of the cruiser afterward. This is a collapse of the macroscopic state. To be honest, it's my first time witnessing a macroscopic quantum collapse. The legendary engineer of the Star Alliance is also seeing this for the first time. Oh, then I don't feel embarrassed anymore. I thought I was like a primitive person. Captain, in front of high-dimensional intelligent beings, we don't even qualify as primitive people. Hey, I have a question. We attacked the starting mirror image inside the light cone, affecting the causality of reality. Was this cruiser destroyed now, or was it destroyed in the past? In the past. Huang Yuexi swipes her finger, sending an old news article to the control screen in front of Lin Yang. This is a piece of old news that just appeared. It wasn't there before I fired, but it showed up after the quantum collapse occurred. Lin Yang opens it to find a news article from 20 years ago. The Dark Spirit Race's dock suddenly came under attack from an ion explosive cannon while constructing a cruiser. The cruiser exploded, and the dock was damaged. The Dark Spirit Race suspected it was sabotaged by Star Alliance agents, almost leading to war with the Star Alliance. In the end, they couldn't find out who the culprit was and had to let it go. That space station was subsequently abandoned by the Dark Spirit Race. Wow, this is reality modification? Lin Yang realizes he's seen it. So outrageous. No wonder it's super divine level. I'm afraid besides us 6 observers outside the light cone, the memories of the others have all changed. Just as Mo Ban finishes speaking, N.I. Ziwin receives a message from the Sirius civilization's Tiger King cruiser. Rear Admiral Ruda asks in confusion, where is the Dark Spirit Race's cruiser? We still have 10 minutes to reach the coordinates and have not detected any Dark Spirit warships or dark energy vortex. General, it's a long story. Chapter 86. Arrival at Southgate 2. The difficulties of the Star Alliance. You have successfully obtained a super God-level item and used it. Completing the growth task, 10 super God, evolution points 80, 0, 0, 0. Growth task updated, 11 teleportation device. Develop a particle teleportation device for the Sun and Moon, evolution points 100. 0, 0, 0. You have destroyed the Dark Spirit Race's interstellar cruiser, evolution points 10, 0, 0, 0. Current evolution points 104, 0, 0, 0. The system continuously reported in Lin Yang's mind. Lin Yang patiently explained to General Ruda of the Tiger People over the communicator. This is not a childish game of Wolf is coming. We were indeed trapped by a Dark Spirit Race's interstellar cruiser earlier and almost faced total annihilation. But where is the shadow of the Dark Spirit Race here? There are no traces of dark energy fluctuations detected in space. Mr. Lin, Prince Karugia, are you really not joking? General Ruda, how can we make such a boring mistake? To be honest, the Dark Spirit Cruiser did exist earlier, but I only found the wreckage of Zerg warships and the bodies of Mars rebels. We destroyed the cruiser with powerful weapons, and it seems the recognized information was the Dark Cloud. Right, Z1? And Z1 nodded and said, that's right. The quantum identification code of the enemy cruiser is Dark Cloud. Ridiculous. Do you think I'm a rookie who knows nothing? The Dark Spirit Race has a cruiser named Dark Cloud, but it was destroyed 20 years ago before the dock was completed due to a mysterious force. I was there during the negotiations with the Dark Spirit Race. Forget it, Lin Yang. Their memories have changed. Explanations are useless. If you persuade one, there are countless others waiting. Huang Yuexi reminded softly. Lin Yang nodded. He smiled. General Ruda, please believe we did not intentionally deceive you. Perhaps some illusion led to our misjudgment. Fortunately, this ambush by the insect people ended in failure. Since you are here, why not scan the battlefield for the bodies of the Mars rebels? They have all been parasitized. By what kind of organism? We're not sure yet. We salvaged 10 samples and haven't had time to study them. Well then, I won't come here for nothing. I will investigate this matter and help with the defense at the edge of the solar system to prevent further ambushes. Thank you, General Ruda. I owe you one. The sun and moon then continue to fly at warp speed 5.0 towards the checkpoint located at Southgate 2 of the Star Alliance. The Tiger King cruiser of the Sirius civilization remained behind to investigate the situation. Days passed quickly. The 24 energy cannons and 18 missile launchers of the sun and moon, a whale shark-class heavy bomber, were fully evolved. Lin Yang had repurposed the lower deck as a hangar. An access port was opened at the underside of the sun and moon, specifically for the entry and exit of drones. The power of the Locust Z-type drones was incomparable to the Ghoul's thermonuclear missiles, let alone the epic-tier weapons. However, drones had a maneuverability and intelligence that guided weapons could not match. They could not only use small energy cannons to disrupt enemy ship missile attacks, but also perform reconnaissance, navigation, exploration, transportation, and even suicidal attack missions. There were 50 drones, each about 5 meters in length, equipped with high-compression heavy hydrogen energy modules. When launching self-destruct attacks, their power was not much less than that of conventional Dragonfly missiles. The control tasks for the drones were assigned to Karugia, a tiger from the Sirius race, known as a renowned weapons manufacturer in the Star Alliance. Karugia's technology was top-notch. Over the past few days, he had modified the 50 drones, enhancing their navigation and anti-jamming capabilities, and added high-compression cluster bombs to increase the power of self-destruct missions. Good job, Karugia. You truly deserve to be called a weapons expert. Beep. You piloted the sun and moon, successfully leading all team members to arrive at Centaurus Southgate 2, completing the main storyline task update, 17 Journey to Centaurus. Evolution points 200,000. Current evolution points 304,000. Main storyline task updated, 18 Solar System Defense War. Join the Solar System fleet to repel the invasion of alien races. Evolution points 250,000. Lin Yang was visiting Karugia's masterpiece on the lower hangar deck when he suddenly received a system notification. The sun and moon had arrived at its destination, exiting warp speed in the Centaurus Southgate 2-star region. First Officer Huang Yuexi flew towards the Star Alliance fortress using conventional power. This was a trinary star system composed of Southgate 2A, Southgate 2B, and Proxima Centauri. The 3 stars intertwined with each other, making it the closest star system to the Sun. It was the famous homeland of the trisolar ants. However, in this world, there were no trisolar ants. The operation of the 3 stars was quite complex and unfavorable for the birth of life. There were no habitable planets suitable for carbon-based life forms in the star system. The Star Alliance occupied this place tens of thousands of years ago, establishing it as an observation station for the evolution of human civilization in the solar system, preventing advanced predatory civilizations from invading the solar system. The Star Alliance did this to cultivate its members in advance. This early monitoring was a traditional method of the Star Alliance to expand its influence, aiming to contact low-level civilizations only after they reached a 2.0-level stellar civilization. The benefits derived were quite direct. Often new civilizations, grateful for the Star Alliance's nurturing and monitoring, would tie themselves to the Star Alliance and would never easily turn hostile factions. They would band together for warmth in the future. Although the civilization levels were generally not high, after having many, mutual aid was still beneficial for the evolution of civilization. After humanity entered the 2.0-level stellar civilization and joined the Star Alliance, this observation station was transformed into a checkpoint fortress and also became an important traffic hub for the Star Alliance. After arriving at the fortress, Lin Yang handed over the bodies of the ambassadorial team. The leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Marshal Starburst of the Three-Eyed People, personally came to welcome them. Ambassador Yunban sacrificed himself for the stability of the Star Alliance. As one of the 4 marshals of the Star Alliance, he had to come for public reasons, and Yunban was his sister. His daughter, Xingmeng, did not listen to advice and joined the Sun and Moon, which made him even more compelled to come. The upper echelons of the Star Alliance held a brief moment of silence for the ambassadorial team. Then, Marshal Starburst met with Lin Yang and the other 6. Upon seeing his daughter Xingmeng, Starburst shook his head helplessly, too angry to say a word to her. He only inquired about the war situation in the Oort cloud from Lin Yang. At that time, we did indeed see shadows of dark spirit race warships. It's possible that the insect people used dark spirit technology to create space mines, and we accidentally bumped into them. That is a possibility. Your Sun and Moon should upgrade its radar system. We urgently need the strong support of the Star Alliance fleet to resist the invasions of the Zerg and dark spirit races. The upgrades of the Sun and Moon are not important. What is important is that human civilization is at a life-and-death moment. Marshal, may I ask how many warships the Star Alliance can dispatch this time? This time? Sigh. Actually, the Star Alliance has its difficulties. Multi-front operations have nearly dragged the Star Alliance down. For this solar system defense war, the decision of the Star Alliance is the Ember Exile Plan, aiming to protect the continuation of human civilization as much as possible. If the enemy's offensive is fierce, the habitable zone of the solar system can be abandoned. Chapter 87. The infiltration of parasitic civilizations. What? Does the Marshal mean that the fate of the solar system civilization doesn't matter? It's not that it doesn't matter. After a comprehensive assessment, the significance of fighting to the death in this defensive battle is minimal, with almost zero chance of victory. Moreover, the higher-ups of humanity have also agreed to this decision. First ensure the continuation of the species, then talk about further development. Human civilization is already at the bottom of the Star Alliance, after losing the habitable zone of the home planet and becoming a refugee race. What development and evolution can we still discuss? In just a few hundred years, the human race will completely perish, becoming a blank in the history books. Starburst said helplessly, I understand your feelings, but the Star Alliance can no longer launch large-scale wars. The Centaurus arm is locked in fierce combat with the mechanical civilization. The Perseus arm has been fighting the boron-based civilization for tens of thousands of years without pause. The Swan Quadrant arm is resisting the Black Forest hunting faction, and the Shield Cross arm is caught in the invasion of the extragalactic civilization. As for our Orion arm, I know, we were severely weakened after the battle with the Dark Spirit Tribe 500 years ago, but hasn't the Dark Spirit Tribe also been severely weakened? Intelligence shows that the Dark Spirit Tribe has already recovered to pre-war status, while none of the 32 members of the Star Alliance's Orion arm have reached 8-level civilization. Now, with the rebellion of the insectoid group, we're down to 31 races. Combined, we still can't compete with the 8-level Dark Spirit Tribe. What about the leaders of the 3-0 civilization, the Luminaries? Don't they care? The Luminaries also face enemies they find difficult to deal with. The power they confront is even more terrifying. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance sounds impressive, but in reality, it's just a group of weak factions huddling together for warmth. I'm speechless. Lin Yang didn't expect the situation in the Star Alliance to be so passive. Marshal, how much support can the Star Alliance provide for the solar system's defense? You should understand that the Dark Spirit Tribe has a very large appetite. They won't stop after swallowing the habitable zone of the solar system. The next target might be Vega, Altair, or Sirius civilization. Of course, I understand. For this solar system defense battle, I've gathered 5 members of the Star Alliance within 100 light years, with 30,000 large warships, to try to relocate more humans. So you still don't plan to engage directly? There's no logical necessity to fight a battle with almost zero chance of victory. Don't talk logic to the people of the solar system. We humans will never easily give up our breeding ground. I will pilot the Sun and Moon to the front lines. Sigh. Marshal Starburst shook his head slightly with indifference. The outcome is still undecided. Let's not talk about victory or defeat. I'm not someone who fears failure and refuses to fight, nor are my companions. Lin Yang flung his sleeves and stood up. Seeing Lin Yang's determined gaze, Marshal Starburst secretly nodded. If it weren't for the larger situation of the Star Alliance, I would be willing to fight alongside you, but alas. Forget it. No need to say more, I understand. By the way, I heard that you eliminated quite a few Martian rebels, and the mastermind Sirius was among them, right? He's dead. His body is drifting in space. Lin Yang did not inform the marshal of the parasitic entities. Over the past few days, Ziwen had been dissecting 10 corpses. She extracted parasites that were attached to the spinal cord at the occipital bone. After several days of research, Ziwen discovered that these parasites' telomeres could self-repair. The telomeres of ordinary carbon-based organisms shorten as they age and increase in division, eventually stopping division and leading to death. In contrast, the parasite's telomeres can quickly repair themselves to their original length after cell division. This means they can permanently maintain their ability to divide, theoretically giving them the capacity for immortality. Moreover, these parasites can repair various bodily injuries of the host. Healing diseases is also a piece of cake. If Sirius and the others hadn't died on the spot, even serious injuries could have healed. The host's death is when their life information is scanned. If the host is alive, they can adjust their life information to be identical to that of the host, easily evading various instrument checks. Additionally, it was found that the parasites have 49 extremely thin, long tentacles that penetrate deeply into the deceased's brain and cerebellum. Ziwen suspected that these parasites could control the host's thoughts and consciousness, even seize control of the host's body. After communicating with the Tiger King during the investigation in the battlefield wreckage area, Vice Admiral Ruda said that the doctors on his cruiser also discovered these situations and mentioned that the parasites came from another ancient Black Forest hunting faction, the Zeya parasitic civilization. Other Black Forest hunting factions rob habitable planets, natural barriers, or rare resources, but this Zeya civilization targets the low civilization races themselves, parasitizing them as hosts and raising them like livestock to produce more hosts. Ruda said the parasites are the ancient Zeya insects. However, it is strange that while the Zeya insects can easily suppress the host's consciousness and seize body control, these Zeya insects seem very immature, like new recruits. Even at the moment before the Martian rebels' death, they still hadn't suppressed the host's consciousness. After discussing with Lin Yang and others, they speculated that these Zeya insects were newly hatched experimental subjects that hadn't truly controlled the host yet. The routes to the solar system and the interstellar teleportation gates have not been blocked. It's possible that other Zeya insects are already parasitizing humans, quietly infiltrating the solar system. It won't be long before they adapt to the human body. At that time, when they completely suppress the host consciousness, it would be equivalent to invading the solar system. The destruction they could cause would be utterly unpredictable. To avoid alarming the snake, Vice Admiral Ruda suggested keeping a secret. They cannot rashly conduct a mass inspection. They should wait until they develop a specialized pesticide against the Zeya insects before carrying out a direct and efficient purification operation. This time, the high-ranking officials of the solar system civilization unexpectedly agreed to the Star Alliance's evacuation plan, which made Lin Yang suspicious that the Zeya insects had infiltrated the human high command. Therefore, he became even more cautious. Besides the Tiger King and the Sun and Moon, no one in the Star Alliance knew about the parasitic entities. After leaving the Star Alliance fortress at Southgate 2, the Sun and Moon immediately flew at warp speed 5.0 to the battlefield from a few days ago. The Tiger King of Sirius civilization was waiting nearby in stealth. 5 days later, Vice Admiral Ruda of the Tiger King sent a message. Mr. Lin, after 10 days of intensive research, we have finally developed a highly effective pesticide with a success rate of 100. But we do not consider the possibility of Zeya insects mutating and becoming resistant to the drugs. Therefore, you must eliminate the parasites in a short time to avoid prolonged complications. Great. General Ruda, your biologists are truly amazing. Haha, it was just a coincidence. The insectoids have a natural resistance to Zeya insects. I happen to have 5 beetle captives, from which we extracted high-activity proteins from their spinal fluid and serum, purified them, and combined them with trace amounts of neurotoxins to create the pesticide. I will send you the molecular formula right away. The Tiger King has limited captives. Even if we extract all their fluids, we can only produce 500 doses. No problem. I still have more than 300 insectoid captives here. That will be enough for the human high command. Let us purify the high command first. Chapter 88: Purification and Extermination Action. After meeting with the Tiger King, Lin Yang and his companions did not linger. They left with highly effective insecticides and the molecular formulas, along with 1,000 fully armed Tiger People warriors. The reason for not notifying Cheng Li, Hu Liangchuan, and Shi Tsang for a nationwide inspection was the fear that the Zaya insects had penetrated too deeply. If the military or hospital high-ups had already been parasitized, the nationwide inspection would lose its meaning, as the enemy would certainly find ways to evade it. This purification and extermination action aimed to strike swiftly and decisively. The Day and Moon had contacted the Solar System Fleet, the Supreme Commander of the Blue Star Federation, Cheng Li, along with General Hu Liangchuan from Mars and Shi Tsang, the leader of the asteroid miners. We're all in the command center for a video conference with Lin Yang and his team. Mr. Lin, the fleet dispatched by the Star Alliance has been arriving one after another and has begun relocating humanity. Protecting the continuation of humanity is very important, but why don't you try to negotiate? If the Star Alliance is willing to fully protect the solar system, we won't become a refugee race. After losing the solar system, what will we even call ourselves? Humanity will slowly wither away. Cheng Li sighed helplessly. The high-level meeting of the solar system had concluded with a vote showing 48 in support of the Star Alliance's withdrawal strategy, 15 abstaining, and the remaining 37 being pro-war. Although Cheng Li was the Marshal of the Blue Star Fleet and also held the position of Secretary General of the Federation, he had been temporarily elevated after the failure of the New Humanity Project. The power dynamics within the Blue Star were complex, with the former Secretary General Picard and the former Commander-in-Chief Johnson still controlling the narrative behind the scenes. General Hu Liangchuan's situation was similar. He led a governing body for Blue Star on Mars, but struggled to control the original Martian political structure. Therefore, after the failure of the pre-war conference vote, they could not simply ignore the result and lead the solar system fleet into battle. The asteroid miners were united, ready to die at Lin Yang's command. But their numbers were too small, with less than 10 million people, hardly affecting the overall situation of solar system civilization. What are your thoughts, the three of you? Lin Yang asked. Of course we want to fight. Losing the solar system means humanity will live under the eaves of other races, with no future at all. You know that hydrogen, oxygen,